3 lives, 3 deaths, 3 betrayals by fate itself. Each time he tried to live with kindness, the world answered with cruelty. Now reborn as a Dhampir, a child of shadow and mana, he carries the curse of death itself. No gods, no trust, no mercy. He'll build a world where he can finally live in peace or drag every god into the grave trying, because one thing's certain, he'll die before he reincarnates again. Can a cursed soul find peace in a world that keeps resurrecting him? Let's find out. The story begins on a sinking ship, where many students were trying to hold on to the railing. One of the students noticed a classmate falling, screaming in fear, and tried to catch her. The students appeared in an unknown space and began noisily discussing what happened. They loudly said that he didn't want to die so early. Why did it have to be him? Amamiya Hiroto walked away from them, sat on the ground, and asked, "So, that means he died, right?" The ship they were traveling on sank during an extremist attack. So the Osaka High students who were going on the trip all ended up dying? This must have been incredibly shocking news. Machida Aran said that means they're basically dead. Now it seems he should have played more. He approached Shimada Izumi and asked what her plans were now. She, with a calm expression, said that she didn't have time for that. She called out loudly to the others and said that she knew they were in shock over what had happened to them, but they all needed to pull together. Minami Asagi said loudly that, at a time like this, they should keep a calm mind. It was useless to cry over something that had already happened. From now on, even though they didn't know what to expect in the future, it was best to remain calm. Murakami Junbei sat to the side and said that he had to say that they were very energetic, considering that they were all dead. He turned to him and loudly called out to the teacher and said that everyone was starting to panic, and he had to help them. He asked with a calm expression, "It's no use. They've already said everything he could say, haven't they?" The protagonist looked to the side and noticed Naruse Narumi, whom he had tried to save on the ship. He asked with a slightly sad expression, "In the end, she wasn't saved, right?" Then he was able to help her up, but he fell himself, and she, with a very worried look, loudly called out his name. At this point, he thought they weren't close enough to be frank. It was his sudden decision. He just couldn't let her die. They all heard an unknown voice, which said that among the souls that once lived, they were the chosen ones. Rokudoi Hijiri turned around and asked what was going on and where exactly were they. They saw a silhouette hovering in the sky, illuminated by a bright light. Tsuchiya Kaneko looked at it with a shocked expression and asked, "Is that really an angel? Will they finally be told what's going on here?" Konoe Miyagi screamed loudly in surprise, and Izumi said loudly that they should all be silent. First, they need to listen to what he has to say. The man said his name was Rodcourt. At that very moment, he will grant each of them a special power, a new life, and new luck. Then they will be reborn in a place that is significantly different from the land they lived on. MC looked at him and wondered, by rebirth, he means reincarnation? Another world? This is the first time he's heard of such circumstances. He said that they don't have to do this. However, if they want, they can be reborn somewhere on Earth as usual. In this case, however, they won't receive any special power or luck from him, and all their memories of this place will be completely destroyed. Now, those who wish to be reborn on Earth must say their name. He thought with a serious expression that if he were reincarnated in a completely different world, he would receive special luck and talent. In other words, he would live a second life with memories of his past life, which isn't bad at all, more like a dream. It seems to him that very few people would refuse such conditions. One of the students raised his hand and approached Rodcourt. He looked at him and said that he would be transferred to the normal reincarnation cycle. The student disappeared, and he looked at it and thought, so he simply refused God's offer? After that, he asked, "Is there no one else?" Then, those whose names will be called must step forward. He called a student named Endo Koya, and this student stepped forward. He created 2 balls of energy in his hands, which he directed towards him and said that this was now his power. He felt this power, after which his body began to disappear for revival. He continued to call out the names of the students to whom he gave abilities and sent for revival. Hiroto watched this from the sidelines and thought that it might take some time. It seems to him that there is no choice but to wait. If you think about it, his life has not been easy. His parents died when he was young. He has no siblings, no friends, no lover. The worst thing is living with his father's relatives who took him in. No one will shed a tear even if he dies. These relatives will most likely receive a large insurance policy after his death. So it seems to him that they have more happiness than sadness now. It's not that he disagrees with his life up to this point. Perhaps he has a chance to live a second life, literally, to receive a special ability from a god in a completely different world and be born into a normal, happy family. He means, what else can you expect? Rodcourt called his name, but changed his mind and called Amamiya, and another student approached the god. The main character was a little confused when he heard this name and thought that he had not heard this name before. Was there anyone in his class with the same name as him? He should have noticed him. Besides, his appearance, it's not just the name, it looks exactly like him. Rodcourt created many balls of energy, which he sent to him, and said that this was his power. He was surprised by what he saw, and wondered, what kind of quantity was that? All this time, he saw that each person was given only 1 to 3 balls of light, although the god said that he would give only 2 to each of them. However, this guy had already been given 8 of them? This is what they call God's favor. After that, he continued reviving the students and finished it. He turned around, noticed MC sitting next to him and asked who he was. He said his name, which surprised him, and he asked his last name as in firmament and first name as an intellectual. He confirmed it, which surprised Rodcourt even more, and said that this is bad. He made a terrible mistake. He thought that he and this Amamiya guy were the same person, so he gave him all their power. He even received all the luck and life that should have been his. It's troublesome. It would be impossible to take his power away from him, and he can't create another power to give it to him. He looked at him with a confused look and asked, does this mean he won't get anything and he will have to start from scratch? He looked at him, refused, and said that this is even worse. He was supposed to save his life, but fate is cruel and ironic, so he will have nothing to look forward to because his life will never be blessed. He thought with a calm expression that then there was probably no point in reincarnating. He said that then he should let him be reborn on Earth like that guy. Rodcourt said that was impossible because the time for choosing had long passed. His body began to disappear, and he said that the time for reincarnation was almost over. Hiroto was indignant about this and asked loudly, how could this be? He was the only one who had nothing, and his life was doomed to be miserable. He looked at him and said that his soul would be different as compensation. Apart from his classmates, his soul remains an empty core. This core, instead of ability, will store a huge amount of magic. However, compatibility with magic is extremely low. In other words, in the world he is going to be reborn in, he will not be able to use any magical element. He was still unhappy about this and asked loudly, is that all? Enormous magical power, but the inability to use magic, what is that anyway? Rodcourt said that he felt very sorry for him now. Without any abilities or luck, extremely difficult journeys await him. With this inability to use magic, his luck will likely be limited. He will face much greater isolation than in his previous life. He will have nothing but complete despair. However, he must not give up and place blame on anyone or anything. He must continue to look forward and live his life to the fullest. The protagonist became very angry about this and loudly asked, what kind of optimism is this? He completely disappeared from this space, was reborn, and was immediately electrocuted. Screaming loudly in pain, he fell to the ground, and the man with the stun gun said, this is what you get for trying to pretend. Now does he regret it? The next experiment is in 30 minutes. He must prepare. He lay on the floor and thought that he finally remembered. That day, he died in a shipwreck. And because of that damned god's stupid mistake, he was reincarnated in this world. Because of him, he now lies here and suffers from these tortures. The world to which God sent them was called Origin. It's a bit like Earth, but it combines science and magic. He was born to a girl with low social responsibility. Soon after his birth, to have money for his alcoholic father, they sold him as a test subject. That's why, of course, he doesn't remember what his parents look like. After that, he was bought by a research organization where they conducted numerous illegal experiments. The scientists said that the results were negative. One of them was unusual. This is test subject D01. His magical compatibility level is extremely low. To be precise, he has no talent for magic. According to their information, any normal person possesses one of the 7 elements. Everyone owns one of these elements: earth, water, fire, wind, or light, life, and space. This child's body doesn't match any of them. He doesn't even have any talent for it. The second scientist asked, so he's saying he's even worse than an ordinary person? They can't experiment with such a mediocrity. It's a waste of money. The scientist said it was okay to get rid of a bad item, but there was one thing that needed to be carefully considered. According to their reasoning, this subject had an advantage that surpassed all others. A huge magical source was stored within his body. He looked at him and asked what he meant. The scientist said that these were just his personal assumptions. It's not that this subject is not compatible with any element. There's a possibility that they haven't discovered this element yet. After some time, MC was brought to a dead rat. He extended his hand, directed his energy, and the rat was able to rise after that. The scientist was surprised by this, and he looked at it with a confused look and asked, is it alive? He walked to the table, picked up the rat, and said that it wasn't. This rat's body had already stopped functioning, so this magic is not a life type. However, this magic is capable of controlling corpses. The second scientist said loudly that they had finally discovered it. The legend is true. This element exists. He asked with a wide smile, the element that controls the dead? Will they call it death? The second scientist laughed and said with a sly smile, the element of death? That's not bad. D01 should cheer up. He's the #1 death mage in the whole world. Sometime later, he was sitting in a dark, empty room. A scientist came to him and said that he should come here. They needed to talk. He came to the office and asked with a surprised expression, is this true? The scientist sitting in front of him said that it was true, even if he wasn't completely free. It all depended on his determination. If he agreed to be used as a test machine, he could experience freedom to a certain extent. Hiroto looked at him and asked, so will he be able to go outside? He said that there were still a few things to note. They had very high hopes for his death magic. If he wanted freedom, he had to show them the result they wanted to see. He looked at him with a serious expression and thought that if he could develop a new kind of magic, he would gain his freedom. A few days later, he used magic to create a large creature from books. and the scientist said they were on schedule. After listening to his conditions, he believed everything without a doubt. Now he is putting more effort into creating a new spell. He sees it, but the more this child interacts with magic, the scarier he becomes. What could be scary about a little boy? Both his heart and his brain are equipped with bombs in case of any rebellious actions. He understands this perfectly well. They also installed a small tracking device to prevent him from escaping. His right eye was replaced with an artificial one, with a special camera. There are also secret recording devices installed inside his ears and mouth. No matter how perfect the sound, they can still hear him. The amount of food consumed is kept to a minimum to prevent the emergence of any abnormal physical abilities. Besides, he's forbidden to leave his room except during experiments. The scientist said loudly that he already knows this. However, he says that he can still control magic at will. Isn't that too risky for them? The bespectacled scientist said with a smile that maybe he's overthinking it. Okay, does he have any suggestions? The protagonist came to the experiment room, started looking around, and asked where he was. Won't they continue developing his new spell? The bespectacled scientist agreed and said that, however, before that, they'll just examine his body a little. He shouldn't worry, it will be over soon. They just want to make sure that his body doesn't have an unnatural reaction to the element of death. After all, it's a completely new element for him, right? So they can't be sure whether this magic can harm the user's body or not. He lay down on the couch, and the shackles that bound his body immediately activated. He was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What is this? Why is he tying him up?" Doctors entered the room, and the scientist said that he doesn't need to worry about it. They will take care of everything else. Many doctors approached him. He started crying and screaming loudly in fear. After the operation, his head was bandaged and he wondered what happened to him. The scientist looked at him and asked, "So he understood it, right? It's time for him to have a snack." MC felt that something was wrong and thought that he couldn't speak and move his own body. Is this some kind of anesthesia? However, he still clearly feels his body. Another scientist entered the office and asked how everything went. The scientist said with a smile that he can see the operation was a success. The ability to control his body and magic is completely impaired. From this moment on, he can't even move a finger, let alone use magic. Now control is completely in their hands and the development of magic will continue without any obstacles. The scientist said he had done a good job. A death mage who can control the undead. Despite being alive, he now exists only to be other people's puppet. How ironic. He sat in a wheelchair and wondered, is this some kind of joke? His body doesn't move at all, so now he can only live to be their test machine until his life is ended? His consciousness, he can still clearly feel his body. He doesn't want to be like this. He can't stand it anymore. He really hopes that someone will help him. The scientist handed him a spoon with food with a smile. And thus 10 years passed. The scientist led the young man to the door and said with a smile that this is his room. He opened the door and said that this is D01, the first death mage who ever existed in this world. Then he will leave the rest to him. The guy looked at him and thought that this is it. He can finally uncover the secret of this type of magic he's never seen before. With this achievement, he might even surpass his predecessors. Hiroto sat in the same wheelchair, his body very thin, and he saw several spirits in the room, standing next to him. The girl called his name with a smile, and he mentally said, "So they've come again?" She asked, "How are you?" He mentally said that everything is fine, considering they're all spirits. There's no need to answer that question. He saw a man enter the room and mentally communicated with the ghosts, and they said that it seemed like this young man was new. They would hope that his methods would be better. How should he put this? He doesn't think they understand how rotten these people are. They conduct countless experiments on his body repeatedly. It's not just painful, it's unbearable. The spirit girl said that she apologized for not being able to help anymore, but they were mostly souls now. However, maybe they could figure out a way for him to escape. He said that they didn't have to worry about it. Being able to communicate with someone in this place was enough for him. Without them, he wouldn't have had anyone to talk to for the past 10 years. His mind could have gone crazy because of this loneliness. The girl said with a smile that in any case, she was glad to be of service to him. However, he also helped them calm down. The ghost boy agreed and said that for some reason they still couldn't reincarnate and that they all ended up here that day. A ghost dog approached the main character and he said that maybe it was because of his death magic. Ever since he learned how to use it, he started seeing spirits. Maybe that's what brought them here. The boy said that there are still many souls here besides them. Everyone loves him and wants him to get out of here. However, in their current state, it seems they can't do anything useful, and they are very sorry. He looked at him, called his name, and asked what's the matter. Does it hurt? He mentally refused and said that he just remembered something from his old memories. I wonder what his classmates are doing now. If they were people who received power from this god, they might well be able to get him out of here, but no one came. After some time, the guy who came to him slammed his hands on the table and said in a dissatisfied voice that a whole month had already passed, but he couldn't come up with a clear outcome. If everything goes on like this, he will eventually be thrown out of this position. He looked at the MC sitting next to him with a very dissatisfied expression, hit him, and loudly said that he was a useless freak. He walked away from him, and the ghost girl with a worried look loudly called out to him and asked if he was okay. He was lying on the ground and mentally said that this freak hit him so hard that his face hurt, as if it was in hell right now. The boy started hitting the guy and loudly asked this idiot, how dare he do this to him. The guy started typing something on the keyboard and said loudly that maybe if he did this, it would release his limits and his magic would reach full power. He activated something, which made Hiroto feel very strong pain and started screaming in pain. The dog started barking at the scientist, and the boy loudly asked what he was doing. He must stop this immediately. He tried to hit him, but he couldn't do it. The girl sitting next to him apologized and said that they can't do anything to stop this madman. The guy looked at the monitor with a surprised expression on his face and said loudly that this is the amount of magic. It's still increasing. This is incredible. It's 10,000 times more than the current strongest mage in the world. This guy is a real monster. Because of this, Hiroto felt even more intense pain, stopped suffering from pain, and stopped showing signs of life. The guy became worried when he noticed this and asked, is he joking now? Is he really dead? He has to stop joking. Who let him die? His research, what will happen to his research now? He grabbed his head, but noticed the functioning of the equipment, and loudly asked, what kind of reaction is this? His body had already stopped all functions, but the magical power was still growing. He had never seen anything like this before. He finally found it. He was about to say something else, but suddenly the protagonist's eyes changed. He abruptly stood up and grabbed the freak who was torturing him by the throat. He squeezed his throat tightly with an evil expression on his face, and despite the fact that he asked him to stop, he killed him and threw him to the ground. The ghost girl was very surprised by this, called his name, and he began to laugh loudly and said that he was finally able to get his whole body back. He left that room, killed another person, and the surprised scientists loudly asked, what does this mean? Didn't they cut all connections with his body? This can't be. This situation shouldn't have happened. He walked towards them, remembered all the ways they mocked him, and with a serious expression on his face said that he would kill them all. The scientist started shooting at him with a gun and loudly said that he can't come closer. The second scientist calmly stood still and said that he can't be killed. It's impossible because his body is already dead. Maybe that's why, since his body stopped functioning, the soul was finally freed from its prison and was able to gain full control over the enormous magical power. He turned himself into an undead and took control of his body. He began to laugh loudly with a crazy smile and said that this is amazing. His power is even far beyond their imagination. He was about to say something else, but MC mercilessly killed him with one blow. A smirk appeared on his face, and he went to the doctors who performed surgery on him and used magic to lift many metal objects into the air. He went further and attacked them with these objects. He went further, killing everyone in his path, and thought that so this is using magic at will. This is what it feels like when you unleash your power to the fullest. He went to the door and said that it looks like there are survivors left here. He destroyed the door and saw a room in which many children were lying on beds. He looked around the room and wondered, are they trying to create another death mage besides him? He approached the girl, looked into her eyes and asked, they can't move either, can they? He was able to heal her with magic and said that if they want to escape, they should follow him. He helped the rest of the children. They walked down the corridor together, and he said that there might still be enemies left. He would go forward, and they should follow him, but they mustn't forget to keep their distance. He ran further down the corridor, reached the exit, and opened the door outside with a joyful expression. On the street, he met a crowd of his classmates in the same uniform. He began to cry with a joyful expression and thought that they were all here and had come to save him, even though it took quite a long time, to be honest. However, he always believed that they would eventually meet again. His dream had come true. He called out to them, but suddenly Amamiya loudly said that they all should prepare. Immediately after that, they all focused their energy into their hands and attacked him at the same time. Hiroto was badly hurt by this attack and wondered why they were attacking him. He was their classmate. They remembered that he was one of them, right? His classmates looked at him and said that everything happened unexpectedly quickly. They told them that an incredibly powerful undead creature had appeared there. They killed it without even using their full power. That's reasonable, since there are 30 out of 100 heroes here. He asked to stop calling him like that. The reason they were able to defeat him without any difficulty is because the undead creature had lowered its defenses. He single-handedly destroyed all the lab staff. Death magic is such a disgusting power. Maybe he wants everything to end this way. After all, he is one of the experiments in this lab. Naruse called out to Hiroto and said that maybe he was right. This got the protagonist's attention, and she said that at least from now on he wouldn't feel any pain. They should destroy him together. He agreed and said that it was the least they could do for him. They aimed their energy at him and were going to do it together. He looked at them with a displeased expression and wondered, is this some kind of joke? Why does everything depend only on him? Moreover, why is he even here? He took everything that should have been his. Now he's standing here with his heroic face. He'll kill all those freaks. Even if he can reincarnate, he'll never forgive him. They killed him. He found himself in another dimension again, where Rodcourt called his name and said that, as he expected, he didn't last long. MC was very angry about meeting him, tried to punch him, but his fist missed him. He turned to him and asked loudly, why did he even send him there? Now can he still call himself a god? His second life? It was horror. It was his mistake. He threw him into an even worse nightmare than in his previous life. He stood in front of him and said that it was true that he treated him so horribly. However, at least he could live happily in the next life. This caught his attention, and he asked loudly, "Does he mean there is a third chance?" God agreed and said that this world is called Lambda. He asked with a smile, so he will be the first one to reincarnate there, right? Then he will get the most out of it and will finally be able to kill them all. He should give him some of his special abilities. There is no one else here for him to make a mistake, right? Rodcourt said that unfortunately, he cannot give him any power. Hiroto's body began to disappear. He became angry because of this and asked loudly, "What does he mean? Why is he the only one who will not get anything?" He said that it is because he cannot let him kill his classmates. Compared to the other world he is in charge of, Lambda is lagging behind in development. The reason he gives him this chance is so that he can build the world with his own hands. He should consider his second life in Origin as an experience. Maybe he can see it as a training period. He said loudly, with a very dissatisfied expression, that it was real hell. He calmly said that he would like to express his deepest gratitude to him for his contribution to the development of a new element in magic that enhanced the growth of Origin. He hoped that he could forgive him for not giving him proper compensation for his unfortunate second life. He said loudly with a displeased look that he should stop joking. He would never forgive him. He fell silent because Rodcourt directed dark energy into his mouth and said that this was a curse that he would give him, and that was impossible to break. He really hoped that he could give up this vengeful thought and choose a better way to end his next life. He could take his word for it. He would spare him the pain he experienced when he reached his fourth life, and then he could return to his normal reincarnation cycle. He was reborn again, heard a female voice, and opened his eyes. An elf looked at him and said that Vandalu was always so calm. It seemed less troublesome for her, but he must cry from time to time, right? The protagonist was lying on the bed and looked up with a puzzled expression. He tried to say something, and his mother lifted him up, called his name, and said that it was time to get up. He was probably hungry. After some time, she was cooking in the kitchen, tried the dish, and liked it. He was lying in bed and thought that he should explain what this place was. God called it Lambda. First, you have to look at him, absolutely helpless and can't even speak. It seems that this woman is his mother. So that's his name in this world? Compared to the fact that in his past life he had an experiment code instead of a name, the new one doesn't sound so bad. He raised his hand, and she asked if he was embarrassed that they have different skin colors. He is very smart if he can distinguish such things at his age. His skin color is inherited from his own father. However, he need not worry, because he is still Darcia's child. He thought with a calm expression that, returning to the remnants of memory in his head, preserved from the time before Lambda, there is a race in this world that is very similar to humans. They are called elves. Returning to this woman, who introduced herself as Darcia, there is a chance that she is a dark elf. So what race could his father be? She patted him on the back, calmed him down, and he started to fall asleep and wondered if she could stop it already. However, in fact, this is quite an effective method. After some time, MC sat down, and she said that he was amazing. He could even sit up on his own. She stroked his head, and he thought that it seemed like his mother realized that he was much smarter than ordinary children. However, she did not despise a strange child like him. Then she said that it was as expected from his father's child. He thought that he had never seen his father, and he was interested in him. However, he didn't have a father in his past life, nor in the life before that. Being encouraged by someone else is a feeling he has never experienced before. No matter what, his mother praised him, making him even happier. He wants to be praised even more. Maybe he should start crawling? He stood up, and Darcia, with a surprised expression on her face, asked loudly, "Is he really trying to crawl already?" He fell, and she, with a slightly confused look, said that it seems like it's still too early for him to walk. Now she wonders what his status looks like. He looked at her and wondered what she was talking about. This is real life, by the way, and not some kind of game. A system window appeared in front of him, which surprised him a lot, and he thought that it just appeared in front of his face. It turns out that in this world there really are such signs. What kind of world is this? He needs to calm down and just look at it. The race is a Dhampir. Is he a half-breed vampire? Does this mean that his father is a vampire? Thinking about it, he realized that the house looked rather strange. At first glance, it was a cave. It seems that the fact that he is a child with vampire blood flowing through his veins served as a reason for becoming a target. In other words, his mother hid him here to protect him from the outside world. Assessing the situation, he would say that most likely his father is already dead. As for the rest of the information, he needs to look at his magic points. 1 million is such a long number that it even goes beyond the line of the screen. He remembered what God told him and wondered, so this is what that old man was talking about. It was true. After all, these numbers are incredible for an ordinary child. However, He said that there would be magic in him, which means he needs to see if his guess is correct or not. He put his hands in front of himself and wondered why he can't use his death magic. Maybe it's because he's still young? Or maybe it's because he's on Lambda and he needs to find a different type of magic. The system window said that curses. It is impossible to restore experience points from past lives. It is impossible to learn any skill. It is impossible to earn experience points. Vandalu thought that this is the problem. So that's why he can't use magic anymore. Even if he understands what it is, he shouldn't have more than one. Did this old idiot want him to kill himself or something? However, he still had other ways to study magic. He wouldn't sit around waiting for death like he wanted. His stomach growled and Darcia turned around and asked, "He's hungry again, right?" It seemed like it was time to eat again. He wondered with a slightly worried look, is it starting again? If he were that young teenager like before, that sigh would have made him tense and nervous. However, he still had a child's body after all, so it wouldn't react when he saw a woman's body. Feeding like this without strange thoughts was truly a test. She picked him up and asked, "He's quite capricious, isn't he?" He hated her milk that much. He started shaking his head in denial and thought that, to be honest, it was delicious. He started drinking the milk and thought that it seemed he had no choice but to give in. She opened his mouth slightly and said that this is how his fangs start to grow. Even if she thinks it's wrong, he should wait a second. She walked away, started looking for something and said that she shot a rabbit on the hunt yesterday. She took out the rabbit she caught, cut off the head with a knife, and dripped the animal's blood into a plate. After that, she handed him the plate and said that he should drink it. The protagonist was embarrassed by this and thought, is she serious? He turned away and thought that it smelled like iron, forcing children to drink animal blood. So this is how they raise children in this world? He saw her sad face and thought that she shouldn't look at him with such eyes. He understood everything and would drink it. He started drinking it and with a surprised expression thought that it was delicious. Even if the disgusting smell is inevitable, he still drinks it with pleasure. He had never drunk anything except his mother's milk, so everything was fine. Darcia patted him on the head and said that since he was exactly like his father, he could consume blood. However, drinking it every day was not at all necessary, so he had to promise her that he would only drink it when she was around, even if he was hungry. He sat still and thought that he could see that he really was a half-vampire. She understood that Dampiers were not welcome in human society, so she was worried about him. Instead of living with a problem like him, she could get rid of this burden. However, she didn't do it, and apparently had never thought about it. At least that's what he thought. After some time, Darcia tried to kill a midge, but she couldn't hit it and, with a dissatisfied expression, said that she couldn't concentrate while midges were flying around. She was very surprised that MC used the microorganism elimination skill and killed that fly. She walked up to him with a happy look and asked, "Did he do this? It's amazing. He can use magic at such a young age. He's a real prodigy." She patted his head, and he thought that it looks like he can still use death magic even in this world. Even if it's a familiar spell, it feels completely new after what he learned in his past life. Receiving praise from his mother, this achievement makes him extremely proud of himself. However, being happy is not enough to achieve retribution. He needs more power. Because his classmates are just enjoying themselves, they are all those cheaters who received powers from a god. He lay in bed with his sleeping mother and thought that this old man sent him here on purpose, making this world even more advanced. It seems fair that he doesn't let him do whatever he wants, after he said he wants to kill the other reincarnated ones. Even when he finds a way to break the curse and survive on his own, he'll drag everyone else back here and kill him. So fighting will be futile. Darcia woke up, noticed he wasn't sleeping, and started touching his face, which he tried to ignore. She started tickling him and asked how he felt about that. They should see how long he could laugh. Vandalu was confused by this and wondered what she was doing and what she was even thinking. She called his name and said that he never shows emotions, doesn't cry or laugh. He thought that if he thinks about it, since arriving on Earth, he never showed his feelings on his face. Is this part of the curse? How could they come up with such a boring curse? She hugged him and said that she really loved him. However, it seems that he hasn't felt it yet. Is she right? After some time, she picked him up, went to the exit, and opened the door. She looked at him with a worried look, called his name and said that she was very sorry if it hurt. She held him out to the sun's rays, was glad that he was not hurt, and said that she was very glad that he did not have a vampire weakness. He looked at his hand and thought, his father is a vampire. This means that he is not affected by the sun, because he has more than just vampire blood. In any case, a Dampier is still a target for everyone and everything in this world. If that's the case, then when bad things start happening, he's not sure anyone will be on her side. She started walking outside and asked why they don't go outside and get some fresh air. He remembered his past life when he was always sitting in a dark room, but saw a bright flash. In the present, she took him outside and he saw the forest where they lived. They continued walking through the forest, where birds were singing, and Darcia said that the weather was really nice today. The protagonist looked at everything around him in surprise and began to cry. She noticed this, hugged him, and said with a smile that everything would be fine. One day, he would be able to return to the Dark Elf settlement, her homeland. Then he would be finally free free and would do whatever he wanted. He continued to cry and thought that he loved her. Never before had he even dreamed of saying these words to a woman like now. The curse does not allow him to show emotions. It's even more painful than he expected. After that, they were lying in bed, and he thought that if she stayed with him, she would get into trouble. The day he could talk, he would tell her everything. Even if it meant she had to stay away from him, there was no choice. However, if he could continue living like this, live a happy life with his mother, he didn't need a fourth life. He remembered what God had said and thought that he refused to die. He took her finger and thought that he didn't need a fourth life. He just wanted to live with his mother for the rest of this life. After some time, Darcia kissed him on the forehead and said that she needed to step away for a while. He had to be a good boy and wait for her here, okay? She walked out of the house with a bow and a quiver of arrows, and he stood on the floor and looked at her. She left. He began to use magic and thought that sometimes she secretly went to the nearby villages, like today, to prepare for the long trip that awaited them in the future. She bought everything necessary for everyday life. It seemed that at this time he needed to practice his magic skills. He looked at the rabbit lying in the basket and thought that he was very hungry. With the ability to eliminate microorganisms, perhaps he can drink blood without causing harm. However, one day, no matter how long he waited, his mother did not return. After some time, he woke up in bed and went down to the floor. He looked around and wondered if his mother had still not returned. Maybe he should find her? It was a little dangerous. However, if she did not return soon, then, at this rate, he would die of hunger. Besides, why did he have such a bad feeling? If he really wanted to go out, then he needed to prepare first. He directed his energy at the rabbit and ordered it to get up. He resurrected the rabbit and thought that the undead created by the death spell are captured by the soul of the nearby creature and placed into its corpse, from which they become undead. However, with his current level, forcing them to move is the best he can do. However, one rabbit is not enough. They all need to stand up. He began to use his magic on many objects in the room and manipulate them. He breathed heavily after doing this and thought that he spent 1,000,000 mana points on this. He must say that it was quite tedious work. He grabbed the rabbit and bit it to drink its blood. When he finished drinking the blood, he immediately turned the rabbit into an undead. After that, he resurrected several more skeletons, who carried him on the bed. He took a deep breath and thought that this might be a little more difficult than he thought. If it was just one undead, it would be too weak and would be broken into pieces even by a farmer's hoe. However, with such a creepy army of undead like this, he no longer needs to worry about attacks from wild animals. A midge flew to him and landed on his hand, and he asked with his mind if he came back because he had something to report. The midge said something, and he asked if he knew how to get to the city. He thought that judging by the distance, it was far from here, and he needed to speed up the pace. He ordered the undead to speed up, and they reached the castle walls quite quickly. MC looked at this from behind the bushes and thought that they finally got there. But if he brought these monsters to the gate, it would definitely cause unwanted problems. He said that they would stay here and wait for his signal. The skeletal monkey will carry him. Since he is now just a pile of bones, he will call him that. They quietly approached the wall, and he thought that his death magic is used to control the undead and corpses. Even if bricks aren't living beings, if he puts a living soul into it, it will also turn into undead. He made a hole in the wall, and mentally told the skeletal monkey that they should go forward. They need to choose deserted passages. They continued running forward. He saw a silhouette and wondered if it was a human soul. They usually disappear soon after their death, but he thought this one still had some memories. He stopped nearby and asked if he had seen his mother. She was a long-haired, blonde, dark elf. The soul guy looked at him with a sad look and said that she was in the town square. He was glad about this and told the skeletal monkey that they should quickly go to the town square. He galloped to the right place, noticed her standing by the fountain, joyfully called out to his mother and said that he was so glad to have met her. Darcia turned to him and looked at him with a smile, although her whole body was covered in wounds and she had become a spirit. He was shocked by what he saw, and she said with a smile that she was very sorry, but she was afraid that she had failed. He looked at her with a worried look and asked how this could happen. She asked if this voice belonged to him. Maybe it was because she was a spirit now and she could finally hear his voice. He asked his mother with a serious look what happened here. She said that she was sorry for not telling him about it. She tried to hide him in the elven village, but it seemed the church found out about her arrival in the city. They surrounded her as soon as she entered. He asked, "Then they killed her right here?" Her body was covered in burns and wounds. She called his name and said that he needed to run away right now. His eyes, he inherited ruby eyes from his father and purple from her. Once they saw him, they would immediately know about his identity as a Dhampir. Vandalu refused and said that he would not run away. He called her and asked who killed her, what their names were, and what they did to her. She doubted, lowered her gaze, and he said with a serious expression that she must answer him. He used death magic, enchantment, and thought that by using this, Her soul could not disobey his command. Darcia remembered what happened to her and said that when she reached the city, she was ambushed by Baronet Bestero's men, along with the priests of the church. There were adventurers hired to hunt her. The knights went on the attack, and she began shooting at them with a bow. One of them loudly said that this vile witch gave birth to the descendant of a vampire. Several heroes stepped forward, and one of them said that they should retreat. The rainbow sword, these are the ones who will be her opponents. One of them raised his sword and said that it was nothing personal, but she must fight him. She said that she fought them with everything she had, but her arrows and magic were no match for these adventurers. After that, she was captured by the church. They beat her with a whip and loudly asked her, "Where is this Dampier child?" She must answer their questions. She said nothing, and the church minister asked with a smile, "She's stubborn, isn't she? Hasn't she been tortured enough yet?" He took a poker lying in the fire and pressed it against her, and she screamed loudly in pain. With a sad expression, she told the shocked protagonist that, however, she remained silent and did not give in to their torture. Then the church realized there was no point in interrogating her anymore. She was burned in the square and died in terrible agony. He listened to this with a very worried look, and the system announced that a new skill, mental corruption, had been learned. He thought that it was because of him that she ended up in this situation. If he had gone looking for her earlier, if he had tried to learn magic, if only he had been stronger, then she would not have died like this. The system announced that his mental corruption skill had risen to level 2. Bugs flew to him and he thought that they had returned from searching for information. He heard a voice that asked, "The public execution today looked quite exciting, didn't it?" He heard what his bug, located in the office, heard. The people there said that even if it was not the vampire himself, even this woman would be enough to receive the reward he needed. In the end, he managed to attract the attention of His Majesty and the church. It seemed the day he would officially become a baron would not be long in coming. The system notified that his mental corruption skill had risen to level 3. He heard people in the church ask, "Dampier hunting?" He said, "Isn't he just a child? Can't they just ignore him?" He'd been separated from his mother for over 3 days. He was probably starving to death right now. High Priest Golden approached them and loudly said that they must not let their guard down. Even though he was a child, he still carried vampire blood. Who knows what kind of vile abilities this child might have inherited from his father. It would be fine if his father was just a lackey. But what if he was one of the purebred vampires? What would they do then? They couldn't rely on the power of the rainbow sword forever. He didn't think this guy had any intention of working with them any longer. That's why these adventurers are different from them, because they are followers of judgment and fate. They must find the hunters in this city and tell them to lead them. They must tell Baronet to send his men. The system notified that his mental corruption skill had risen to level 4. At the same time, the adventurers were sitting in the tavern and asked, "Today's work was quite simple, right? It's quite troublesome when dark elf women use bow and magic at the same time. Can he have another plate?" However, no D-class level can resist them. The girl looked at Heinz and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked strange. He looked down and said that everything was fine. He just didn't feel well. His comrades looked at him and asked, "Does he feel sorry for that woman?" He is the leader of the B-class adventurers, the Rainbow Sword. The girl said that he shouldn't say such naive words. She doesn't know whether she was seduced by a vampire or she simply wished for immortality. However, it's none of his business. That woman got what she deserved. Besides, it was he who decided to accept this request. Shouldn't I remind him of that? Heinz, with a serious expression, said that he received a letter from Baronet himself, so nothing can be done here. His comrade hugged him with a mug of alcohol and said that he should use his hard-earned money for a little fun. Isn't this the same time when they feasted on monster meat during their hunts? He also knows that this is a way to mourn her soul. His mental corruption skill rose to level 5, and he overheard several people drinking in another tavern and saying that they should drink to Baronet and the High Priest. They should also drink to the victory of the vile Orbi. He became indignant about this and loudly asked whom he called vile. They said that of course it was him. They are so proud to have him as their partner. As soon as he confessed to that dark elf, she rejected him immediately. Then he went on a brutal hunt to pursue her. He should shut up. It's because he needed to find out if she was a witch. However, honestly, it's such a waste to burn such a beautiful girl. Is he right? They won't get any profit from hunting a Dampier tomorrow with all those knights running around them. However, at least they will get a few coins for the escort, right? What is he talking about? They will definitely get a huge fortune from this. It's because they will be the ones who catch that child. Didn't he tell them where the child is? That's a very smart move. If they get their hands on that child, they can sell it to the church, mages, or slave traders. They will sell it to the highest bidder. His skill increased to level 6, and he heard someone say that if he caused any trouble, they would burn him just like that witch. They couldn't find him. He knows they won't be able to sleep peacefully at night if that child finds out what they did to his mother. Will that vampire come for revenge? That witch has brought them nothing but trouble. There will be a lot of trouble if that vampire comes. He hopes that someone can resolve this issue soon. His skill increased again and MC thought that this world is very cruel. Is this the world he wants him to help? Has he ever felt happy in any of his 3 lives? Why is he taking everything from him? Darcia called him and said that she was sorry, but she was already at her limit. He turned to her with tears on his face and said loudly that she should be patient a little longer. He begs her not to leave him. She also started crying and said that she was sorry. She would really like to stay with him for a little while longer. She touched his face and said that she wanted to see her son grow up and become a man. Then he would marry the woman he loves, have a child, and she wanted to witness all of this. She wanted to see him happy. His skill level very quickly increased to level 10. And the system notified that the development limit had been reached. He began to concentrate strong energy with a serious look and said that he realized something. He directed his energy into her and thought that he would give her all the mana, every last drop that he had. He must find something in which he could preserve her soul. If it was a random object, then it would be difficult to restore her consciousness after that. He needed to find something else. The skeletal monkey ran very quickly to the place where his mother was burned. He brought a small bone, which he took and wondered, was this a piece of her bone? He thought it might work, channeled his energy into it, and asked his mother to come in. He placed her soul into this bone, and thought with a sad expression that he had managed to save her soul from disappearing. Someday he would find a completely new body for her. He ordered the monkey to go back, and thought that he was asking his mother for forgiveness. He had no mana left to avenge her right now, and he was already at his limit. He got out of the castle without any problems, went into the forest, and thought that, however, he swears that those who made her suffer will pay in full for it. They should just wait. He won't let anyone escape. After some time, Vandalu was sitting on the bed. Darcia called him and asked if he was awake yet. She flew up to him in spirit form. He wished her good morning, and she said that he had slept well, since it was already noon. Yesterday had been a very hard day, but she was glad that he was okay. He agreed and said that he thought he would die. Thanks to the wet raccoon he caught with the hanging trap he created, he didn't have to starve to death in such rain. She said with a smile that unfortunately, she was already dead. He remembered what happened earlier and thought that at that moment his mother decided not to stay in this world. He was able to stop her thanks to the effect of the skill Charm Death. Maybe because she had already died, or perhaps she was afraid of the shock of losing her own son. He asked her for forgiveness and said that he promised that someday he would bring her back to life. However, until then, she should not think about disappearing. She said with a smile that she would always be with him. He looked at her and thought that he would definitely return her true smile. He looked from the bed, called the bone monkey, and said that it looked like they hadn't found him yet. They all had to get started. They needed to get ready. A multitude of skeletons gathered in the room, and he said they should begin their meeting. He thought that although he was the only one who could speak, it would be boring to talk alone. He said that today at sunrise, the Baron and his knights, High Priest Golden, and his subordinates would begin searching the forest to find their hideout. The hunters would not report the hideout's location, so there would be no responsibility. The Baron would be searching in the wrong places for a while. The immediate enemy would be the hunters, those who knew about this place, so they would have to fight about 30 bodies. If there are only 3 opponents, then it seems that will be enough. He looked at the undead with a slightly worried look and thought, but in reality, how strong are these monsters? He said that he wanted to wrestle with its bone arms. He and the bone monkey got into an arm wrestling pose. He finished the countdown and was able to defeat this monster. He was shocked by what happened and asked, "Is this some kind of joke?" At the same time, Orbi quickly walked through the forest, loudly called out to his comrades, and said loudly that they needed to get ahead of the knights. They calmly followed him and said that he should calm down, because even if the temple knights are the best, finding this woman's refuge in such a large forest is not as easy as it seems. He walked ahead and asked, "They will be careful, right? He doesn't want them to be eaten by a bear or a monkey until they get rich." One of them called him, which made him angry, turned around and asked loudly, "What is it this time?" His comrade pointed to the tracks on the ground and asked, "These are the tracks of a large monkey, right? And this is a bear track, right?" He started examining it and said that something is wrong here. If it were monkeys and a bear, then these would be deeper tracks. He feels that this track is too small. Besides, a bear has fewer toes. His ally asked, "What is it then? Has he ever seen something like this in this forest?" He refused and said that there is nothing like that in this forest. They have been hunting in this forest for a long time. They know better. He started to leave and said that he still sees tracks of only a few animals. Orbi quickly ran ahead and said loudly that they must go faster. If the child dies, then their money will be lost. He reached the house in the forest and said loudly that they must go here. There can be no mistake. The hunter looked at the things scattered on the ground and said that these things had been scattered some time ago. He became worried about this and said loudly that there was no way the knights could get ahead of him. He started to run away. The hunter loudly called his name and asked what he was doing. He stopped because he heard a loud roar and the ground began to split under his feet. He started to slide down, hit his back against a tree, and the hunter loudly said that he should get up quickly. He saw a large creature that crawled out of the ground and asked loudly, "Is this an earth golem?" The hunter pointed to the side and said loudly that this was not all. He had to look at it. They were very surprised when they saw many skeletons rising from the ground. Orbi was very scared because of this and loudly ordered to retreat. He tripped over a taut rope and fell to the ground. The hunter turned to him and loudly asked what he was doing. At a time like this, there are people who trip over garbage. He looked back and said loudly that he thought it was trash, but that's not it. He thought it was a snake, but it was ivy, moving on its own. The hunter began to attack the ivy with a knife and loudly asked, "What the hell is that?" A frying pan flew at him from behind and hit him on the back of the head. He fell unconscious, and his allies were wrapped in vines, and they looked in horror at the golem moving towards them. After that, they were tied to trees with vines, and Orbi tried to say something. The main character came to them, sitting on the back of a skeletal monkey, and with a serious expression said that everything was successful. He looked at it with a shocked expression and thought, "Such a child can already command the undead? He can't believe it." He looked at them and thought that, as he thought, although this undead is weak, from the outside, it looks quite terrifying. It's good that they turned out to be such simple-minded idiots, and not the vigilant golden. He tried to say something but noticed that they didn't understand, and thought that they needed to establish a dialogue first. He used magic to create a golem from the earth, and it approached the tied-up Orbi. He closed his eyes in fear, but when he noticed that nothing had been done to him, he looked down. On the ground, he saw an inscription. They must remain still and answer questions. After that, he removed the vines from their mouths, and they loudly asked what he wanted to know. They would tell everything if only he would spare them. They would not tell anyone about this place, if only he would let them go. He looked at them and thought that, as his mother said, people in this world also understand Japanese. Earlier, Darcia said that in order to resist the armies of the Dark Lord Guderanis, the god of heaven and creation, Zervan, summoned 7 heroes from another world. These heroes taught their people martial arts, the skills to create powerful weapons, and they themselves fought bravely at the head of their troops. Finally, after a difficult battle, they defeated and sealed the evil. MC was reading a book and asked if they were the ones who passed on the language and writing to them. She agreed and said that after the victory, they stayed to live here and taught them the language of their homeland. He was currently using magic and thought that those heroes were obviously from Japan. He himself was a reincarnated Japanese, so there was nothing surprising about this. Although Japanese is spoken here, it seems that hiragana and katakana are the most common. After all, in order to read hieroglyphs, you need to be well educated, so this remains the privilege of the aristocracy and merchants. He wrote on the ground that he should tell him about Baronet Bostero. Orbi read it and said that he came to power 10 years ago. He is very ambitious, but otherwise it seems he has not distinguished himself in any way. He looks like an ordinary aristocrat. He wrote on the ground that they should tell about his knights. The hunter said that there were only 5 knights. The rest of the soldiers were simply recruited from the locals. They were quite trained, but did not look very strong. Maybe he wanted them to deal with them? With him, it would be an easy victory. Vandalu wrote with a calm expression that they should simply answer questions. They should tell him about Golden and the clergy. They said that the high priest and his waves were not always in the city. They returned here about half a month ago. They hung up posters about a witch and her vampire child. He noticed that these words angered him, and he said loudly that he meant his esteemed mother and him. Indeed, this high priest is known as a vampire hunter. The warriors he brought are the elite of the church. The hunter said that he is very different from ordinary clergymen with his strength and passion. He has already executed many, both vampires and their servants. He heard that among them there were also vampires several centuries old. Their strength is not inferior to the power of B-class mercenaries. The second hunter said loudly that this is why he should team up with them. Together, they will be able to fool them. They can be useful if he spares their lives. He looked at the skeleton monkey, and this monster freed him from the vines. He stood up, loudly thanked it, and said that they will be good allies. He can rely on them. Of all the archers in the city, he is the most. He did not have time to finish because the skeleton grabbed his head. Orbi looked at this with a worried look and loudly called for Johan. The protagonist climbed on him while the skeletons were holding him, and he loudly said that he would do anything for him, if only he would spare him. He bit him on the neck, and the hunter began to scream loudly in pain. After that, he called the skeleton monkey and said that he should pat his back. He let him go after biting him and writing on the ground that he told them to just answer his questions. The remaining hunters, with very worried faces, began to nod frantically. He thought that Rainbow Sword, their leader Heinz, was still a teenager but had already reached B-class. He was a careerist who had already earned 2 titles. The other members of the group, although C-class, were also strong and talented. If we take Golden into account, there was no way he could handle them now. The hunters asked loudly, isn't there anything else he wanted to ask? Maybe he should let them go then? He turned to them and walked up with his undead with a serious expression. Orbi, with a worried look, asked for mercy and to let them go. He was about to say something else, but the vines immediately grabbed his head and pulled him back. He looked at them with a serious expression and asked, do they have fiancés wives, or small children. After they destroyed a mother who had just given birth to a child, what did they want to tell him? Their fate is already sealed. They will become food. In 2 months, Golden hit the monster on the head with a mace and loudly asked why they only encountered goblins. A priest approached him and asked if this Dampier had been taken by his father a long time ago, or if he had died under the rubble in that cave. Why were they still here? He stood with his back to him and said that the hunter who had handed over the Dampier to them and his team. He had said earlier that they had gone hunting and still hadn't returned. 3 local seasoned hunters had disappeared without a trace and their bodies had never been found. Doesn't he find this strange? The priest looked at him and asked if he thought this was the Dampier's revenge. However, he was only a newborn, right? He loudly said that it was by no means impossible. There is a known case of a 3-year-old Dampier destroying a team of D-class mercenaries. If we let him go now, it could lead to big problems in the future. The priest said that they can't search this entire forest alone. Even Baronet has already recalled his men. They haven't let anyone into this forest for 2 months, and the residents of Efwesia, deprived of resources, are starting to express dissatisfaction. Golden was about to object, but he called out loudly and said that there are many places where he is more needed. Vampires are still lurking in the darkness and continue to attack people. How much more time can we waste in this forest without finding a single clue? He lowered his weapon and said that they will leave this place the day after tomorrow. He looked at the sun and asked where that Dampier went. After some time, MC stood outside and said that he loved the sun. He thought that it had been a long time. He never thought that this old man would last here for 2 months. 2 months ago, Darcia asked if it wouldn't be better to get out of this forest as soon as possible. He refused, saying it might be difficult. After all, she had warned him that people would recognize him as a Dampier at first glance, so they shouldn't approach their settlements. He thought she had explained that they were in the central part of the Bangaya continent, in Milga, which is the border territory of the Amido Empire. The Alda Church has a strong influence in this region, so vampires and their ilk are considered unnatural and dangerous creatures. Mercenary guilds are constantly opening contracts for them. He said that once they leave this house, they will lose their safe haven, won't even be able to sleep peacefully, and will quickly become exhausted. She agreed with this, and asked, however, whether they would be able to hide until the hunters give up. He said that he couldn't guarantee it, but he had an idea how to hide without being found. First, he needed to deepen the cave by creating earth golems, then fence off the entrance with them. He would scatter broken furniture and utensils in front of the house and disguise the cave as if it had collapsed. The ghosts of the hunters he had killed came to him, called him Lord, and offered to be friends. He looked at them and wondered, are these the ghosts of the hunters he had killed? Because of his ability to control death, the ghosts liked him, even if he didn't want it. They walked around him with happy faces and said that he could command them anything. They were his loyal servants. Vandalu became angry at their behavior, shouted, and said that it was disgusting. He used magic to direct their souls into the golems and said that he would find work for them. To prevent the deepened cave from collapsing, columns were needed to support the ceiling. He directed them to different parts of the cave and ordered them to stand there forever. He went further and said that great, now they can deepen the cave even more and create an inconspicuous air pocket, and then he will return to camouflaging the entrance. A few days later, he looked at the walking golems and said that he had already deepened the cave by 50 meters. That's it, they can wrap up this public works. Now they will definitely not be found. Since he can see in the dark, lighting is not needed. There are enough supplies of water and food, so there should be no problems. Half a month later, he looked at the worm in his hand and thought that the supplies were almost depleted. He swallowed it, but immediately vomited. He noticed water flowing from the cave wall. Suddenly, the water began to flood the cave and thought that he needed to turn off the water. Several times he thought he would die, but somehow he survived it all and got out again. He began to cry and said that he would never again live a life in which the happiest event was catching a mole. Although the pursuers were gone, he was still too small to leave here and set off on a journey. He still needed a lot of sleep and could barely walk, so he wasn't fit for long journeys. Until he completed his preparations, it was best to continue hiding here. He began to look around and wondered how High Priest Golden and the Rainbow Sword mercenaries were faring. They couldn't even think about dying until he killed them personally. Vandalu sat down on a stump, looked at the skeletons he had created, and said that they should begin their special training. He thought that whatever he decided to do, he needed to prepare for battle. He was cursed and couldn't get stronger himself, so it was worth trying to strengthen his servants. He was about to say something while the skeletons stood before him, awaiting his order. He felt a little confused and wondered how he could train his bones at all. Running, but they had no heart or lungs, and there was no point in even pumping up their endurance. Strength training was pointless, because they had no muscles either. Martial arts were also questionable. He decided to try teaching them how to use weapons. A skeleton took a bow and started hitting another skeleton on the head. The protagonist approached it, hit its head on the leg, and it fell to the ground. He thought it was hopeless. How could he even strengthen these things? He remembered about experience points and said that waves during battles and training, farmers at work, blacksmiths creating new weapons, they all earn experience points. However, how do the undead do it? He noticed a monster coming to them and said that it was a goblin, the weakest monster in fantasy. This is what it looks like in reality, so it's not impressive. He ordered to seize it, and all the skeletons immediately ran towards him. He watched their battle from the side and said that since the undead are also monsters, they can certainly earn experience points by killing people. However, if they start doing this, they will come to the attention of mercenary guilds and they will have to flee. He doesn't want to return to this miserable underground life again. The skeletons knocked the goblin to the ground and he ordered them to kill him. They did so, and the system notified him that his skeletons had reached level 2. He was pleased with what he saw and said that this meant the undead could gain experience by killing the living. His attention was drawn to the fact that the system notified him that he had reached level 3. He was surprised by what he saw and thought, but the curse remained, right? Maybe he got some of the experience points from his undead? After all, when he killed animals for food, and when he killed those hunters, he didn't gain any experience. According to the curse, he can't earn experience for himself, but his servants can? Is there such a simple loophole in a divine curse? It's so simple that it's even suspicious. Maybe there's some kind of trap? True, the god who placed the curse on him was stupid and irresponsible. It seems there's no point in thinking about it. Maybe the curse on skill learning can be dealt with somehow. The monkey poked his finger in the shoulder. He turned around and asked, "They want to know what to do with the goblin?" Of course, it would be possible to make him undead and replenish his army, but he thinks it's better to focus on quality, not quantity, so it's better to just bury him. He called the skeletons, whom he summoned, and said that all their bones were intact and in place, so he would train 5 of them especially. He's counting on them. After some time, the skeletons, along with Spirit Darcia, were sitting by the fire, and MC came to them. She called him by name, and said that she congratulated him on his first birthday. They began to hum a festive melody, and the bird skeleton hung a necklace with a tooth around his neck. He thanked them all with a small smile, sat down in front of the fire, and began to eat. She looked at him with a slightly upset expression, apologized and said that if she were alive, she would cook something delicious. He turned to her and said that she had nothing to apologize for. He was already happy. He remembered how in his first life a man called him Hiroto and asked, "By the way, today is his birthday, right?" He agreed with this, and he asked with a serious expression, "What is this greedy look? In the future, he will have to live alone. If he gets used to all the holidays as a child, he will turn out to be a weak and spoiled adult. He understands that, right?" He agreed with him, and now he said that he is used to the fact that he should not count on cakes and gifts and even congratulations. So this is the first birthday that he really celebrates. Not only his birthday, today they celebrate many good things. For example, he can finally talk. He couldn't cast spells out loud and had to spend extra strength on it. There's no need for that now though. Since he mastered the reverse spell skill, he can cast nonverbal spells with a normal amount of mana. Before, he had to spend a huge amount of mana just for them to work at all, and the effect was still half as strong as usual. Darcia looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is that true? That's remarkable." She'd never even heard of such a skill. Vandalu continued eating and said that he probably mastered it because he had to use nonverbal magic for so long. In addition, his bone companions had risen to level 100 and their class in the monster ranking had improved. Previously, they were all considered just animated bones, but now they were bone animals and skeletons. She happily agreed and said that now they could leave this forest. He refused, saying that it was too early. Of course, they were already strong enough to take revenge on the people of Ephesium, but that wasn't the problem. After all, they wanted to find a city where he, a Dampier, could live safely, and it would certainly be a long journey. Of course, his bone servants had become stronger, but for mercenaries, they could still die in one blow. So starting tomorrow, he plans to hunt local bandits. She happily said that this was the right decision. She was very surprised when she realized what he said and asked what he meant by hunt. The protagonist continued to eat calmly and said that recently the undead had stopped receiving experience points from their usual victims. Bandits would probably give more experience than forest animals and monsters, plus they would be able to take their loot. In this world, killing a criminal and taking his things is not considered a crime, right? She said loudly with a worried look that it could still be dangerous. This is a job for D-class mercenaries. He calmly said that she should not worry. It would be a surprise attack. Besides, he had a couple of ideas about where they were hiding. After some time, in the hut, the man loudly called out to his allies and said that they could drink alcohol today. Tomorrow they would escape from here, so they should get rid of all the excess food and alcohol. The criminals ate and drank alcohol and asked, by the way, why they decided to move so abruptly. He had heard it himself. Other gangs in the area had been disappearing one after another lately. Rumor had it that the local lord had hired a punitive detachment to maintain order in these lands. At the same time, the protagonist was looking at this building from a cliff and heard their loud laughter. He turned around, called out to a ghost named Sam, and asked if these were really the bandits who had killed him. He agreed and said that it was definitely them. He called him Lord and said that he was asking for revenge for him and his daughters. He began to cry and said that he was asking for retribution against these bastards for the pain his burned children had experienced. He looked down with a calm expression and said that he had helped him find their hideout and that he could rely on them for the rest. They should give them what they deserved. He began to remember the past and said that over the past month they had dealt with many bandit gangs. Their leader is a former soldier. His henchmen are also well trained and carry weapons not just for intimidation. Like other weaklings, they can and will fight. However, they have prepared for this day, so they can begin. Several bandits were standing on the watchtower and said that they got a lot of loot today. Tomorrow everyone will leave here, but they were still put on guard duty. There is nothing in the area except wild animals and wandering goblins. Frankly, guarding here is a waste of time. It is too boring to just sit here and do nothing. Why don't they go back to the party and have a drink? He did not have time to finish because 2 guards were killed by arrows, and they were surprised by what happened. The one who shot was a skeleton standing next to MC, and he praised him for a job well done. The bandits noticed this and loudly said that they were attacked. They should all take their equipment. One of them looked to the side and loudly said that they were coming straight here. 2 skeletal animals reached their settlement very quickly, broke down the fence, and attacked the bandits. They were very surprised when they saw this and loudly said that they were undead. The monsters attacked them. Their leader took his halberd and loudly said that they all should remain calm. Against such an enemy, crushing them with axes and maces would be more effective than using swords. They should hurry and change their weapons. They agreed and loudly said that it was as expected of the boss. This was quite reasonable, since he was an experienced soldier who had faced creatures such as skeletons and zombies. He loudly said that there were only a few first and second level monsters there. They were no match for them. They should go and crush them all. One of them swung his axe and loudly said that he would smash this monster into small pieces. However, the third-rank bone bear turned to him and let out a loud roar. He was confused by what happened, and the monster grabbed him with its hands and began to eat him, while he screamed loudly in pain and fear. The third-rank bone monkey jumped and landed in the crowd of bandits. The monster spun around and hit 2 of them with its hands. After that, it abruptly ran up to another bandit and grabbed him with one hand. He killed him with one hand, and this greatly frightened the people who saw it. The third-rank bone wolf very quickly caught up with one of the fleeing bandits and began to bite him, while he screamed loudly in pain. The third-rank bone man also came to their camp, threw his bow aside, and drew his sword. He attacked one of the bandits, who tried to block his attack and with a surprised expression wondered what kind of terrifying power it was. The monster killed him with its next attack and let out a loud scream. The bandits were very worried about what was happening, loudly called out to the boss and said that these creatures were different from ordinary second-tier monsters. They were no longer able to hold them back. He had to help them. Their boss looked at what was happening with a dissatisfied expression and thought that they were a crowd of useless idiots. However, he had to admit that he didn't stand a chance against these monsters. Even if he could defeat one, the rest could still attack him. Given their situation, perhaps he would just let them deal with his subordinates and find a way out. He loudly said that none of them should waver. They must stand firm and crush them all. His allies continued to fight the skeletons, and he ran to the cart and thought that if he hurried, he would have time to reach the merchant's cart and escape. Vandalu stood next to him, ordered him to rise, and created a stone wall in his path. He turned around abruptly, looked at him, and wondered if it was possible that this child alone controlled those undead. The ghosts of the girls those bandits had killed appeared next to him. They remembered how they had come to their house earlier, which had really scared the girls. They tied Sam to a pole, and he, looking scared, asked them to stop while they tore off their clothes and did horrible things. After a while, one of them held one of them by the hair and asked the boss, "Doesn't he think they went a little overboard? How about selling the 2 of them?" He started to leave and said that they could do whatever he wanted. He wasn't going to sell them to the slave market right now. For them, they were just toys to play with, so he would leave the cleaning to them. The bandits poured alcohol on them. One of them said goodbye to them and said that he hoped that they could be good sisters in the afterlife. They threw a torch at them and left, laughing loudly because of what they did. Currently, the protagonist looked at the trembling ghosts who were standing next to him. He called the bone bear, and this monster quickly came to him. The bandit boss asked him to stop and said that he understood everything and surrendered. He understands that he is no match for him. However, he doesn't have other people as allies, does he? His undead are strong, of course, but it would be nice to have a human under his command. He can be of great help to him. So what does he think about this? Will he accept this deal? He stood in front of him and said that it was true. He wanted to become an ally of humanity. However, he doesn't believe that trash like him, who abandoned his comrades, will be of any use. He started to leave, called the bone bear, and said that he must kill it quickly. The bandit boss loudly asked him to wait and said that he didn't want to die. He turned to him and asked why he didn't go and tell those he killed. The bandit boss didn't hear this because the monster killed him, which bothered the skeleton. He didn't pay attention to it, started to walk away, and thought it was stress in some way. He still wasn't used to talking to people. His attention was drawn to the fleeing bandits, with a bone bird next to them. They were focused on escaping, didn't pay attention to it, and pushed the second-rank bone vulture off the hill. MC caught him and said that no matter how hard he tried, he still hadn't developed any combat ability. Since he has no feathers, he can't fly like a bird, so he's quite unhappy. He noticed that the skeleton was sad about this and said that it was okay. He still had a chance. If he got enough experience points and raised his rank, maybe he would still be able to fly. This encouraged the monster, and he said that it seemed like all the main things had already been done. He needed to go and see if there were any survivors. He used his life detection skill and thought that there was an echo of human life under this small house. Souls said that there were no more than 21 bandits here, and he also sensed 21 bodies around the area. He asked if anyone had recently entered this house. The bandit boss refused and said that it wasn't one of their men, but a merchant they had captured a few days ago. He had heard that he was a member of a very wealthy family that lived in Viscount Maggio's territory. The ransom for him was incredibly high, so they let him live. He said with a thoughtful look that it was unpleasant now. After that, the merchant sitting in the dungeon heard sounds and wondered, is someone coming here? However, why can't he see the candle light? He heard footsteps next to his cell and asked, is someone here? He apologized and said that it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Vandalu used the spiritual flame skill and created fire in his hand, which surprised him very much. He jumped back and loudly called out his ghosts, and he, with a calm expression, said that he was still alive. The bandits who kidnapped him were killed. He will now release him and asks not to tell anyone that he ever met him. The merchant called him, but he did not pay attention and thought that he understood that it would be safer to simply kill this man and hide the evidence. However, this guy is just an innocent victim. Killing him is committing a crime. If he does this, he will sink to the level of those bandits or freaks who tormented him in the past. Besides, someday, Amemiya and his fake heroic comrades will also be reborn in this world. He will not give them the opportunity to kill him in the name of justice. The merchant followed him and thought that he could not believe that a Dampier child saved him. He was sure that he would die, but in contrast to his appearance, he seemed like a good child. He exited the building and thought that, overall, he was glad that he managed to get out alive. He was very surprised when he saw skeletons that killed a crowd of bandits. The skeleton raised its head and let out a loud cry, which greatly frightened the merchant. He looked down when the protagonist said that he forgot to tell him something. If he dropped even a word about his existence, those skeletons would come for him, so it was better for him to keep quiet about what he saw here. After some time, he entered the house and said that, as expected from the largest bandit group in the area, they have a lot of good items. Judging by the past fight, they should blame themselves not for poor fighting skills, but for the lack of proper patrolling. Darcia called him and asked if he didn't want to escort this merchant. At the same time, the merchant was escorted to his horse, and he said that about that, it seems that skeletons can do it themselves. He had already returned all his things to him, and he even gave him a horse, which would be enough for him. He's just a stranger. She, with a slightly worried look, said that he seemed right. He looked at the food with a hungry look and said that, by the way, these bandits definitely knew how to eat properly. Maybe he should cook this and treat himself? She, with a serious expression, loudly forbade him and said that she would not allow this to happen. He was still a child of 1 year old, and this was dangerous. He said that, however, he didn't think dried meat and stale bread were good food for his stomach. Since his jaw was somewhat stronger than a typical child of his age, he could still eat it. He thought that, or rather, he had done more dangerous things than cooking before. She was still unhappy and said that she had forbidden him. What if he got burned? He said that he used water and heat extraction to cool it down. This made her think, but she called his name loudly and said that no matter how much magic he could use, he was still a child. So he had better do what his mother said. Did he understand that? He agreed and asked her for forgiveness. After that, they came to the cart and MC said that they should load their loot inside and head back. Darcia called him and said that he had given him the horse. They only had this cart. He said it was no problem. He had already thought about it. He turned around and asked who he should choose. Sam came up to him and asked him to leave it to him. He turned to him, called his name, and asked if he wanted to do it. He agreed, and said that during his life he had experience as a driver and horse trainer for others. When it came to carriages, he was sure that no one could compete with his experience and knowledge. He looked at him and said that he understood. He was glad to hear it. He looked at this ghost and thought that, considering that he was still unable to maintain a form similar to his appearance in life without his help, his will was extremely strong. The fact that he had become their ally might be the greatest benefit they had gained from everything that had happened to them. The ghosts of his daughters stood next to him. He bowed and said that he had helped them carry out their revenge. They will try their best to repay this debt. Vandalu looked at them and said that, I understand. Then he relies on him. He agreed with a joyful smile, after which he used his magic to infuse his soul into the carriage. It began to move thanks to this, and Darcia said that it was amazing. He looked at the carriage and asked how it felt. Sam said that it was not bad, no problem so far. He could control the carriage as if it were his own body. He began to actively move from side to side and said loudly that they should see, He could even spin like that. In that case, the master should take seats. He got into the carriage with his mother and the skeleton and said that they should leave. After some time, the servant poured wine into a glass and said that he congratulated him on his promotion to Baron. Baronet laughed and said that he should not rush so much. It had not been confirmed yet anyway. The servant said that he was just being modest. The only thing left was a summons from the imperial capital, and the title was already in his hands. Thanks to the execution of that witch, the Dampier's conquest was confirmed. He agreed with a smile and said that after the execution of that stupid woman, everything was going very well. This year's wine exceeded all expectations. Besides, he heard that problems with bandits and social order were decreasing. Even the problems with diseases were solved. It seemed that luck was on their side. The servant agreed with him, but at that very moment they heard loud sounds when the protagonist said that he must destroy it. Immediately after that, the outer wall of the castle began to crumble, which attracted the attention of the guards. Suddenly, the wall began to collapse and form a huge golem. The guards were very surprised by what happened and loudly asked, "What was that? What happened there?" The walls were transformed into a huge golem. He can see it anyway. He shouldn't just stand there, but do something. The guard told the captain that, however, it seems that this thing is not going to attack the city. It started to leave from here even if they tried to do something about it. The captain loudly asked this idiot, "He does understand that this is the outer wall of the city, right? How will he protect anyone from enemies without an outer wall? Or will he just let bandits and monsters attack them?" The guard refused, looked at the golem and asked, "Even if they wanted to, how could this be stopped at all?" The captain was about to hit him, but thought about it and loudly said that they should just go. At that moment, a worried servant entered the office and loudly apologized. Baronet was sitting at the table, looked at him and asked what all the commotion was about. He loudly said that it was urgent. The city was under attack. They heard loud sounds, which scared him very much, and loudly asked what it was. An earthquake. The servant became worried about this and loudly said that he needed to run away from here first as quickly as possible. He and the servants ran out of the building and it began to turn into a huge golem. He was very surprised by this, but managed to react and ran away from the place where the golem had stepped. He fell to the ground, looking very frightened, and clutched his head, trembling with terror. He calmed down, then raised his head and looked at the golem, who began to walk away. A servant ran up to him and loudly asked, "What's going on here? Where did all the knights and adventurers from the guild go?" He said that even the guild's quest was turned into a giant golem, so the situation there is very confusing. Moreover, the wine and the wine cellar were also turned into golems. Even the export wines, everything was gone. He was shocked by what he heard, fell to his knees, and began to list what he had lost. MC stood on the roof of the building with the skeletons and said that everything seemed to be going well. He thought that every night he snuck into the city and created golems, waiting for this to happen. He spent a lot of time creating these golems. When the preparations are complete, everything becomes much easier. It is nice to see how perfectly the plans are executed. He called his mother and said that she should see. The people who laughed at her are now running in fear and despair. Darcia appeared next to him and said that she was grateful for everything he did for her. He worked very hard, didn't he, for this fitting revenge? He looked down and thought that it was true. If it were Heights and Golden, he would have just killed everyone in this town. They deserved it for everything they did to Mom. But why was he leaving them alive? He said that he didn't know how long it would take for her to be revived, so the people living here would also have to recover, that's all. She agreed and said that, however, this time he was giving them another chance. She was very proud of him. She reached out to stroke his head, but remembered that she was now a ghost and looked at her hand. She still stood in front of him and began to stroke his head with a smile. He remembered the past and thought that as Mom had said, however, for those freaks who killed her, it would not end so easily. As for them, he would take their lives with his own hands. He called the bone bird and said that it was time for them to go. Thanks to his promotion, his skeleton turned into a phantom bird, grabbed his hands, and flew to a cart parked near the city. Sometime later, Darcia recalled the past when she was walking through the desert with her husband, breathing heavily. He turned to her, called her name loudly, and asked if she was okay. She apologized, and he said that everything was fine, they should rest a little. In this heat, even a healthy man had difficulty moving, not to mention her condition. They sat in the shade, and he looked at her with a slightly sad expression. He said that it was more likely that he should be the one apologizing. He should have taken care of everything earlier. He promised her that even at the cost of his own life, he would definitely protect her and the child. She laid her head on his shoulder, thanked him, and said that she hoped that everything would be fine for them. They would find a quiet place where they could peacefully live out the rest of their lives together. He agreed with a slightly confused voice and said that they could handle it. He called her by name with a smile and asked, by the way, what would they name the child? Currently, they were riding in a carriage, and she said that there are 4 generations of vampires in this world. The first, born from the union of the goddess Vita and the hero Zakhart, are the true ones. However, all of them have long been exterminated and forgotten. Next are the direct heirs of the true ones, the purebloods. The children of the purebloods are called nobles. Finally, the bitten ones, servants of the nobles and purebloods, are the lower ones. The higher the vampire in this hierarchy, the stronger he is. They all have in common a fear of sunlight, magical abilities, and also a thirst for blood. Vandalu asked, so his father was a lower one and served others? She said that his father was born a human and was, as he admitted, a thief from the slums before being bitten. He remembered how she described his father and thought that he expected something more interesting. Darcia said that the main thing was not who he was, but what he was like. He also had an immunity to sunlight, which set him apart from the others. He asked, so he inherited his father's genes, and that's why he wasn't afraid of light? She said that was quite possible. His father had achieved a lot in the service of a purebred vampire. He collected information for him, and was something like his right hand. That's when he met her. She began to blush, remembering this, and said that she was very surprised when he came up to her and spoke. He was so handsome, and she fell in love immediately. He thought with a calm expression on his face that she had somehow easily fallen for a stranger. A few months later, a new life appeared in his mother's belly. This did not please his father's master, who condemned interracial relationships, which, according to him, spoiled the purity of blood. So he decided to execute them. However, they escaped. It was not difficult because they moved during the day while the other vampires hid with the first rays of the sun. However, over time, it became more and more difficult for her to move. Besides, he began to get tired, constantly protecting her. Still, she misses that time. Then all this did not seem so sad. On the contrary, they were happy. Earlier, Darcia asked if it was too early for a name. They didn't even know whether it was a boy or a girl. Valen said that he still wanted to shout this name when he or she was born. In short, they should just come up with 2 names. How about trying to combine their names for this matter? She agreed and asked if they would use half of their names. He happily agreed and said loudly that he had thought about it too. They held hands and he happily said that they even thought alike. She said that if it was a girl, she suggested naming her Varsia. He agreed to this and said that if it was a boy, then they would take half from his name and hers. After some time, they came to a settlement. It started to rain, and he said that they needed to find some shelter. However, they met 3 people who took out their hidden weapons. Valen loudly called her name and said that she should run away from here. Darcia, looking worried, said loudly that she would not leave without him. He refused with a serious expression and said that they could not escape together. They needed to buy time. He would delay them, and she must save herself. She said that however there were 3 of them, and he was alone. He, looking very worried, said loudly that he was asking her to run away from here faster. Although she did not want to leave him alone, but thinking about the child, she began to run away from here. He thought with a small smile that everything would be fine. At least she and the child would live. He ran to those killers and thought that she should take care of their child. In the present, the protagonist said that's how it was. She agreed and said that he died protecting them. However, she escaped and settled in this forest. Then she gave birth to him and said that she was so happy they became parents. Their boy was born healthy and rosy. She remembered how Valen said that he still wanted to shout his name when he was born. In the present, she asked with a smile, did he like the story of his name? He agreed with a small smile and said that it was a wonderful name. She said with a smile that she was very happy and was sure that his father would be happy. What were they talking about? It seems about vampires, right? He looked at her with a slightly sad expression and thought that he noticed that she was forgetting herself more and more often. Her memory was gradually deteriorating. Unlike Sam, who died with a sense of unfulfilled duty, Mom seemed ready to leave for another world, and now her consciousness is slowly crumbling. His magic keeps her sanity, but he needs to quickly take care of her new body. He was surprised when he heard the loud cry of a monster, and Sam asked the master for forgiveness. MC looked out of the cart and asked, were there goblins again? He said that it seemed he ran over one of them. He looked down and said that he again did not receive experience from its death. They need to find a new way to level up. Darcia said that she thought he was already strong enough. Usually, people gather a whole party to kill a goblin. He agreed and said that, however, their goals force them to constantly evolve. If so, they need to find a way to do this. A few days later, he said that he could spend a few nights in the Dark Elf settlement. Darcia said that it was unlikely that they would let him there. He doesn't have any proof that he's an elf's child. He agreed thoughtfully, saying that his skin color wouldn't inspire confidence. Okay, he'll think of another place to spend the night. Wait, if the people pursuing the Dampiers are Ald's followers, wouldn't it be better to go somewhere where they're not held in high esteem? She happily said that wasn't a bad idea. Then she would suggest heading towards the kingdom of Orbom. The enemies of their enemy are their friends. Perhaps the attitude toward Dampiers is different there. He looked at her and asked if she was sure about that. She said that she had never been there herself, so he should decide for himself. She had only heard that monsters and giants ruled that country. Maybe he won't be prejudiced. He thought that there were no guarantees, of course, but it was no longer safe to stay here. He should at least try. He said that he should at least try. He asked if she was ready to go to Orbom then. She agreed, and he said that it meant they should leave tomorrow morning and make a short stop in the meantime. He asked to be woken up at dawn. Sam agreed, but noticed a man walking towards them and loudly asked who he was. Vandalu looked at him and said that everything was fine. It was a wandering soul, probably attracted by his enormous destructive power. The man said that it sounded a bit presumptuous. However, he was wrong. because he was not a wandering soul at all. He was a famous spy and informant, by the way, ready to share some interesting data. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked what other interesting data. The ghost said that he was spying for the good of the Empire, but was killed returning from his mission and did not have time to report the results. He leaned towards him, started crying, and said loudly that he had to ask him. It was a secret of national importance. He could share it. He begged him to ask about it. Otherwise, he would never be able to rest in peace. The protagonist, looking confused, agreed and said that he could tell about it. After that, the ghost, looking happy, thanked him and said that it was time for him to go. He went to heaven and said goodbye to him. Darcia approached him, called his name, and asked how many times she had told him not to talk to strangers. He turned to her and said that there was a problem. The spy reported about the approaching war between the Empire and the Kingdom. She was surprised by what she heard and was about to ask something, and he said that for everyone they were just strangers. In the current situation, the soldiers will not sort things out but will most likely just attack them. There is no longer any point in moving east. He asked Sam to change course to the south. If it's not possible to cross the eastern border, then it's worth trying to go to the Wildlands and from there to Orbam. He thought about it and said that it could be quite dangerous. The landscape and the inhabitants of this land are too capricious. Even all kinds of adventurers avoid this territory like the plague. Rumor has it that the legendary Zakart died in this place. MC said that it was still better than constantly running from Imperial soldiers. He said that he was probably right, so he listens and obeys. They went there, and he thought that in this way they turned towards a deadly wasteland called the Devil's Nest. After some time, the cart stopped, and he asked why they stopped again. Darcia said that something probably happened. He leaned out, called Sam, and asked what happened there. He told the master that he should look here. He saw a brick arch and said that it looked like a pile of useless bricks. He told the master that this was a dungeon. This is usually what they call a monster's lair, where they live away from the world and this magic. Most monsters live in the wastelands, but sometimes they settle in human territories. He asked with a calm expression, "So that means they're already close to the wastelands?" She said that wasn't necessarily true. Otherwise, there would be a lot of different monsters here. This is just a small stronghold outside the main nest. The monsters from the dungeons are comparatively weak. Vandalu asked, to put it simply, many not very strong monsters live inside, right? Judging by how overgrown everything here, no human has set foot here. That means it's still inhabited. She hung upside down in front of him and loudly told him to stop. She knew what he was getting at. It was a dangerous place, and she wouldn't advise him to go there. He said with a calm expression that he understood, but this was a great opportunity to level up. If they defeated weaker enemies now and became stronger, then there would be fewer dangers awaiting them on their subsequent journey. She said thoughtfully that seemed to be true. Sam called her and said that they would have to agree with him. Since he had already decided everything for himself, they could only make his adventure as safe as possible. She said that she understood this and relied on him. She called her son by name and said that he should listen to him, since she was unlikely to be able to help him. He said that she should not worry. His squad had never let him down. She turned to the skeleton with a smile and said that then she asked him to take care of him. After that, the cart went inside, and he thought that this dungeon would belong to them. Inside this dungeon, they began to kill a crowd of goblins, and Sam loudly said that such a crowd of goblins was still a lot for the first room of the dungeon. Honestly, he did not expect such resistance. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, looked ahead and said that they could handle it. Darcia asked with a slightly worried smile why he had gotten involved in this. 14 goblins, just at the entrance. This place had probably been untouched for years and was quietly expanding until their arrival. Sam asked, what kind of dungeon was this? Quietly expanding. They needed to stir things up. She said that in this world, you can find forgotten but inhabited dungeons. MC said that he could understand if no one paid attention to them due to the weakness of the monsters inside, but sometimes such places only existed because of the laziness of people who didn't want to clear them out. Sam continued to crush the goblins and said that he was certainly right. He increasingly noticed that he didn't think like a child at all, but he wasn't going to ask uncomfortable or personal questions. However, in front of strangers, he should be a little more reasonable. Darcia said that he had always been like this. It was all about his previous lives that he had forgotten about. He looked at her and said with a slightly displeased expression that they should stop this already. He would try to act like a child sometimes so as not to arouse suspicion. By the way, he had long wanted to ask him not to call him Lord. He agreed and said that young Lord, that sounded more correct. He looked like a newborn, so that would be more correct. Vandalu said that he misunderstood him. She looked at him with a smile and said that he was so modest. He still seemed to be disgusted by this title. Sam called her mistress and said that that was it. He understood her. However, he must be sure that if the other spirits could speak, they would address him the same way. He thought that unfortunately his daughters had lost their speech forever, gathering their voices in a scream of dying madness. The protagonist called him by name and asked if they could help in any way. He said that it was unlikely, but he had already helped them find peace, and therefore he would continue to call him his lord. He was about to say something else, but a bone monkey approached him, which really scared him, and he loudly asked what the commotion was about. He started praising him and stroking his head. Sam asked, or maybe he would like him to act like a fellow monkey? He looked at the skeleton with a confused look and imagined it. He didn't like it very much. He refused and said that the young master was suitable for him. Darcia apologized and said that she had reached her limit for today. They should look after her son. She patted him on the head and wished him sweet dreams, and he did the same. She returned to the bone in his hand, and Sam told the young master with the power of his mind that he, like no one else, understood the bitterness of his loss and would do everything to ensure that none of them experienced it again. He thanked him for this, and they moved on. They stopped in front of the stairs. MC looked ahead and asked, "Is this the next room?" "Those damned steps again." He called the young master and said that it was his fault. The skeletons were holding the cart and slowly lowering it down the stairs. He looked down and thought that the biggest problem of this dungeon was not the enemies, but the stairs. He hoped that it would stay like this. While they were descending the stairs, a large monster was sitting on a throne in the corridor further on, which was the final boss of this dungeon. He looked down, noticed the poisonous frogs of the second level, and asked if they had encountered monsters again. He ordered an attack and said that this was getting a little boring. However, they still had no choice. He loudly called Sam and said that they should begin. He called the monkey, the bear, and the skeleton and said that they should attack. He loudly agreed with the young master and said that he should fasten his seatbelts. They very quickly descended the stairs and crushed the monsters that stood in their way and stopped when the stairs ended. Vandalu said that the frogs did not put up much of a fight. He apologized to him and was about to say something, but Sam laughed loudly and said that he loved crushing monsters. It was embarrassing to admit, but he really enjoyed it. He said that everything was clear with him, he just had to not overdo it. He told the young master that everything would be fine. Where were the new enemies? They all went further into the cave together, and he said that in the meantime they were already on the 4th level. It seemed like some kind of cave. He looked down with a puzzled expression and noticed that hands began to crawl out of the ground. Undead crawled out from under the ground, and he loudly said that there were quite a lot of dead people here, at least of the 3rd level. Sam loudly said that it was disgusting. He hated the dead. The protagonist looked up, called him by name, and said that he had bad news for him. He agreed with the young master and said that he understood that there was no need to remind him about it. It seems they are in trouble. The monsters are advancing. He looked at this with a calm expression on his face and said that it was time to back up a little and think about a plan. Unexpectedly for them, the undead stood in 2 rows, letting them go further. He was surprised by this and told the young master that he did not understand anything. He looked at the undead and asked if they could proceed freely. All the monsters threw their weapons on the ground, and he said that they could calm down. Sam asked if he was sure about this. Maybe it was a trap? He said with a calm expression that he did not feel any danger at all. They went on, and he said that it was amazing. He suppressed the will of so many dead with his presence alone. MC said that most likely it was, although he did not even expect the spell to work. By the way, now is the time for a snack. He asked if he was going to do it right here. He agreed and said that there were only undead here, which meant they were safe. He started looking for something in the bag and said that he wanted to boil this juicy toad leg. Darcia appeared behind him, and with a serious expression on her face said that she had forbidden him to approach the fire. He was scared because of this, gave it to the monkey, and said that he knew it. Today, he would be the cook. She said with a kind smile that she did not mind then. The monkey sat in front of the board, tried to make a fire, but it was not working. Sam called the young master and asked if he could help with his infernal flame. The monkey was upset because he said that, unfortunately, it was not effective in the dungeons, where it was difficult to absorb the sun's heat. After some time, the monkey finally managed to make a fire, fried a toad's paw and gave it to him. He thanked the skeleton for it, began to eat and said that it was a little overcooked but still tasty. It was even tastier than raw blood. Sam said that now he doubted that it was edible at all. Vandalu turned to him and asked, "He used to be a butler, right?" He is sure that he ate well in his time. He said that frankly this is not true. They did not live in luxury, although they lived in a real palace. But they did not complain. They were truly lucky up to a certain point. His family, he, his wife, and 2 daughters, all worked for the same aristocrat. It was the most wonderful time and he could not even dream of better. Alas, soon his wife fell ill and died. The same disease took the life of their master. Therefore, soon their services were no longer needed and they had to move to the city. They, however, did not despair and hoped for the best. Unfortunately, during this journey, they were suddenly attacked by villains. He already knows everything else. He decided to shelter them and save their souls from oblivion. The protagonist called him by name and asked why he was sad. Sam apologized and said that for some reason he was overwhelmed by memories. However, he is happy because they again had a meaning in existence. He even likes being a cart. Monsters approached them and wished them good luck in a friendly manner, and he thanked them for the welcome. He looked to the side and noticed a chest standing nearby. He came closer and asked what it was doing here. Darcia flew up to him and said that he should be careful. It could be dangerous. It could be a trap. It is impossible to know for sure unless you check. First, the chest needs to be unlocked, but this is often quite difficult. He said with a calm expression that he will find out everything about it now. He directed magic into this chest and ordered it to rise. Thanks to this, the chest in front of him opened with ease. Sam watched this from the side and told the young master that it was very clever. Animating and subjugating the chest, making it your ally, is an interesting way. MC took a bottle of liquid from the chest, looked at it and asked what it is. It looks like poison. He called out loudly to the young master and said that this was not poison, but an elixir. He looked at it and asked, "Is this a healing potion?" Darcia agreed and said that it was a very useful thing. He also had a very high-quality mixture in his hands. He looked at her and asked, "Does she understand this?" She said that she knew a little about it. It's all about the color. The brighter it is, the richer the potion is, and it is quite well preserved. He loudly told the young master that such an elixir could be sold for at least 10,000 amida. Even among the aristocrats, it would be a rarity. He was a little surprised by this and asked, "How effective is it?" She said that he wouldn't be able to grow a new arm with it, but it would deal with almost any wound. It would also restore stamina, mana, and rid one of curses, diseases, or poisons. Vandalu said that he had a real treasure in his hands. It's no wonder everyone is so eager to get into these dungeons. There are so many wonders here. She said that luck isn't always so strong. Often, adventurers only find worn knives and useless accessories, while treasures like the one he found are a real jackpot. After that, they continued on and stopped. He looked out of the carriage and asked where the gate in the middle of the dungeon came from. Something seemed off here. Darcia looked at it and said that it was probably the boss room. The strongest mob always lives at the bottom of the dungeon. He asked with a slightly worried look if it was worth going there. Each of his warriors was at least rank 4. However, they hadn't even fought, so they had no idea of their strength. Sam called the young master and asked if he wanted to turn back. The protagonist looked away and said that it would be strange since they were already here. They should try to fight and at worst, escape. He called the bear and was about to say something, but at that moment, the door to the last room of the dungeon opened in front of them. He was a little surprised by this and saw a group of monsters walking towards them. Sam saw this and said loudly that this was animated armor, empty armor that was possessed by spirits. He looked ahead with a serious expression and said that they were not bothering him. They should take a closer look. They saw a huge monster that let out a loud scream. Darcia was very surprised when she saw this skeleton general and said that they could not defeat such a monster. This interested him. He jumped down, which surprised him very much, and he loudly asked the young master, "Where is he going?" He stood in front of this huge monster, and his skeletons ran towards him very quickly. Unexpectedly for everyone, the general knelt in front of him, and MC said that it was very kind of him. His skeletons simultaneously fell to the ground due to surprise at what had happened. She said with a joyful look that he had subjugated the general himself. He looked at the large axe that the dungeon boss had given him and said that, however, he could not simply accept his gift. He called the skeleton and said that he was asking them to accept this shield and axe, which they had gotten from the bandits. The skeleton general took it with a slightly confused look, and he began to use magic and said that, however, that was not all. He directed a very strong energy at this monster, which greatly surprised his allies standing nearby. When he stopped directing this energy into the monster's body, its appearance changed, and it became General Black Skull, rank 6. Sam was very surprised by what had happened and asked loudly, "Did he level up? What did he just do?" Vandalu looked at this and said that now he was satisfied. The upgrade had worked. He looked away and thought that he didn't even know he could do that. It was worth trying it on the others. He looked at the monsters in the room and said that, by the way, attaching the soul to the armor was actually a good idea. This way, the ghosts would get a stronger material body and would even be able to hold weapons. This should increase their combat power. Sam said loudly that this was very reasonable. He was asking him to use the souls of his daughters. He was a little surprised by this and asked if he really wanted this. He agreed and said that it was still better than nothing. He understood that Talia and Rita would not be serious support in battle, and they weren't very good maids either. However, they could at least help with the cooking. He really asked him about this. He looked at him and said that he shouldn't say that. It's not a problem at all. You just have to find suitable armor for them. He was very happy about this and thanked him for it. The protagonist approached the general and said that he wanted to inspect their chests, if they didn't mind, of course. He pointed to a door that led to a room where there were several chests. He opened one of the chests, took out an item, and asked, "I wonder what this is, a steel bra." Sam said loudly that it looked like magic armor. All of it was parts of one steel suit, naturally, made for sophisticated ladies. It seemed to him that this was exactly what they were looking for. He asked with a slightly confused look. Maybe it was worth looking some more? He thought that this was a rather poor choice for daughters. He stood in front of him and loudly told the young master that they had waited too long. He turned around and said that he would do it, but then he shouldn't complain. He used his magic on 2 sets of armor and imbued them with the souls of his 2 daughters. Sam called their names, and he stood nearby and said that it seemed like in a few levels they would be able to speak to him too. However, even in a fantasy world, he didn't expect to find bikinis and leotard-style armor. He called the young master and said that those were strange names for armor. MC said that it seemed that this fashion hadn't reached their world yet. He looked to the side and saw his spirit, who was looking at it with a joyful smile, and said that it wasn't so important now. After some time, a crowd of adventurers descended into the dungeon and reached the skeleton general. This monster let out a very loud cry and threw several of them back, and they cried out loudly in surprise. One of them looked at this monster in surprise and wondered, what's wrong with this monster? Its level is definitely not appropriate for this dungeon. He turned to his comrades and loudly said that they cannot give up. They must try hard. They must attack together. He gave the order to attack. The mages attacked from a distance and he ran forward. He dealt a very powerful blow with his sword, and together they were able to defeat this monster. After the victory, they sat on the floor to rest and said that she thought they were definitely finished. This is a very strange place. There was no one on the upper floors, but starting from the 3rd floor, there are plenty of high-level monsters. They had to retreat and regroup more than once. However, they succeeded, which means it's time to divide the reward. He's counting on some very valuable items. One of them said loudly that this couldn't be. They all had to come here. Their leader turned to him and asked what had happened. Had he already started examining the chests? He should wait and let them get their share. The man sitting by the chests said in a surprised voice that there was nothing here. He asked with a puzzled look, does he mean there are no legendary artifacts? It doesn't matter. There should be plenty of other valuables in this place. He said loudly that it was completely empty. There were absolutely no items or artifacts either. Their leader was very surprised by this and asked loudly, how is this possible? This can't be. Did he check everything for sure? He said loudly that he had looked everything over. There was nothing useful here. The adventurer said that it looked like someone had been here before them. The leader said loudly that this was impossible because they had destroyed the boss. How could someone take possession of his treasures without defeating this monster? His crew members were upset and asked if maybe there had never been anything here. He knew it was an unpleasant explanation, but he simply couldn't see any other option. Their leader became very angry about this and began loudly cursing the dungeon and its treasures. At that moment, Vandalu sneezed loudly, and Sam called the young master and asked if he had a cold. He wiped his nose and said that it was more likely that someone was saying something bad about him, although he didn't believe in such things. Next to him, Talia and Rita were practicing their weapon use with a skeleton. He looked at it and said that, by the way, an interesting choice of weapons, a spear and a halberd, although it was quite complex, considering that they had only recently begun to adapt to their new shells. Maybe they should improve their movement skills first? He looked at it too, and told the young master that they seemed to know what they were doing. He said that was his opinion. Then fine. If they feel uncomfortable, it's better to change weapons to something simpler. He saw that they continued training and said that they didn't seem to care. Sam said with a smile that they were very involved in the process because they wanted to become stronger and therefore more useful to him. The protagonist, with a slightly confused look, asked if he was glad of their attitude, but wasn't it a dangerous undertaking? They already had enough fighters, and he wasn't forcing them to replenish their ranks. He told the young master that their battles could hardly be called dangerous because without a body, they didn't get wounded. He agreed with this, called them by name, and said that he asked them to come to him for a minute. He had an interesting thought. They both approached him, and he directed a very strong energy at them. They were surprised by this and fell to the ground after what he did. Sam asked, what just happened? It was the same spell with which he leveled up the skeleton general. He agreed and said that he was trying to give them some of his power. He can't explain it yet, but something went wrong. He asked, what is the difference between the last time and this one? He said with a thoughtful expression that it seems they are missing something. They just have to wait until they level up on their own. Talia grabbed the hem of his robe and they looked at him with confused looks. He looked at them, sitting on the cart, and said that they were asking him to try again. They felt something. MC said that he will try again after they gain a few levels on their own. He will help when it becomes difficult for them to develop. They should go back to training. He climbed into the cart and said that now it is time to get down to business. He turned to him and asked what kind of business he was talking about. He sat down and said that he would try to make nut juice from what they collected yesterday. Darcia said that it was quite simple. First, you just need to lightly roast the nuts, then cool them and peel them. He approached the frying pan when the golem finished roasting the nuts, used heat absorption, and extended his nails to peel them. She looked at it in surprise and said that he had the same claws as his dad. They didn't even need a knife. He quickly peeled the nuts and said that he had recently learned to release it, It seemed like this could be a useful skill in the future. She asked if he already had any long-term plans. He thought about it and said that he was going to become an adventurer and even a nobleman. Perhaps even not the last person in this world. She was surprised by this and said that it was quite ambitious. However, doesn't he dream of something more? Vandalu didn't understand her and asked what she meant. What could be more significant than becoming the ruler of the entire world? No one would dare harm him anymore. Social status, power, it will be their shield. She agreed with a confused look and said that she understood him. What after he defeats all the villains? What will he do then? He thought about it and found it difficult to answer, which made her think that she had thought so. He said that he would just enjoy life. She asked how this would happen. He said with a thoughtful look that he would get a family, success, and wealth. She asked with a confused look, so her child wants a lot of money? He refused and said that he did not want mansions or luxury. He did not want to live too lavishly, but he meant that he also did not want anything. They want to live a free life. He remembered his first life when he was sitting in class and the teacher said that they should pay attention to page 24. The main character accidentally dropped his pencil on the floor, and the student sitting behind him picked it up. He thanked him for it, and the student said loudly with a smile that it was surprising that he had written so much on this pencil. The teacher asked them to calm down, and he extended his hand and politely said that he was asking for it back because he didn't have another pencil. He was surprised by what he heard, and he said that he was serious. He had to use the pencil until there was nothing left. He couldn't afford to buy a new pencil, so he asked for this. He refused to give him the pencil, handed him a new one, and said that he should take this. The great hero Dub was on this pencil. However, he had a lot of such pencils at home. He also apologized for me making fun of him. He took the pencil and thanked him for it. After some time, he returned home and was doing his homework with a smile, using the new pencil. His guardian came up and snatched the pencil from his hand. He asked with a serious expression on his face, "What the hell is this?" He said with a worried look that a friend gave it to him. He broke this pencil, threw it in the trash, and loudly called them stupid toys. Immediately after that, he hit him hard in the face with his palm, causing him to fall to the floor. He said loudly with a very angry expression on his face that he forbade him to waste time on stupid toys. What will happen to him when he dies? He is an ungrateful freak. He will die the next day after he is gone. He understands that, right? MC apologized and he loudly asked what he was apologizing for. He started throwing things out of his backpack and loudly asked if he was hiding his toys from him. He better give it here so he can throw it all away. Currently, he finished making juice from the nuts, and Darcia patted him on the head, praised him, and said that he was such a good boy. He looked at her and said that maybe he would still reconsider his views on the future. However, first, he wanted to get to Orb as soon as possible. She said with a smile that there was no need to rush into it. After that, he got into the cart and they rode on. He sat inside and said that for some reason, he was shivering. Perhaps winter was coming soon? Sam was driving the ghostly horses and said that there was still plenty of time before the cold weather set in. It had most likely gotten cooler because they had finally reached demon territory. It looked like it would only get worse. It would be difficult to cross this area until spring. So he suggests settling down and hunting a little. He hopes that they will also hunt villains. Besides, he has pumped up a bit since the last dungeon, which means he is ready for revenge again. Vandalu noticed that he has become a third-rank ghost carriage and said that he has really become stronger. Moreover, somehow more material. His spirit is in excellent shape. He was glad about this and loudly asked the young master, "He really thinks so?" Although now his spirit is not only a human body, but this entire carriage as a whole. He heard someone scream, asked him to be quieter, and asked if it was a woman's scream. He hesitantly agreed and said that the air smelled of fresh blood. Perhaps the bandits attacked some girl? Sam was sitting with his back to him and asked the young master what he would order. He thought that he was not sure if they had enough strength. Besides, it was unknown how many of them were there, considering the possibility of reinforcements. He knew that he wanted to help her, but the decision was his. He loudly called the vulture, and the skeleton immediately flew up. He called the young master, and he said that he should calm down. First, he should scout out the situation. Suddenly, he began to see what the vulture saw, and said that he saw a girl on the ground unconscious. There were 5 men around her. One of them tore the girl's dress, and the protagonist, with a serious expression, said that they were heading forward. There was no need to leave anyone alive. Sam turned to him with a small smile and said that he obeyed him. He approached him and said that the chance of victory was not very high, but still, they had no right to leave the girl in trouble. However, if she decided to tell about them, he would personally kill her. He called his comrades with a serious expression and said that they should gather. The time for justice had come. Earlier in the forest nearby, the girl named Zadiris, who had been attacked, stood in front of the other 3 girls and asked if they were ready. As she said, they would continue their herbalism today. 2 of them agreed, and she called Bilda and said that she did not look well. Did something happen to her? She said that she just felt uneasy because they were so close to the border of the demon territory. Why don't they hold the lesson closer to their village? She said that she understood her emotions. However, what if at some point they have to leave their shelter? In that case, it would be better if they knew the world around them. She agreed with a slightly surprised expression and said that she was right. She said with a smile that she must pass on her knowledge to them, so that their kind could continue to prosper among this strange world. Now they understand why this is so important to them. They all agreed with this and called her chief. She was about to say something else, and they said with happy faces that she was so cool. She wanted to touch her. They should look at her beautiful eyes. She was so cute. Maybe it was a bit disrespectful, but isn't she sweet? She was indignant about this, started waving her arms and loudly said that they actually had a lesson. They turned to her and apologized, and Zadira sighed and thought that they were so frivolous. What were they even thinking? They needed to spend more time on discipline and teach them self-defense. They should talk to Vigaro about this. Bilda called the chief and asked if it was time for them to start the lesson. She agreed, pointed to a plant nearby, and said that they should look. For example, this plant is often used in healing. If you fry the root of this plant correctly, you can get a good tincture for colds. They should remember this well. They agreed, and she said with a kind smile that they should continue. By the way, here is a mushroom that boars hate. She heard a branch crunch under a bandit's foot, turned around sharply and began to growl loudly. One of them fired a bow, but she managed to dodge the arrow. The bandits with displeased faces said that they were noticed. He's an idiot. It's because of him that they were noticed. They came out of the bushes and loudly said that they needed to immediately surround them. They needed to act faster, otherwise they would run away. Zadiris looked at them with a surprised expression and thought, 5 bandits at once? Usually they don't appear at this time of year, but these ones, apparently, were pursuing them from the very beginning. They don't look like ordinary rogues. She began to concentrate a large amount of energy around her body. The bandits noticed this and loudly said that they needed to act. He is advancing, using charms. Is this what he was talking about earlier? They quickly pulled out the nets that were thrown at them, but the girls stepped forward and used magic to throw the net back at them. Zadiris released a burst of bright energy, blinding all the bandits. The sorceresses let out a sigh of relief, and she told them with her mind that they had to run away from here quickly. They started running in the other direction, and the bandits began to recover from the last spell. She ran very quickly toward the bandits and kicked one of them. The girls turned to her and loudly called out for the leader, and she, with a serious expression, told them with her mind that they didn't have to worry about her and just leave. One of them loudly called out to Bilda, who looked at what was happening with a worried expression and said that it was an order. They needed to call someone for help as soon as possible. She agreed, and together they began to run back to the village. She cried because of what was happening and thought that perhaps now they had no other choice but to run away. She asks her for forgiveness for their weakness. The bandits looked at them and said loudly that they could still catch one of them. Wouldn't it be better to try to capture 3 than 1? Their leader refused and said that they would easily get lost in unfamiliar forests. Besides, the one who stayed behind was supposedly a powerful sorceress. They would get more for her head than for all 3 of them combined. They can't let her escape. Zadira started running away from them and thought that great, she managed to take them on. She was breathing heavily from fatigue and thought that if she were younger, she would kill all 5 with one attack. However, now she didn't even have the strength to hide. She didn't expect this from herself. The archer tried to hit her, but he couldn't do it. She looked back and thought that she was almost caught. She would have to maneuver. She jumped to the side but stumbled on the edge of the cliff. She couldn't keep her balance, fell down and rolled for a very long time along the rocky terrain until she landed at the very bottom. She couldn't move because of fatigue and her injuries, and thought that she wouldn't be able to escape. It seemed this was the end. However, everything was not so bad. She still managed to protect her tribe. Vigaro will be a better leader than her and will definitely not let her down. The girls are not yet able to protect themselves, but she hopes that after training, they will become stronger. Her time has come. The bandits came to her, laughed, and asked if she had had an unfortunate fall. Sooner or later, they would have caught her anyway. Zadiris closed her eyes and thought that this was the end of her path. There was no point in continuing to fight. She would never win anyway. Her deeds had come to an end. Such was her fate. The bandits approached her, flipped her over onto her back with their foot, laughed, and said that they should look at this beautiful girl. He is right. Although he prefers older ones, he doesn't care. Such a beautiful girl will fetch a high price. Slave traders like to pay a lot of money for the most delicate goods. They will have a great time for this money. She became very angry about this and loudly insulted him. Their leader looked at her and said that it was amazing. She also understands them, although he expected nothing less from her. They will roll in wealth. Zadiris began to growl loudly, suddenly rose up and grabbed him by the throat. She began to strangle him, and he, with a surprised expression on his face, wondered if she still had the strength to resist. She continued to strangle him with an angry expression on her face, but felt something and loosened her grip. She looked down and noticed that her body was pierced with a dagger. She fell to the ground and started screaming loudly in pain. The bandit leader held his throat and said that he almost died. One of them held her on the ground and said loudly that he should be careful with her. One of them said that they must not spoil the goods. They must make sure that she does not die, because they do not have any potions with them. The bandit leader said loudly that he remembered this. He only wounded her slightly, She definitely will not die from this. He approached her, laughed and said that he slightly grazed her. She must admit, she held up well. This blade is enchanted for triple damage. She will suffer with it, begging them to kill her. Now maybe they should pamper themselves a little? It seems they deserved it. The bandit standing nearby said that he just had to not leave bruises. The leader began to move the dagger with which he pierced her and said that she should be obedient. She understood what he wanted from her. The archer stood to the side and said that he should do it quickly. They needed to get out of this damned forest. He tore her dress, which made her very angry, and said that it was not so painful anymore. It would be even better now. She asked him to stop, but suddenly they heard a loud scream from one of them. The bandit noticed that his comrade was shot by an arrow and loudly warned the others about it. The leader turned to them and loudly asked, "Her friends have returned?" The bandit warned about the direction from which the shots came, and they noticed a carriage heading their way. They looked at it and loudly asked, "What are the undead doing here anyway? What difference does it make? They must quickly kill their archer." The skeleton fired a bow, but he dodged, grinned, and loudly declared that he was no match for him. MC, with a serious expression, said that his bow proficiency really left much to be desired. The bandit mage was about to use magic, but he immediately concentrated energy in his hand, launched it at him, and used the absorbing barrier skill. A barrier appeared around the mage, preventing him from using magic, and he asked with a worried look, "What the hell happened?" The bandit leader loudly declared that they would cover him, and he should deal with this barrier. Sam quickly galloped forward and loudly declared that they better escape, otherwise he would happily crush their heads. The bandit looked at this with a worried look and declared that this was very bad. Their leader ordered an attack, and they all jumped to the side to dodge the cart. Immediately after, he sharply turned the cart around and looked at them with a grin, and Vandalu fell to the floor because of what happened. Immediately after, the skeletal beasts charged and collided with several bandits. A phantom bird flew up, let out a loud cry, and began attacking with multiple projectiles. A skeleton jumped out of the cart with a sword in hand and attacked one of the bandits. He barely held back this blow with his shield and asked loudly in a surprised voice, "Have these third-rank monsters come so far from the demonic lands?" He exerted a lot of strength, but still managed to throw it away a few meters away. Another bandit delivered a quick blow and loudly said that he himself did not understand it. He cut off the skeletal monkey's arm and loudly said that they could use his help. The mage loudly said that he was trying, but he was unable to use magic. This strange barrier was absorbing all his mana. The protagonist, with a calm expression, said that he seemed to have figured out how his magic-absorbing barrier worked. However, no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't save him. That's because he had nothing else to help him with, no matter how hard he tried. As for his warriors, all their physical damage would hardly harm them. They lost this battle back when they lost their mage. Talia and Rita also got out of the carriage and ran to attack. One of them tried to hit the bandit leader with a spear, but he dodged this attack. He looked at her with a confused look as she tried to hit him and asked, "What the hell is that?" He thought that this thing didn't pose much of a threat. It couldn't even hold its own weapon. This creature has no body and no head. So, are there any weak points at all? He looked at it with a confused look and wondered where he should strike. He grabbed his dagger, started to attack, and said loudly that he didn't have time, he just had to do it. With this blow, he cut her bikini, causing her to fall to the ground trying to cover herself with her hands. Sam was very angry about this, galloped towards them, and with a very angry expression on his face asked loudly, "Did he dare to hit his daughter?" The bandit leader was surprised by what he saw, and he very quickly crashed into him. After some time, they defeated all the bandits, and MC said that the cleanup was complete. He had blood flowing from his head, and he asked the young master and said that he apologized for his behavior. He let rage take over him. He said with a calm expression that everything was fine. He would heal him with his magic, and in a while, he would get better. The bone monkey and the others actually also received significant damage. However, they will be as good as new in a couple of days. However, this battle was an invaluable experience for them. They must understand that they fought a fairly low-level opponent. However, faced with a high-ranking enemy, they can lose the battle just as easily as these guys. Sam said he hoped he meant to say he decided to save the girl without even knowing the enemy's level. Vandalu recalled several terrible things that had happened to girls he knew, and said that, however, next time they should act more carefully. He turned to Zadiris, who was in pain, and asked if she was okay. He looked at the dagger sticking out of her and thought that she didn't look so bad, but this thing seemed to be hurting her. He used a skill to neutralize the weapon's effect and wondered if the pain should have gone away. He said he would treat her wounds. Sam called the young master and said that after all, he was a death mage. He hadn't heard of such magic being used for healing. He looked at him and said that he was right. It was impossible. He started searching for something in the cart and said that he hoped he hadn't forgotten about the very elixir they found in the skeleton general's dungeon. He remembered this, was surprised by what he heard, and asked loudly, "Is he serious about this?" He didn't answer and returned to her with the elixir in his hand. He reached for the dagger, and Zadiris loudly asked him not to do this in a frightened voice. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, said that she should calm down. The pain came from the magic of this item. After he pulled it out, the pain would soon pass. He would do it quickly. He pulled out the dagger with a sharp movement and then began to pour the elixir on her wound. Thanks to this, her wound healed very quickly. He threw away the empty bottle and said that it was a really good potion. Sam looked at him with a smile and thought that if the master knew about the true value of this item, he would not have spoken about it so calmly. Sedirus sat up and he said his name and said that he could bring her hot water and a towel. He looked at her with a slightly confused look and thought that she was not even listening to him. She's probably still in shock. What should he do? At home, he would have gone to the police and his mother is still resting. Besides, it's just her soul. She just won't see it. Maybe the sisters can do something, because they are girls too. Sam confidently called the young gentleman and said that he could handle it. MC began to worry even more and wondered if he even understood what was going on here. Even 3 lives are not enough to understand women. How should he behave with a girl to whom something like this had just happened? He was about to say something, but suddenly she hugged him and started crying loudly. He was confused by what happened, started hitting her on the hand, and thought that she was squeezing him too hard. She would either crush him or pierce him with her sharp nails. He resigned himself and thought that he should remain calm and be a man. This was the lesser of the evils he was going through. He hugs a woman for the first time in 3 lives. It's such a peaceful death. When Sedirus calmed down, they rode in a cart and she said that they were incredibly grateful to him. He was her savior and the one who defeated those bandits. He also used such an expensive potion to heal her. She can't imagine how to thank him for that. Vandalu sat on her legs with a calm expression and said that everything was fine. Sam called out to him and thought that they would soon arrive at the village. He looked ahead and thought that, to be honest, he himself was a little surprised that he saved this girl. She said that she suffered from unbearable pain for so long because of that dagger. Even for them, ghouls, who are known for their endurance, it was still too painful. He thought that this meant she used to live deep in demon territory. No wonder she almost crushed him when she hugged him. She said they even wanted to sell her as a slave. People are just terrible. He looked at her and asked, "Ghouls, are they some kind of undead?" Sam turned to them and said that when he was human, he thought the ghoul race was higher than zombies and closer to vampires. She said he was right. They have common ancestors. However, they are still slightly different. They, like vampires, are the ancestors of 2 sisters who gave birth to vampires. They are direct descendants of the goddess Vida, and not some kind of zombies. The protagonist thought that indeed, she certainly doesn't look like a dead person. He said that his mother seemed to have mentioned that ghouls rarely leave their territories. Sedirus agreed and said that it was indeed so. In any case, that's how it had been all along. However, she was too careless and fell into the clutches of those freaks. She can't believe that they tried to do this to her. Some humans are no better than filthy orcs. He turned to her and said that he found her special. It was quite possible that they had been tracking her for a long time. After all, they were chasing her from the very beginning. She should be more careful. He looked at her and asked what happened. She, with an embarrassed expression, said loudly that nothing at all had happened. She blushed and thought that his words sounded not at all childish. It made her heart flutter. His eyes made her experience some strange feelings. He was just a child. What was she even thinking? Was this really how his vampire charisma worked? She turned away and asked, "So that's what they were talking about?" It seemed like they were interested in her specifically, given her age. They needed to hurry and warn the other women in the village. He asked, "Is she talking about age?" She told him, and he asked loudly, "Is she 290 years old?" Sedirus, with a calm expression, said that finally the opportunity to get to know each other properly had arrived. She gave her name and said that she was the elder of the ghoul village. On average, they live for about 300 years, so in any case, her time should come very soon. MC said that he was sure that the bandits had no idea how old she was. She agreed and said that other races aren't very knowledgeable about them and their characteristics, since they mostly communicate only with their own kind. Females stop aging after they begin puberty. Therefore, only the villagers have an approximate idea of each other's true ages. She noticed that he closed his eyes and asked if he was asleep. He denied it and wondered how he could explain his slight disappointment to her. She asked, by the way, if she could ask him for one more favor. He turned to her, noticed that she had turned pale, and asked, "Is it something serious?" She looked away with an embarrassed expression and said that she just wanted to ask that they not mention that they found her screaming like a little girl. He, with a calm expression, said that he already thought it was something really important. Sedirus, embarrassed, said loudly that, in fact, it really was important. He agreed, and said that he hardly would have shared the details of their raid with anyone. Sam noticed silhouettes ahead, called out loudly to the young master, and said that something was approaching them. Vandalu looked ahead and asked, "Are they monsters?" He didn't feel threatened. He shouldn't stop, and they would see who it was. When they arrived quite close, they saw strong men with the heads of beasts. She looked at them with a joyful expression and said that these guys were from their village. They pointed their spears at them. One of them loudly called out to the elder and said that they had received a distress signal from Lady Bilda. However, could they find out why she brought all these undead with her? He looked at them with a calm expression and asked, "Are these really ghouls too? They really are very similar to demons." Sam called him and said that he should listen. Males and females are fundamentally different from each other. Zadiris held him in her arms and with a serious expression said that this was their first meeting, so they should lower their weapons. This squad saved her from the bandits. They looked at him with surprised expressions and loudly asked, "This squad is led by this child? He is so small. How could he subjugate all these creatures?" The largest ghoul emerged from their crowd. She called out to Vigaro with a serious expression and asked what he was thinking. Had he really left the settlement without a leader? He said with a serious expression that she was their leader, so it was his duty, as her right-hand man, to lead the rescue party. She said that this was still an unforgivable act of neglect. He is responsible for the safety of the village when she is outside. He asked her to stop and said loudly that for them, they were still their leaders, and as long as she lived, his most important duty remained her protection. He didn't even want to hear such nonsense. What if one of those adventurers had injured her? She agreed with a slightly displeased expression and said that he should stop being hysterical. Sometimes she thought there was something wrong with his head. He became indignant about this and loudly asked what she had just said. He had a strong head. He had once even killed an orc with a headbutt. He calmed down and asked the lady, "By the way, what will they do with this child?" She said with a calm expression that to begin with, they will invite them to the village as the most honored guests and throw a feast. Is it possible to do otherwise? He loudly agreed with this and asked, however, wasn't it she who initiated the ban on interaction between them and other races? She agreed with this and said that, however, this young man is a completely different matter. They will make a small exception for her savior and throw a celebration. He was not against the celebration, but looked at the protagonist and thought that his eyes were empty and he did not understand what this child was thinking. However, he also does not feel any evil thoughts. He is amazing. However, he is sure that he is interested in what is happening. He feels a desire to be his ally. With a calm expression on his face, he said that if they are against it, then they can leave right now. Vigaro said loudly that they are glad to see them and are not at all against their company. He was embarrassed by this and asked if this was too rash. He calmly asked for his name, and MC calmly said it. He turned around and said loudly that it was nice to meet them. They should follow them. They were going back. He let out a very loud roar, which made him very surprised and covered his ears with his hands. When he finished doing this, he asked what was wrong with this guy. Zadiris said that he could ignore it. He was always like this. The ghouls went ahead and said that the chief was safe. They should meet the guests and have a big feast. They reached the village and started eating meat and drinking alcohol. Vigaro called Vandalu, handed him a skewer with meat, and said that he should try it. It was incredibly delicious. She looked at him and asked, "Isn't this what they ate originally? He should stop this." He thanked him with a calm expression and said that he would refuse. However, he had already eaten. He could enjoy it with the others. He thought that, of course, he was pleased with his sincerity. But he couldn't take it. He remembered the bandits and thought that he couldn't take it because it was made of those guys. He saw their ghosts and mentally asked them to leave. He thought that when he came to the village, he didn't think that it was so similar to a human village, excluding the fact that they were demons. Vigaro continued to hand him a skewer of meat and loudly said that he shouldn't be shy and just eat a piece. This food was divine. Zadiris called his name and said that he should stop bothering him. Besides, he was a vampire. He only needed to drink blood. He didn't eat it. He was upset about this and said that he understood it. The girls approached them, called the elder, and said they wanted to talk to the savior about something. They all gathered around them, and she said that these girls were the youngest in the tribe. She had taken it upon herself to train them. Bilde stroked the protagonist's head, and he thought that they really did look young. However, she looked even younger than them. Although she was over 200 years old, it was no wonder she was captured. She picked him up, hugged him, and said with a joyful look that she was grateful to him for saving the elder of their village. The other girls also approached him and said that he was so cute. His hair like a lion's mane. He had beautiful multicolored eyes. Zadiris, looking worried, called them and said that they should not be so rough with the savior. They pulled him in different directions, and he, with a calm expression on his face, wondered, did these girls like him? Finally, he found a peaceful place. He laughed, and Bilda held his legs and asked, "It looks like he's having fun, right?" One of them called out to the savior and asked if he could touch her belly. She wants her children in the future to become as strong as him. She turned him over, said her name, and asked if she could name her child after him. MC looked at her and thought that even if they looked young, they were either pregnant or already had children. He silently thought about it, and she asked why he went silent. He didn't like the idea. After some time in the carriage, Darcia, with a surprised expression on her face, asked loudly, "Are they going to live in this village all winter? Did something happen?" He sat in front of her and with a calm expression on his face told his mother that nothing happened. Ghouls are undead, descendants of the goddess Vita, just like vampires. She said that's why she's worried. He can control the undead, but they don't. He doesn't know when they'll get hungry, and at any moment, he could become their food. He said with a calm expression that he thought everything was fine. Compared to humans, living here was much better. She calmed down a bit and asked, however, was everything really okay? Just live in the demon village for as long as possible. Vandalu said that in any case, if they wanted to cross the mountains, they'd have to wait until next spring. Zadira said that they could stay here as long as they wanted. Besides, she knew quite a lot about magic. He thought it would be a good idea to learn from her until spring. Darcia asked with a worried look. However, if he wanted to learn magic, wouldn't it be better to join the Mages Guild in the Orbomb Kingdom? He said that he didn't think that was a good idea. An adventurer's soul told him that to live in human territory, he needed a guild card, or ID. To get this card, he needed to register with the Adventurers Guild, which would allow them to know everything about him. She asked calmly, "What's wrong with that?" The protagonist said that in other words, the guild would receive information from his status, including information about death magic, which doesn't exist in this world, as well as the curse that God had placed on him. He also had an idea how this would end. In the worst case, he would become a test subject again, making it dangerous to study magic in the kingdom. She looked a little worried and said that he should be careful, however. If he sensed danger, he should flee immediately. Sometime later, he came to the village and was again surrounded by girls. Bilda asked what happened to his clothes. It looked like he just wrapped a piece of rag around himself. He politely said that he asked not to say anything about his clothes. He made it from what he found in the bandits' lair. He looked at them and thought that, to be honest, it seemed to him that ghouls preferred to walk around naked. It seems that they also care about their appearance. He looked at himself and considered himself too wild. She thought about it, and after a few seconds, with a happy look, said that she could make clothes for him, although she only knows how to make women's clothes. But he looks like a girl, so it seems that it will suit him, right? He refused, thanked her, and said that he prefers clothes for his gender. A ghoul came up to him and said that then she could do something with his hair. If you make a woman's hairstyle, it will be very cute. He refused again. Another girl came to them and asked what they were all doing here. They turned to her and said that Bastia had returned. Bild immediately ran to her and with a happy look asked what they were having for dinner. She looked into the bag she brought and asked, "Is that a goblin again?" She said with a calm expression that she should stop complaining since it's hard to catch anything else at this time of year. She looked at MC and asked, "Also, what is that? It's not a ghost, is it?" Bilda put her hand on her shoulder with a happy look and said that even though he looked like that, he was very strong. After all, he saved the elder. She was surprised by what she heard, walked up to him, and he looked at her muscles with a surprised expression. She said with a small smile that so he was the guy who saved her mother. She was very grateful to him for that. He was surprised and said that no thanks were needed. After that, they came to the kitchen where she started cooking the goblin. He took a small piece of meat, bit off a small piece, and swallowed it. She looked at him and asked if he liked it. He looked at it with a serious expression and thought that, for a start, this strange purple-blue meat did not make him hungry. Besides, the taste of it was too bland. Although the aroma was not that bad, he could not say that he liked it. He did not know how to tell her about it, but still tried his best to smile and said that it was very tasty. She became embarrassed because of this and asked loudly, was he serious now? What had he even eaten before? Nobody here likes it. Did he know that? Vandalu thought that she was the kind of person who spoke frankly. He should tell her the truth. He said with a confused look that he meant that it was tastier than the frog's leg he ate before. She patted his head with a worried look and said that everything was fine. He was only 1 year old. He still had plenty of time ahead to enjoy delicious food. He shouldn't worry about it. He asked with a calm expression, why do they continue to eat goblin meat despite its disgusting taste? She said that it's because it's impossible to find anything else now, so they have to eat it. Goblins are different from the local wildlife. They don't hibernate, so they can be hunted at any time. Besides, if you marinate the meat in gobgrass juice, it can be stored for a long time. That's why they called it gob gob. She was a little surprised that he didn't know about it. She thought that people hunted goblins all the time. He agreed and said that, however, they didn't hunt goblins as food. She was a little surprised by this and said that people were strange because they didn't hunt to eat. She also needed to have time to clean up here. Otherwise, she might be late for training. He looked at her and said that he thought she only did the eating while the other girls cleaned here. She said that all this is done by a woman with the lowest status in the tribe. That's why she hunts, cooks, and does everything else. He was surprised by this and said that he heard that she was one of the best warriors in the tribe. Besides, her mother is. He didn't have time to finish because she said that in the village, men decide everything. When a child is born, its fate is already predetermined. Women are required to study magic, and it doesn't matter who it is. Although she fights well, her magic is very weak. He knew that she had never given birth yet. He thought that it seemed like other people in her place would be very angry. She said that it would be nice to become a mother. That way she would have more time to train and would be relieved of all her responsibilities. He asked why she was so eager for this. Bastia smiled and said that she liked strong personalities, so she strived to become stronger. However, becoming very strong was still quite difficult for her. He continued eating and asked with a puzzled look why that was. She asked, isn't Isn't it obvious? She's already 25 years old. Usually ghouls get pregnant much earlier. She's too old for this, even to become an adventurer. She noticed that he was looking at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is something wrong?" He said that he thought she was thinking about it too much. She was still young. Besides, she was very beautiful. She smiled and said that she was glad to hear that. She thought for a moment and said that although he was still too young to have genetic material, he was very surprised by this, spat out the meat, and she asked loudly, "What happened?" He choked on the meat. "Is he okay?" He stopped coughing and said that everything was fine. He was just shocked by what she said. She remembered something and said loudly that her mother said that he could use unknown magic. Does he have magic that will give him genetic material? She leaned towards him and asked, or magic that will allow parts of his body to grow. He loudly refused, and she walked away from him with a slightly sad look. After some time, Zadiris asked if her daughter had said something like that to him. She apologized for that. The protagonist said that, however, she was her daughter after all, and it was difficult to accept their age difference. She looked at him thoughtfully and said that, however, she was more shocked that he knew the meaning of that word. He was embarrassed by that and thought that he was a 1-year-old boy, and he shouldn't know that. He said that it was nothing special. She looked a little worried and said that, to be honest, she shouldn't have forced her to get pregnant. He looked at her and asked if that was even necessary. She said that it wasn't entirely true, but as he knew, humans could choose a partner for that. However, it was very difficult for ghouls to get pregnant, so if they didn't take it seriously, they would die out. He asked, so they didn't know who their father was. She said that wasn't always the case. In Bosdia's case, she knows her father. He asked, who is it? She said it was Vigaro. Ghouls usually can't have children at her age, which is probably why she remembered. They were celebrating the victory over the kobolds and drank so much that there was no alcohol left in the village. So they drank a lot, and when she woke up in the morning, she remembered the previous night. After that, she had Bastia. He should be more careful with alcohol and not drink as much as they do. MC looked at her and said that he would remember this. She said that, however, now the time for stories was over. It was time to return to the main topic, the study of magic. First, she wanted to know what kind of magic he knew. What kind of spell did he use on those adventurers? He decided to show her this spell and created the same barrier a few meters away from her. He turned around, and Zadiris loudly asked him to wait and asked how he even cast spells like that. He didn't say a word. He said that he just had the skill to cancel chance. She looked at him and asked, is he joking? For that, he must be at least a high-level mage, or maybe he's a genius, or he needs to be a legendary demonic monster. But still, a boy who recently turned 1 year old has this skill. What could she even teach him? He said loudly that he doesn't know where he got this skill from, but at the same time, he has absolutely no knowledge of magic. He can't say what spells he knows, he just uses it, and that's it. She was very surprised by this and asked, does he even know that he is very strange? She listened to his story and asked, is death magic a new element? Does it really exist? If he has it, then it really exists. If you think about it, this is the first time she sees the magic he knows. The main question is, what can she teach? To master magic at such a level, it means he manipulates death magic as well as non-elemental magic. He turned away from chasing a butterfly and asked, what kind of magic is this? She was even more surprised by what she heard and asked loudly, does he not know this? It's basic magic. He said with a calm expression that he already told her that he is a self-taught mage. She took a deep breath and said that then they should start with non-elemental magic. Right, she needs to know how much mana he can use. His training time depends on this. He looked up thoughtfully and said that about 100 million points. She thought about it at first, then realized what he said and asked loudly, what did he just say? She thought that she only had 10,000 points, but this child, she said that he might forget. They will figure it out during practice. She thought that she doesn't know how much time she will spend with this boy. However, she definitely won't regret it. This is because she doesn't know what he will be able to do next time. She said that they should start then. Vandalu looked at her and said that he is counting on her. After some time, Vigaro stood on the edge of the cliff with the rest of the ghouls and said that spring is near. Almost half a year had passed since he came. He stood next to him and asked, has so much time already passed? He looked at his hand and said that his body is in good shape, perhaps because he finally ate meat during this period. He feels stronger than before. He is grateful to him for the magic that preserves food longer. He said that it is the preservation of freshness of death magic. He is grateful to all the ghouls for their help. Besides, he also ate it. He put his hand behind his back, began to scratch his hair and said that he ate a lot. He poked his head out of his hair and said that it tickled. He looked at him and asked, by the way, how are things with Bastia lately? It seems that he likes her. The protagonist looked at him and asked, is it so noticeable? He is sure her physical beauty is worthy of admiration. By the way, he also has a strong back. Vigaro said that he will pretend that he did not hear anything. He thought with a thoughtful look that it was a pity that he was still a child. If he were an adult, they could offer him several girls from the village so that he would stay. Earlier, he came to Zadiris and loudly asked if she really still trains with him. She was surprised because of this and said that he should not shout like that. Of course they are training. He growled and said that he understood it. So that means that he won't be able to leave at least until spring. Maybe he will stay until summer. She said that she doesn't know that. It is not for them to decide. He said with a slightly upset look that he is a good guy, so he hopes that his training will bear fruit. However, when he learns magic, he will leave. It is such a strange feeling. She started laughing out loud because of what she heard, and he turned around and asked loudly what was funny about it. She calmed down and said with a smile that it was just rare to hear something like that from him. How could one not laugh here? He got angry because of this and said loudly that if he knew. He did not have time to finish because she said that she understood his feelings and she would also like this little boy to stay with them. However, someday he will still decide to leave and nothing can hold him back. Currently, several ghouls were fighting against a crowd of kobolds. One of them said loudly that they should kill the guy with the bow. That's not true. They need to kill the ones with the cane first. Vigaro said that they were having a harder time than he expected. He wanted to finally get the meat they had been missing lately. MC asked if he was going to help them. He refused and said that the students needed real combat experience. Besides, these guys were no longer a problem for them. Rita and Talia attacked these monsters using the halberd technique, single flash, and the Naginata technique, double strike. She called out to Rita and thanked her for her help, but she said that she could leave the right side to her. Sam sat nearby and said with a smile that he never thought he would be able to watch his children grow up even after death. They walked on and met a third-rank kobold. She attacked this monster, but it blocked her blow with a shield. However, another kobold ran towards her, who was about to attack her. Talia ran up to them, swung her halberd and struck one of them over her sister. They both attacked the remaining monster, but it blocked their blows. A ghoul approached the monster from behind and dealt it several very quick blows. Immediately after that, they ran after the remaining monsters and loudly declared that the meat was running out. Vigaro watched from the side and said that it seemed the time had come. He was attacking the kobold leader to finally break their fighting spirit. He could have eliminated the small fry from the start, but that was unnecessary. Suddenly, the kobolds let out a loud howl, and Talia loudly asked what that just was. Rita, surprised, said it was a summoning. He watched from the side and said that it looked like this was their last resort. Then they did too. Vandalu looked out and said with some surprise that someone was coming. At that moment, a 5th-rank kobold leader entered the battlefield. He made a loud sound, and Vigaro said loudly that they were ready. This enemy is stronger than the rest. The ghoul standing nearby wanted to offer to call the protagonist, but he refused and said that they could handle it on their own. Or did he no longer believe in him? Unexpectedly for him, the ghoul said that this guy was unimaginably strong. He didn't think that they could win without him. They needed to unite. He smiled widely, laughed, and said that he should hold on tight. He ran to attack the kobold leader, and they both swung their weapons. At the same time, Talia and Rita stood next to each other and loudly said that they needed to defeat all these guys and join the others. She knows about it. They must finish them quickly. They looked to the side, noticed the skeletal beasts, and loudly said that they should help them. Only without spectral inspection, the training is over. All these beasts reached the 4th rank and ran in different directions to attack the kobolds. Sam stood to the side and asked, "Are you sure they can't immerse themselves in this turbulent world?" The protagonist said the ghouls were doing just fine. He looked to the side, noticed a bone bird, and said he'd like to fly freely too. He began using his magic and created several stone golems near the kobolds. These monsters attacked them, and the ghouls watched from the side, thinking it was a dirty trick. The kobold leader was distracted by what was happening, and Vigaro attacked him, laughed loudly, and said that he could afford it. MC, with a serious expression, thought he was shaking more than he thought. Does he need to hold out for a couple more minutes? The kobold leader struck with his axe, but he ducked and dodged the attack. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful counterattack using the stone slash skill. With this blow, he wounded him and loudly said that his blood was very tasteless. However, he could be sure that they would gladly cook and eat their meat. The kobold leader became very angry about this, began to growl loudly, and greatly increased in size. Vigaro was a little embarrassed by this and loudly asked, "Has he changed?" The monster struck a very strong blow, and he blocked it with difficulty. Vandalu, with a calm expression, thought that this was bad. Now he was losing in strength to this guy. Should he use it? He remembered Zadiris using magic earlier, attacking a tree and saying it was attribute-less magic. Concentrate magical power into a sphere and hit your target with it. This kind of magic works on any enemy because it has no attribute. He started trying to gather energy into a sphere, but it dissipated. She said that ultimately he still had a lot of work to do on attribute-less magic. He looked at his hands and said that it was harder than he expected, materializing and using mana before it was affected by any attribute. She said that he had only studied death magic with attributes. Of course, it would be difficult for him to use magic without it. He was thinking about this, and she came closer, stroked his head, and said that it took her 3 years to learn it, so he had everything ahead of him, for now. He was still sitting in Vigaro's hair and thought that he had not finished preparing yet. The most reliable way he could pull off right now. He got out of there and stood on his shoulder, which surprised the kobold greatly. He collected saliva and spat on the monster's hand, which at first surprised the monster. When he realized what had happened, he became very angry about it, began to growl loudly, swung his axe, but dropped it. He weakened, lowered his hands and looked at him with a confused expression. Vigaro took advantage of this moment and killed him with one blow. He put his foot on his body, raised the axe and loudly declared that their leader was defeated. Now they were all their meat. The rest of the kobolds were very scared because of this, dropped their weapons and started to run away from there. The ghouls ran after them. Rita and Salia also ran and loudly declared that they did not have time to help him. She should go look. There are a couple more monsters there. The protagonist used magic to catch several kobolds, and a ghoul nearby said that a big catch awaited them. Vigaro called his name and asked what he did that time. He turned to him and said that he used poison. He used a spell to turn his saliva into poison and used it on the kobold. He thanked him and said that only thanks to him were they able to defeat such a strong opponent without losing anyone. However, even if it was only for a moment, he had poison in his mouth. Surely this won't be a problem? He stuck out his tongue and said that his tongue was a little numb, but since he got rid of the poison immediately, everything would be fine. Only the unpleasant aftertaste still lingered. He laughed and said that then they should make up for it with excellent meat. He loudly called the others and said that they should load the meat. Rita was dragging the kobold's body and told her father that they were counting on him. He agreed and said that they could leave it to him. However, was it right that they drank their blood? She agreed and said that she and her sister would help him later, so he didn't have to worry. He started crying and asked if there would ever come a day when he could rub their backs again. She said that day would never come. Vigaro laughed and said that when they got home, he would cook kobold meat. He was sure he would like it because it was delicious. MC, with a calm expression, said that his training had progressed as far as he expected, so he would stay here a little longer. He asked with a happy look. It hadn't even been a year since he started, right? He didn't have to worry about it. After some time, they came back to the village. They were sitting in front of the fire and he was eating meat. Zadiris was sitting next to him and said that if he ate well, he would probably even grow. He asked with a calm expression, will he be like Vigaro? She imagined it, looked away with a confused look and said that it was possible. Bastia said that she had heard that he had been actively swinging an axe since childhood. If he started training now, then by the time he was 3, he would definitely be like him. He approached them and asked, were they talking about him? Rita and Salia came up with him and asked if they could join them too. They were free after their father. It was a pity they couldn't try the food. What would it taste like? Vandalu looked at them and thought, life here was quite nice. Had he ever managed to spend such peaceful days? However, he couldn't stay here for long. Zadiris looked at him and asked what happened. Didn't he like the meat? It was better than Vigaro's anyway. She handed him a piece of food and said that he should try it. He was surprised when he looked at her, and she said that she had no appetite at all. Older people move little and eat less. Something is wrong. What's wrong with his face? He thought with a serious expression that he saw the shadow of death. She could hold out for a few days, but eventually she would die. He called her by name and asked if they could talk alone for a while. She looked at him and asked if something had happened. He said that there was one important conversation. She looked at him with a worried look and thought that it was understandable. He probably decided to leave this place. She knew that this day would come someday. She carefully took him in her arms and said that they could talk in her house. Bilda walked around the village and asked if he had already left. The ghoul said that it was strange. The elder was not there either. They entered the house, and the protagonist thought about how to say this. Death, which is approaching her due to her lifespan, he literally sees its presence around her. Life can be extended with death magic, but will she want it? What if she rejects his offer? Zadiris asked if she could talk to him for a while before he told her his business. He agreed, and she said it had to do with his training. She would say it straight out. He has no talent. He probably noticed that he learns rather slowly, right? He agreed and thought that what she was talking about was that even though he had trained for half a year, his non-attribute magic was still first tier. He was just an ordinary person, except that he could use death magic. She said that he had no talent in the normal sense of the word. However, he had an understanding that compensated for it. He agreed and thought that from the perspective of the people of this world, he was simply recreating what he learned on Earth and on Origin. It was something alien, not his own. She said that, however, he had a colossal reserve of magic. If he devoted himself to studying magic, it would not take him so long to become a great magician, whom even she could not compare to. That is why she wanted more time. She knew that he was traveling with his own goal. However, could he give her a little more time? He looked at her with a slightly surprised expression on his face and thought that it was clear, so she knew about her imminent death. Besides, she trusted him so much that she asked to prolong her life. He stood up, agreed, and said that she could leave it to him. She asked with a joyful look, so he understood her feelings. He said that then he would begin the treatment right away. So he asks her to take off her top and lie down more comfortably. She asked with a slightly worried look, is it necessary for him to learn from her? He agreed and said that there was no other way. She did what he said and asked, however, what is he going to do? He said with a calm expression on his face that he would rejuvenate her a little. She was very surprised by this and asked, can he even do that? He touched her and said that right now, He was using spiritual body transformation on her hands to examine the condition of her body. He thought it was a little painful, but she should endure it. He thought, then his hands plunged into her stomach. He imagined how they dissolved into a liquid state and examined her circulatory system, occupying every corner of her body. No abnormalities were visible. After all, this was definitely old age. No illnesses or injuries, absolutely nothing. Since he could only use death magic, he was only able to accelerate or slow down cell death. His mana was quickly spent on this, and he thought that, as expected, the consumption of magical power was incredibly high. Zadiris, with an embarrassed expression, called out to him and asked what he was doing there. She covered her face with her hands and wondered where this strange feeling came from. A ghoul was walking next to this house and asked, "Has the elder returned home yet?" What could have made her leave the party? He came closer and wondered, was that the elder's voice? He looked inside and saw the two of them from the outside, which surprised him greatly. MC finished using magic, stepped aside and said that he had used his magic to the limit after a long time. He wanted to get some sleep. He fell to the floor and immediately fell asleep. And she said that she thought that if he had bothered to explain everything to her in a little more detail, he wouldn't have wanted to sleep like that. She put him to bed, yawned, and said that she had no strength left either. Immediately after that, she went to bed with him. The ghoul was standing outside and asked what he had just seen. The next day, Zadiris was eating meat and said that since he possessed death magic, it was no surprise that he was capable of something like this. However, why not warn her in advance? He apologized and said that he thought she knew about this technique. She asked, so he was not going to leave them yet? He agreed and said that he had not yet figured out attributeless magic. It seemed he would be able to help them for some time. She said that she was glad to hear this. Fugaro was especially worried about this. Then, they will continue training right now? He asked to wait a little and said that his mana had not yet recovered. If she did not mind, at the end of the day, after training, they could practice rejuvenation magic? She asked that she had no reason to refuse, but what exactly would be the result in the end? Yesterday's treatment was supposed to rejuvenate her by 10 years. Besides, he could use rejuvenation, which consumes so much magical power. He agreed and said there was one more thing. She herself had said before that it was necessary to use mana more efficiently to promote the growth of its reserves. Zadiris asked if it was true that rejuvenation magic used mana to the limit. He agreed and said that his mana exceeded 100 million points. After 10 days of practicing magic, this reserve should increase slightly. Now the technique that consumes the most mana is rejuvenation. She said that then she proposed working together. If that was the case, it would be great to be 200 years younger. After that, they began practicing magic with the other ghouls, and at night Vandalu used his rejuvenation magic. Because of this, she began to eat more and was actively engaged in activities. The ghoul girls looked at her and said that they should watch. The elder was acting rather strangely. She also changed in appearance. She became cuter, right? Her look used to be like that of an old woman, but lately she looks very young. Isn't this since he did something? Bastia asked what they were discussing here. They immediately turned to her. Bilda hugged her and said that they said the elder and he spend the whole day together at her house. She said with a calm expression that nothing could be done about it. He said that he wanted to learn magic as quickly as possible. He is her mother's benefactor, so it was normal to treat him specially. She asked if that was really true. The ghoul who had spied on them earlier said that it seemed like they didn't know anything either, but he had seen everything. Basdia called Banato and asked if he knew something. He said that he didn't know, but he had seen it. However, it was time for him to go. They would talk some other time. The girls immediately approached him and said loudly that he said that he saw it. He should tell them about it. What happened there? What were they doing there? He hit himself in the face with his hand and said that he should have kept his mouth shut. He didn't really want to talk about it. He couldn't do it. Not at all. He leaned over to them and said that they just had to keep it secret. He told them and they were surprised that it was more than she expected. They had gone so far. A Dampier child was capable of such a thing. She knew that he went to the elder's house every night and didn't come out until the morning. He said loudly that they shouldn't talk about it so loudly. They also weren't allowed to talk about what they had just heard. Bastia dropped the bag of loot on the ground in surprise and asked if that was really true. She would ask them. They just couldn't do that. Bilda called her name loudly and asked if she felt ill. It was so unexpected. She started to leave with a sad look and said that in the end, she had no feminine charm. She was a burden to her mother. After some time, Sam heard this and asked if these rumors were meant for their ears. Salia asked if it was really true about what happened between them. She was a ghoul after all. Rita was sitting next to him and asked if she knew. Maybe he wanted to become an aristocrat? She was the most influential person in this village after all. She was indignant at this and loudly asked why she was saying this. She said that she would like to have a real body. She was embarrassed by these words and said that she should stop saying such things. After some time, the protagonist was able to form energy in his hands, after which he released it hit a tree, but did not cause any damage. Zadira said that he finally succeeded. He agreed and said that it took him so long to finally master first-level attributeless magic. He still had a sense of accomplishment. She stroked his head, agreed, and said that one always has to start somewhere. It is good to continue training further. She picked him up and said that then they would finish for this morning. Carry him? He started to struggle and said that he could walk on his own. He landed on his feet and said that he was already 2 years old. She looked at him and said with a smile that he was still 2 years old. Last time he tripped over a stone and fell. He was also so upset that he even began to prepare for rejuvenation. He said that it was true that she had rejuvenated to the same age as her appearance. So it seemed to him that enough was enough. He doesn't know what will happen next, but this is enough for him. Thanks to this, his mana reserves have increased. Then it's time for him to go. She asked if he will help the girls with work again. He agreed and said that today he and Bilde will crush acorns. She said that he has a tight schedule as usual. He should not overdo it. He said that everything is fine. He also uses magic to prepare, so it is part of his training. She said that if he gets too tired he can ask others to help. After some time, MC joined the girls and began to crush acorns with magic. Bilde approached him and said that she also wanted to have fun. He apologized and said that however, he came here to help in someone else's place. He called her by name and said that about her promise. If a boy was born, she said she would name the child after him. She apologized and said that she would not be able to give birth to the child that was in her belly at the time. If she succeeded with the next one, then she would name the child after him, okay? He remembered something, turned around and said that last year not a single child was born. There weren't even 2 months. The girl asked if even she lasted 2 months, but she seemed to have lasted the longest, right? Bilde agreed and said that she lasted almost 3 months. This means that she is next after the elder. He didn't understand what she meant and agreed in a confused voice. Bastia loudly asked him to wait and asked if in that case he could let her go first. He looked at her with a calm expression and asked if they could step away for a minute. She was embarrassed by this, blushed, and asked loudly, "Is he telling her this?" They left together, and the remaining girls began to form a line after her. They entered the house. He apologized and said that he wanted to ask her about something. He turned around, was very surprised, and loudly asked why she was undressing. She got dressed, and he asked why Bilde and the others weren't so worried about the fact that their children could not be born. She thought about it and said that it was because unsuccessful births were more common than successful ones. Children die in the first months of pregnancy, and this is already commonplace. About 1 in 5 children is born safely. He is interested in this, perhaps because people perceive childbirth differently. He agreed and said that for Ghouls, it is different. At least, he doesn't think it's something they should be talking about with a happy expression. However, their problem is caused by a characteristic of their race. He thought that it was normal for them to have a large number of children. However, he hadn't seen a single child since he came to this village. He asked, if that was the case, then nothing would help, right? He looked away and thought that perhaps he could succeed. This is a problem the Ghoul race has been living with for 100,000 years. However, there is no need for him to worry. No one has asked him to do anything. Bosdia said that of course, nothing can be done. Not a single child has been born in this village for the past 10 years. The mother's magic is useless here. However, can something be done with his magic? He felt a little embarrassed by this and thought that he was asked after all. After some time, Vandalu said that it seemed that in addition to practice, he could try to solve the problem of the declining birth rate among ghouls. Zadiris asked loudly, that's all well and good, but she hoped he wasn't planning on kidnapping women of other races and turning them into ghouls through a special ceremony. He was surprised by what he heard and asked if something like this was really possible. She said that regarding the kidnappings, it was indeed possible. Although they hadn't done anything like this, it could probably work on the adventurers' girls, but the risk was too high. She would be glad if he could find another way to avoid attracting unnecessary attention from people. He agreed and said he would try his best. He thought that, by the way, his mother didn't need to know about this. After some time, Bilda lay in front of him and asked if he understood anything. The main character said that apparently the lifespan of the ghoul genetic material is too short and they die. This explains why they can't get pregnant if they try to get pregnant every day. She asked why he continued to act like a child by doing this. He said that he was still at an age when he shouldn't talk about it, so frankly, he thought that he was sure that on Earth, a person like him would find this kind of research mentally difficult. She sat up and asked, so he just needs to protect the genetic material? He agreed and said that in some way it might be possible. If he uses magic, he might be able to keep it from dying. He thinks it's entirely possible to keep it alive. She happily started spinning him around, grabbing his hands and saying that it was so wonderful. He said that he still has to figure out how to prevent death after this. She stopped, held him in her arms, and said that however, there is no one in the village who is pregnant right now. Then, if she gets pregnant, she will gladly help him. MC thought that because the ghouls use death magic to preserve the genetic material, Bilda and the other girls soon became pregnant. Sometime later, in winter, Bastia entered the house and Zadiris noticed her and called her by name. She said with a small smile that Bilda seemed to be glowing with happiness, all thanks to him. Of course, not only she but all the other girls in the village. He thought that due to the weak viability of the fetus, Ghouls' children often died. However, this could also be prevented with magic. She said that thanks to him, this village would be able to welcome new friends. She was incredibly grateful to him. He said with a calm expression that he was glad he could help. He would watch over Bilda and the others for some time. Now all that remained was to make a magic item that would solve this problem. Bastia asked, then they would be able to have children even after he was gone, right? He agreed, and Zadiris said that, however, it seemed that this would not happen anytime soon. To make a magic item with the death attribute, he would have to study alchemy. She asked with a calm expression, is it difficult? He said that she was teaching him, but it was more difficult than studying magic. She didn't need to worry about it. He could handle it. By the way, is she sure of her decision? While she was here, she could have a child. She agreed, and said that she didn't want to for now. If she gets pregnant now, then they won't be able to test his magical items on her later, so everything is fine. He said that he believes this is indeed the case. However, isn't she worried about her age? She said that it was fine. He said that he didn't mind her appearance, even if she ages a few more years. Zadiris said that it sounded like he was her partner. Vandalu said that he said this when strange rumors were spreading about him and her. It will take at least 10 years, so she should not mind and get pregnant already. Bastia said that she is not asserting this right. She is not going to have children with him now. She is just looking for some compensation for the experiment. She wants to ask him to be her partner for her second child. He was surprised by this and asked loudly what she was talking about. She said that it was fine. She would just wait until he could. He thought about it and said that it was a problem for her. In his early teens, he can't take the responsibility of being a parent, and he's not human. He's a dhampir, a cross between a vampire and a dark elf. He doesn't know if it's possible to have a child with a ghoul. She said there was no need to worry. They were races born from the goddess Vita, capable of creating mixed blood offspring with each other. He asked if she could give him a little break. He didn't think attacking a 2-year-old like that was a good idea. Zadiris thought about it and asked if he would be the father of her great-grandson in that case. That would be fine too. Right? While he was here, if she had another daughter in the future, could she ask him to be her first partner? Bastia was indignant about this and loudly asked what she was even talking about. She should think about her age. She was already 290 years old. She herself told her how difficult her birth was. She said with a calm expression that lately she had been feeling so young and confident that she would be fine with several children. She grabbed her and asked loudly where she got such confidence from. The main character ate and thought with a confused look that they were still mother and child. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, a group of adventurers were fighting against monsters that surrounded them from all sides. The guy loudly called out to Talia and said that 2 were coming from behind. She turned sharply and with one blow of her sword killed 2 monsters running towards her. They defeated all these monsters and she loudly asked what was going on. Why were goblins and kobolds attacking together? The guy said loudly that he was not sure, but perhaps a monster had appeared that could unite them all. She loudly asked if it could be the king. He said loudly that he did not know. But the scariest thing was that someone very strong was coming here. Perhaps it was reconnaissance. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar from the forest and began to look around. A squad of several orcs approached them. The adventurer said with a nervous smile that here they appeared. One of the monsters raised his hand and said something in his own language, which caused his squad members to rush to attack. The guy stood in front of them and loudly said that they should run from here. Talia, looking worried, called out to him loudly, and the monsters knocked the shield out of his hands with their blow. At the same time, many orcs stood before their king and called him Bugogan. One of them said that they lacked women. He asked for permission to take female ghouls. He asked, has it started again? They need to wait a little longer, and they will be able to attack that very village, not allowing a single one to escape or survive. Until then, they should not expose themselves to unnecessary risks. The orc agreed, and he thought that the fighting strength of the ghouls would not cause big problems. But that ghoul mage was ruining everything. They may have the advantage in numbers, but it will be of no use as long as she is alive. He asked if this ghoul mage had already died. The orc pushed the old kobold forward, and he said that the ghoul mage was still alive. The orc king was indignant about this and said loudly that he predicted that she would soon die of old age. He agreed with a worried look and said that however, for some reason she is alive. She definitely should have died by now, but something happened in that village that postponed her death. Bugogan became very angry, took out his weapon and killed him with a strong blow. He said loudly that he thought he would at least be a little useful. What kind of stupid report is this? They should add him to the food supplies. The orc who attacked the adventurers entered the hall, loudly called for his father, and said that they returned. The orc king looked at him with a smile and asked, it seems he caught something alive? He agreed, and said that he had captured 4 adventurers, 3 of them women. The orcs looked at the girls with joy, and Bugogan said that this was already better, As a reward, he would allow him to choose any of them. He approached Talia with a wide smile and asked if he could take her then. He said that they should send the man to be eaten. The orc immediately began to carry out the order, carried him away, and he was trying to say something. At that moment, MC heard something that really surprised him. Zadiris noticed this and asked, "Something happened? Did he eat too much?" He suddenly became quiet. He was looking at something and asked, "Could she please gather everyone?" There was something he needed to tell right now. The ghouls gathered in one place, and one of them loudly asked, "Is a horde of orcs going to attack their village?" He said with a calm expression on his face that they would not do it right now, but at least they were planning on it. He's sure they're preparing to attack. This spirit gave him information. Vigaro, looking indignant, said loudly that he didn't see anyone here. Zadiris said that, having death magic, he could talk to spirits. Besides, why would he lie? He said he knew about it, but it still didn't seem credible. The other ghouls asked, 300 orcs, and 100 each of goblins and kobolds, what will they do? Their village barely numbers 100 people. Do they even have a chance of winning in a head-on collision? What's the problem anyway? If everyone takes on 5, they can win. Actually 6? He can't count? Bilda asked if he counted them among the soldiers too? She would have children after all. The other girls loudly supported her. Vandalu said that was right. Pregnant women were strictly forbidden to fight. The ghouls said that then they wouldn't know the enemy's level of training with the rest. Bastia said that, besides, none of them could cope with a noble orc. He became indignant about this, grabbed her by the cloak, and loudly asked if she thought Vigaro would lose. He unexpectedly loudly agreed and said that it was obvious he would lose. He was confused by this, and she asked how about turning to the ghouls from other villages. Zadiris said that would be the most logical option. Even she wouldn't be able to change the outcome of this battle. He said that before that, he had to say something. He called the protagonist and said that he was asking him to leave the village as soon as possible. He refused and said that he also had a proposition. He said loudly that he shouldn't change the topic. He would have to fight the orcs themselves. He understands that, right? He said with a calm expression that everything was fine. He was about to say something else, but he loudly refused and said that he shouldn't be so stubborn. He said with a calm expression that he wasn't going anywhere. He was about to tell them his plan, but he started growling loudly and said that this was a battle between them and the orcs. It had nothing to do with him. MC denied this and said that they had all become his companions, friends, and family. Darcia was touched by what she heard and called him by name with a joyful look. Vigaro still accepted his decision and loudly asked what he could do in a place like this in that case. He said that first of all, he has 3 bone beasts, a ghost bird, and a skeleton soldier, as well as Sam, Celia, and Rita. They are all at least rank 3, which is quite a lot. He thinks that when they go to other villages, he will be safe. He thought that besides, the ghouls were affected by the charm death skill. It will be useful. He was thinking about this, and Zadiris called him and said that he should leave everything as is. Everyone knows that he wanted the best for him. Bastia agreed and said that he and the others have already become like family to them. The same goes for the other races, right? Bilda agreed and said that he can't say that he has nothing to do with this. Vigaro pointed his finger at him and said loudly that he knows it. Later he will personally make sure that he is ready. Zadiris said that it looks like the boss gave his permission. So what kind of proposal did he have? Vandalu, with a calm expression, said that it was nothing special. He took out a variety of weapons and armor, which surprised them very much. He said that this was armor and magic items that he had received before coming here. He had no future plans for this, so he was going to give it all to them. She took one of the items and said that there was pretty high-quality equipment here. In that case, they could fight the orcs. He was sure he didn't mind giving it to them. He agreed and said that he got it for next to nothing. He took the axe he received from the skeleton general and said that he had a special battle axe for Vigaro. He didn't like it. He put the axe on his shoulder, thanked him, and said that he would gladly accept it. After that, he called him and said that he should be king. He, with a puzzled look, questioningly agreed, and he was happy about this and said that he was glad that he had agreed. Bastia said that everything they have now is thanks to him. He was surprised by this and said that it was a question. They should not confuse it. Zadiris approached and said that everyone else also said that he is the most suitable. The king of ghouls, the leader who leads everyone to the light. He asked with a slightly confused look, does it matter that he is a Dhampir? If the ghoul king is a representative of another race, will the residents of the other villages accept him? She agreed and said that if it were a human, then there would probably be some resistance. But since he was a Dhampir, everything would be fine. But he also said that he has the skill of strengthening followers. This is a skill ideal for a ghoul king. He thought that the skill of strengthening followers is something that any monster bearing the title of king has. Thanks to this skill, a group of monsters led by a king is stronger than usual, and their numbers are also greater. Can ghouls also be affected by this ability? He asked. So she remembers this from last time? But is this skill alone really enough to become king? She was a little surprised by his words and asked what he was talking about. He was the one who was able to solve the ghoul birthright problem, wasn't he? He opened up a future for them and set them on the path to prosperity. Isn't this how a true leader should behave? He sighed and thought that he never thought that solving the equipment and birthright problem could lead to this. He agreed and said that he would be their king. The ghouls were very happy about this. Sam happily congratulated him and said that he did it. Rita said that they would also try their best. Figaro put the protagonist on his head and happily said that they should start the celebration in honor of the birth of the new ghoul king. After some time, he told his mother about what happened and said that he was going to participate in this mortal battle. There is nothing unusual here, so she should not worry. Darcia called his name and said that she didn't think there was a single parent who wouldn't start worrying when their child said such things. He asked if he should stop. She said with a small smile that it was true that he was always risking his life, and if he tried hard, he would definitely succeed. He could be sure that he would cooperate with everyone else and not overdo it. At the same time, a girl was walking through the forest with a tired look and a sword in her hand. She was attacked by a goblin, which she easily killed with one blow. She continued walking but stopped and called them weaklings. She saw a crowd of orcs and threw her sword at their feet. One of them extended his hand to her with a wide smile, while she watched silently. Sometime later, in another ghoul settlement, a girl was examining her jewelry and asked, "It's very beautiful, isn't it?" As expected from her work. Two ghouls stood to the side and one asked, "I wonder if it's okay to talk to her yet?" He denied it and said that it was better to wait a little longer. Suddenly, two ghouls entered the hall, loudly calling out to Talia and saying that he was asking to make him a shield. She was asking to replace her armor. She asked loudly with a displeased expression, "Can't they wait at least a little?" It was not necessary to ask her every time. She would do everything. However, after she finished admiring her new accessories, another resident entered the hall and loudly called out to her, which made her angry and loudly said that she had asked them to be quiet. The ghouls said that he just wanted to inform them that they had collected more metal slime. Her eyes immediately lit up. She quickly ran up to him and said that he should give it to her faster. She took it in her hands and said that metal slimes have both liquid and metallic properties. It would be better to make armor out of it, right? What should she do? What other wonderful equipment should she create? The ghoul ran into the hall again and loudly called out to her. She turned around with a displeased expression and said that according to the guard's report, a strange cart was approaching them. There was one cart accompanied by 5 ghouls, and it also looked a bit like undead. Talia, with a calm expression on her face, said that it was possible that ghouls from another village had tamed the undead. She waved her hand and loudly said that they should immediately gather all the warriors remaining in the village to protect it. She and her subordinates went out to meet them, ordered them to stop and asked, "I wonder what they needed her village for?" The ghouls said that they wanted to talk. A common enemy had appeared. The ghouls from other villages had already agreed to cooperate. This caught her attention. She closed her fan and said that they should tell her more about it. MC stepped forward, agreed, and said that he would explain the details then. All the ghouls from the other village immediately knelt before him, which surprised him greatly. Talia wondered why she was kneeling before this little child. It was incredible. Now she was sure that this someone was definitely stronger than her. He called her by name, introduced himself, and said that he had been chosen by the Ghoul King for this task. She looked up and asked if he knew her. He agreed and said that he had heard that ghouls were flocking here in search of her armor. She was a skilled armorer, unmatched by any ghoul. She said that she would consider it an honor. The ghouls who came with him stood to the side and said that he was an amazing king. He never thought that they would fall to their knees just by talking to him. This was just the right time for a conversation. He knelt before her, explained what was happening, and said that therefore he was asking that her village also gift them with its power. Of course, he didn't know if he could call it a reward, but he could offer something as compensation. This caught her attention, and he said that he was offering a solution to the problem of declining birth rates and items to increase the shelf life of food. They were very surprised, and she asked, "Is this true?" If his words are true, then they will gladly join him. He said that then she can just call him boy or shorten his name. She happily agreed and said that she will fulfill his will and serve at his side. She thought that she would raise this Ghoul King to the top, expand his ruling domain beyond this devil's nest, and ensure glory for herself as his assistant. Who would have thought that such a chance would come for her when she was 260 years old? At the same time, the girl who came to the orc settlement and was taken to the place from which other captured girls were taken. She was taken to a small house where her clothes were torn off. At that moment, the man sitting in the office suddenly opened his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand because he felt ill. A servant entered, noticed this, loudly called Luciliano and asked if he was okay. He turned to him and said that nothing terrible had happened. He asked to call the Viscount. He had an important message. The servant agreed and immediately left, and he sat on the sofa and drank tea to feel better. Earlier, he came to the office and said that his living dead had safely infiltrated the orc village. The Viscount looked at him and asked, "What do you mean by living dead?" He said that they are undead created using life attribute magic. The undead are practically indistinguishable from a living person. Although the heart and lungs work, they are classified as undead because they do not have a soul, but they are no different from a living being. However, he cannot make her face express various emotions, and she can only speak in an even tone. This is quite noticeable for humans, but it will be perfect for deceiving orcs. The Viscount looked at him with a serious expression and asked, however, how reliable is the information obtained from the undead? He said that there is no need to worry. The undead share all 5 senses with the caster. In other words, he can accurately convey everything that the undead saw and heard. He was a little surprised and said that it was quite convenient. This way, they will have the information even if she is killed by the orcs. It seems he was not mistaken with his choice. We need to return to the original topic. Is the rumor true that there is a noble orc in that area? If so, how many monsters does he have under his command? He also has something else to add. Currently, Luciliano sat in his office. Although the separation of the 5 senses can be interrupted, he had to go through truly horrific things to obtain information. The Viscount entered his office, loudly called his name, and asked with a worried look, was the reconnaissance successful? He named him Berno Balchus and said that he shouldn't spread himself so thin. The undead he controls were captured by a medium-sized company led by a noble orc and brought to their village. He asked with a thoughtful look, "So, does a noble orc really exist? So how many are there and how large is their number?" Luciliano said that until now he thought there were at least 2 noble orcs, one of whom commands a medium-sized company and one who is the king of the village. However, it turned out that there are 1 or 2 more. Also, their army consists not only of orcs, but also goblins and kobolds. The total number of monsters, including the monsters they hold, is about 600. Berno was very surprised by this and asked, 4 noble orcs and 600 monsters? He said with a serious expression that it was said that the strongest noble orcs are capable of slaying even dragons, but with them there are still 600 monsters, even if they mobilize all the forces in their territory. Luciliano called him and said that nevertheless, he believed that noble orcs, including the king, were no superior to humans. This problem could be solved by gathering 200 B, C, and D class adventurers. He leaned towards him sharply and asked loudly, "Is that really so?" He sat back down and said that even so, gathering 200 adventurers would require finding a first-class B-class adventurer or higher. He couldn't handle it himself. He needed to talk to Marshal Palpapek. He said that the noble orcs seemed to be planning to launch an attack when the summer came. It seemed there was a group of monsters in the Devil's Nest that wasn't under their command. More specifically, they were ghouls. Berno asked, "Then they still have a little time?" He had done well. He would pay the Adventurers Guild for his services. He bowed to him and said that he was grateful for that. He thought with a small smile that now he had finally earned his travel expenses. The influence of the Alda Church was too strong in this country, so the use of undead was limited. He would finally be able to travel to the neighboring country of Oribum and then find a comfortable city to live in. The Viscount placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, then he would accept his next request, wouldn't he? Luciliano was very surprised by what he heard and looked at him with a shocked expression. At the same time, Vandalu called out to a ghoul named Gudin and asked if there was anything preventing him from moving. He said that it was tight around the elbows and neck, and the helmet was a bit tight. He understood him, used magic, and said that he was adjusting the shape, so he should try moving his arms and neck. He was surprised by this and began to move his arms. Talia was standing nearby and said that she had never seen such a way of trying on armor. He said that the armor he had was only suitable for people. If the shape was not changed in this way, then no one would be able to use it. The warrior agreed, thanked the king, and said that he really felt better. He called the next warrior and looked at the crowd of ghouls standing in front of him. She turned around and asked, "Does the king do such things?" "Of course, she makes all the armor, but not so much." Bilde was standing nearby and said that he does a lot of things. Before that, he built a bunch of houses in one day with the help of golems. She looked at her and asked, "Shouldn't they do all the routine work for the king?" He called Bastia and asked if she was pinching somewhere. She agreed and said that it was quite tight. He said that was understandable. Most armor was made for men. Talia looked at her and said that for her, who always hunted with men, men's armor would fit just fine. She looked at her and asked what she needed anyway. She looked quite good for someone whose appearance was so eager to attract men's attention. One of the ghouls asked what happened between them. The girl standing next to him said that Bastia had gone out to greet him, who was supposed to return with the queen. Then she saw him sleeping in her arms. Since then, they act like this every time they meet. The ghoul asked, "Are they fighting over a 2-year-old child?" She asked, "Can't she fight at her age? Has she really lived 10 times her age?" Talia said that she used her ability in blacksmithing to rise to this position. A young girl who hasn't even given birth should just keep quiet. She was indignant at this and said loudly that he would give her a child. She was surprised by what she heard and asked, "Is this really so?" She turned to him and asked loudly, "Is what she said true?" The protagonist, with a slightly confused look, said that it was true, although not in the form in which she imagines it. Bastia, with a serious expression on her face, asked, "Does she even know him?" She pointed her finger at her and said loudly that she was addressing him without respect at all. She smirked and asked, "Is she old enough to play with children? How about acting age-appropriate?" Talia opened her fan with a smile and said that she was asking for forgiveness. Perhaps because she was originally human, she acts as if her mental age is the same as her physical age. She envies her since she has grown so much. She looked at her and said that, "So that's why it is hanging." She looked down, indignant at her words, and with an embarrassed expression said she was mistaken. It was just very big. Bastia said with a smirk that, however, she didn't weigh anything at all. Talia came very close to her and loudly said that, at least, she was softer, while she was just a mountain of muscle. She said with a smirk that she didn't know, but he loved muscles. He called Zadiris and asked if she was going to stop them. She said with a slightly sad look that he should try to put himself in her shoes. She didn't have either one, so what was the point of arguing? He felt confused by this and thought that he needed to think about it. After some time, they were sitting in the house, and he said that now they needed to talk about a strategy against the noble orcs. Currently, they had 230 ghouls at their disposal. However, the Orcish forces numbered 600 individuals. The ghoul asked with a confused look. They had gathered ghouls from all the villages, but they still had less than half. Bastia said that there was nothing they could do. Some ghoul villages had already been destroyed by the orcs. She thought they were lucky to have gathered so many together. MC said that, of course, fighting such a number of opponents was extremely disadvantageous, but with the magical items he would present and Talia's excellent equipment, they would try to reverse this difference in strength. However, it would be quite difficult. Vigaro asked if he couldn't create some golems with his magic. He said he'd considered it, but the dense forest meant there weren't enough rocks to create golems. It might be possible to create a sand golem, but it would be unlikely to stand up to an orc, and he didn't think the newly created undead would be of much use. From now on, they needed to focus on tactics rather than increasing their numbers. It seemed better to think about how to combat their current situation. They needed to catch the enemy off guard. Their village was protected only by a wooden wall. It wouldn't last even a few seconds against the orcs. However, the orcs had equally weak defenses, so they would have a hard time defending themselves if attacked. Bastia asked if he wanted to save those who were captured. Was that possible? He agreed and said he'd already devised a plan for their rescue. Zadiris asked, however, what about traps? They might run into one. Vandalu opened the map and said that he assumed she would say that. Having finished reconnaissance with his insects, he tried to make a map based on this data. It was quite difficult to do. The ghouls began to examine it and asked what it was, and what were the little squares for? What was it drawn on? Amazingly, he could even draw maps. However, what was it for? He looked confused and asked them to wait and asked if they had never seen a map before. They refused, and Talia said that ghouls did not usually use them, so a little more explanation was needed. He said with a slightly dissatisfied look that his efforts were in vain. 3 minutes later, he said that it was a model of an orc village made with the help of a mud golem. The ghouls were surprised by this and said that it was amazing. However, at first glance it did not look like it. It was much easier to understand than a map. He stood nearby and said with a sad look that, however, drawing the map took so long. Figaro said that after securing the women, they would begin the attack on his signal. Is that clear to them? They agreed and asked, however, what about the noble orc? If her support is added to his, who has the highest combat ability, it seems they will be able to defeat an enemy 1 or 2 ranks higher. He said that he understood this. They could leave the orc to them. He would try to deal with him quickly. Bastia called the protagonist and said that he should be careful. His life did not belong only to him. He agreed with a calm expression and said that especially in terms of birth control measures, therefore he will take care of his protection. Besides, he still has things he was going to do. Then they set out in 3 days. After this meeting, he went outside. Talia approached him and said that he should not be upset about the map. If you compare it with the models, it turned out to be drawn almost perfectly. He thanked her and asked if she knew how to navigate using a map. She agreed and said that she used to be a human. He was surprised by what he heard and wondered, so what did those words about a special transformation ritual mean? After some time, near the orc village, goblins were standing on an observation tower. They heard a loud sound and suddenly turned around. They started aiming their bows, but looked around and saw no one. Unexpectedly for them, the wall turned into a golem, which destroyed the tower. MC watched this from the forest nearby and said that the first stage was successful. He turned the outer wall into a wooden golem. Zadiris said that this will save them from having to destroy it, at the same time providing them with an attack from all sides. Now, they have a slight advantage. He saw a crowd of orcs and said that they have already arrived. He thought they would have a little more time. He does not think that the wooden golems will last long. He called her. She understood everything, raised her hand, and loudly asked the warriors if they were ready. They agreed with the elder and said that everyone had already undergone the enhancement magic. Hearing this, she let out a loud roar, after which many ghouls rushed to attack. At the same time, the the 5th rank orc general was able to defeat the wooden golem that entered the village. He turned around when he heard a loud roar and saw a ghoul running very quickly towards him. He ran up to him very quickly and dealt a very strong blow with his shield to his face. He also dealt a few more blows and quickly killed this orc. At the same time, Vandalu stood in front of the ghouls and said that now they must restore mana. Those who are almost out of it should remain. He began to use magic and said that then they will restore the magical enhancement. He directed the energy into many ghouls who stood in front of him. Zadiris thought that mana transfer was the most useless magic without an attribute. However, it also found a use with his mana reserve. The ghouls joyfully announced loudly that they were overflowing with mana. He climbed into the carriage and said that they could call him if anything unexpected happened. Now they would carry out attack after attack as planned, so he would leave the rest to them. She agreed and said that he could rely on them. He called Sam and said that it was time for them to act. He agreed with a wide smile, began to ride forward and loudly said that then they could begin. They were heading towards the village, and he said that a group of goblins was right in front of them. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, was about to say something, but he immediately understood everything, that they would break through them. With a wide and crazy grin, he began to shoot down a group of monsters that stood in their way and laughed loudly. Talia was nervous about this, called out loud to her father, and told him not to get so carried away. She noticed Rita happily supporting him and asked loudly, "Is she crazy too?" He noticed a group of goblins ahead and said that this time there was a group of orcs in front of them. He sat nearby and thought that they were orcs after all. Considering all the factors, it would be better to wait and go around them. He was about to say something, but Sam didn't listen and loudly said that safety came first. He was about to say something again, but he also didn't listen and only accelerated. The orcs tried to hit the ghost horse, but their weapons passed through, and the cart hit the monsters at high speed. Sam laughed loudly about this and said that it was so refreshing. He felt a surge of strength. MC looked at him with a slightly confused look and said that he could earn as much experience as he wanted, but he asked him to drive more carefully. He thought that, by the way, thanks to Talia's modifications, his offensive and defensive abilities increased, as if from a rank increase. A phantom bird flew above him, made a loud sound that attracted his attention, and he said that the enemy was surrounding. Talia and Rita simultaneously jumped out of the cart and immediately attacked a group of orcs who were nearby. A bone wolf also jumped out, jumped towards the orc, released poison from its mouth, and struck him on the head with its paw. Because of this, the orc fell to the ground. A bone bear approached him, picked up this monster, and held it so that it could not move. The skeleton ran up to him very quickly and dealt a very powerful blow with his sword. Many orcs died, and their souls flew towards the cart. Vandalu watched this with a calm expression and said that now they had 200 souls. The advantage was on their side. Sam said with a smile that in this case, the outcome of the battle was already decided. He looked at the sky and said that the only thing was that the noble orc hadn't come out yet, and they couldn't let their guard down. At the same time, Talia stood under the open sky, folded her hands in prayer, and said that she hoped he would win. Not only him, but her warriors as well as Zadiris, Figaro, and Bastia. May as many ghouls as possible return home safely. She opened her eyes, saw Bilda, and asked loudly, surprised, where she was from and how long she had been standing there. She apologized and said that she couldn't sleep, so she decided to get some fresh air. Then she noticed her. She seemed to be praying. She said in a confused voice that she shouldn't sneak up so quietly next time. She laughed and said that nevertheless it was surprising. She was worried about everyone, even Bastia, with whom she constantly argued. She wondered if she really had such a terrible character. Talia was indignant about this and said loudly that she should choose her words. She shouldn't say it so openly. Bilda, with a calm look, said that she was surprised because she was screaming. She calmed down a little and asked why she was looking at her with such a face. She called her strange, which made her very angry, and said loudly that when they returned, she would say that she had bullied her. She looked at her and said that she was acting like a child. She was just really strange. This hairstyle and the thing in her hands, by the way, she talks strangely too. She said that for them, natural ghouls, this should be something strange. She didn't understand this and asked what she meant. Talia approached her and said that a special ritual was used on her. A long time ago, ghouls attacked their crew. She was confused by what she heard and asked if she hated them. She just laughed about it and said that it was more than 200 years ago. She didn't have even a drop of hatred left. She just lost control of herself. She started to leave and said that she had better go to bed quickly. Her child also needed rest. Bilda asked her to wait and asked if she was not going to sleep. Could she tell a little? She was even surprised when she yelled. She turned to her and said that she was a good ghoul. However, she had nothing better to do anyway, and she would hardly be able to sleep. They sat down on the ground, and Talia asked how she, so inferior in strength to the other ghouls, managed to become the village elder. If she was interested, she could tell her. She agreed with an interested voice and said that she was very interested. She lowered her head with a slightly sad look and said that then she should listen. She was going to tell a story from her childhood, so she should prepare. Her father was a good armorer. For this reason, she was interested in making armor from an early age. As a child, she came to the house with a weapon in her hands, called her father, and said that today she had made something truly incredible. He began to turn around with a small smile and asked what this time. He was very surprised when he noticed the large axe she brought. He called her by name with a slightly confused voice and said that little girls should not make giant axes. How about we take up cooking? She loudly refused and said that it was very boring. A boy named Theo ran into the room and said that he was back. He loudly called him a slacker and asked, was he rolling in the dirt again? Why can't he do the same things? He said loudly with a displeased expression that he himself can't do that. He'd better give the store to his sister right now. Immediately after that, he left, and his father asked why she was doing so well. He patted her on the head and said that she should go help her mother. In the present, Talia said that a few years later, due to pressure from some local city mafia, her father could no longer maintain the store in the same condition. He sat for days on end with a gloomy face. She approached him, called her father, and said that he shouldn't worry so much. Everyone appreciated his armor. Everything would definitely work out. He called her by name and asked if she wanted to go for a walk with him somewhere. She happily agreed, and they went into the city together. She asked with a slightly worried look how much longer they had to go. They entered a dark alley where she was grabbed by two men. She loudly asked them not to touch her and asked who they were. She called her father for help, but the guy standing next to him said that his daughter really was as he described her. She would fetch the highest price. Now his store will be fine. She asked with a puzzled expression. What was he talking about? Was he going to sell her? He looked at her and said that she certainly had talent. She had long surpassed him. However, does she know that the person who was supposed to take over the store was chosen long before that? This talent was not supposed to go to her. She started crying because of this and loudly asked her father what he was even talking about. She just wanted him to praise her. After that, she was sent to a cat's house. The guest said that she was a hot woman, as promised. She was left lying in the room, but a woman came to her and asked how much longer she would lie there. The next guest is already waiting. She got dressed, started putting on makeup, and thought that she would do it. She was not going to end her life in this place. A man entered her room, and she told her dear guest that she had been waiting for him. She asked him to take care of her. The man approached her and said with a smile that she was quite cheerful today. Does it feel like work has finally become fun? She laughed and then stabbed him in the stomach. Immediately after that, she escaped through the window, and the workers there loudly said that they should find her. She had to be somewhere nearby. She ran through the city and laughed, after which she got out of the city and went into the forest. She thought that having escaped, she went further and further, so far that no one would be able to find her. She did this to start living anew. However, on the way, she met several ghouls who surrounded her. They grabbed her and brought her to a puddle, which they stirred with a large stick. One of the ghouls cut his hand and dripped some of his blood into the puddle. The other ghouls were casting a spell, and the liquid changed. The ghoul grabbed her hand and began to dip it into the liquid while she tried to break free. She struggled to break free, but felt intense pain and lost consciousness. After a while, she came to her senses and saw the ghoul, who asked how she felt. She stood up, and he said that apparently the ritual had been a success. She tried to crawl away from him, looking frightened, and asked him not to come closer, and he said that she had become a ghoul. Talia looked at her hands, couldn't believe it, and asked why they did this. She became worried when he said it was for reproduction. There was a shortage of women in their village. They did this to her because she got in their way. She would bear them many children. After that, she wondered, what did all this mean to her? Why couldn't she just be happy? Life after that became a new hell, only this time she couldn't escape. Even if she escaped, she would never be able to return to the human city. As a former human, she doesn't have any magical powers, so the only thing she could be useful to the ghouls was being a tool for giving birth to children. She simply had no other choice. After some time, the ghoul brought her an animal and said that it was her food for today. She examined it and said that this animal would make good armor. The ghoul turned to her and asked if she could make armor. She was a little surprised by this and said that it was quite difficult to do without tools, but it seemed like she could come up with something. He said that then she should do it. She began to make armor from this animal with a very interested look. The ghoul tried it on and said that it was good armor, nice work. She was surprised when she heard the praise and remembered how, as a child, she told her father that she was finished. For the first time, she was able to make a shield herself. He turned to her and said that she did a good job. She was a real genius, as expected from his daughter. Currently, she clung to the ghoul and began to cry. After that, another ghoul came to her and said that it was she. It was she who made the armor, right? He showed the creature and said that he got this today. He asks to make something for him too. She looked at it with an interested look and said that she will see what can be done. She made a shield from this creature. The ghoul was pleased with this, thanked her, and said that she was doing a really great job. After some time, another ghoul brought another creature, called her by name, and said that she should look here. This material would be perfect for armor. She made armor for him He thanked her with a joyful look and said that he expected nothing less. Thanks to this, the attitude of the ghouls towards her changed, and they all happily asked her to make armor for them. An aging elder approached her, called her by name, and said that they needed to talk. She came into the hall, where he thanked her and said that the efficiency of the hunt had noticeably increased thanks to her armor, and now they had the strength to resist adventurers. She knelt before him and said that she did not deserve such praise. He said that even the equipment for ordinary work exceeded all expectations. As a reward, he would grant her whatever she wished. Talia raised her head and said that in that case, her wish had already been determined long ago. She asked to make her his successor. This was her only wish. The girls who were standing next to him were indignant about this, and he said that he would think about it. After that, she left the building, and several girls came to her with very dissatisfied faces. She looked at them with a small smile and asked who they had here. They loudly said that she should not be arrogant, because she was an ordinary slave. Namely, she is not even capable of moving dexterously. All she knows is how to make her armor. She can't even hunt, a useless ghoul. She asked calmly, "Alright, but in ghoul society, a woman's status is determined by the number of children she has, right? Their current position isn't exactly enviable. All the men in the village are simply crazy about her. If things continue like this, won't their position be shaken?" They still asked loudly with dissatisfied voices. Because of whom did they end up in this situation? She dares to tell them this? Exactly, she simply took all the men for herself. Talia asked with a smirk, so they see more sense in oppressing her? If they continue like this, won't the guys just start to hate them? If they want to get a man, there's a better way. One of them asked, "What way is she talking about?" She approached her and asked, "Does she want to know?" Then, maybe she should be friends with her first? She will teach them a special technique for winning men's hearts. The ghoul girls said that they want to know about it and asked her to tell them. She agreed to be friends. After that, she became an elder, and now she said that this way she solved the problem with the other girls. 100 years later, her reputation spread far beyond the village. In search of her armor, ghouls from other villages flocked to them, using food and materials instead of money. The population of the once endangered village increased to 60 individuals. However, she, being the weakest ghoul, managed to become the village elder. She looked at Bilda, sitting next to her, and thought that this was not the reaction she was expecting. Maybe something offended her? To her surprise, she happily grabbed her hands and said that it was cool. She had come such a long way from a weak human, worked so hard, and eventually became a great ghoul. She said with a little embarrassment and said that ghouls really do have no delicacy. It's not that she didn't like it. Despite this, she doesn't really like to talk about such topics. She doesn't communicate much with others. She asked with a puzzled look. Had she discussed this with anyone else? Talia said with a small smile that she had told Vandalu too. She told him all the details. He was still a child after all. She looked at her and asked what he said about it. She said what he asked, and Bilda asked if it was too cold. She looked away with a small smile and said that she thought so too. Earlier, she said that she didn't expect him to say anything. He asked for forgiveness and said that he didn't understand her feelings. She said with a small smile that there was nothing wrong with that. It was better than any sympathy. He asked, "Is that so?" He is sure that she had a very hard time, but he cannot understand her suffering. At the present time, she said that the look of a child who says that he doesn't understand her suffering was exactly the same as hers. Perhaps he had had to go through much more. It seemed rather strange to her. Bilda said that it was really strange. However, that was precisely why she believed in him. He would definitely succeed. She didn't think that even a noble orc could harm him. She thought that was his special power. Didn't she? Talia said that even though it was a stupid reason, it might actually be true. She looked at the sky with a small smile and said that he would definitely come back because he still had something to do. He promised to name the child when he returned. She also wanted him to have a younger brother or sister someday. She said with a small smile that she understood that. She realized what she had said and asked loudly, "Will he be the godfather? Why should he be present?" She said joyfully that of course he should. That was because when he grew up, she wanted him to be the father of her child too. He would definitely be strong. Talia was shocked by this, left, apologized, and said that for some reason she was not feeling well. It was time to go. Bilda was a little worried about this and wished her good night. She walked away from her a few meters and said that Bastia definitely said something about this. She remembered how she had said earlier that it was a good axe. Talia picked it up and said with a smile that it would be perfect for fighting a noble orc. Finally, this impudent woman's attitude towards her will change. Unexpectedly for her, she snatched the axe from her hands and asked if she would let her take a look. She was surprised by this, tried to take it back, and asked loudly, "Was she back already?" She held the axe in her hand with a smile and said that it was a glorious weapon. She would use it as she wanted. Currently, she was lying in bed with a displeased look and said that this was one of her best works, by the way. "I wonder how the battle is going now? Time to sleep." At the same time, Bastia looked at the crowd of orcs and asked with a slightly worried look, "What is a noble orc doing here?" At the same time, a phantom bird was sitting on a tree branch, and the protagonist asked, "Noble orcs? Those are orcs about 3 meters tall with blonde hair, right?" Sam stood next to him and said he'd heard something similar. He saw everything the bird saw and said he'd found 3 at once. One was almost here, another was with Zadir's his squad, and the last one was approaching Bastia's rescue squad. Vigara was very surprised by this and loudly asked, "What did he say?" Rita asked, "Is that bad? A noble orc wouldn't stand against them. They could defeat him somehow, right?" Sam said they were supposed to take him to the noble orc when he showed up. After that, they should defeat him together. MC, looking a little worried, wondered if one of the noble orcs had decided to visit the women. In that case, he couldn't choose between helping him or Zadiris. Are they really stupid, or were they just pretending? This is an unpleasant situation. What should he do? The rescue team is completely unprepared to fight a noble orc. He could take Vigara with him and help Bastia together. In that case, the entire vanguard would simply be crushed by the noble orc. That can't be allowed. Only by defeating the noble orc here could he go to support the next squad. Will the others be able to hold out until then? They're unlikely to cope. He won't have time to help if he doesn't go right now. At the same time, Bugogan was in the room with the undead girl and loudly said that she should be happy. He was giving her the honor of bearing his fourth child. Musiliano felt all this and wondered how it had happened that he had become the Orc King's favorite. How could he do this for so long? This was pure torture. This Viscount and the Adventurers Guild would leave him without a sane psyche. An orc ran up to them, called out to him loudly, and said they were in trouble. He turned to him with a displeased look and asked loudly what happened. He loudly apologized and said that something unexpected had happened. A horde of ghouls had burst into the village. He looked at him and asked if it was worth bothering him for some ghouls. He would be there soon. Let Bubobio and the others deal with them. The orc agreed and left the room. This attracted Luciliano's attention, and he wondered if they were attacked by ghouls. He hoped that they would overdo it and kill his undead in the process. He needed to report this to the Viscount. Was he even going to finish? He hoped that at least someone would hurry and stop him. At the same time, Bastia killed several orcs and said that it was great. That was the last one. A ghoul standing nearby said that, as she thought, they didn't spend much effort on them. She went further and said that now they must free the captured women and head to the next point. She entered a small house and saw many pregnant girls who were tied up. She approached one of them with a serious expression and said that some of them had broken limbs. They were so unfortunate. The ghoul who entered with her asked, "Isn't this woman human?" They looked at Katia, who was lying on the floor, and he asked what they should do. Bastia, with a serious expression on her face, said that they were indeed their enemies. However, they must save everyone. They will leave this to him. At least now she is not in a condition to attack them. She began to help her get up, but suddenly they heard a loud roar from outside. She went outside and saw Bubobio, who was standing in front of this building with his squad. She became worried about this and loudly asked, "Where did the noble orc come from?" He looked at them with a wide smile and thought that the only thing his stupid brothers could think about was killing as many enemies as possible. If he brought back his father's precious woman, he would immediately rise above all the others in his eyes. Besides, this woman looked good. Taking her with him would not be a bad idea. He pointed his sword at them and loudly said that they could not harm this woman. The ghoul loudly said that they should at least buy time. Many orcs ran towards them, but felt the presence of death behind them, turned around, but saw nothing. They were confused because they saw nothing behind. Suddenly, Sam rode next to them, killing them with his cart. She was surprised by what happened and loudly called MC, who was sitting next to him. He looked at her with a calm expression on his face and said that he barely managed to get here. Earlier, Sam asked, "What is the secret of this thing?" He looked at him and asked, "Are you talking about a lemur?" This is the familiar creation magic that Zadiris taught him. It was originally a technique for remote observation. It can't attack the enemy directly, but at the moment of disappearance, all creatures near the familiar sense the approach of death. By using this in a blind spot, you can make the enemy lose their guard. Currently, the orc they knocked down survived and began to rise, and Bastia loudly warned him about this. Vandalu, with a calm expression, loudly called his name and said that he should use reverse. He joyfully agreed and ran over the orc again. Bubobio became very angry about what happened and began to shout loudly. He called Rit and Celia and said that they, along with everyone else, should occupy the surviving orcs. They will defeat the noble orc. She agreed with a serious expression, but was very surprised when she realized what he said and asked loudly, "Is he going to defeat this guy right now?" He said with a calm expression that everything is fine, he will support her. She was still worried and asked, even with his support, does he think she can handle it? He said that it is impossible because she thinks it is impossible. He remembered himself in his past life and said that the guy he hates once told him the same thing. It's okay, he would never let her die. She doubted, and he said that she should watch. He is already on his way here. She still agreed and said loudly that she had no choice but to do it. She saw a huge orc running towards her, and with a frightened expression on her face she thought, how did she even plan to defeat him? She was definitely going to die. He delivered a very strong blow and hit her shoulder. She realized that it was just a premonition and abruptly dodged this attack. He continued to try to attack her, but she deftly dodged all of these blows. She swung for the next blow and worriedly wondered why he couldn't hit. Bastia jumped high and wondered why she was able to dodge. The protagonist had been using magic on her the whole time. She landed and thought with a smirk that it was clear. this was his support. Bubobio ran towards her and shouted loudly before attacking. She dodged his attacks and thought that intuitively she knew where she would be killed. In other words, if she avoided these places, she would not die. She also understood when to strike. Of course, the power of this guy's attacks was terrifying, but with her skills, she could defeat him. She began to deliver many rapid blows with her axe, and he could barely block them. The orc lost his arm, began to run away, and screamed loudly in pain. She quickly ran after him and struck his head with the axe, and he died instantly. She was shocked that she was able to win and sat down on the ground, then looked at her axe. She said with a small smile that she didn't think she would actually be able to get the noble orc's head. MC approached her and said with a calm expression that she had won. Bosdia happily agreed, but then remembered something and with a serious expression asked what happened to Vigaro. Earlier, he called him by name and said that he should go to help right away. If he stayed here and started the battle, she would already be dead by then. It would be good to win without losses, right? They were probably thinking the same thing right now. Rita turned to him and asked what he meant. He was sitting in the carriage and said that they needed to go to help Bosdia as soon as possible. In that case, he would have to defeat the noble orc alone. Maybe it was even possible. He was about to say something else, but Sam said that in the meantime, he and Zadiris had accepted the fight without his support. Did this mean that there was an opportunity for his direct participation in the battle? Vandalu agreed, and said that if they lost, the enemy army would flood from one of their sides. Then there would be no chance of victory. Salia asked, however, to go to Bastius's aid. Even at the risk of losing, Vigaro, with a serious expression, said that he and Zadiris must fight without his help. It was okay, even if it was impossible. He felt like he should be above him. He also felt like he regretted having to rely on a child. He looked at him and said loudly with a serious expression that, however, he was now happy. With him as the leader of the ghouls, they were finally able to achieve results they could be proud of. The protagonist was surprised by this and called him by name. He turned away from him and said loudly that he had to go there. He didn't have time to rest here. He apologized and said that he would definitely return when he dealt with the orc on the other side. Vigaro smiled and said that he didn't have to worry. He would be finished before he returned. They left, and he remained standing and said that Bastia should wait for them. He saw a huge orc and said loudly that he should come here and they would have a party. They ran towards each other, and Vigaro dodged the monster's attack. He was about to attack him, but noticed another attack from the orc and immediately jumped to the side. He stopped a meter away from him and thought he was quite fast. After a big swing, the next blow followed almost instantly. Shouldn't he have taken the time to regain his balance? He took his axe with one hand and used the axe swinging skill and attacked him from a long distance. He continued to strike from a distance and thought he was within his reach. If he continued to attack him from afar, he was surprised when the orc ran towards him and wondered, did he decide to break through under the barrage of blows? This monster reached him very quickly and with a very strong blow threw him a long distance. He fell to the ground. The other ghouls noticed this and began to loudly call his name to wake him up. This noble orc looked at him and asked with a smirk, did he fall from one blow? The strongest ghoul warrior turned out to be a small snack for them, noble orcs. He raised the axe above his head and loudly said that then they should end this. At the same time, Zadiris looked at the monsters with a worried expression and loudly asked, shouldn't they have been distracted by Vigaro? The ghoul approached her, called out loudly for the elder, and said it was not safe here. They had no strong warriors with them now. She ignored this and, with a serious expression, thought that, of course, their forces were not enough to defeat the noble orc, but they would not be able to escape either, since they had already caught up. In the worst-case scenario, their entire squad would be destroyed. She noticed an insect from MC, which landed on her, and she immediately felt a powerful force. She heard a loud sound, turned sharply, and saw the bone beasts who had come to their aid. With a surprised expression, she asked loudly, have they come to help? She thought with a serious expression that, thanks to the undead, he must have been observing the situation. She called out loudly to everyone and said that their king and Vigaro were busy with their own affairs and would not be able to help them. However, if they turned their backs on the enemies now, they all risked death. Therefore, they must try to defeat the noble orc with their own hands. They must meet their fate. The orc chuckled because of this, and the ghoul, with a surprised expression on her face, loudly asked how they could do this. It was simply impossible. They would never be able to defeat the noble orc. Zadiris said loudly that if they had the strength for complaints, then they should use it to cast support spells for their warriors. The enemies underestimated them, and they would take advantage of this. They must show them what ghouls are capable of. They will regret deciding to oppose them. The orc called Budabis and said that it seemed that some females had good willpower. The noble orc began to aim his bow and said that such women deserved his beautiful and noble attention. He fired and his arrow hit the ghoul's back. Zadiris was about to use magic and said loudly that they should be careful. They fired arrows. The orc laughed at this and asked, then what about this? He fired his bow again, but she used the windblade spell and stopped that arrow. He smirked and began to take out a new arrow and asked, did she stop it with magic? However, her mana doesn't last forever. It's only a matter of time. He continued shooting, but she didn't let his arrows reach their target with the same spell. He started to get a little nervous about this and wondered if her mana should have run out by now. Wait, not only the goblins, but the orc warriors were almost defeated already? The orc in front of him was struck by magic, and he asked loudly with a very worried look, "Has the enemy's magic power not weakened at all? This is impossible. Where did she get so much mana for so many spells?" Zadira showed them the thread that transmitted mana and asked, "Hasn't he noticed yet? As long as the boy nourished them, their mana would never run out." Vandalu used his magic and said it was all thanks to his spiritual body. Budabis was about to fire again and loudly declared that he would then use a powerful combat technique that couldn't be repelled by magic. He was distracted by a bone beast attacking an orc next to him. He was terrified by this and began shooting at the monster with his bow, begging them not to approach him. The bone beast ran, ignoring his shots, and he struck him in the face with his paw. This caused him to fall to the ground, clutching his wound and, with tears streaming down his face, loudly declared that he was bleeding and that his beautiful face was damaged. The bone beasts surrounded him and began to strike him with their hands from different directions. He still managed to break free from their grip and started running away from them. Zadiris watched this and said loudly that she would not let him escape. She used the Great Wind Blade spell and very quickly struck him with her spell. She killed this monster with one attack and said that she seemed to be looking at his dead body, but cold sweat was still pouring down her back. "They are all right now. Great, there are only a few enemies left. They shouldn't relax. They are not finished yet." At the same time, Vigaro came to his senses and dodged the axe attack at the last moment. Immediately after that, he pounced on him and bit him hard on the neck. The orc began to scream loudly in pain, grabbed him by the hair and threw him away several meters. He landed, did a somersault, and grabbed his axe lying on the ground. The orc began to look around, holding the wound on his neck, but could not find his opponent. He turned around sharply and saw Vigaro, who jumped at him from behind with an axe in his hand and began to growl loudly. He used the triple axe swing skill with a serious expression, dealt several powerful blows, and the orc was very surprised when his axe broke. Immediately after that, he dealt a very powerful blow and pierced the armor of this monster. With this attack, he killed the orc with this blow, loudly called out to the protagonist, and said that his family is strong. At the same time, Bastia was very surprised by what she heard and loudly asked, "Did they really win?" He agreed with a calm expression and said that the undead and magic confirmed this. They were both safe now. She joyfully began tossing him in the air and said that they did it, defeated the noble orcs. He was surprised by this, asked to let him go, and said that they had not won yet. Their father was still left. At that very moment, Bugogan destroyed the building he was in with a very strong blow and let out a very loud scream. He began to examine what had happened to his village with a very serious expression. Sam saw this and loudly called out to MC, and he agreed and said that he saw it. He looked at this orc and thought that he was bigger than he expected, completely different from his sons. Is this what a true noble orc looks like? The system notified that danger, death had been detected. He wondered what if he started the battle after Vigaro and Zadiris arrived. Most likely, they would be able to win somehow, but many would die. What if he fought him alone while the others provided support? There was a 50% chance he would die, but then there was only a 10% chance that someone else would die. He got out of the carriage and said that he was asking them to give him support. Immediately after that, he very quickly flew up to this monster and hovered in the air in front of him. Bugogan was surprised when he saw him, then grew angry, raised his hand, and cast a spell. He struck him with a powerful punch, causing stone spikes to emerge from the ground. However, these spikes collided with the barrier Vandalu had created, and it immediately collapsed. He quickly ran up to him, struck him with a powerful sword strike, partially destroying the barrier, but was unable to reach him. He was surprised by this and quickly jumped a large distance away from him. With a calm expression, he raised his hand above his head and concentrated a large amount of energy. Zadiris rode on the skeletal beast and saw him create a very large mana bullet. She joyfully said that in all their training, she had never seen anything like it. He released this large ball of energy, but Bugogan cut through his spell with a sword strike. However, he was very surprised when he saw that he created even more of the same balls of energy that he launched at him. At the same moment, he summoned a familiar behind him, which caught his attention, and he sharply swung his sword back. While the orc was distracted by this, he began to create a stone golem under his feet. Sam watched this and said that the lemur releasing bloodlust behind him and the earth golem under him were trying to knock him off balance. This is as mean as expected from him. The orc, with a serious look, delivered a very strong kick to the ground and destroyed the golem. He was very surprised by what he saw and asked loudly. The golem didn't even have time to get up. At the same moment, spells flew towards him, which he began to cut with his sword. After that, he looked up and saw how MC created even more energy above his head. He launched this huge ball of energy, and he struck it with his sword, and was able to cut through all of that energy. Immediately after that, he charged, tried to strike with his sword again, but his sword again couldn't reach its target. He pulled out his sword and they looked at each other with serious faces. Vandalu looked at him and thought, this is dangerous. Could he really die today? Is he really the father of those talentless pigs? Lemur, golems, mana bullets, why doesn't anything work on him? Even the maximum power mana bullet was of little use. Why is he so strong? Even though he trained, what's the point? If he still can't defeat him, what should he do then? Maybe poison him. Now it came to special killing methods. But how to do that? Inflict a wound and pour poison there? That's impossible. Bugogan looked at him and thought that this child had shown absolutely no emotion during the entire mortal battle. Who is he anyway? His magic reflects any sword technique he uses. His face shows no fear. Nothing at all. He doesn't even know if he can survive. The crosscut was useless against his shield. This guy's gaze, he hadn't seen such a look in a long time. It was completely empty. They simultaneously thought that at this rate they would kill him. Vigaro looked at them from the side and asked why he was dragging his feet with such a strong enemy. They all knew what he was capable of. Zadiris loudly asked what he was even talking about. Didn't he see that the boy was barely holding on? He said loudly with a serious expression that she should look at him. He wasn't even sweating. It was obvious that the noble orc would soon expend all his strength and be defeated. She called him a stupid warrior and asked if he hadn't noticed how the enemy reflected all of the boy's magical attacks. He couldn't attack with anything but a mana bullet. Sam loudly asked them to calm down and said loudly that they needed to hurry to help the master. He galloped towards him and called out loudly. She loudly called the mages and archers and said that they should prepare for an attack. They began to attack Bugogan from afar, and he quickly repelled all these attacks with his sword. The protagonist looked at this and thought that this was bad. Everyone had already gathered, but it was still too early for the final blow. For now, he was still aiming at him. But if the orc changed his target, not many of them would be able to survive. Perhaps he could force them to remain in this world as spirits. The undead would be fine. Even if the body was damaged, he would simply restore them. However, what if his sword had the ability to cut through spiritual forms? How was he supposed to kill this guy? All his attacks were useless. He was surprised when he realized something and thought that this was it, the very thing that could not be dodged or defended against. Bugogan ran towards him, stabbed him with his sword, destroyed his barrier, and managed to leave a large wound on his body. Everyone was very worried about what happened and stared at him. They loudly called MC's name as he fell down, and the orc in front of him licked his blood from his face. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground and dropped his sword. They all ran up to him with obvious concern, and Vigaro was about to kill this orc for what he did. He noticed that he was foaming at the mouth and loudly asked what was wrong with him. Zadiris approached him and, looking worried, loudly said that he should not move. She would help him now. He was coughing up blood, and Bastia asked, "How did this happen? He will be fine, right?" She, looking worried, loudly said that she should be quiet and move away from here because she was in the way. Vandalu, with a calm expression, mentally told them to wait. He simply spat out the blood that had gotten into his trachea. He'd be able to speak again in a couple of minutes. Sam, with a calm expression, listened to him and said he understood everything. So that's what he'd come up with? Rita and Salia breathed a sigh of relief at what he'd said. Bastia, looking around with concern, asked loudly, "What are they talking about? Did he tell them something?" He agreed and said that when he was wounded, he used spirit form transformation to transform his heart and spine into spirit form. His life was not in danger now, and the wound should heal in a couple of minutes. Currently, the boy is using his magic without the attribute of accelerated regeneration to restore his lungs, and the wound has already begun to heal. Speaking of defeating the noble orc, he needs to be killed, and they must be careful not to come into contact with the boy's blood. At that moment, Vigaro began coughing and said his body suddenly felt so heavy. Sam loudly said that they needed to help him with detoxification magic immediately. The ghoul ran up to him and loudly said that she would take care of it. Zadiris stayed put and asked if he could explain it. He agreed and said that when the boy was wounded, he converted some of his blood into a deadly poison. The bet was that Bugogan could never have expected poison in his enemy's blood, so he ended up licking it with his tongue and drinking it. Convulsions in the limbs, blurred vision, loss of consciousness, and a heart attack. The noble orc, unable to stand any longer under the influence of the poison, fell to his knees and eventually collapsed on the ground. She sighed and said that this is how it was. It was so reckless. When he wakes up, they will have a serious talk. The protagonist mentally called him and said that they didn't need such details, especially for his mother. He apologized and said he would tell the rest himself. The girls looked at him with displeased faces, and he turned away and thought that this was such a terrible situation. After some time, he finished drinking the orc's blood and said that orcs had a soft and rich taste, but a lingering aftertaste remained in his throat. Zadiris approached him and said that before returning home, there was one more problem to solve. She wanted to consult with him about what to do with human women. Could he take a look? He agreed and wondered what else else he could have expected. The dead girl was sitting near the building, and Luciliano wondered if it was all over. What happened there? The sounds of battle died down sometime after the angry orc king left. However, it was not orcs that came for his dead man, but ghouls. The ground outside is covered with the corpses of orcs, kobolds, and goblins, but he does not see the corpses of ghouls. They defeated the orcs with almost no losses. It's unthinkable. Also, the ghoul who brought him here mentioned a king. In other words, someone is controlling them, capable of supplying them with equipment superior to that of average-level soldiers. And he even defeated a rank 7 monster in a one-on-one fight. If this undead is destroyed, he will refuse to do this job, even if he has to kneel and beg. He will definitely refuse to take part in a battle against more than 100 chieftains, led by such a king. A girl ran after the ghouls and loudly asked to be killed. He watched this from the side and thought that the girls were adventurers, now being used for food, or perhaps they will perform a ritual to turn them into ghouls. But in any case, it is already impossible to save them. Well, even if people come to the rescue, the fate of girls with children from orcs is rather sad. They suffer deep scars not only physically but also mentally. Even if some of them can recover, they will be discriminated against as people who did this to monsters. In that case, it's better to just be eaten by ghouls right here. MC approached him and he wondered what he was doing here. Crimson and bluish-violet eyes, is this a Dhampir? Could he be that very king? He asked with a calm expression why he was there. This is someone else's body, isn't it? Luciliana was surprised because of this, and she asked, whose body is this then? He looked at him and said that the spirit of a woman is next to him. She tells him to return the body and stop desecrating it. At that moment, he looked to the side and saw the spirit he just spoke about. He looked at him with a surprised expression and wondered, can he see ghosts? Could he really be a necromancer? He couldn't even imagine that the soul of this body was haunting him. This is bad. He needs to leave now. He reached out to him, grabbed him by the throat, and said that he will not run away. He was surprised by what happened, and thought that he cannot leave her body. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked, he will ask one last time, what is he doing in her body? He will not let him go until he gets an answer. Luciliano said that he is a traveler and came here to learn about the orc village. He used this body to achieve his goal. He held him and asked if the Minister of War Palpapek hired him. He refused and said that, in fact, the Viscount hired him, and he proposed a plan to the minister to defeat the orcs. The minister is going to send an army here. Vandalu asked if he finds out that the village no longer exists, will he change his decision? He said that he is not sure about that. He will simply switch to the ghouls. He's talking about all the demonic monsters living here. He won't change his plan. Moreover, the ghouls are to blame for the death of the noble orcs. From a human's point of view, such an army is too dangerous. He must understand that threatening him is pointless. He's just a traveler and doesn't decide anything. He said that he already understood this. He wondered what to do with him. If word got out that he was here, there would be problems, but he couldn't kill him with this skill either. He said that now it was clear why he needed her body. So, he also killed her? Luciliano loudly said that this was nonsense. The landowner gave him this corpse. He had nothing to do with her death. The woman's spirit loudly said that he must return her body and stop desecrating it. He said that he understood. He would let him go, but only this time. His ghostly hand disappeared and he returned to his body. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that, as he thought, she was still alive. It looks like she will remain in a half-dead state until her mana runs out. The woman's spirit said that she is grateful to him for giving her back her body. However, it seems that she is dying and her place is now in heaven. He turned to her and asked if she wants to be reborn here and now. She was happy to hear this and asked if he could really bring her back to life. He said that he cannot do that, but right now, a new life is growing in her body. She was indignant at this and asked if he means that she had a child with an orc. Will she be reborn as an orc? If so, then she would rather die here and now. He asked her to calm down and said that he will suppress the noble orc genes as much as possible and she will not become an orc. She looked at him and asked if he really can do that. He said that, however, she will not become a human either. However, he will create a form so close to a human that it will be impossible to mistake her for an orc. Talia began to carry away her body when she made up her mind and asked to be reborn. The body was placed in a carriage, and he said that he understood and would do everything in his power. Sam called the young master and asked why he was so kind to this girl. MC, with a calm expression on his face, said that he wanted to know if it was possible to place a soul into an embryo. The experiment was successful. Her soul is now inside the child in her belly. He looked at him and asked if he wanted to use the same method Lady Darcia, right? He refused and said that in this case the girl turns into her child. Therefore, her compatibility with the embryo is high. The chances of finding a compatible embryo without the mother herself are negligible. However, he has other ideas. In general, this is very hypocritical, and since he proposed this to her, he will help her at first. He grabbed his head and thought, just think, he will raise a child at such a young age. He is very worried about him. Sometime later, when they returned to the village, the girls approached him and loudly said that he should listen to them. He is indeed their mentor, but they did not ask him to fight the enemy leader. Who put him up to such recklessness? No matter how you look at it, it is too dangerous. He must never do this again, understand? He agreed and apologized for it. They calmed down a little, and Darcia said that she understands that he did it for everyone's safety. It is just not worth doing this anymore. Okay? Bastia said that their powerlessness also contributed to it. She apologizes for having to make him try because of them. Zadiris said that speaking of recklessness, it turns out that they forced him to do it. Vandalu looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked what they were talking about. Or do they want him to let his guard down, and then they will flare up again when he calms down? She was confused by this and said that was not true at all. There was no need to suspect them. He asked, "Are they absolutely sure about this?" Usually they yell at him more. She smiled and asked, "He looks gloomy. Did something happen?" He said that it was not that. It was just that he was hit every time he was scolded and yelled at much more than now. Darcia came up to him, called his name, and said that she was sorry for scaring him. He mentally told her that she did not need to apologize. Zadiris called him with a worried look and asked what kind of parents he had. She did not know that he was so sensitive about this. It seemed that they made him remember something terrible. He was confused by this and said loudly that they misunderstood. He was not talking about his mother. She said with a small smile that he shouldn't worry, they can't see her anyway. He insisted that it was important and said that if his friends misjudged his mother, it was his fault. He called the two of them and said that he had to tell them something about himself and his mother. However, first, could he call Vigaro? He came to them, turned around and said that he was just in time. They were all very surprised when they saw that he had grown in size greatly. His rank had risen to 6th, and he calmly said that he woke up like this today. Bastia asked if he had raised his rank after yesterday's battle. Zadiris asked how much more he would grow. After that, the protagonist told them about himself, and they calmly asked if he had been reincarnated from a completely different world. If so, that explains a lot. He was a little surprised by this and asked if they believed him so easily. They said he could think whatever he wanted, but it's not usually the case for a 2-year-old to have such magic and knowledge. Considering it came from a past life, everything makes sense. They've known each other for too long to be surprised by such things. However, is it true that another 100 people like him will come to this world? 100 children with magical power greater than 100 million. They're no match for them. He remembered Rodcourt and he was sure his mana reserves were much higher than theirs. It was so high because he didn't receive any special skill. At least that's what that stupid god told him. They thought there wouldn't be a problem then, but he denied it and said he'd already told them they had strong abilities. What if they came in a crowd? Vigaro asked. Their skills don't make them invulnerable, right? That means there'll be a way to kill them. MC was about to say something, but he remembered the past and thought he understood now. When they first died, God said that they would be reborn in random worlds. This clearly means that no one is immortal. If they hadn't died, they would never have come to this world. He said that this was very basic logic. Why did he think of this only now? Zadiris said that he, like anyone, was inclined to fear those who possessed what he didn't have, especially if they had killed him once. However, he should listen. He had a weapon that no one else had. This weapon was unmatched. Darcia said with a smile that she was right. He needed to believe in himself more. He smiled, thanked them, and said that thanks to them, he found hope. They were all very surprised when he said that. By the way, people were going to come here with an army soon. What will they do about it? They were very surprised by what they heard and asked loudly, couldn't he have said this before? At the same time, a guy named Thomas was sitting in the office and writing a letter. There was a bat next to him who said that it looked so-so, although he is their Minister of War Palpapek now, right? He is wasting his short life on such a boring occupation. He really felt sorry for him. He called him a dear immortal friend with a calm expression and asked, in that case, would he do him a favor? He laughed and asked, hadn't he helped him enough? His older brother was destined to sit in this chair and who took care of him. He called him a condescending vampire and asked, didn't he remember that he helped him because they had the same goal? He thought about it and said that it was indeed so. Knowing his rank among the allies is very beneficial. He looked at him and said that they should throw away such conventions. He wants to ask him for something. About a dampier named Vandalu. The vampire looked at him and asked, who is that? He said with a serious expression that 3 years ago a child was born from a dark elf executed in his country and a vampire of his former subordinate. He was about to say something else, but he was interrupted and asked, is he talking about the son of the traitor Valen? He remained silent until the very end. So what did he want to say about this? Thomas named their names and said that forming a child's name from the parents' names is a fairly common practice. The vampire said that I understand, that explains his name. That makes sense, but where is this going? He said that this child, it turns out, is a necromancer who controls an army of souls. He asked, did a 2-year-old child turn out to be a necromancer? He said with a serious expression. That information was verified. He received it from the traveler's familiar. The undead were revealed, however. The vampire said that Valen, however, did not have such abilities. Still, what's wrong with the child? He'll be caught soon, right? He agreed and said that the expedition would set off soon. High Priest Golden Riley Windspear is coming. The vampire asked, this is the one who got his nickname from the C-rank traveler Heinz. Does he think he'll be of any use? He said that he had already reached B rank. He could go too if he was worried. He laughed and said that everything was fine. He would trust him. What's more important is that he would tell him about the investigation. Thomas asked, Does he remember that incident with the golem at the city gate? He was very curious if a Dhampir was involved in this. He understands that, right? The vampire was very surprised by what he heard, laughed out loud, and said that he shouldn't talk nonsense. They, humans, are so afraid of Dhampirs that they constantly endow them with superpowers. A Dhampir's abilities depend on the strength of the vampire who sired him. He couldn't get such skills from such a trifle as Valen. He doesn't believe that this was the work of a 2-year-old child, does he? He said that these were just guesses, but, frankly, it sounded really absurd. The vampire stopped at the window and said that if he had everything, then it was time for him to leave. Even immortals should not waste their time. However, if suddenly a child is responsible for this incident, then even the high priest or Riley should not underestimate him. Sometime later, in the ghoul village, the protagonist looked at the girls standing in front of him and asked, do they really agree to this? If they become ghouls, they cannot. He did not have time to finish because the girl loudly said that they had already decided everything. He must quickly turn them into ghouls. Zadiris called him and said that he should simply fulfill their wish. These women will never return to human society anyway. They can only help them by accepting them into the tribe as equals. He agreed, and the first girl entered the liquid. He looked at what was happening with a slightly confused look and asked, will everything really work out? It looks like she just decided to drown herself. She said that everything is fine. This ritual has been used for more than 1 generation. However, this can only be done with humans. Other races simply drown. He said that Talia also went through this when she turned into a ghoul. By the way, where is she now? Bilda looked at him and said that she did not come. She was turned against her will, after all. She doubted that she would want to see this. They did not mind if she went to see her. Zadiris agreed and said that he should go too. Besides, there was a lot to discuss today. He should tell her to come to the meeting hall. He agreed and said that then she would remain in charge. The two of them left, and she said with a small smile that it was great that she was learning to understand human feelings. But before this, they always avoided interactions with others, but maybe there is nothing wrong with them. After some time, the two of them came to the building. Bilda called her by name and she asked to be notified before entering. She remembers that, right? They go in. They went inside and saw her. He smelled blood and saw a recently severed orc head on the floor. Talia took his hand and said with a joyful look that the meat of noble orcs is so aromatic. She turned to them with a knife in her hand. How long had they been here? Did they want to tell her something? Vandalu started to leave, refused, and said that they would go and would not distract her from the matter. She was confused by this and loudly asked him to wait. After some time, most of the ghouls gathered around the fire and he said that he asks to listen to what he has to say. An army of people is coming here to kill them all. After some time, an army of people in armor was walking along the mountain. Riley called the high priest and said that he was quite strong in spirit. Golden looked at him and said that he was, after all, a spearman from the Rainbow Sword. He said that this was no longer the case. He looked at him and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but this time he was dealing with him. He is not as soft as Heinz. He can do anything, but the descendant of an evil vampire and a witch will die. The gods will bless anyone for fulfilling. Riley said with a smile that this was glorious. He said with a serious expression that, however, they must not let their guard down. Even if the ghouls knew that they were coming for them, they did not leave their dwelling for 2 months. In other words, they are putting their combat power in order. They must not be underestimated. He passed by him with a slight smile and said that he was grateful for the warning, but there was no need to tell him about it. He looked back with a small smirk and asked who would die. For him, this is just a stepping stone to overcome Heinz. After some time, the knights reached the village in the forest and loudly said that there was indeed no one here. Among the settlements, you could mostly see only lone goblins. There's not even a trace of ghouls. Riley asked loudly, what is this? Wherever they go, it's empty. They're not transparent after all. Not a single one of them showed up. Golden, with a surprised expression on his face, began to guess, but at that moment a knight called him. He came to him, looked around and asked, are these wheel tracks? The knight agreed and said that the tracks looked like a dozen carts had driven over the same spot. Riley looked at this with a displeased expression on his face and asked loudly, did that Dhampir really grab the ghouls and run away from here? He grabbed the knight by the collar and asked loudly, how come no one noticed this? They had been watching them for 2 months, hadn't they? He removed his hand and said loudly that they had examined the dwelling, the area, and in between. Who would have thought that they would pass through the mountain range? He had never heard of ghouls using carts. Golden, with a serious expression, asked loudly if a horde of several hundred ghouls led by a Dhampir had really managed to slip away without a fight. It seemed they had been deceived. 2 months ago, Vigaro said loudly that they would crush these humans. They had become stronger and would not lose, even if there were 100 of them. The protagonist apologized and said that they could not win. He was indignant about this and loudly asked why he thought so. He sat calmly in front of the ghouls and said that they had indeed become stronger. However, humans were different from orcs, and they had prepared thoroughly to defeat them. Even if they were lucky enough to defeat the initial strike force, how long would it be before they turned the tide of the battle? Besides, they had people they were obliged to protect. Zadiris agreed with him and said that unfortunately, thanks to them, there were a lot of pregnant women here. Talia said that their wish is to continue to exist as one family. Is victory with many casualties really better than defeat with many left alive? However, what will they do? They can't hide, but they can escape. She didn't finish, and he said that he knew where they could run, but it was a bit far. After some time, they all rode together in carts, and MC created golems to clear a path in the mountain. As soon as the last cart left, the passage in the mountain closed back. He saw the castle and said that finally, after 3 months, they almost made it here. They did a great job. Bastia looked at it and asked, "Are these the ruins he found with the help of an insect?" Sam said that this is quite spacious land. Zadiris said that the problem is whether they will be able to move without incidents. Obviously, there will be a lot of undead here, but not forever. Perhaps they missed high-ranking monsters. He looked around with a calm expression and said that tomorrow they would do serious reconnaissance. Today they would have to set up camp in different places. Figaro loudly announced that they should all go prepare the camp and post guards. He removed his hood and said that, surprisingly, the mountain range didn't turn out to be anything special. Talia stood next to him and, with a displeased expression, said that this was indeed true. He was a little confused by this, apologized, and asked if she was okay. The long journey was already coming to an end. As soon as they arrived at the new shelter, they would be able to cheerfully create weapons. She sat up and with a depressed look, apologized to him. Zadiris looked at her and said that it was very sad. She shouldn't lose heart. She looked at her with a slightly displeased expression and said that it was strange that even though she was older than her, she was full of energy. Vandalu approached the undead girl and said that it seemed like she wasn't particularly ill. The child would be born healthy. Talia looked at him with a small smile and asked why they were doing this. From the outside, they looked like a family. Katsuya approached them, called her by name, and asked if she already felt like his grandmother. She became angry about this and loudly asked whom she called grandmother. She pointed her finger at her with an indignant expression, called her by name, and loudly said that she was too impudent for a newbie. She looked at her with a smile and asked, however, how many thousands of years old is she really? She became even more angry about this and loudly said that she wasn't that old. She was only 260 years old. She finally calmed down a little and asked if she was really glad she joined them. She was a little surprised by this question and asked if she was wondering if she regretted becoming a ghoul. It's not true. It's better to become a ghoul than to be a woman with whom monsters have fun. She didn't have a family. Besides, surprisingly, they don't seem like bad people. The main character looked at her and said that they are not like a family. They are all family. The girls looked at him with a smile, but suddenly someone threw something at his head. The child who did it called the king and said that he found a funny bone, so he would take advantage of it. The girl laughed at what happened, and another child called the king and said that he would teach him a lesson. The child who threw the bone came up to him and asked with a confused look, "Did the king get smaller?" The ghoul girl grabbed the child by the ear, called him Blang, and loudly said that she told him not to throw things. She stroked his head, apologized, and asked if he was okay. He agreed, after which the girls left with the children. He looked at them and said that if he had been told that the captured ghouls were raising a goblin and an orc cub, he would never have believed it. These children are goblins, a subspecies of black goblins, kobolds, a subspecies of Anubis, and orcs, a subspecies of Horcus. He asked why all newborn species are the most amazing, and what does that mean? Zadiris, with a thoughtful expression, said that if you think about it, when these children were in their mother's womb, their magical power was pumped out to maintain the physical strength of the mother's body. Isn't that good? Compared to ordinary monster children, they are smart. He agreed with a slightly confused look, and said that he would say it was good when so many were born. They looked at the crowd of children, and she said with a smile that he had such a big family. At the same time, Thomas said that he was sorry, but there was no more information on the Dampier. The vampire asked loudly, "Can't they do something about it? Besides, are there any free adventurers?" He looked at him and said that there were no adventurers who could cross that ridge and subdue a group of several hundred monsters. He flew next to him with a displeased look and said loudly that if he was a fanatic, they needed to call Golden. He said with a calm expression that this was also impossible. He really wanted to follow the Dampier, but the temple assigned him another task and he had already left. The vampire was very unhappy about this, and he said that he seemed to be all nervous. Is it such a problem that the Dampier will cross the mountains? The vampire flew out the window and loudly declared that it was none of his business. He drank tea from his cup and, with some surprise, said that the tea had gotten completely cold. The vampire flew back to his house and, with a very displeased expression on his face, loudly complained about this. Sometime later, MC stood in front of the ghouls and said that they would now scout the shelter's territory. Figaro agreed, and Bazdia said that they should definitely return. A man's job is to get what he wants and return to where he has a girlfriend. He calmly said that she should take care of the others. They arrived at the castle grounds, and he began to look around and remarked on the enormous buildings here. Zadiris, walking alongside, agreed and said that this wasn't quite right either. She was worried that the door would be too big. Rita turned around and said that indeed, with this size, even Vigaro could easily pass through. She noticed that Vandalu had started to run, and she commented on this. Sam said that he seemed to be in a good mood for some reason. Katia said with a smile that she seemed to never be able to understand him. She chuckled because of this and asked, "She can't do that." He laughed and asked, "It seems she still has a long way to go, doesn't she?" She was confused by their reaction and said that it irritated her a little. He turned to them and asked, "Aren't they excited about the ruins of the shelter? Don't they think that they could live here?" She approached him with a smile, agreed, and asked, however, maybe scary ghosts would appear here. He looked at her with a calm expression on his face and said that, however, he was not afraid of ghosts. He also noticed something with a calm expression on his face and said that the enemy was attacking from the buildings opposite. She became very scared because of this, began to look around and asked, "Where are they?" He was a little surprised and said that they should wait. This can't be. He noticed several dinosaurs, which surprised him very much. The ghoul pointed his finger up and loudly said that there was someone there too. The protagonist looked at this with a shocked and joyful expression on his face and remembered how he studied dinosaurs in his past life. The ghoul was surprised when he saw another monster and loudly said that there was something in the water too. He turned around with an excited look at the voice and asked, "What was there this time?" The ghouls looked around and loudly said that they were surrounded. They shouldn't panic. They needed to stand back to back and fight. He looked at these monsters and thought that the dinosaurs on Earth had been completely destroyed. Only fossils remained that could be found. Now they were moving right before his eyes. What should he do now? If they kill the dinosaurs, they will die forever. That's right. They will poison them without wounds. They need to turn them into undead. That's what they will do. Katia grabbed her sword and loudly said that they can give this lizard to her. She ran up to the dinosaur and cut off the monster's head with one blow. He was very upset about this and said that it was terrible. At that moment, a rank 4 bone bird flew towards them and attacked another dinosaur with multiple projectiles. Rita and Salia quickly ran up to the shark, attacked it with their weapons, and killed it. Katia said with a smile that they were unexpectedly large. Zadiris approached them and loudly said that they were too slow to react after the enemy appeared. In the previous battle, she had increased her rank, so she won without any problems. She was about to say something else, but she looked at MC, who was sitting in front of the dinosaur corpse, and asked what he was doing. He turned to her with a sad look and tried to say something, and she was worried about his health. He said that it would be good if they won without damage. She looked at him with a confused expression and asked what damage he was talking about. He turned to her and loudly asked, "Can't she see that his head was cut off?" She was embarrassed by this and said that it wasn't exactly like that. The head was perfectly normal. Is he absolutely sure that everything is okay with him? The ghoul next to her asked what kind of lizards were they. Were they edible? Sam looked at them and said that these monsters didn't look like dragons. Vandalu said with a sad look that they were a fairy tale of bygone times. They were dinosaurs. He once went to a museum and was captivated by the exhibition of dinosaur skeletons, after which they became his old dream. He remembered his past and thought that in elementary school there was a chance to go on a long-awaited field trip to the museum, but his uncle didn't let him. He was very sad about all this, and Zadiris called him and said that they needed to leave soon. He had hope and asked, "They can collect these bones and start a private museum, right?" She agreed and said that she really didn't understand anything, but then they would do so. After that, they walked further through the castle and heard a very loud scream, which attracted their attention. They all looked at the building and saw a silhouette coming out of it. A huge undead creature came out to them, looked at them and said that he was waiting for him, the child of the prophecy. The ghoul looked at him with a surprised expression on his face and asked loudly, "Is this the undead giant?" He called the child of the prophecy again and said how wonderful it was that he descended to them in Talishime. He asked him to help them out. His name was Richie Noise. Vandalu gave his name and said that he was the king of the ghouls. Could he ask him a question? Katia leaned toward him, asked him to wait, and asked if he would communicate with such a suspicious creature. He said he hoped that he would allow them to settle here. He looked at him from the side and said that he learned of his coming here, child, from the goddess's prophecy. Her forgotten children will come from the west, along with a white child. This child will bring them prosperity and glory. Zadiris thought about this and said that he really did have white skin, not like them, the ghouls created by the goddess Vita. He looked at him and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but he knew nothing about this country. Although he was asking for his help, how could he help them? Noaz said that he understood him, in which case he would tell them about this country, that whose merciless shadow now opens before them was once called the capital of the sun and flourished. It is the fortress city of the giants, Talishime. Although they sang of the secret left behind by the vanished hero Zakarth and the prosperity of the goddess Vita's grace, Katia asked if she could ask something. Would they really help him? The protagonist looked at her and said that if it turned out to be impossible, he would refuse. He said that 200 years ago, the shield country of Mild captured them. Now, as they saw, it had turned into a refuge for the undead. He looked at him and asked, Were the giant country and the shield country at odds? Noise said that up until a certain point, there had been no feud. One day, without any warning, they unexpectedly crossed the mountains and approached Talishime. They desperately resisted, and in the first hour, the odds were on their side. But they were unable to win. In this battle, he lost his life, thus turning into the undead. Sam listened to this and asked, the destruction of the giant country 200 years ago? Who would have thought that the day would come when he would be able to hear this story from an eyewitness? MC looked at him and asked, he knows about this, so it's a well-known story? Kachiya said that among the people of the Shield Country, there is no one who doesn't know this story. He said that he would like to know, why did the Shield Country of Milg attack the Country of Giants? He said that because the feudal lord of the Shield Country of Milg, the Amidao Empire, gave the order. At that time, the Shield Country was gaining strength, and the Empire was afraid that their relationship would change. He asked, so the conflict with the Country of Giants was supposed to reduce this strength? Nuaz said that this is what he meant. Since ancient times, the Amidao Empire believed in the god Ard, and the Country of Giants in the goddess Vita. Vandalu looked at him and asked, is the official reason religious contradictions? He said loudly that he would also like to know that state that destroyed their country, what happened to it after that? Sam said that the Shield Country was in the position of having won the war. However, they could not openly rejoice in their victory. Beginning with the hero of the Shield Country, Mikhail, many excellent officers and soldiers died. By the end of the war, military expenditures were enormous. Moreover, unlike the Country of Giants, money and resources had run out, as if they had been taken away. Noaz asked for forgiveness and said that he would like to correct him. To say that there was nothing valuable in his country is not entirely true. At the moment the battle began, the first princess, protected by the guards, fled the country. Then they took away all the jewels and property of their country. In the kingdom of Albaum in the east, where the princess fled, trade was flourishing at the time. Because numerous things conquered in Talashime were extremely valuable in all countries. Sam said that now he understood how it all happened. Then he asks for forgiveness. The protagonist said that in any case, the country of Milg suffered great losses, so everything went as the Amidao Empire planned. He said that it couldn't be said that way, because it was the Empire that bore the brunt. They were surprised by this, and he asked why he said that. He said that the country of Olbaum, a friend of the giant state, had gathered an army. They deservedly punished the shield state of Milg, which had immorally attacked a friendly state. The borders of this country, exhausted from the battle with the giant state, were easily overcome. The Amidao Empire of Isconi, in confusion at first, sent an army to protect the shield country, but in the end, they were defeated. It so happened that to this day, the empire has been losing conquered lands, which are transferred to the state of Olbaum. Moreover, to recapture their territory, these countries have been in conflict with each other for 200 years. MC said that it turns out that the battle that happened before is a continuation. Sam said that this is why this story is known as the greatest defeat of the Amidao Empire in history. Nuaz was overjoyed by this, began to laugh loudly, and said that they deserved it. He became embarrassed when he realized they were looking at him, asked for forgiveness, and said that he had been too happy about it. With a calm expression, he said that, nevertheless, neither the shield state of Milg nor the Amidao Empire were doing well. I wish they would disappear. He loudly said that the shield country would be destroyed. Such bold words. Without a doubt, it was he, the reincarnation of the true ancestor of the vampires from legend. This is a legend passed down from generation to generation. Born from the union of the goddess Vita and the hero Rodcourt, the ancestor of the vampires prophesied the following on his deathbed. When he is destroyed, he will be reborn again, stand next to their brothers and sisters, and bring destruction to the arrogant apostles of the deity. In other words, he is the white child from the prophecy, the second coming of the son of the goddess and the hero. Finally, their savior has returned, the strongest, the legend, the restoration of Talashime. Vandalu asked calmly why he was mixing legend and prophecy. He was going to say something about the destruction of the shield country, but Zadira said no one had mentioned that. After all, the Sam family members are also citizens of the shield country, right? He said they shouldn't worry. For the young master's sake, he was ready to crush a resident of any country. However, he must remember to keep an open mind. Darcia called him and said that it was exactly like that. Not all people in the shield country are bad, right? He had completely forgotten about the good people, and she felt sad about it. He was embarrassed by this and said he hadn't said that. Nuaz called him and said that they were also angry at the states of Milg and Amidao, which existed 200 years ago. Their goddess had told them not to stir up hostility between descendants, and he was asking them to stop. He was indignant about this and said that he had said the same thing. However, if he hadn't said that he wanted to destroy the shield country, there wouldn't have been any difficulties. He shouldn't have demanded such a thing. So, what exactly does he want him to do? He looked at him and said that even though he said so, for him, the very arrival of the child from the prophecy was a wish, so they don't want anything else. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he was quite cute for his appearance. He said that he brought about 600 ghouls with him. He wouldn't mind if they moved to Talashime. He was happy to hear this and asked, so they would move to their city? Would any of the dead living in the ruins refuse? The undead started coming towards them with a frightening look, and one of them said that they would warmly welcome the child and his group. Katsuya was very scared because of what she saw and said loudly that it was too scary. He said, with a calm expression, that from now on they live in the same country, so she should get used to it. He turned around and said that it was good that they were able to get permission from the representative. He was grateful to him for his help. Noise, looking confused, said that this was not true at all. He was a simple priest's apprentice and was not a representative of this country. Zadiris looked at him and asked, "This was just the first person who spoke to them, right?" He stood next to her and said that it turned out that they would like to talk to the representative. He looked at them and said that, as he said earlier, since the first princess escaped, they had no members of the ruling family left. However, one of the heroes of Talishime, Borks, was currently guarding the royal castle. He would show them the way. They should follow him. MC turned to his allies and said that he would talk in return, and they should stay here. She agreed and said that everything seemed to be fine. He should not do anything stupid, okay? He began to climb the very large steps and said that since this was the country of giants, nothing could be done. The height of the stairs is not kind to children. Noise picked him up and said that with his permission, he asked to be carried. They went on, and he said that before meeting the hero, he should lower him to the ground. By the way, what kind of person is Mr. Borks? He called him a hero, though. He didn't have time to finish because he agreed and said that he was the master of the sword, able to defeat any powerful enemy with just a sword. Among the heroes of Talishime, only he turned into a corpse. One could say that he is the strongest of the existing undead giants. He put him on the ground and said that they would arrive soon. Ahead was the door to the audience hall. For 200 years, he had not taken a step from this place. He saw a temple novice, called him, and asked who this strange child was. Noaz said his name and said that this gentleman was the king of Ghouls, the child from the prophecy he spoke of. He was surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, "Did he say the king of Ghouls? The girl is a king, and does that mean she really is a ghoul? However, it doesn't look like it." Vandalu, with a calm expression on his face, said that he was a dhampir, not a ghoul, and a boy at that. Borks raised his sword and said that he didn't care what kind of person he was or what he did. If he wanted to live here, he could go. He looked at him and said that if possible, they would like to become their comrades. For this, he wanted to gather all the giants together. He asked for forgiveness and said that, however, he had to refuse because he had something to do here. Also, although he almost subdued him with his skill, it was useless. Noaz, with a puzzled look, called his name and asked what he meant. He looked at them with a serious expression and thought that the death charm attribute was completely ineffective. When the undead's level was so high, the charm skill became useless. Rather, it aroused wariness. Then they could only negotiate normally. If he was angered, it would cost him his life. One should choose one's words carefully. He asked for forgiveness and said that the charm skill was constantly active and without his consent. He asked him to be lenient. Besides, the art called necromancy didn't exist in this world before. Perhaps by using this, they can get what they desire. Borks asked loudly with a serious expression, "Does he want to make a deal? If so, he was all ears. Is it within his power to remove the magical curse from the legend?" He said that perhaps he could remove this curse. He chuckled at this and said that it was as expected of a man like him. He claims that he can handle it, right? He said that it seemed he could free them from the curse. Noise was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What kind of nonsense is this? High Priest, even the Lady Saint of Healing, Gina, couldn't cleanse it. If he is cursed too, what will they do?" The protagonist thought about it and said that he asks to listen to him. A curse is a certain extraordinary state caused by magic. Since his necromancy is capable of absorbing and destroying magic, no matter how strong the curse, if the magic that created it is destroyed, the curse can be lifted. More precisely, it can be erased. He thought, in other words, the structure of the curse and the method of removal. In the previous world, during the experiment, they were called researchers. Necromancy is not difficult. Will he believe the rest? Noise asked. Is he going to destroy the curse itself? Even though he had heard of something like this. He didn't have time to finish because Borks knelt before him and said that if he could lift this curse and bring them back, he was ready to become anyone for him. He doesn't know if this makes sense now, but he swears on his name. He bowed low and said loudly that he was asking for his comrades Jin and Zandia to be saved. MC looked at him and agreed with a calm expression. After that, he stood up, walked to the huge door, and said that they should go inside. He opened the door, they went inside, and he wondered if the cold air was due to magic. He was surprised when he noticed a huge ice crystal standing in the center of the huge hall. Inside this crystal, they saw a woman's hand. Noise was very surprised by this and was about to ask something, but he immediately agreed and said that it was in this cursed block of ice that 2 dead bodies were trapped. Judging by its size, this hand belonged to Zandia. Even though she had lost her hand, she was able to drive that scoundrel underground. Vandalu turned to him and said that he could melt the ice with his magic. However, could he find out what was here first? He agreed and asked if he should tell him more. How far did he know, and from what point was it best to tell? He thought about it and said that since the destruction of the country of giants by the shield state of Milg, Noise said that he asked to clarify one thing before his story. He will tell him about the heroes of Talishime and their confrontation with the hero of the Shield State, Michael. They once had 5 renowned heroes: the Swordmaster Borks, the Holy Healer Gina, the Hungry Wolf Ogban, Balijan, with 2 halberds, and the Little Genius Zandia. Thanks to their active resistance, Talishime stopped the advance of the Shield State troops, but the enemy also had a hero, the A-rank adventurer, Michael, the Divine Ice Spear. His participation in the second battle tipped the scales in their country's favor. Few people know, but the magical spear Ice Age, wielded by the hero, was a treasure of the Shield State and was forged by the god of ice, who served Peria, the goddess of water and knowledge, especially for such brave ones. The heroes of Talishime fell one after another to this legendary magical artifact. In reality, the heroes lost to him after he died, so he does not know the true story. Borks said that, in essence, everything was correct. In this very place, Gina, Zandia, and he stabbed Michael. He and Gina were A rank, and she was still B rank, but she undoubtedly had the makings of S rank. This guy was the same rank as him, and he thought he could defeat him. But they knew how it all ended. When he realized that he had killed him, he had already become undead, and now he looks like this. Noaz said that he offered his condolences. He was sorry that this happened. He looked at the block of ice and said that he also didn't know what was in the ice and couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't break it and melt it. However, he could do it, right? The protagonist agreed and said loudly that then he had to do it. He didn't know what had become of them. Had they turned into undead? Maybe what they were doing was madness. However, he had to ask them for forgiveness. He melted the ice very quickly, which Borks reported, and asked loudly, "He did it so quickly?" The ice that nothing could melt for 200 years disappeared in an instant. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that, first of all, he did not find anything nearby that looked like the souls of his comrades. He looked at the hole that was under the block of ice and said that it meant they were definitely there. He asked him to wait and said that he would try to read the hand's memories. He was surprised by this and asked if he could even do such a thing. He took the hand, agreed, and said that, however, this only works with corpses. He saw what happened during their battle against the hero. Gina lost her hand, and Borks loudly said that she should hold on. How dare he do this? He ran to attack and loudly insulted him before attacking, but Michael counterattacked him, cut off his hand, and broke the sword. With one more blow he killed him and said that in the name of their goddess he would get rid of them. That's the end. After he killed everyone, he went down the stairs. In the present tense, MC said that apparently they died before they went down for the hero. Borks was surprised by this and asked loudly, "What does he mean?" "So, they are not underground." He turned around and said that he only saw the memories that belonged to the severed hand. Noise approached the stairs and said that, in short, they will only find out the truth if they go down there. He looked down with a serious expression and said that then they should go there. After that, the 3 of them started going down. He turned around and asked, "By the way, did he like this wrist?" He looked at it, refused, and said that he just thought that it was not worth leaving it there. He asked, "Does it not bother him?" "It's just that earlier she complained about her thick wrists." He looked at it and said that he didn't think so. He walked on and said that it was okay then. He understood. His words attracted Vandalu's attention, and he asked if something was wrong. He was acting strangely. Borks walked on and said that he had to judge for himself. Didn't this mean that they would be able to find their bodies? He looked at him from behind and thought that before the ice melted, he had wondered how they would become comrades. However, it happened in the blink of an eye. He walked on and said that if that was the case, then a reward awaited them. They must try. Therefore, if they found their body, he would be able to bend them to his will. That was what he wanted to say. He didn't understand him, and he turned around and said that therefore he would bring them back as undead. If he succeeded, he would make them his wives. Nuaz said with surprise that this was such a wonderful idea. Zandia is the second princess of the Talishime bloodline, and Gina is the high priestess of the Temple of Vita. The union of the 2 girls and the child of the prophecy will undoubtedly bring them prosperity and glory. The protagonist said that this is not a reward. Are they confusing this with a marriage of convenience? He looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what he was talking about. Both girls are insanely beautiful. He thought that, however much they talk about beauty, they are giants, and most likely now they look like skeletons. He said that he meant that they are not their parents and should not decide so arbitrarily. Nuaz said that there is no problem. After all, the child will become the savior of Talashime, the one who will overthrow the god Ard and his followers. They will accept this outcome without objection. He looked at him and said that he spoke of the prophecy of the ancestor of vampires, and the legends about the child are in no way connected. No matter how much he objected, it made no sense. They finished descending the stairs and saw another block of ice. Inside was a monster with a hero's spear, and Noaz said loudly that there was a Dragon Golem inside. Borks looked at it and said that indeed, this cold was all because of the ice. MC looked at it and said that they better stop here. If he melted the ice, he would kill everyone there. He turned around and asked what exactly was there. He looked at it and said that the Dragon Golem was a guardian, personally created by the goddess Vita to protect her treasure. Michael probably went so far as to destroy the treasure. However, he was stopped by the Dragon Golem and, without achieving his goal, returned empty-handed. Not long ago, they learned from Sam's story that he was seriously wounded in the battle and died. Borks said that he dealt with Michael, or rather sent him away, this incredible monster. Nuaz called the child and asked if it was possible that Gina and Zandia were inside. He said with a calm expression that even if they had reincarnated as undead, they were most likely torn to pieces by that golem. He looked at this and said that if, as he said, they were dead, then they could find their bodies. If not, then it would be possible to recreate them using the goddess's treasure. This caught his attention and he loudly asked what he just said. So, using the goddess's treasure, one can recreate a body? He looked at him and asked, what kind of stupid question is this? The goddess's treasure is a device for resurrecting the dead. Nuaz said that he heard that she created it a long time ago to resurrect Zakhart. It's just that the device is imperfect, because it is impossible to resurrect a soul. Vandalu asked, so there is a device for resurrecting the dead? Is there a way to get inside without being attacked by the golem? He agreed and said that only the country's ruler knew about this, but the king was no longer there. He said with a calm expression, that's how it was. All that remained was to become stronger and defeat this golem. They could call him the child from the goddess's legend, or the man from the prophecy, but he was asking to be allowed to use this device. After all, there was a person he wanted to bring back to life. After some time, Bork sat down on the ground and loudly said that in that case, they needed to prepare well. Their opponent was a monster that had managed to defeat Michael himself, and conventional methods would not work. They needed to prepare and strengthen their combat power. Were there any working artifacts and weapons left? Noaz sat nearby and said that almost everything of value had been stolen during the first princess's escape. However, what remained had been taken by the Shield Country. He squeaked in displeasure and said that they couldn't do anything. The only thing left was to follow them into the dungeon. He asked, however, what happened to the Adventurers Guild? Was there nothing left? He shook his head in refusal and said that almost all of the guild's belongings had also been stolen. Only the job change section remained undamaged. The protagonist was surprised by this and asked if he and the ghouls could use this section. He thought about it and said that it could be used regardless of race, but there were no cases of monsters using it, let alone a child. He thought that in human society, ghouls were considered monsters, but Zadiris said that the new race traces its roots to the goddess Vita. Perhaps a job change would work, but it could be because Rodcourt had imposed a ban on him, preventing him from learning a new skill. Bork said that it was problematic. He didn't care about the broken sword. However, that monster had injured his right arm, so fighting would be difficult. He looked at him and asked what he had done after being injured. He said that he had done nothing. In the reception hall, his arm was cut off. But where did the bone fall? MC, with a calm expression, said that it seemed like he could manage somehow. He was surprised by what he heard and asked what he was talking about and what he meant by manage. He said that using what they have, it should work. He began to use magic, creating an arm for him. And he asked in surprise, was he really going to just take and attach the arm? He called it disgusting, looking at the new arm, and he said that it was so ungrateful. After all, he had healed him with such difficulty. He apologizes. He wanted to restore his face as well, but it seems that is impossible. Borks, smiling, began to massage his arm and said with a smile that he cannot worry about it. His right eye socket is empty, but for some reason he can still see. Besides, it's even cooler this way. Noaz agreed with this, and he got angry and loudly said that he was not talking to him. He looked at them from the side and said that he would go away. He needed to talk with his comrades. So many unexpected things had happened. He started to leave and thought that he didn't really think he had obtained much information. He wanted to see how everything would go and wondered if they would be able to move to this country. He thought so. Besides, he had become friends with Borks and even learned about the device for resurrecting the dead and about changing professions. Indeed, defeating the Dragon Golem would not be easy. Besides, by cooperating with everyone, it would not be so impossible. However, he really wanted to share this with the others. However, where to start? He entered the house, called everyone, and was about to say something. Zadiris turned to him and loudly said that Bilda had started having contractions. He was very surprised by what he heard and loudly asked what she said. The protagonist examined Bilda and said that everything had started earlier than he expected. Although it was a premature birth, he doubted there was any threat to their health. Zadiris had noticed that's what it was. However, this was her first birth, so the process could be prolonged. At this point, Sam turned to the protagonist and shouted that if the man showed weakness at this point, they would be bullied for the rest of their lives. He should be more decisive, and he should try harder. MC wondered, perplexed. What role was he in now? At this point, Zadiris exclaimed, no, let them wait. If something out of the ordinary happens, They would want his support. She told the protagonist that it seemed Bilde wanted him to hold her hand. The protagonist wondered in surprise. He's in the role of doctor and husband? Bilde turned to him in a weak voice and told him that she would give birth to a healthy baby. The protagonist panicked, wondering what to say to her. He told her everything was fine. He was there. She shouldn't worry. Although, in his mind, he was very worried. What did everything was fine mean? He didn't have a medical degree, and he'd never attended a birth before, so what guarantee was there? Bilde smiled, reassured by his words. The girls started to help her. She needs to even out her breathing. Take short inhalations and deep exhalations and push. Zadira said she would be delivering the baby, so she should be calm. Suddenly, the protagonist felt the presence of death. He wondered in surprise, where was it coming from Bilde? Then he realized, this sensation was coming from the embryo in her belly. He had to activate healing on his hand. He would check on the mother in labor. The protagonist turned to her and told her it would hurt a little, but she should be patient. Sliding his hand into Bilde's stomach, he thought, this is it. The umbilical cord was wrapped around the fetus's neck. Zadiris anxiously asked him if everything was okay. MC answered yes, the problem was fixed. He thought it was dangerous. If he were a little late, the umbilical cord, cutting off the oxygen supply, would suffocate the baby. The elder declared, excellent. Now everything depends on her, on Bilde. Vigaro brought them a whole basin of water. 6 hours later, the baby was born. Zadiris, holding the baby in her arms, said, Bilde did a great job. She gave birth to a healthy girl. The elder placed the baby on its mother's chest. Bilde turned to the protagonist and asked him if she could take half of his name for her child. The protagonist was very surprised by her request, but he answered her, no problem. They placed the baby in his arms. He looked at the girl in amazement and thought he will do anything to protect this baby. Even though he's not his child, he's the king of the ghouls. Vigaro said joyfully. He hadn't heard a baby cry in a long time. Darcia was touched, remembering how she gave birth to her son. Sam spoke with tears in his eyes, and he remembered how Celia and Rita were born. They told him, come on, stop crying. He's a father. He's embarrassing them. Noise exclaimed, congratulations. The protagonist turned to him in surprise, but a ghoul interrupted him, shouting that his face was scary. Another girl exclaimed, maybe he will get out of here? Noise raised his face to the sky, spread his arms wide, and said, until now, all he's done is wait for his death. New life has appeared. What a wonderful day. Everyone told him they don't want to listen to him. Bork said in surprise, what, a little devil was born. Another bad guy has arrived. He congratulates everyone, and now they can drink to that. He turned to the protagonist and exclaimed, where is the baby? Let them show him the baby. The protagonist activated death attribute magic on him, disinfecting, disinfesting, and deodorizing him. Borks exclaimed in surprise, what is he doing? MC replied, he's a zombie. Please don't let him go near the baby. Borks said he understood, but he thought it was cruel. Sometime later, the allies threw a party in honor of the baby's birth. Zadiris thoughtfully told the protagonist there was a resurrection device in the job transfer room. Indeed, a lot had happened, but be that as it may, he was forbidden to work until his next birthday. The protagonist asked her, surprised, what? She explained that they had entrusted the master with so many tasks and, well, he had been too tense lately. Sometimes the body needs to rest. MC countered, he's fine. He's not that tired, and he still had plans to resurrect Mana. The elder replied that if something were to happen to him, it would be worse for them. She understood his feelings, but in his haste, he might make a mistake. Darcia joined their conversation, acknowledging that Zadiris was right. As his mother, she was glad he was trying so hard, but he couldn't overexert himself. Let him rest well. If he disobeyed her, she would return to the cycle of reincarnation. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and agreed. After a while, he went to the bath. Immersing himself in it, he wondered what he should do to rest. Eating and sleeping all day was bad for his health, and he had no urge to do such things. His birthday was still a long way off, so how could he kill time? He submerged himself in the water, hoping to relax. Suddenly, Vigaro grabbed his head, pulled him out of the bath, and anxiously asked if he was all right. The protagonist responded to him indignantly. He plunged his head in to warm up. Vigaro asked not to scare him so much. He thought their master was drowning. MC asked him what entertainment there was to do here. Vigaro thoughtfully clarified, entertainment besides eating and sleeping? The protagonist muttered, yes, but not bodybuilding. Vigaro said, he's asking difficult questions. He should forgive him. Nothing came to mind. He should ask someone else. Katia was also surprised by his question. What entertainment do people have? Come to think of it, board games or reading, maybe watching theater performances or street performers. And of course, shopping. Noaz was also stunned by his question. He asked him, what about singing songs, praying to the gods in the temple? MC was surprised. Could his second option be considered entertainment? In short, he still hadn't found anything to do. While strolling, he saw a coat of arms on one of the buildings and wondered, is this the Adventurers Guild? Entering, he was amazed. So many books. This would probably be enough to last until his birthday. Leafing through the books, the protagonist wondered. A Dampier's lifespan is at least 3,000 years, maximum 5,000 years. Why did that god make him a Dampier? Did he even want to kill him? A miner who hasn't graduated from the adventurer training school can't get higher than rank F. Would he be able to enjoy school life this time? It was useless. He couldn't imagine it. It was deep night. In the morning, opening his eyes, MC was surprised. Had he fallen asleep here? Leaving the library, he muttered, it's already morning. He can do something else today. Suddenly, he saw monsters fighting right in the street. He thought in surprise, Bone monkeys playing and training at the same time? From the looks of it, they were having a lot of fun. Suddenly, he saw a skeleton sitting on the porch. The protagonist asked him why he was sitting alone. The bone man clicked his jaw, squeaked, and steamed from his breath. The protagonist said, "Okay." At that moment, Rita and Celia approached them and asked MC what he was doing. The protagonist greeted them and told them he'd spoken with the bone man. He was still a rank 3, and he felt like he was falling behind his comrades. The skeleton squeaked again, dejectedly. Rita said, "That's right. They'd started training with the skeleton senpai at the same time, and now they'd become stronger." The bone man squeaked even louder and bowed his head. The protagonist asked him not to be upset. He was very good. He said, "Usually, animal souls placed in human bodies become weak undead of the 1st or 2nd rank. This happens because animals that walk on all 4s can't move on 2 legs, and they can't use their arms either. And he, despite being a mouse, can use not only a sword and shield, but also a bow and arrow. He wouldn't be lying if he called him a genius mouse." Celia exclaimed in surprise. "What? A skeleton mouse?" The bone man squeaked even louder and longer. MC remarked that he still wanted to become stronger than he was now. He understood that. The protagonist paused and said, "By the way, yesterday he read a book about the undead and discovered something interesting, and now he'd like to test it." Celia asked him in surprise. "Test it?" But the protagonist answered, in simple terms, transferring another soul into the skeleton's body. The bone man squeaked in surprise. MC told him not to worry. It would be a soul that had lost its ego, and probably his current personality wouldn't disappear. Rita asked, perplexed, "But what's the point?" The protagonist replied that this soul would be human. With its help, the skeleton would expand his understanding of how to control the human body. Fortunately, there was a battlefield nearby where the souls of fallen warriors could be collected. The bone man squeaked even louder with firm confidence, signaling his agreement to this experiment. The protagonist said, "Well then, they will begin the soul-to-body transfer." He activated the magic spell and extended his hands forward, channeling energy toward the skeleton. The bone man began to contort. A blinding light began to emanate from him, and he let out a loud squeak. Even the bone monkeys stopped their amusement and stared at the spectacle. When the protagonist finished his manipulations, the skeleton stood before him unchanged, its appearance unchanged. The MC wondered in surprise, did it work? At that moment, the skeleton's eye sockets lit up with a bright light, and it addressed the protagonist in a human voice, calling him its master. Everyone present was astonished. The skeleton spoke, addressing its savior. Thanks to his work, it had elevated its rank to 4th, and suddenly let out a squeak. The protagonist was incredibly amazed. He spoke in a human voice, and it was a good one. Could a human soul really have taken control of his body? He asked the skeletal man if he remembered anything from his past life. The skeleton answered that he did. He remembered it clearly now. He had a wife and a newborn child. They barely had enough to eat, but they were happy. Until one day, when he returned from work and found his family missing, it caught him by surprise and attacked. This black spirit tormented and tossed him around without stopping, and then it abandoned him. After devouring his wife and children, it decided to play with him, even though it had eaten its fill. At that moment, a white cat jumped out of a house. A girl passing by told her mother to let her see what a good cat it was. The skeleton raised its head and angrily exclaimed, "Oh, this evil cat!" The protagonist noted with surprise, "That's right, that's just how cats act." He thought to himself, the skeleton's voice had somehow changed. His personality, it seemed, remained the same as when he was a mouse. He said out loud to the bone man, "Don't mindlessly kill cats." The skeleton agreed. The protagonist told him he was a good boy. The bone man said, "Well, he's giving him this gift, golem training." The skeleton laughed, jumped into the wheel, and began running around like a squirrel, laughing joyfully. Celia asked, perplexed, "What's so interesting about that?" In the following days, the protagonist spent his time as best he could, playing with the local children, taking baths, reading many books, and playing with Bilda's daughter. He even created a board game and taught it to the locals, who enjoyed playing it, reacting emotionally to victory and defeat. One day, they blindfolded him and led him somewhere. After being told he could now remove the bandage, he did so, and his amazement knew no bounds. The villagers had arranged a birthday surprise for him. They all gathered together and joyfully congratulated him. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement, "They're dinosaurs!" One of the villagers said they'd heard he wanted these magical creatures, and they'd collected them. The cruel ones had to be killed, of course, but they'd left the calmest one alive. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed, "It's a triceratops!" Darcia said with a tender smile that her wonderful son had turned 3 years old, and his mother was very happy. She added, "May he grow up big and healthy," and lovingly ruffled his hair. MC was touched and thanked his mother and the villagers. He told them he was counting on them in the future. At this time, vampires gathered in the hall of the mansion, each with a glass of blood in front of them. A haggard man hung from a pole next to them. Bilkine raised his glass and said, "Well, they should begin their meeting." Talia looked at him intently, irritated. Bilkine continued, "The agenda is the execution of the Dhampir." Talia irritably set her glass down and exclaimed, "They missed the Dhampir? The vampire ancestors, the followers of Beta, live in the direction of the border mountain range? If this Dhampir is of the same origin as them, then he will become a threat to their existence." She shouted at Bilkine, "She doesn't care who it is, but let them kill this idiot right now." The boy replied conciliatorily. Enough of her worries, let her calm down. He wants to give him another chance. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion and exclaimed angrily, "What is he talking about?" Bilkine snapped his fingers, pointed to the man tied to the post, and told her he wanted to introduce Gubamon's subordinate, who was involved in this incident. This was Serpent Odzuba. He turned to him and spoke, saying that despite having heard about the Dampier from Count Palpapek, he had allowed this to happen through his inaction. Serpent, feeling something tearing through his body, screamed in an inhuman voice. Mice crawled out of him and began gnawing at his living flesh. The mice not only gnawed at him, but also tore through his ropes, causing the man to collapse to the floor. Bilkine placed his hand to his forehead and spoke. He had thought it through and offered to complete this task, putting his life on the line. Serpent, barely able to speak, croaked, telling them to trust him. Tunasia placed her foot on him and angrily exclaimed, "At the cost of her life? Don't make her laugh. What could a half-corpse like him do?" She turned to Bilkine and asked him, was he under Gubamon's jurisdiction anyway? And where had that old man gone? One of the men present had mentioned the Lord being absent today. The girl cried out angrily, and this time too. This damn old man had missed this for the 20th time in a row. What was wrong with him? Bilkine answered calmly, her truth. It must be a heavy burden for Serpent alone. This time, he was planning to send one of his mistresses in Gubamon's place. The girl asked him in amazement, "Use his beloved?" The young man turned to the beautiful, stately Eleanor and asked her, "She'll do it, right?" The girl replied, "He can rely on her." Tunasia said, "Well, what a wonderful moment for a noblewoman." Bilkine spoke up. Eleanor, working with Serpent, would search for the Dampier, then infiltrate the Talishime ruins deep within the mountain range and retrieve the swordmaster Borks. Thus, Gubamon would be doubly in their debt. Eleanor replied that she understood. Tunasia snorted and told her to be careful and, if possible, not to injure herself through stupidity. Eleanor glanced at her sideways. Once a comrade said to Talia, "They apologize, but they want to try their hand at a higher-ranking dungeon." He thought, with her current strength, she wasn't up to the task. She should find other partners. The girl, panicked, reached out to them and shouted at them to stop. She had become much stronger, so they shouldn't leave her alone. Opening her eyes, Katya sighed with relief. Was it a dream? Meanwhile, the protagonist was in the job change room in Talashime. He held his hands over the magic sphere and said, "So, will he be able to change his job?" He knew that in this world to find a suitable job, one's initial abilities could be improved or supplemented. Ghouls who successfully completed the job change could take on various professions, such as warrior, mage, and so on. They were able to develop their abilities at once, but in his case, things were different. As he was under the influence of Rodcourt, it was unlikely that everything would go smoothly. The protagonist decided to give it a try anyway. The magic sphere showed him a choice of professions: Death Mage and Golem Trainer. MC exclaimed in surprise, "What, he's got it?" But he was under the influence, so why was that? Suddenly, he realized it was the effect of the insolubility of an existing profession. In other words, if this profession didn't exist in this world before, then would it be possible to change it? If Rodcourt had originally wanted to plunge him into despair, he would have imposed the impossibility of changing jobs on him from the very beginning. Were there really fundamental rules that even gods adhere to? Come to think of it, he hadn't encountered that name in the myths of this world. Isn't Rodcourt the god of Lambda? Did that mean the cycle of reincarnation controlled the system of this world like a puppet? But perhaps he shouldn't dwell on that. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't find an answer. He had to think now and choose between these two options: Death Mage or Golem Trainer. Right now, their main goal was to defeat the Dragon Golem underground in the royal castle, and only after that would they obtain the resurrection device. It was difficult to create a golem out of thin air. It was better to choose a mage. It could come in handy in open combat. Without hesitation, Wendell pressed the button for the Death Mage job. The system immediately informed him that he now had increased levels in Death Mage, Unattribute Mage, Singing Destruction, Magic Control, and Spirit Vision. He also gained the Alchemy skill and acquired the skill of Self-Mana Replenishment. The protagonist spoke in surprise. This was a skill that was difficult to master and hard to master, and suddenly he did this. The job change was more challenging than he thought. Almost 4 months had passed since they arrived in Talishime. After switching jobs, they spent every day in the dungeon honing their skills, while also increasing their military strength by extracting resources. They also continued repairs in the city. The castle, houses, and roads, once in ruins, were now as good as new, unrecognizable. After a while in the bathroom, Zadiris asked him how his hand-to-hand combat training had gone. MC replied, "Good, he'd mastered the skill and received 80 points from Bastia." She declared, "That's great. He could now defeat a Cobalt Knight without magic." Katya thought, "Wow, not bad." The protagonist thanked her and remarked that he wanted her to answer one question. Why was he taking a bath with them? Zadiris laughed and said, "Because it's dangerous for him to bathe alone." They'd heard from Vigaro that he'd been completely submerged in water and hadn't surfaced for a long time. Vandalius protested, but no, he'd misunderstood. Guria laughingly hugged him and said, "He's only 3 years old, even if he's bathing with them. There's nothing strange about that." Zadiris turned to Bastia and told her that she, too, had raised her rank. Regarding her body magic pattern, had she finally decided to study magic? The girl sheepishly replied, yes, that was true. Her magic pattern had probably improved her resistance to magic, and she didn't yet know if there were any other changes. Magic, she'd think about that when she had children. Katia looked at her carefully. At that moment, a loud cry rang out from Memediga Anubis, who was second in rank. She exclaimed, "The king is with them today." Memediga grabbed the protagonist and lifted him in her arms, telling the girls she'd wash him. The girls felt irritated and confused. They were the ones who wanted to deal with the main character. Wendell was about to say something, but she interrupted him, telling him to sit still and let his older sister wash him. The protagonist was surprised. Older sister? But she's not even a year old yet, is she? So she's younger than him. Memediga was surprised. So what? She's already an adult, she can read and write, and she already uses earth magic. Laughing, she added, "And she recently got a boyfriend." MC exclaimed in bewilderment. What did she say? He thought. In his entire life, he'd never had a lover. And because he was now a 3-year-old child, even when taking a bath with such beautiful women, he didn't feel what men usually felt in such situations. Katsuya sighed heavily. The protagonist asked her sympathetically, "What happened?" She sighed so deeply now. She chuckled and asked him back, "What's wrong with him?" He sheepishly replied, "Simply, Mama Giga, and Braga and her friends. It bothers him." Until now, they were all children, playing together. He even read them books. But since magical creatures grow several times faster than humans, they'd grown up in the blink of an eye. He felt as if they'd left him behind. Katsuya looked at him sympathetically and said, "Everything will be fine. After all, he still has room to grow." He was surprised, really. The protagonist thanked the girl for her support and happily ran out of the bathroom. Katsuya watched him go with a smile. After a while, the allies arrived in the Talishime outskirts, in a dungeon, the water cave of Doran. They were attacked by monsters, with whom they engaged in battle. At one point, Braga, a second-level black goblin, warned Katsuya of danger behind her. The girl turned around and cursed, seeing a shark about to attack her. Braga instantly activated his quick slash and destroyed the monster. Zuran Belikan, an undead, ran to Braga's aid, and the goblin told him it was all right. He had already finished off the monster. The protagonist noticed Braga had also risen in strength. Zuran replied that the undead, trained as a scout, possessed the skills of humans but, at the same time, greatly surpassed them in physical strength. Now he was like that, concealing his presence, spying on enemies, secretly assassinating healers. He was also capable of infiltrating towns and villages and kidnapping targets. Vandalu remarked, "Of course, he could become an excellent agent in the future." The undead admitted it, and indeed he had raised a terrifying young man. Braga looked at Katsuya and asked her what was wrong. She seemed frozen. "It's dangerous." The girl answered him irritably, "Yes, she knows." The goblin looked at her in bewilderment. After this, the allies advanced a little further, and finally, Zuran exclaimed, "Excellent. And here before them is the floor boss." Vigaro exclaimed, "Here he comes." Braga noted with surprise, "So that's a Beretta turtle?" Zuran said angrily, "No, that's not it. It's an island turtle, a hidden boss." The allies assumed a fighting stance before the huge, terrifying monster. The protagonist asked his allies in surprise, "A hidden boss?" Zuran explained that bosses sometimes appear, increasing the dungeon's rank. "And they got him." Vandalu declared. "Of course, the best training battle against a Dragon Golem." Several more smaller turtles appeared around them, retreating into their shells and spinning so quickly they resembled orbital rings. The protagonist shouted to his allies, leaving this little thing to them and taking on the giant. Let them rely on him. Vigaro attacked one of the monsters, but it deftly dodged his blow. The magical beast was surprised at how fast and strong it was. Zuran exclaimed, "Their shell is stronger than iron. A half-hearted attack will only ruin their weapons." MC added, "Furthermore, this giant boss is resistant to magic. Attacks don't work, but they'll see who wins." He raised his hand and Vigaro exclaimed in surprise, "What? He was going to attack the monster with his bare hands?" The protagonist activated Boundary Break, his body enhancement, and lunged at the turtle. Approaching it from above, he used the hand-pierce skill and struck its shell. But the boss's shell was so strong that the protagonist couldn't harm the monster. Vigaro remarked, "Oh, that's another stupid move." Katia readied her sword and shouted to her allies that she would try to defeat this monster. Braga called out to her anxiously, telling her she wouldn't succeed. Katia focused on him, retorting that he was wrong. She rushed at the monster and activated her assault skill. Stabbing her sword into the enemy, she exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Her weapon struck the island turtle's shell and broke. The girl exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on?" Her weapon broke. The protagonist answered her, "She didn't have to do that. Everything's under control." Katsuya called out his name in confusion. The protagonist activated a barrier draining mana and directed the energy to the ground beneath his feet. The girl noted in surprise, "The fact that he's here means he's serious?" MC spoke. "Well, now he's free." Zuran shouted at him to take Katsuya and run away from here. Wendalu sadly told him to forgive him. He'd broken his left arm, where apparently he wouldn't be able to fly with Katsuya in his arms. The girl looked at him with sympathy and thought it was her fault. Even the protagonist, who had come to her aid, had gotten hurt. She scooped him up in her arms and decided to save him, no matter the cost. The girl ran as fast as she could, but the monster chasing them didn't leave their side. Suddenly, the monster stopped dead in its tracks. Katsuya wondered what was going on. The protagonist answered her that since flying was difficult, he'd created a golem out of the sand beneath their feet. That turtle wouldn't be able to get close enough to kill them. The girl thought in surprise, so he didn't fall back then. Wendalu added that if the golem died, it wouldn't gain any experience, so please, let them deal with it before then. After a while, when the allies finally managed to defeat the enemy, they rejoiced. They did it. The protagonist told them he'd decided to rehearse the battle with the Dragon Golem. but it hadn't worked. And although they won even without using poison, there was no sand in the Dragon Golem's area, so he couldn't use that trick. Suddenly, he heard Katia sobbing. He asked her in surprise what had happened. The girl, wiping away her tears, apologized. Vandalu exchanged puzzled glances with his allies. She continued, saying that when she'd become such an adventurer, she'd been told she was a promising newcomer and would grow faster than others. However, her leveling up was slow and laborious. She tried her best to keep up with her comrades and the new adventurers, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get any stronger. She even considered retiring, but she needed money to pay off her parents' debt, and there were no other good jobs available, so she had no choice but to continue being an adventurer. She even considered finding the right guy and marrying him. She was once subjected to violence and experienced despair afterward. She wished she had died in some adventure. Back then, she was still waiting for a miracle, but nothing happened. After turning into a ghoul, she was clearly stronger than as a human, so she quickly got back on her feet. She realized she could become even stronger, but the guys were leveling up faster than her, and she began to lose patience. The protagonist looked at her silently, unsure what to say. Fugaro said in a somber voice that whatever the reason, the truth was that her actions had endangered her comrades. He asked the protagonist if he would do the same. He was a king, and kindness alone doesn't make a king. The protagonist answered that he knew the feeling. He had enough of such memories. When he lived on Earth, no matter how hard he tried, his grades were barely average. At work, he was always scolded by his manager and mentor. He remembered well how he felt inferior compared to those around him. Others had things he couldn't even dream of. MC continued. Now he, too, was worried about his mother's enemies, Golden and Heinz, and the cheaters who would come one day. Both were stronger than him. Vigara wanted to say something, but Zuran told him not to interfere. Keiichia, perplexed, asked him why he was so calm then. The protagonist answered that they needed to prepare a suitable method. Then, he was sure, they could defeat even a superior opponent. The girl agreed with him. Wendell spoke, and besides, he had decided to fight on his own. It was okay to be inferior to others in other areas. He had learned to think that way thanks to his new friends. Vigaro puffed approvingly. Keiichia, perplexed, asked what she should do. She thought she could handle it on her own. The protagonist remarked, how about putting down the sword and remembering how to use magic? Female ghouls were more inclined toward magic. The girl asked him, what if that doesn't work? The protagonist paused and then said, how about becoming a maid with Celia and Rita? Katia looked at him quizzically, a hint of hurt in her eyes. MC quickly told her he was joking. The girl paused and then said, well, being a maid isn't bad either. Wendell was surprised. Not bad? She recovered from the situation quite easily. Meanwhile, Serpent, in the guise of Belkane, and his party were engaged in a fierce battle with a dragon monster. One of the adventurers turned to Serpent and asked for his help. He exclaimed, oh damn, what are they doing? He turned to his master and asked how many more he was willing to sacrifice to defeat the dragon. It's true what they say. If a boss is useless, then his subordinates are even less so. Serpent looked puzzled. What? He shouted at Eleanor, and the girl rushed forward toward the enemy. She summoned a time spell and activated acceleration. Slashing the monster's throat, she deftly dodged his blow. Serpent praised her. She was a good girl. Leave the rest to him. He rushed at the enemy, using all his skills and abilities. After a while, the enemy was finished. Eleanor surveyed the battlefield and said she didn't think it would be so difficult. The girl turned to the adventurers and exclaimed, why are they standing there? They must quickly bring holy water to the fallen squads. Otherwise, the Dampier might learn information from the souls. The warriors rushed to carry out her instructions. Serpent spoke irritably. Now a third of his men were dead. The Dampier had long since crossed the mountain range, and they still had no information about him. And where should they look now? Eleanor admitted he was right. She suggested that perhaps they should go to where Talishime used to be. He asked again, surprised, the name. The girl told him that it was true. The city may be in ruins, but there were still usable buildings there. It would be easier to restore it than to build everything from scratch. He said indignantly, let her think about what she was talking about. Build a city in a place where the undead are everywhere. Eleanor looked at him irritably, thinking he was an idiot. Serpent, despite quickly obtaining information about the Dampier from the human nobility, was the one who let everything slide, and the Dampier was able to disappear behind the mountain range. Foolish Serpent, punished by Lord Bilkine. It would be fine if he were simply incompetent, but he was also arrogant, and, wanting to take matters into his own hands, he constantly contradicted her. Moreover, if she stayed with him any longer, she would be unable to complete the mission. In that case, she would be executed. The girl told him that if they quarreled, she would conduct the reconnaissance herself. Serpent reluctantly said, fine, they're exploring Talishime. He gives her permission. Eleanor rushed upstairs. He cursed. What a disobedient girl. Was she even listening to him? He called out to her, but the girl had vanished from his sight. Serpent blurted out, she's just a girl who hasn't even been a vampire for 10 years. He rushed after her. Meanwhile, the protagonist prepared dinner for his allies. After tasting the dish, he declared, it's delicious. We can begin dinner. The allies pounced on the food, praising Wendell. His miso soup, simply delicious. It's the best. The child truly is a master of cooking. He told them it was a dish from a world he'd visited before. With difficulty, he'd managed to make it here too. Pawina licked her fingers and hummed, expressing her pleasure. The protagonist remarked that perhaps it was still too early for her to eat such soup. The girl immediately became sad. She'd really liked the dish. The protagonist thought, it's winter now. 6 months have passed since his birthday. On the day they returned from clearing the dungeon, they heard 2 pieces of good news. The first was that the half-dead girl's child was born. When they realized what had happened, her body had turned to ash, and a child's cry could be heard from that place. It was a little girl. Apparently she had lost her memories of her former life and no longer understood speech. They decided to call her Pawina. Even though the protagonist tried to make her look human, she was hardly a half-breed. She had the features of a noble orc, with golden hair, blue eyes, ears, and a tail. Noble orcs usually only produced males, but she was a girl. Moreover, she resembled her former self. However, she had no memories of her past life, and inside, she was a child. She grew rapidly and was already the same size as the protagonist. The girl, laughing, ran quickly, and the protagonist rushed after her, shouting at her to stop. He barely managed to grab her before she collided with Bastia, and they fell to the ground. Bastia asked MC with concern, "How is he?" Wendell apologized to her and asked if she was hurt. Bastia told him she was fine. The protagonist lectured Palvin, "You can't do that. You have to be careful around a pregnant woman." So, the second piece of good news was that Bastia was expecting a child. Of course, it wasn't the protagonist's child. Thanks to the completed magical artifact, he was able to keep the fetus alive, and everyone liked the shape of the navel piercing. Vandalu continued to scold Palvin. "Bastia will be fine, but if it were anyone else, he might fall," she asked him, puzzled. "Does that mean she's heavy?" A while later, the protagonist was riding in a carriage with Sam and Palvin. He looked at his hand and said, "Well, the color is just right and it shines beautifully." Sam wondered, is the boy getting a manicure? Does he really not only look like a girl, but act like one too? The protagonist clarified, "That's how they painted Zandia's nails." Sam chuckled, "Ah, so that's what they were doing." Then he thought with a shudder, Zandia's severed arm? Does the boy have such a strong interest in girls' body parts? MC said that if they handle her arm carelessly, then when they meet Zandia, she'll be angry. Besides, he heard that in life she got a manicure. Sam smiled, and the protagonist asked him, "What's wrong?" The man answered, "Nothing." A short time later, the protagonist returned home and told his mother that he was home. She congratulated him on his return and asked him what happened to Zandia's hand. Had he taken it somewhere? Wendell answered her in surprise. "He didn't take it. Did something happen?" Darcia said, "That's the thing. When she woke up, she was gone." The protagonist asked her in confusion, "Is Leftia missing?" He opened the drawer where it was kept and said in amazement, "Yes, it's gone." It was clear someone had taken it, but who could have done it? Darcia told him there was a strange noise occasionally, but even though she'd asked the other ghosts, no one had noticed anything out of the ordinary. MC noted that their words hadn't clarified anything. Since nothing unusual had happened, perhaps it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. At that moment, Pawina was playing hide-and-seek with the brush. The girl was looking for the hidden Leftia, calling her name. A hand lightly flicked her on the nose and ran off again. The girl rushed after it, but couldn't see it anywhere. She looked very upset. Suddenly, Leftia appeared, teasing Pawina, and the girl rushed after her again. Zandia's brush had crawled under the bench in the far corner. Pawina knelt down and tried to reach it, but the hand flicked her on the nose again and rushed toward the tall cabinet. The girl tried to climb onto it, but the doors began to open one after another, and she fell loudly to the floor. The protagonist heard the sound and rushed towards it. Running into the room, he ran up to the upset girl and asked her if she was okay. She answered in her own language that she was fine. He took her hands, examined them, and asked her if she was hurt. The protagonist confirmed that Pawina was fine and exclaimed indignantly, "She was told it was dangerous to do that." The girl was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Darcia entered the room and said in surprise, "Oh, is that Leftia? But what is she doing in a place like this?" MC guessed right. Pawina had taken her. He turned to the girl and told her that she couldn't do that it wasn't a toy. The girl suddenly began acting capricious, making pleading sounds. The protagonist, surprised, asked her what she wanted. Pawina jumped up and grabbed Leftia. The protagonist barely managed to take it from her. He said, and indeed, nothing unusual had happened. The hand had been in that room the whole time, and when it was taken out of the box, the spirits didn't care. Darcia noted with surprise, but the wrist itself had transformed into undead. "That's the problem, isn't it?" Vandalu had spoken, indeed. In any case, they needed to call Borks and the others. When everyone had gathered, the protagonist noticed there were quite a few. He didn't remember calling so many. Bosdia suggested that perhaps everyone was interested in Zandia. She had come to find out if their king, Vandalu, had found a bride. Rita exclaimed, "Of course! Perhaps she was their master's future wife." Salia said, "They are his servants, that's why they came." Vigaro had said, "He came because he has free time." Zadiris asked Borks, "Why did he come? Because Zandia's soul might be in the wrist." Borks had said irritably, "How vain they all are. They would find out now." He turned to Leftia and told her that if the answer was yes, she should knock on the floor once. If no, then twice. Did she agree to this? Leftia knocked on the floor once. Borks exclaimed joyfully. It seemed she understood their speech. He asked her a question. "She is Zandia?" The hand didn't respond. Borks asked her in surprise, "Why isn't she answering?" Zadiris looked puzzled. It seemed she couldn't answer either yes or no. The elder told Leftia that when she didn't know what to answer, she should knock on the floor 3 times. The hand knocked 3 times. Borks exclaimed in surprise. She doesn't know? So, she doesn't know who she is? Leftia knocked once. The undead creature stretched out his hand in bewilderment. It was entirely possible that she really had forgotten everything. He took the hand, brought it to the protagonist, and asked him to look again to see if there was a soul in it. When the protagonist fulfilled his request, he saw a strange, chaotic drawing on Leftia. He gave it to Borks and told him to forgive him. But no matter how much he looked, he couldn't understand it. Over time, spirits forget their own appearance, let alone their memories. This soul no longer even resembled a living being. It was difficult to say whether it was the spirit of a human or an animal, so it was an old soul. But at least it understood human speech, so it was highly likely human. Borks spoke in bewilderment. I see. Well, since he said that maybe it was her, all they could do was wait and see. He threw Leftia at the protagonist and told him they were leaving it to him. MC responded with resignation. He understood. He suggested coming up with a new name for her. After all, what if another person's soul was inside? Then, when the body's true owner returned, things would get complicated. Zadiris, looking at him with interest, asked, if it really is her, what will he do then? Wendalu replied that when they realize it's true, they'll rename her Zandia. He addressed this and asked her, so if she is Zandia's left hand, then what is her name? Leftia. The hand made the sign of excellent. Zadiris noticed, seeming to like it. Wendalu said, Leftia then, it's a pleasure to meet her. For starters, they'll give her a manicure. Sometime later, when the Serpent team arrived in Talishime, the restored city appeared before their eyes. Eleanor exclaimed in surprise, what's going on here? Undead and monsters roamed the city. They, as usual, played board games, openly expressing their emotions when defeated, and traded miso soup, fish sauce, and much more. Eleanor spoke in bewilderment. In a country destroyed 200 years ago, this was simply unheard of. Monsters and the undead living hand in hand. Serpent exclaimed in amazement. Who tamed them? No, it couldn't be. The undead weren't capable of such a thing. Suddenly, Eleanor, seeing the restored building, cried out in disbelief. It was Vita. Let them just look at this. Vita's shrine, destroyed in battle, had been rebuilt. So there was a man here gifted with the divine protection of the goddess Vita. He was astonished. Vita's protection. It couldn't be. So there was a purebred vampire here who worshipped Vita? The undead turned to their spirit master and told him that in that case they must flee before anyone noticed them. They needed to retreat quickly, Serpent declared. They were right. They had no chance against the purebreds. Should they retreat? Eleanor exclaimed. They have to wait. There are ghouls inside, which means there must be a dampier here too. He countered. She knew he had the power of a pureblood too. 100 of them, nobles, couldn't defeat a pureblood. This will be the end, Eleanor remarked irritably, which is why she was asking what would happen if they ran away without dealing with the dampier. After all, they were sent on a mission by a noble too. He answered. He understood that. Before the noble noticed them, they would quickly deal with the dampier and leave. That's what he meant. The girl remarked sarcastically. He was very good at whispering. Serpent advised her to shut her mouth. He added, the dampier's name must be Wendell. They need to capture any ghoul and find out what he said. The girl said irritably, he didn't have to say that. Meanwhile, Talia left the city bathhouse and headed home. She thoughtfully noted how cold it had been lately, a chill that pierced her bones. She, too, was beginning to feel a distance from the protagonist. Even today, she wasn't there, while everyone else was painting their nails. She was ready to cry. Why was it all like this? At that moment, a stone fell at her feet. She looked up and saw the door ajar. Talia wondered why she was in such a state. Peering inside, she saw Eleanor there, casting her magical eye on her and asking her if she would tell her about the protagonist. Talia obediently answered, of course, and dropped the basin she had carried from the bathhouse. Eleanor laid her down on the bed, and Talia told her the protagonist was now in the castle, in the room that used to belong to the minister. The girl placed her hand on Talia's head and said, so that's how, and the one protected by the goddess Vita is in this country? Talia said in surprise. A goddess? She remembered Noise's words about the MC child from the prophecy, and added, it was definitely Lord Vandalu. Serpent exclaimed in surprise. What did she say? Eleanor asked in confusion. A dampier under the protection of Vita? She thanked Talia for telling them so much. She added, she really did help them out. Talia, intoxicated by magic, giggled and replied that she was glad she had been useful to them. Eleanor said with a smile, she's probably tired then, they'll call it a day, and wished her good night. Talia returned the greeting with a smile, after which she fell asleep. One of the undead raised a knife over her. Eleanor grabbed his hand, and he exclaimed, what is she doing? Serpent asked her what that meant. They didn't need her anymore. What was wrong with getting rid of her? The girl exclaimed in amazement. What was wrong? Was he really that stupid? He said that if she was talking about her soul, then nothing would happen if they sprinkled it with holy water immediately after killing it. Eleanor said that he should listen to her. It was different from killing his subordinates. This ghoul was enchanted by the dampier, and if she died, she would definitely rush to him. Although he said they could sprinkle her with holy water, since they couldn't see souls, they wouldn't be able to verify that she was truly gone. And why would they kill her? if the risk was so great. She added, besides, there wasn't much holy water left, and if they left this ghoul alone, she wouldn't wake up until morning. They needed to save the holy water for when they were forced to kill someone. Serpent was forced to agree with her. He said then they needed to hurry. They needed to finish this before she woke up. They headed to the Dampier's location. Entering the royal castle through a window, Serpent noted that there weren't many servants for such a place. Were they that confident in their abilities, or simply careless? Walking down the corridor, he said, Wendell's room apparently. Turning to Eleanor, he asked how she would deal with him. She told him she would use her magical eye to force him to follow them. She added that she could handle it, but if she looked away at any point, the effect of her spell would wear off. If something like that happens, let them kill him. The girl resolutely grabbed the door handle. Serpent told her, okay, then they'll wait for her here. Quickly entering the room, Eleanor was a little confused. The protagonist was sitting on the windowsill opposite the door, staring at her intently, as if he were waiting for her. She asked him, he's Vandalu, right? The protagonist answered that he was. Eleanor thought feverishly. His tone was firm. If her magical gaze had worked on him, he would have spoken much more slowly than usual. Could he have reflected her ability? That's impossible without a high level of spiritual resistance. The girl asked him what he thought of her. The protagonist thought for a moment, then he told her, she's beautiful. She grinned. Is that so? Thank him for the compliment. If he wants, they can be friends. The MC spoke up. If she doesn't mind, he'll gladly accept. Eleanor asked him if he would then pray to the evil god Hihiryu Shikaka, whom she worshipped. Let him say he was wonderful. The protagonist answered her in a relaxed voice. The evil god, Hihiryu Shikaka, was a wonderful god. Eleanor relaxed and thought with a smile. No doubt about it. Her magical eye was working. If Vita, blessed by the goddess, was extolling an evil god, then he was clearly not of sound mind. She asked him when he received the goddess's protection. The protagonist clarified. Was she talking about a prophecy? Eleanor was surprised. He had even received a divine revelation. If so, the goddess was undoubtedly watching over him. Was it dangerous to kill him? No. First of all, was it permissible to kill him? But if she went against Lord Bilkine's orders, he would execute her. At that moment, Serpent entered the room, calling out to her and asking why she was stuck here. The girl answered him irritably, certain she planned to invite him along. Serpent rudely told her to shut up. She hadn't come out, which was why he'd come for her. Eleanor spoke up, not taking her eyes off MC. After all, this Dampier was under the goddess's protection, and if they dealt with him, they would incur her wrath, possibly activating the ancestors of the Vita sect. Serpent exclaimed, it doesn't matter. Their mission is to kill the Dampier. They can't do otherwise. Or what? Had she developed feelings for this idiot? She was a girl too. Eleanor protested irritably. That's not true at all. Was he making fun of her? Trying not to take her eyes off the protagonist, she exclaimed. If that's what he says, then let him act while her magical eye is active. Serpent said cowardly, no, let her do it. If she said no, he'd tell Bilkine she refused to kill the Dampier. The girl asked the protagonist if he could come to her. Vandalu meekly climbed down from the windowsill and walked toward her. Eleanor wondered, perplexed, why she was so nervous. The feeling of crime, she should have cast that aside the moment she swore allegiance to Lord Bilkine. Her family sold her, and she ended up in the mine. There, she was found and raised by Bilkine's subordinate. She underwent rigorous training, countless times witnessing the demonstrative extraction of blood from still-living people who had performed poorly. There were many girls with whom she got along well, and she had to fight to the death against her comrades in misfortune. One day, her master chained her, and slashing her back with a whip, told her to listen to him. There are only two types of people in this world. Rulers, those who stand above, and the weak, those they humiliate. If she wants to become a ruler, then she must humiliate someone. If she doesn't want to be bullied, then let her bully. If she doesn't want to be killed, then let her kill. That's the only way to protect herself. She'd killed many people before. So why did she feel insecure now? While she was pondering this, the protagonist approached her. The girl, astonished, grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Activating her deadly hand, she froze, unable to move. She realized it was useless. She couldn't resist him. Eleanor slowly lowered her hand. Serpent gave the order to his subordinate to stab her to death, right then and there. The warrior rushed to carry out his order, intending to pierce her. MC grabbed the girl's hand around his throat and flipped her over himself, sending her falling onto the bed. Serpent was surprised. Had she reflexively dodged? It was disgusting, but still, she was Lord Bilkine's personal guard. Eleanor thought in confusion, no, it wasn't her. At that moment, she was drawn to the child's side, and her gaze didn't waver. Serpent turned to MC and asked him if the enchanted magical eye had stopped working. The girl, hearing this, indignantly thought, it hadn't stopped at all. It hadn't worked from the very beginning. This guy is much stronger than them. Serpent said, well, all we have to do is deal with one child. He sent his subordinates after the protagonist, and they, shouting that he was going to die, rushed at MC. He looked at them calmly and called upon some power to awaken. Stones began falling from somewhere above, directly on the opponents. Serpent exclaimed in surprise. Was this a trap in the castle? Deftly dodging the blows, he said, Unfortunately, a fall of this magnitude couldn't harm them. Wendell noted with surprise, and indeed he did. Eleanor was stunned by his calm and strength and by his actions. She asked him why he had saved her. The protagonist answered her. He saw that her intent to kill him had vanished, and he considered her no longer his enemy. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Serpent shouted to his subordinates, "Why are they standing? Let them finish him off quickly." The warriors rushed to carry out his orders. At that moment, something happened that none of the opponents expected. Borks, appearing unexpectedly, severed an arm and a leg from the restless Serpent. Blood gushed from the wound, and he cursed foully. Borks rumbled, "How loud is he? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill." The protagonist turned to him and said, "Change of plan. Let him kill everyone except this girl." The undead giant exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with him? When did this beauty manage to seduce him?" MC hastened to tell him that he did it. Eleanor, not believing her eyes, said in amazement, "Swordmaster Borks, the protagonist tamed undead of this level?" Borks, destroying Serpent's subordinates, asked the protagonist again, "Is he serious now? At this rate, he'll find himself a wife before they meet Zandia." Suddenly, the wall collapsed, and a huge dragon golem emerged from it. The opponents were astonished. "What is this?" "This came out of the wall," MC noticed. It was a dinosaur. He gave the command to a special tyrant zombie to move forward. The golem stood on its hind legs and let out a heartbreaking roar. Serpent, approaching the protagonist, exclaimed in amazement, "How could a Dampier do such a thing?" Eleanor warned Vandella. He was running straight for them. The demon turned completely black with his dark power, releasing it. The girl warned the protagonist that, as a noble, his regenerative abilities were stronger than potions. He was half corpse, but he activated full restoration. Given time, even severed limbs could regenerate. MC waited until the enemy prepared to strike him and activated a shock barrier. Serpent growled, then he would tear his head from his neck with his claws. Just like he decapitated that idiot Valen. Hitting the barrier, the enemy screamed in fury at how weak he was. If he decided to defend himself with a barrier, he simply had to exert more power than him. Eleanor thought anxiously. It was useless. Once his severed arm is restored, they will no longer be able to defend themselves. The protagonist, looking deep into Serpent's eyes, said, "What did he say? He killed his father?" The demon exclaimed, "Exactly. He was his subordinate, and that day he ordered the traitor's capture. Then he beheaded him with his own hands. It happened because that idiot made a devil out of himself." Serpent activated the plane shift and added, "He won't let him die easily, just like his father. First he'll cause him immense pain." He laughed at these words. MC, containing his anger, said, "I see, enough." The enemy exclaimed with an evil chuckle. He enjoyed the memories of his father, then let him die. He extended his hand toward the protagonist. Eleanor noted with surprise, "This idiot's arm and leg aren't regenerating?" The protagonist answered her, using an anti-heal spell that neutralizes the self-healing ability. This ability has a short range, so he needed to pull him as close as possible. Serpent, realizing his limbs weren't regenerating, screamed in anger and pain. Wendell told him he would die even if they left him. However, the one who took his father from him wasn't worthy of simply dying and being reborn. He directed his magical power at his opponent and began to drain his energy. Serpent lost his acquired form and turned chalk white. The protagonist, looking at him intently, said that he never got to see his father, so even though he was the enemy who killed him, he couldn't hate him for it. However, he would never forgive the one who made his mother cry. Suddenly, a glowing spot emerged from Serpent, which, under the influence of the protagonist's power, began to shrink in size. The protagonist clutched it in his hand. Serpent, resuming his former half-corpse form, begged for anything but this. But MC, watching his opponent's pitiful attempts to save himself, clenched his fist, causing a strange crunching sound. Wendell noted a pleasant sound. Serpent was gone, as if he had vanished. Eleanor asked in confusion, "What did that child just do?" Borks grinned and answered her, saying that since he was undead, he had seen how the young master had split the vampire's soul. The protagonist turned to them and asked the girl if he should ask her too. If anything happened, there would be no need to praise Vita. Talia fell to her knees and cried out that she begged him to forgive her. She had been easily enchanted and had divulged Master Vandalu's secret. He asked her not to worry. The protagonist asked her how she was feeling. After all, she had fallen asleep on a stone in such cold. The girl replied with a smile that she was fine. He was worried about her condition. How kind he was. Bastia icily remarked that ghouls weren't so susceptible to colds, so she was fine. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up and sat down next to Talia. She asked, perplexed, what he was doing. He calmly replied that he had heard her worry about the distance between them, so he decided to reduce it to nothing. The girl exclaimed in confusion, "Who told him that?" The protagonist pointed at Eleanor and replied, "There she is." She screamed furiously, asking why the hell was she turning her in, and what was she doing here anyway? The girl replied that it was logical. She was here to tell Mr. Wendell everything she knew. Sam suggested that maybe they should all try to listen to her. A lot had happened since she woke up, so she didn't understand anything at all. That's what Mrs. Darcia had said. Maybe they should do that? After a while, they all sat down at the table. Sam said it was all more complicated than he thought. The Shield State of Milg is a vassal of the Amido Empire, whose religion, Alda, considers vampires its natural enemies. It can't be that vampires are ruling everything from the shadow of the Shield State of Milg. The protagonist noted that Thomas Palpapek is also among the purebred vampires. they have more and more enemies. Bastia nervously remarked that, besides, their levels were vastly different. Just recently, they'd fought noble orcs, risking their lives, but compared to these, the orcs were mere children. Orcs exclaimed. She said they ruled the country of Milg from the shadows? Was that conflict 200 years ago also their fault? Eleanor replied that she wasn't born then, so she didn't know everything. She only knew that Gubamon had taken advantage of the war to send subordinates to Talishime to collect the corpses of heroes. The undead inquired what he planned to do with the corpses. The girl explained that Gubamon was fond of collecting undead, and the dead heroes were meant to add to his collection. So he kept an eye on the wars where heroes died and sent his men there. Orcs exclaimed, "What a strange fellow." So she was saying that Jin and Zandia's affairs were in the hands of this Gubamon? Eleanor replied that it was most likely true. Since she was Bilkine's subordinate, she hadn't had the chance to see his collection. Borks, perplexed, asked if that was true. Then, why hadn't they taken him? She explained that rumor had it his body was in too poor a state, and when they finished transporting the other corpses, Michael returned from underground. Noaz, shocked, asked her, "Did she mention Michael?" The protagonist said he returned after losing to the Dragon Golem. The vampires wanted to kill Michael and take his body, but even without his spear, he defeated them. Noaz, shocked, noted that this meant he died after the battle with the vampires. MC added that, in other words, even if they defeated the Dragon Golem, they wouldn't be able to bring back Zandia and the others. Lefty exclaimed, "That's great. Then they'll rescue Jin and Zandia from that Gubamon. A man should always return the women taken from him." The protagonist replied that these were not exactly his women. Basia called out to the protagonist and remarked that they first needed to decide what to do with this girl. Eleanor dropped to one knee and said she was asking for forgiveness for what happened last night. Talia asked in surprise, "Is she apologizing so openly right here?" She agreed and added that to beg for Lord Vandalu's forgiveness, she was willing to sacrifice her pride as a noble vampire. Bastia inquired why she feared the boy so much, perhaps because of divine protection? Eleanor replied that was certainly part of it, but in a sense, he possessed a power more terrifying than the divine. Orcs asked, "Is this the destruction of the soul?" She agreed and replied that it was the power possessed only by the demon lords of legend. Of course, neither Bilkine nor the evil god of hedonism, Hihiryu Shikaka, possessed such a power. Noise noted that the demon lord could indeed destroy souls, and they also said that many evil deities served him. Therefore, now that he's gone, Wendalu is the most terrifying creature in the world. Borks chuckled and asked, "Is that why she defected to their side?" The protagonist inquired, "Is that true? They say the other side pays better. Doesn't she know that? They have food shortages and other things. In their country, they shed tears over miso soup." Borks exclaimed, "What is he even talking about? It's the most delicious thing in the world. It's as good as any other food." Eleanor was shocked by this, thinking that she had always submitted out of fear. If she managed to gain Bilkine's favor, then she had warm food and a bed. She couldn't let another woman take her place and fall back into that hell. So she always continued to smile in front of him. She was very surprised and chuckled slightly. Borks heard this and asked if she was laughing or something. Eleanor pretended to be serious and replied that she hadn't. MC called out to her and asked did she really agree? They would start with the other side being stronger than theirs. He could indeed destroy souls, but that was all. That didn't mean he could defeat anyone. Eleanor said that might be true for now. However, someday he would be able to destroy Bilkine and his subordinates, right? The protagonist agreed with her with dignity. The girl replied that then her intentions would not change. There truly was no one more frightening in this world than him. The protagonist said he understood everything. Then, if Talia forgave her, she would be with them. Darcia exclaimed excitedly. Was he sure they could trust her so easily? Bastia nervously warned that she would betray him again as soon as someone more terrifying appeared. The protagonist calmly inquired, but that's how the world works, isn't it? Vigaro said that even if they encountered someone stronger than him, they wouldn't defect. He agreed, adding that he wasn't saying they were the same as her. However, the fact is that until the demon lord returned to life, she wouldn't betray them. In this situation, couldn't they trust her? And another reason to make her their companion is that she had nothing to do with the incident with his father. From her, they could get information about the evil god's sect. She knew how to fight, and besides, Borks suddenly interrupted him and hurriedly said he understood everything. So did he like her? She was beautiful and had a good body. He shouldn't repeat so tediously what everyone already knew. The protagonist said embarrassedly, "It turns out like this." Thalia exclaimed that shouldn't he deny it now? He told her he wouldn't lie again. The girl asked irritably, "So that means he liked her more?" MC replied no. Her body was better. She immediately became embarrassed and said he was very brave. Zadiris, watching this, thought he was definitely talking about muscles. Bastia, surprised, thought she had nothing else. The protagonist said they should expect that there were people who were absolutely against her becoming their comrade. They needed to provide insurance. He would give her a golem piercing. With it, he would be able to know her location at all times. If she betrayed him, the deadly poison in the piercing would take effect. Vigaro said that then he too would have no objections. Where would he attach the piercing? Rita approached them and remarked that the boy really really liked belly buttons, and also muscles, wrists, everything she didn't have. The protagonist replied that anything other than muscles was a complete misunderstanding. What did she have? She happily replied that she had her cuteness. Wendell approached Eleanor and said he would pierce her tongue. The girl obediently stuck out her tongue in response. After some time, they went outside. MC said he wanted to improve Talishime's defense system. They would create a system that could protect over 1,000 vampires from a simultaneous attack. If they started in the spring, they would finish in early or mid-summer. Everyone exclaimed in bewilderment. Was he in his right mind? He replied that he was not. This was an insane order, demanding labor without fear of death. The protagonist began to control the golems and said that they would place these golems in the walls of the fortress and stone buildings. Please, let them make them look like decorations. When enemies climb the ladders, the golems will explode. They will also place golem heads to guard buildings higher than 2 stories. Eleanor, surprised, said she couldn't believe it. He was able to create such golems so quickly. He wondered if that was so amazing. The girl agreed and asked how long he thought it took an alchemist to create one golem. Besides, she had never seen anyone change their shape so effortlessly. MC remarked that it reminded him of the creation of the undead. By the way, it seemed to him that purebloods also control the undead. Eleanor replied that Bill Kane didn't have that power. Gubamon and Tenesia can turn dead bodies into undead and control them, but they can't control those who are already undead. So, when they learn he's managed to tame Borks, they'll be furious, especially Gubamon. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Well, they'll still have to try to keep him alive. Eleanor asked, among other things, if she could help him with anything. If there was something besides battles, then let him tell her. The protagonist took the stone and said he had a favor to ask. Tell her to distribute the building among everyone. They'll need to distribute the disguised golems to different locations. The girl took it with a smile and remarked that it was a simple task. MC instructed them to disguise the first golem as a goblin skull, the second as a stone, and the third as a branch. By placing them outside Talishime, they'll be able to observe the border. The first on the road beyond the ridge along which Eleanor had passed. The second in the tunnel leading to the kingdom of Oblime. It's currently in ruins, but restoration work is underway on the other side, and they can't be sure the vampires won't come. Borks inquired, and the third tunnel, a tunnel leading to the shield country of Milg? Does such a thing even exist? The protagonist replied that there are no mentions or records of it, but they can't deny the possibility. There's another route from the southern part of the Bon Gaia continent that skirts the border mountain range from the north. Eleanor, surprised, remarked that there's a high-level dragon, a giant's abode, demon castles, an empire of noble orcs, and, furthermore, they say that countless unknown creatures dwell in the legendary desecrated territory. Even for purebloods, passing there is akin to a death contract. The protagonist remarked that the place itself would act as a natural defense. There's no need to watch it. Vandalu added that that's all. He's relying on them. So, during this time, they should build the second and third fortress walls, as well as begin developing weapons. Sam remarked that at this rate, he'd die from overwork before the war even started. MC replied that it was fine. He'd take a rest on the weekend. They'd build a second fortress wall, just as strong as the first, and place golems there. The third fortress wall would be high enough to cover the inner walls. However, it should look like it was about to collapse. The guy smiled and said he understood everything. So, the enemies would only see the outer wall, let down their guard, and start attacking blindly. The protagonist agreed and added that the wall would only look flimsy. Of course, they'd equip it with golems to make it stand. Sam smiled and said that soldiers would emerge from the wall when needed. Wendell pointed out that vampires, both noble and purebred, can fly. Therefore, they'll create an anti-aircraft weapon. The undead blacksmith, Tara, happily said he could entrust him with anything metal-related. Talia eagerly asked what they needed to create. MC replied that he planned to have them make crossbows. Tara wondered why they needed to create crossbows used by amateurs. The girl excitedly explained that no combat skills were required to wield a crossbow. It was practically useless and would only be useful to those without any combat skills. He replied that he hadn't meant to hand out crossbows to everyone. He would place souls into them and create cursed weapons. Cursed weapons are typically rank 2 monsters, but the crossbow itself requires no skill and consistently delivers equally powerful attacks. All that was left was to add a golem arm to hold the arrow, and they were ready. They would also make ballistas and catapults. Talia, smiling wryly, said that the weapon she'd created would literally come to life. This was getting interesting. Tara, surprised, said that ballistas were fine, but he didn't know how to make catapults. MC replied that he'd do that then. He paused for thought, and so the hectic days continued. After a while, summer arrived unnoticed. Groma and Egrim emerged from the bathhouse, exclaiming what a wonderful bath it had been. The girl happily declared that the massage golem is the best. She replied that she'd enjoyed the jacuzzi. Groma inquired, by the way, if she'd heard the rumor. They said Master Talia was summoned to the royal bedroom almost every day. Egrim smiled, suggesting they were probably lonely. Confused, she asked which of the two. They both laughed and Egrim asked, "Who really?" Suddenly, Talia herself approached them. Groma, terrified, called out to her. Egrim covered her mouth and smiled. They didn't say anything. The girl furiously pushed them away and ran away, when suddenly the protagonist flew after her. Talia, in tears, screamed for him to free her for the night. He replied that tomorrow would be a test firing of the catapult, so today he would make her 10 years younger. MC lifted her into the air with magic and said that just a little more rejuvenation and they would be done. They needed to try harder. The girl, horrified, screamed for him to let her go. At that point, Wendell was already 4 years old. At that moment, Bill Kane, an irritated expression on his face, entered the room and shouted if there was a message from Eleanor. One of his servants anxiously replied that there was nothing yet. Suddenly, the god Hirushikaka called out to him and pointed out that Bill Kane, Tanesia, and Gubamon needed to overthrow the child of the prophecy, a Dhampir, born from the union of the lesser vampire Valen and the dark elf Dartsia. Let them eliminate him. After some time, the three of them met. Tanesia, seeing Gubamon, asked with a smile how many thousands of years it had been since they had seen each other. The old man laughed sarcastically in response. After a while, they drew a magical figure on the table with blood, and each in turn, saying their name, added that they were spilling noble blood. Tanesia spoke, to no avail. She turned to Bilkine and added how unfortunate it seemed his favorite had betrayed them. The old man remarked that if she had died, she would have been reborn here as an undead. The squad leader cursed. One of his subordinates turned to him. Suddenly, Bilkine grabbed him by the head and threw him hard to the floor. What is he doing? He cursed again and exclaimed angrily, how dare he do this to his Eleanor? He planned to dally with her for another 100 years. The chief servant told the others that their master had gone berserk and that they should run away quickly. Bilkine lamented bitterly, saying he'd let her think she was special when all he'd wanted was a little, but stealing his joy was too much. He cursed over and over again. Tanesia spoke calmly, perhaps underestimating the Dhampir. Gubamon remarked that since two nobles had already betrayed them, he possessed impressive strength. He laughed inhumanly and declared that this was exactly what he wanted for his collection. The corpse of such a Dhampir. Bilkine, meanwhile, continued to rage and destroy his subordinates, begging the old man and Tanesia to stop talking about it. When he had dealt with everyone, he let out a desperate cry. Then, the boys suddenly fell silent, looked up, then at his allies, and asked them in a completely calm voice what they would do. Did Tanesia have any ideas? The girl chuckled and asked him if he had calmed down yet. This time, he did so quickly. The old man noted that last time he had raged for several days, and it had been difficult for everyone. Bilkine, with a chuckle, apologized to them. Gubamon told him it was okay. He thought it was a chance to get rid of his subordinates in one fell swoop. He could pick out those who had endured his outburst and survived. The adventurer exclaimed dramatically, how terrible. He was using him. The girl interrupted their conversation and asked them what they would do with the Dhampir. Should they send an army? There were those in the Amito Empire who wanted eternal life. They would do anything in exchange for being turned into vampires. How convenient. Bilkine asked her, puzzled. An army? Would its numbers be sufficient? Tanesia answered him with a smile. If he gave her 2 years, he could gather several thousand warriors, knights, and adventurers. Sending a few dozen aristocrats would be a slim chance. The vampire admitted that sounded good. The old man said she rarely used humans. The girl answered him irritably. She didn't want him to tell her that. She asked Bilkine if she could just give them this information. He looked puzzled. What? The girl added that when it was all over, she'd deal with them herself. Meanwhile, the city was noisy and cheerful. Several babies lay on the grass, all of them energetically making their own sounds. The skeleton exclaimed in panic, kittens. The protagonist reassuringly replied that they were ghoul babies. Bastia and Bilda sat with their offspring near the crowd of children. The latter said Bastia, her Zadal, had also grown. Does she trim her nails carefully? She answered, no. They haven't grown yet. Bilda noted with surprise. Really? Her wabi started growing just before she turned 1 year old. But sometimes growth can start early, as early as 3 months, so she should keep an eye on it, as babies can hurt themselves. She turned to Darcia and asked her, by the way, when did Vandalu develop this? The protagonist's mother was thinking about something. Baldy addressed her by name again, and Darcia replied, he also started growing claws at 3 months, but by that time, he was already smart. Baldy marveled. Is that true? He was already smart at 3 months? That's so cool. Zaliris said with a smile. When he came to their settlement, he was only 1 year old, so there's nothing surprising about that. Darcia laughed and looked at her son, who was sitting next to the cubs, looking at her. He was thinking about how he still wanted to return her body as soon as possible and stop using this skill. The cubs crowded around him, some calling him mom, some sister. He answered them. He's not their mom or sister. One of the cubs called him Big Brother. The protagonist agreed with this and asked him why he'd said that with the least confidence. The women watching burst into laughter. Baldy told him it couldn't be helped. He didn't look like his older brother at all. The protagonist frowned and remarked that when he grew older, he would definitely look exactly like this. Suddenly, Pawina appeared behind him and loudly asked him, will he grow up? The protagonist jumped in surprise. At that moment, Eleanor approached them. MC told her the vampires weren't coming. The girl picked up one of the babies, played with it, and didn't answer the protagonist. He continued. They'd finished setting up the surveillance network. All the preparations with the walls and weapons were complete. But wouldn't that be enough? The girl told him they shouldn't let their guard down just yet. Pureblood vampires' sense of time was quite different from humans. Their lifespans were completely different. When they say recently, they might mean something that happened decades ago. Wendell said, well, it's unlikely they'll leave him alone for 10 years. Eleanor said, if you think about it, their next move will be in 2, maybe even 5 years. He answered, I understand, but they can't just wait for them. The girl asked him what he planned to do. The protagonist said, Weed's legacy, which they can't currently obtain. They'll obtain the resurrection device and bring his mother back to life. All the women looked at him in surprise. He continued, but at his current level, the moment he melts the ice in the dungeon, there's a high chance he'll be easily killed by a Dragon Golem. That's why they'll train in other dungeons first. They need to get stronger. Zadiris admitted, surprised, that was a good idea. Just because they defeated one vampire doesn't mean they've gained power right away. Bosdia exclaimed, it's good he hasn't lost his ambition, that's just great, and she's in business. The elder was indignant. She was completely stupid. She had a child to raise. Until her daughter grows up, she's forbidden even to hunt. Bosdia exclaimed in bewilderment. What? She'll lose all her muscles. The protagonist didn't intervene in the women's argument. Zadiris turned to him and said, if he goes, she's coming with him. Then she turned to Bilda and asked her to make sure Bastia didn't forget about her child. She reported that she would carry out everything precisely. Bastia was outraged. What is her mother doing? It's not fair. The girl turned to the protagonist and plaintively told him she's going into the dungeon too. She wants to defeat the boss. Zadiris answered menacingly, she can't. Bastia's expression sank and she warned them to be careful. After a while, Borks, the plane's subdragon, told MC there was a C-rank dungeon ahead. He added that it was completely different from the D-rank dungeons he'd been to before. He should stay vigilant. The protagonist assured him of this and asked him to lead them. When they arrived, the protagonist grunted in confusion. A huge monster advanced toward them. MC noticed that it was a Triceratops. Rita, in the 5th tier magical bikini armor, said, it's evolved into a trihorn. It's a monster that can emit lightning from its horns. She turned to the protagonist and asked him to leave this monster to them. Celia pointed out that they defeated one before. They shouted at the enemy to come to them. They were going to give him a hard time. The monster went berserk and charged straight at them with a roar and a furious speed. He pounced on Rita and hit her with such force that she fell to pieces. Borks exclaimed in alarm, what's wrong? Is she dead? Zadiris irritably muttered, what a terrible prank. The protagonist was also stunned by what had just happened. Celia shouted, she'll help her now. The girl activated her skill, and before the astonished eyes of her allies, all of Rit's body parts returned to their proper places. When Rita recovered, they both attacked the monster, and very soon it was finished. Rita cried out triumphantly. They did it. She turned to the protagonist and asked him how he liked their new fusion skill. Now they could use long-range control on their body parts. MC remarked that he thought it was indeed an effective technique, but was it really necessary to shout like that? Rita spoke in bewilderment. It was just a joke. Zadiris was indignant. They don't need their jokes. Inexperienced people don't have fun on the battlefield. Rita, frightened, apologized. Suddenly, a sound alerted her. She looked at the protagonist and saw that he was surrounded by a swarm of bees. She screamed, the young gentleman has become a bee Daruma. Borks exclaimed in horror. What a nightmare, these graveyard bees. Their stings are laced with deadly poison. He'll shake them off him now. Wendeley replied that he'd better leave them alone. They didn't look hostile. Borks, surprised, asked him what he'd said. They seem friendly? Of course they are. Bees are graveyard bees. They're aggressive and attack people in hordes. Beneath their nests are the corpses of adventurers who came for their honey. That's why they're called that. Zadiris turned to the protagonist, perplexed, and suggested that perhaps it was because he could charm not only the dead, but all monsters with the attributes of death and the graveyard. Wendeley asked her, did she say something? They were buzzing so loudly he couldn't hear anything. Borks said, excellent. He'd heard that insect monsters were too powerful to be tamed, but they were definitely stuck to him. The bees lifted him into the air, and the protagonist saw the dungeon boss, a poisonous wyvern flying straight toward them. The bees released him, and he told his allies to let him deal with this monster alone. He wanted to be sure he could handle the battle against the Dragon Golem. Zadiris encouraged him. It's okay. Let him do it. Borks begged him not to die. Rita and Celia shouted that they would watch over him. MC, expecting the monster to approach, thought that with the absorption barrier, he could drain the mana from its wings and cause it to fall. But this time, he would deliberately not do that. Without depriving the dungeon boss of mobility, he would counter its true power. Activating the physical strength boost, MC rushed after it. He thought, great, he can catch up. Suddenly, the wyvern spun sharply, surprising the protagonist. He was amazed that the monster could turn so quickly. While he might be able to beat him in speed, their flying skills were on a completely different level. Wendeley unleashed his magical weapon, a fireball, and attacked the dungeon boss. But the monster surprisingly dexterously dodged his blow. MC thought, this is no good. If this keeps up, it won't matter how many times he fires if he can't be caught. The wyvern, meanwhile, turned to attack and rushed toward its opponent. The protagonist decided he'd focus on when he had an opening. Waiting for the right moment, Wendeley activated a fire barrier, aimed it at the enemy, and began increasing the amount of attack energy. Zadiris admiringly noted, expanding his barrier, that he'd trapped the monster. This is simply excellent. If his mana bullets hit their target, then victory will be their boys. At that moment, the enemy realized what was happening. He bit off his own leg and tried to flee the battlefield. Zadiris was perplexed. How brave of him. He'd cut off his own limb to escape. Borks spoke in confusion, unable to figure out who would win. The elder chuckled in surprise and said that he could block his opponent's attack well enough, but his mana bullets couldn't hurt him. The protagonist realized he needed to change tactics. He thought he was still working on this spell, but it was worth a try. The basic principle was like a mana bullet, but in its claws, it concentrated the attribute of death. He unleashed the lethal bullet and aimed it at the monster. No matter how hard the enemy tried to avoid death, it was in vain. The dungeon boss was defeated by the protagonist. A little later, examining the wyvern's body, Zadiris said in surprise that, aside from its severed leg, it had no injuries. Borks exclaimed, "That's wonderful." The protagonist said, "He wouldn't have said that. It took him 100 first-level spells." The undead replied that he might be right, but that was only 1/100th of his power, right? And if he could win with that, then everything was fine. Sometime later, when the allies returned to the settlement, Vandalu was surprised to see Bastia standing on one hand, entertaining her baby. She said, "As far as she can see, he won." The protagonist replied, "Yes, something like that." He added, "She's energetic too." The girl asked him, perplexed, "Does he mean how she entertains her daughter?" MC was surprised. "So that's how she does it?" Bastia said that if she puts her on her back and not waits, then she likes it. She's calm when she does that. And indeed, the girl lay calmly on her mother's back. The protagonist said, "That's interesting." The girl answered him. She had previously underestimated children, fearing sleep deprivation due to their nighttime cries, but it was hard enough. Hunting would be easier, so she argued with her with all her might. Bastia looked closely at the protagonist and added that even though she wasn't participating, she prayed for good fortune in battle. The protagonist said yes, let her try. He moved on, thinking the Dragon Golem would be next. He would definitely return his mother's body. Sometime later in Talishime, in the job change room, the protagonist stood near the magic sphere. More than a year had passed since he had last been here. He heard Nuaz's voice, asking him why he didn't try changing jobs again before the battle with the Dragon Golem. Sometimes, jobs were changed based on circumstances and a person's abilities. Apparently, he had already reached level 100 in the death magic attribute. More than a year had passed, so perhaps new options would emerge that would be useful for the battle with the dragon. That's what Nuaz told him. The protagonist noticed Rodcourt's influence on him. He didn't think he'd get a new profession so easily, but at least he could confirm that he had acquired the golem maker profession. If it hadn't disappeared, then everything was fine. He decided to see what would happen. The protagonist touched the magic ball, and the profession changer offered him 5 options: Golem Maker, Undead Tamer, Soul Destroyer, Poison Master, and Insect Master. He noticed, surprised, that new ones had appeared. This was more disappointing than encouraging. The influence seemed completely useless. Still, it was time to choose. Among them, one profession was suitable for the battle with the Dragon Golem. He felt calmer. Excellent. He had made his decision. After some time, the allies set off for the desired dungeon. Rita exclaimed joyfully. Finally, they were going to fight the Gelome dragon. It was so exciting. Salia asked the protagonist. She understood why he'd chosen the others, but why them? The protagonist apologized and said, frankly, even if their bodies were destroyed in battle, as long as they could find another host, they could bring them back to life. Judging by the dragon's strength, it was very dangerous to take anyone below rank B. Rita answered, I see. That's why the Bone Man and Wolf were with them. MC confirmed. That was it. She asked him again. That's why the golems? Wendell said. He made them so that instead of a mountain of corpses, they would have mountains of stone. They contained the souls of orcs and goblins from the Bugogan settlement, so he had no qualms about using them. Zadiri remarked, puzzled, wondering what the dragon golem was made of. If they'd known this, they would have been better prepared. Vigaro had said, indeed, that if it was made of magically resistant mithril, then both he and Zadiris' magic would have difficulty doing anything. Eleanor had remarked that if it was mithril, the ghost's attacks would be unaffected. Rita looked at her with irritation. Wendell replied that it was, so they needed to be careful. Let Celia take that into account. For starters, if it was mithril, they would give the main role in the battle to Borks, the undead had said, but if it was adamantite, the ghosts would have no problem attacking. But in that case, he and his sword would be useless, while magic, on the contrary, would play a key role. Vigaro had asked him if it was that durable. The undead had answered that it was. This magical metal was even stronger than the scales of a low-ranking dragon. Steel was as tough as slime against adamantite. At that moment, Eleanor told them, enough chatter, they've arrived. A door with a hidden golem stood before them. MC spoke up, saying that the risk of dying was lower now than before, but it still remained. Celia asked him what they were going to do. Would they postpone their expedition? The protagonist answered, no, they'll see how things go. This golem had managed to defeat an almost S-rank adventurer. Even if it was in poor shape now, they wouldn't be able to defeat it without problems. He thought, Mom told me not to do anything reckless, but they couldn't wait any longer. Memories of his mother surfaced in his mind, and he firmly resolved that this year he would celebrate his birthday with his living mother, who would regain her body. He told his allies, they can begin. The protagonist activated one of his skills. Vigaro exclaimed, the golem is moving. Borks noticed, but it didn't look like it was heading their way. The allies saw the monster moving towards something. Zadiris exclaimed in alarm. It's the dragon golem's head. Does it really want to pick it up? The monster, approaching the head, began attacking the allies. The protagonist warned everyone to dodge. He spoke just in time, because at that moment, sharp ice crystals flew at them. Suddenly, the monster approached the head and launched it at the opponents. Figaro exclaimed in surprise. He kicked his own head, Orcs noted. This golem takes things seriously. Rita surveyed the battlefield and murmured in bewilderment. All 10 of their golems were destroyed in a second, Eleanor said. Moreover, he shattered the cursed ice that only a master could melt. This golem is undoubtedly made of the iron of the gods. Orichalcum, Figaro asked her in confusion. What did she say, Orichalcum? It doesn't matter what it's called. Should they attack it with weapons or magic? The girl answered him. Orichalcum is the finest of magical metals. Neither magic nor swords will work on it. It's a legendary precious metal, said to be crafted only by the gods themselves. Using it on the entire body, what a goddess's idea, Rita exclaimed delightedly, turning to the protagonist. If they brought all this home, they could buy an entire country, he replied. Then please let her bring it all home. She asked in confusion. What did he say? Orcs let out an inhuman roar and activated his Dragon Slayer skill against the monster. When he realized his sword had no effect, he declared that the golem's body was damn hard. The undead creature tried to strike it with its weapon again, but the monster easily parried his attack without sustaining a single scratch. Eleanor shouted at Borks in irritation. She'd told him the sword wouldn't work. Figaro, also attempting an attack, noted that his attack hadn't worked either. They could only buy themselves some time. Eleanor soared upward, thinking that since it was a golem, it must have a mana core somewhere. If it wasn't in its head, then it must be in its body, and if they could destroy it, maybe they could do something. The girl turned to her allies and asked them to hold the monster in place for a few seconds. At that moment, the protagonist said, "Let them give him a try." The protagonist activated Golem Creation. He thought he hadn't used it last time because he didn't have the materials he needed in this room, but if he did have the right materials, there wouldn't be a problem. He was only thinking about how to win without using golems, but if he couldn't use them, he simply needed to make it possible. He succeeded. Several golems attacked the monster. Zadiris shouted at the protagonist, "You can't do that, he'll just tear him to pieces." Eleanor remarked, "That's quite enough." She used her acceleration skill and rushed to find the core. She held a spear in her hands, and she needed to pierce the monster's body with it and destroy its core. Just as she was about to use it, an icy spear pierced her. She sharply exhaled blood and realized it was the monster's defense mechanism, attacking everyone except its master. She had been careless. The protagonist called her name in alarm. The girl grasped the spear in her hands, thinking it had pierced her heart and that she could not be saved. Suddenly, a round object appeared in the air. Zadiris exclaimed in surprise. It was a mana bullet. She wanted to propel herself and the spear with it. Eleanor thought how strange. She was going to die anyway. Why was she acting like this? She looked at the protagonist. She couldn't understand his love for his mother, but she wanted to help his wish come true. The girl looked at him again, and he remembered his mother. Suddenly, Orcs and Figaro attacked the monster and cut the ice spear. She looked at the stump of the weapon in surprise and collapsed. MC was already waiting for her there. He pulled the spear fragment from her chest. The girl began to breathe heavily and asked him for forgiveness. She began to cough, and blood began to flow from her mouth again. The protagonist told her he would stop the pain, but she should remain silent for now. He cut open his hand and dripped his blood into her mouth. Wendell told her she had escaped death, and as long as his magic lasted, she would not die. He understood that she was in pain, but he asked her to try and heal. Eleanor wiped the blood from her mouth and thanked him. She was already healthy, and all thanks to his blood. MC replied, "Fine, but she should refrain from such actions." She again asked him for forgiveness. At that moment, she heard Figaro shout and, activating his axe's circular whip, strike the Dragon Golem's head. Eleanor, surprised, asked the protagonist what it was. He told her he told Rita, the Bone Monkey, and the others to pick up the Orichalcum shards. By adding a handle, they could be used as a sword or an axe. He himself couldn't make an Orichalcum golem with his golem-creating ability, but he could change their shape. Borks delivered the finishing blow and was about to crush part of the head. The protagonist shouted at them to be careful and dodge. A strange ice formation appeared in the air and began attacking MC's allies. It was so unexpected that not everyone managed to dodge the attacks of the unknown attribute. The protagonist saw the fragmented bone man and called out to him in alarm. The skeleton told him he was fine, splitting his body to avoid the attack. After these words, he squeaked and noticed, but the Bone Monkey and Bone Wolf seemed to be dead. Wendell answered him. He understood everything. He would begin rebuilding them immediately. Sadiri asked, "What about the others?" She turned to Figaro and Borks, asking if they were all right, then let them answer her. Figaro, shaking himself, said he was fine. Celia spoke, somehow managing it too. She called out to Rita and asked her if she was okay. The girl answered that she wasn't. She had lost the top of her outfit. Borks held out his hand, dangling a small piece of cloth, and asked her if this was what she had lost. Rita thanked him. When she picked it up, she cried out hysterically, "This is the skin from his face. He did it to protect that piece of clothing of hers." Borks was indignant. "He didn't do that." Rita said irritably, "If her upper body isn't covered, then she's too shy to fight. Thank him very much." Borks simply told her, "Her upper body, how should I put it, isn't there." She was indignant. How rude to say such a thing to a girl. The protagonist asked them to stop arguing. He added that he was glad to see everyone okay. Now, maybe someone could explain to him what that was? He was referring to the ice object that was attacking them. It looked like an ice crystal with many sharp spears. Eleanor said, apparently it was from Michael's ice spear which pierced the golem's chest. She thinks this uncontrollable spear takes mana from the golem's core and creates this ice formation. The protagonist clarified, so this will continue until the mana runs out? The girl answered him perhaps. At that moment, the golem rose to its feet. Figaro exclaimed, "He's starting to move. He's retreating. Is he planning to run away?" MC followed his direction and asked his allies to wait. In the direction he was heading, behind those doors was the resurrection device. Was he planning to destroy it? Borks suggested, so the dragon was still sane? The protagonist replied, "He's not sure, but he can't let him do that." He turned to Figaro and Borks and they understood without words. Figaro said, "Of course," Borks remarked. "They just need to stop that rotten spear." The allies destroyed the ice formations with ferocity, dodging the attacks. After a while, Borks exclaimed, "There's no end to them." Eleanor cried out angrily. She can't watch this anymore. She turned to the protagonist and asked him for a weapon made of orichalcum 2. Zadiris, meanwhile, was healing the protagonist. He replied, "Eleanor, please forgive me, but she'll have to wait a little while." He concentrated on healing his wounded comrades. Zadiris told him her healing magic couldn't keep up. His head would be torn off. Eleanor asked him, "Healing magic? What did she mean?" The elder told her that creating and maintaining orichalcum weapons required a lot of mana. It maintains the form of Borks and Vigaro's weapons, and also creates earth golems to stop the golem. Furthermore, it restores the injured bone monkey, bear, and bird. He cast 6 spells simultaneously. Without support, he would have fainted long ago. Eleanor looked at Vandela in surprise and asked, "How does he do all this?" MC thought that his friends alone wouldn't be able to stop the golem, and he also needed to make weapons for Eleanor and everyone else. However, he couldn't cast any more spells simultaneously. But there was one way, and that was to free the souls of the skeletal animals. But he couldn't do that. They were just pawns at first. But if they weren't there, he wouldn't have survived. He looked at the victims. He couldn't throw away the lives of his friends for the sake of his goal. Figaro shouted at him, "They're short on hands." The protagonist seized on this expression. He could increase the number of hands by activating the hands of his spiritual body. But now they needed more brains to cast spells. Now he understood what he had to do. He cloned himself and spoke. "Like this, now they have 2 brains." Zadiris exclaimed in amazement. What was that? He'd split his body or had his soul separated? The protagonist turned to her and asked her to continue healing him. Eleanor, in shock, exclaimed, "That's impossible. If his spirit had left his body, then his empty body couldn't use magic." Zadiris asked him if this was really what she thought it was. He told her that it was. It was a long-range control skill. He'd seen Talia and Rita use it and decided to learn it too. Talia spoke. She understood. He controls his body in his spirit form. The elder clarified. So this ability can be used this way too? MC confirmed that it was. And furthermore, the spirit doesn't necessarily need to remain in its physical form. He used the skill again, and his head split into 2. He said, "So 3 brains? Should I make it even bigger?" The protagonist created a 4th head. Then Zadiris counted 5 heads. Ultimately, his clone looked like a multi-headed creature with eyes all over its body and a mouth in the middle. Talia exclaimed in amazement, "What kind of appearance does the master have?" Rita added, "With so many heads, if she had a body, it would be covered in goosebumps." Wendell agreed. Perhaps he'd overdone it a bit. There was even something extra. Eleanor admiringly told him, "It's catastrophic and wonderful." Zadiris remarked in surprise. "Seriously?" The bone man addressed his allies and asked them to continue fighting. Talia replied that they would gladly do so, but they had no weapons. At that moment, the protagonist's clone apologized for the wait and turned to Eleanor and Rita. He said that he had crafted weapons for several people. They would be no match for Talia and Dadar's weapons, but let them use them. Eleanor said, "No, that's enough." So, now they could fight. The skeleton asked the protagonist if he could create a weapon for him too. Wendell replied, "Of course he could, but where was his body?" Zadiris looked at him, sighed heavily, and said, "What a troublemaker he is." She kicked the skeleton's head onto his body. The bone man attached the head to the body and said, "Let it go to Dad." The protagonist said, "Excellent." He would send the weapon to the skeleton using telekinesis. He shouted that his new weapon was ready and sent it to the bone man. The skeleton thanked his master. Zadiris, continuing to heal the protagonist, told him in amazement he could have just sent him his head. MC exclaimed, "Exactly." At that moment, Rita, Talia, Eleanor, and the skeleton turned to Borks and Figaro, apologizing for the delay and informing them that they had come to their aid. Borks responded with a satisfied tone. Finally, they had arrived. The protagonist thought, "Excellent. Now he can begin the attack." He turned to Leftia and asked her to hand him the wands. The hand produced the weapons and tossed them to him. He caught several at once with his multiple hands. The protagonist activated telekinesis, formed dark crystals from the wands, and unleashed a fragmentation barrage. The projectiles rushed toward the enemies. He activated the next batch of projectiles. Figaro called out to Borks and offered to crush the ice that was hindering them. The undead creature ordered him forward. The allies rushed forward, destroying the ice formations alongside the dark crystals, closing in on the monster. When they succeeded, Borks delivered a crushing blow to the ice spear embedded in the monster's head. As the spear broke, the ice formations began to disintegrate before the allies' eyes, flying in all directions. The allies barely managed to dodge the potential blow. The protagonist gasped, and Zadiris hugged him. as if shielding him with her body. He asked her in a choked voice why she was squeezing his head like that. The elder exhaled with relief and said, "She just thought the body might get more heads too." Wendell apologized for surprising her. Then he remembered. He hadn't restored the skeletal beasts yet. At this point, they approached him and began speaking to him in their own language. The protagonist, surprised, noted what? Why? He asked the skeleton what they had said. The bone man replied that it was their fault that the master had to deal with such difficulties, and all because they were weak. Since they were only getting in the way, it was better for them to simply die. That's what they said. They asked him, in order to become stronger, to make their bodies and souls one. Wendell said, "It's possible. But are they sure about it? Once they unite, there will be no turning back." The bone animals responded approvingly. He said, "I understand." MC approached each of them, shook the bone wing of the bone bird, allowed the bone wolf to bury its head in his chest, stroked the bone bear's skull, and hugged the bone monkey. So he thanked them for their friendship, and expressed his gratitude for their loyalty and the numerous battles they had fought alongside everyone else. Rita and Celia sobbed from the emotional farewell. Zadiris reprimanded them for crying. They weren't saying goodbye. The bone animals would simply be reborn in a new form, and they would continue to be by their side. Both Rita and Celia told her in surprise, but she was crying too. It was true. Zadiris too was barely holding back her tears. Orcs exclaimed. Even he was touched. Eleanor looked at him in surprise. The protagonist began reviving the bone animals. A vortex formed in the air, in which body parts of the animals began to flicker, and at some point, it all transformed into a huge bone beast named Noken. Zadiris exclaimed in amazement, "It's a bone chimera! Consumed by a single rage, the souls of animals and humans are reborn. Bone bird, bone monkey, bone wolf, bone bear, skeleton. What remarkable loyalty." At that moment, the skeleton answered her, "Well, he's here, actually." The elder exclaimed in amazement. "Oh, really?" Rita asked in confusion. "Isn't he with them?" The bone man answered them. "No, he was simply translating what they were saying." Zadiris sternly told him to speak more clearly. Skeleton apologized to his friends and said he would like to try to develop further in this body. The protagonist agreed and told him they would await his results. He added that they needed to decide what to call the fused children. Zadiris, surprised, asked him if a simple bone chimera wouldn't be enough. MC answered her, "No, last time he called them by their appearance, but this time he wants to give them something more like names." He looked at the chimera and asked, "Would the name Noken suit you?" Apparently it means bone in German. Noken opened its mouth and let out a roar of approval. Salia said it's very happy. Apparently it liked it. The protagonist stroked the chimera's muzzle and said, "Nice to meet you." They approached the ice spear. MC wanted to take it, but the weapon told him not to touch it. Wendell thought, the voice as he thought, "This spear has its own ego." The spear continued, "He's a filthy dampier. Let him revel in his momentary victory. Michael's followers will destroy his disgusting life." The protagonist peacefully told it to stop spewing nonsense. Will it answer his questions? The protagonist began mentally gleaning the information he needed from the spear. Vigaro asked him what was going on. Was he talking to the spear? The protagonist replied that he was, but since he was only calling names and arguing, it would take time. He realized what had happened here 200 years ago. Borks asked him what exactly. Vandalu said, as they had suspected, Michael had fought a dragon golem and lost. All this ice here was created by the spear. The undead man spoke in confusion. Does he mean the spear itself? The protagonist confirmed that it was. Strictly speaking, it needed a supply of mana from its master. But since the spear had pierced close to the golem's core, that was presumably where it was drawing its mana. Borks assumed then that Zandia's, or Leftia's, left hand had been frozen because of him. The spear spoke. It couldn't even imagine someone like him melting his ice when it saw the three of them behind the icy curtain. The protagonist was surprised. What had it just told him? Was it referring to the moment they came here with Borks? So it knew they would come for the resurrection device. Vigaro asked the protagonist, perplexed, what had suddenly happened to him. MC yelled at the spear. Let it tell him what it was doing here? What had it been doing this year while they were gone? The spear laughed and told him he was so confused, so he guessed a little about everything. Maybe he should hurry, since he was so eager to get the resurrection device. The protagonist jumped up in irritation and rushed to the door. Rita called out to him, but he didn't hear her. When he ran up and opened the door, his astonished gaze was met with a device pierced by an ice spear, and ice formations littered everywhere. The ice weapon simply burst into laughter. It spoke. It seemed everything had gone as planned. If he had doubted whether he had destroyed the resurrection device, now he could rest assured. He had destroyed it, the Dampier, his evil plans. The protagonist looked at him with irritation. Vigaro sighed heavily and said, "Ah, Lord Vandalu." The spear continued to say that if he intended to destroy it, then he could give up on it. It was an artifact created by the ice god Jupion. In other words, it was a part of the god. Even if he manages to destroy its components, his soul will still return to Jupion. And eventually, some great hero like Michael will appear, and he will appear before him again. And now, let him interrupt his earthly journey. The protagonist thought in surprise. He was absolutely certain of his own rightness. Besides, he considered all dissenters evil, and he would not hesitate to injure them. He turned to the spear and clarified. He was asking it again. Was he seriously not going back on his words? The weapon answered him. What a stupid question. He should regret it. Making a god your enemy is pure madness. The protagonist told it, well then, he would destroy it. He activated the physical enhancement and pierced the spear's hilt with his hand. It tried to laugh. MC said, ah, so that's where it is. He pulled the core from its hilt and grinned. He remembered it saying his soul would return to God, so he thought he could get it. The spear cursed in panic and asked him what he was planning. Did he even understand what he was doing? The protagonist indignantly replied, what is it talking about? It had always intended to kill them, right? It had said so at the very beginning. He showed the weapon his soul and said he thought it was useless. The protagonist told it to please say hello to Yupeon. He activated his enemy's spell and crushed the core. The spear began to rant and rave, saying he was such a fool. It began calling out for Michael and was soon destroyed. Meanwhile, Rodcourt declared that the destruction of Origin was inevitable. Was the existence and disappearance of Amamiya Hiroto the cause? Oh well, in any case, the realization of immortality was suspended. However, things were improving. Immortal living beings are mere obstacles to the reincarnation system. Incidentally, his reincarnated person was reincarnated in the Lambda world and has been living there for 5 years. Since his soul isn't here, that only means he hasn't died in those 5 years. How annoying. He left everything as is. After all, with that set of curses, he shouldn't have lived long. Where is he now? What is he doing? And is he still alive? Rodcourt decided to check. He saw no results. He wondered in surprise. What was going on? How strange. Maybe he'd written the name wrong? God decided to check again. And again. No results. He exclaimed in amazement. What nonsense? Didn't he reincarnate? That can't be. He definitely reincarnated him. But he's not in the system, which means he's fallen out of the system and into another cycle of reincarnation, the one he controls. He knew Lambda 3 was home to races that didn't obey the system, undead, magical creatures, and descendants of the weed. If he reincarnated as one of them, he could disappear from his database. God spoke in bewilderment. And yet, why did this happen? The odds of such an outcome were less than 1 in 10,000, only with the worst luck. He sighed and told himself that no one would save him by chance, and fate would play a cruel joke on him, so he had nothing to look forward to. He wouldn't find even a single happy moment in this life. Rodcourt slapped his forehead and muttered, he'd screwed up. It was all because of this. Although, there was another way. If he searched for someone who had encountered the reincarnated protagonist's soul, the search results showed him 2 options. God exclaimed joyfully, there it was. One of the options was a merchant. In his memories, he met the protagonist's soul 4 years ago. After examining the image of MC, Rodcourt exclaimed, it's a Dampier. He was born as a descendant of weed, so he's not in his database. At this point, a scene was shown where the main character said that if he told anyone about him, he would be in trouble. God exclaimed in bewilderment, what nonsense. Why did he remember his past lives? To reduce the psychological burden on the reincarnated, he had arranged for the memories to return no earlier than the age of 5. How much bad luck would it take for that to happen? He slapped his forehead again. It was due to a lack of luck. Next time, he'd be more careful. What should he do with Wendell? He thought deeply, and after a while, decided to observe a little longer. Indeed, in a few years, some of the reincarnated from Origin should die, and then he could entrust them with his assassination. Apparently, the protagonist had somehow managed to survive by taming the undead. So he had a lot of mana, but no magical abilities. He simply couldn't compete with those he'd gifted with cheating skills. So, no problem. He decided to try the second option. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Olbheim, Luciliano was strolling through the city. He thought about how he'd been living here for 2 years already, how quickly time flies. He remembered how Katya had asked him to return her body. He shuddered, his skin still crawling from the memory of that incident. He shouldn't meet them in this city. At that moment, someone screamed. A passing man accidentally bumped him with his shoulder, and Luciliano exclaimed in irritation, what is he doing? The man stared at the statue in shock and said, the god Jupion is shedding tears of blood, and he can even hear the gods scream. Luciliano touched his back, and at that moment, the man collapsed. Luciliano looked around and saw several unconscious people lying near the statue of Jupion. He exclaimed, what's going on here? A short time later, Noken was in the audience chamber in Talashime, screaming incessantly. Rita asked in confusion, Master, is he okay? He's still sitting down there and won't come out. Zadira said, it's understandable. He'd almost achieved his mother's resurrection, but that hope had been dashed right before his eyes. After a brief silence, she added, he won't give up so easily. Figaro spoke up, but if he doesn't get up, he won't be able to move forward. Rita and Zadiris looked at him and exclaimed in surprise, when did he become like this? He had 4 limbs instead of 2. He told them, he gained experience for killing the Dragon Golem and leveled up. Is it the same for them? The elder brushed her hair back from her forehead and showed him the dark crystal that sat right there. She said, yes, she had leveled up too, but when she looked at him, she was glad she hadn't changed as much as he had. Figaro wondered, why didn't she like it? It was so wonderful. Zadiris laughed skeptically. Rita turned to him and said, by the way, if he was saying that, then maybe he should go see their boy and check on him. Figaro exclaimed in alarm. Him? He looked confused but firmly said, no, he'll wait a little longer. Rita sighed and spoke, and yet it was still difficult for him to speak. Eleanor said, his mother was killed when he was little. It happens everywhere. Celia chided her. Maybe she's right, but she shouldn't say that. Eleanor lowered her head and said, Even if it hurts them greatly, there's nothing left to do but move on with their lives, leaving their grief behind. They've all been through this, haven't they? Talia looked at her thoughtfully. Zadyrus said, that's usually how it works. However, their boy has powers. With them, he might even resurrect the dead. That's why he can't simply let his mother's death go. That's why he's suffering now. Eleanor exclaimed in irritation. And this is called grief. Is this what his mother would have wanted? He managed to bring her soul back to this world. And now, she can't exist without him. It's no different from influence. If he had given up, he would have been happy. Everyone looked at the girl in bewilderment. Rita addressed her by name questioningly. Eleanor became embarrassed, asked their forgiveness, and asked them to forget about it. Bork spoke, but he had already stopped. There was no point anyway. This child constantly walks around with an expressionless face, and he can't understand what's going on in his mind. He managed to breathe life back into the already deserted Talashime. But while they haven't yet returned the bodies of Zandia and Jin, he will do it, even if it takes decades. That's what he is. And who is he compared to him? When he finally wanted to express his gratitude, right before that, he owed him even more. He will serve him faithfully. So what if he's only A rank, all he does is earn rewards, but he can't complete a single task? Figaro frowned and looked at him. Celia uttered the undead's name in surprise. Bork struck the ice spear with all his might and cursed loudly. If he had broken that spear 200 years ago, none of this would have happened. He heard someone's footsteps and said, boy, hoping it was the protagonist. But it was the skeleton, on whose skull Leftia had settled comfortably. Borks noticed it was him. The bone man asked his allies what had happened. The undead replied, nothing out of the ordinary. Furthermore, how was their sufferer? The skeleton said he had a message for them, from the protagonist himself. Eleanor exclaimed impatiently, what did he say? The bone man told them that Vandalu would remain there for a while, as he wanted to investigate the devices. He also asked for food, as he was very hungry. Figaro remarked, thinking their master would want something to eat and drink first. But apparently he wasn't that weak. Rita exclaimed joyfully, excellent. They had to prepare the best dinner for him, but not her. Zadyrus sheepishly admitted she wasn't very knowledgeable about human cuisine. Celia indignantly told Rita, okay, Zadyrus, but her. She worked as a maid, so she should know how to cook. Eleanor raised her hand and said placatingly, she can fry meat, or something like that. Borks remarked, addressing her, if she was talking like that, she shouldn't raise her hand. The girl exclaimed irritably, pointing her finger at him, shut up! Does he even know how to cook? The undead answered her pompously, no, he can't, but he can fry meat. All the allies clutched their heads from their bickering. A month later, Darcia came into the protagonist's room. She sympathetically asked him how he was doing. Was he trying too hard? The protagonist, fixing the device, told her he was fine. He added that he gets a good night's sleep and takes a bath every day. It's just that he's trying his best, but he still can't fix this thing. At his level, it's hard to understand. He dejectedly remarked that it would be like a caveman trying to build a computer out of semiconductors. Darcia, surprised, asked him what he was talking about. MC replied that, in any case, if he increased his golem creator level, he could restore this device to its original form. However, he couldn't guarantee that it would work properly then. The most reliable solution would be to ask the creator of the goddess Vita for help with the repair. But he didn't know where she was. Vandalu turned to his mother and asked her to tell him the legend of Vita again. His mother replied that of course she would. Vita had breathed life into the remains of the hero Zakhart, turning him into undead, and after merging with him, true vampires emerged. However, they existed contrary to the laws of the universe. An enraged Alda, along with 3 heroes, attempted to destroy Vita and the new species she had created. She fought alongside Zakhart and the vampires against Alda, but suffered many deep wounds, lost her status as a god, and died in the magical realm, just like Zakhart. Alda won the battle, but he was so exhausted that he no longer had the strength to kill the vampires. He was forced to take the place of the deceased goddess Vita. Believers began to praise him as the god of righteous life. The protagonist reflected, 10,000 years have passed since the battle between Alda and Vita, and the world is still in disarray. He told his mother, indeed, it seemed the hero Zakhart had given his life here, in the magical territory. Surprised, Darcia noted, yes, that's what they say. The protagonist considered this, thinking that Vita was somewhere here too. If Vita had been the one who had given Noaz the prophecy, then she hadn't been completely destroyed. However, the territory of this magical abode was too vast, and they would simply waste time. Besides, it was too dangerous. Besides, they didn't know when the vampires would attack, so they had to calculate their actions. He said out loud that in any case, there was no other choice. Let his mother forgive him, but she'd have to wait a little longer. Darcia smiled and said, it's all fine, don't worry, it's not his fault. She laughed and added, perhaps she'll become an undead in armor like Celia and Rita? The protagonist, shocked by these words, thought in amazement, his mother, in armor like that? Darcia understood his state, and laughing added, he misunderstood her. She didn't mean that kind of armor. Turning serious, she said, however, she didn't want to burden him any further, but she's not against that kind of armor. The protagonist was indignant, but she should have been. He wondered irritably where their conversation had gone. They needed to change the subject immediately. MC told Darcia, by the way, when he destroyed the Ice Age soul, he gained a new skill, Godslayer. Does she know anything about it? Darcia thought for a moment, then exclaimed, exactly. Maybe it's a skill that allows one to kill gods? The protagonist looked at her in confusion. but he pretended to be pleased with her answer and said, "She's probably right." As expected, he wouldn't have thought of it on his own. After that, he asked others about this skill, but no one knew about it. Meanwhile, Thomas, sitting in his office, was deep in thought. There was a knock at the door, and he allowed the newcomer in. The butler came in and asked the boy if he had called him. If he was bored, he'd prepare a plan without delay. Thomas responded irritably, saying he'd had enough of his matchmaking. Not now. There was a more serious matter on the agenda. The butler looked at him carefully and asked, "An expedition to the mountain range on the border?" The boy answered, "Exactly. It was an order from the Amito Empire to their country." The butler asked why they were asking them to do this. "So, there was something in those magical lands?" Thomas explained. The Amito Empire had given them two objectives: to subdue the Dhampir, believed to have taken refuge in Talishime, and to recover the magical ice spear belonging to the hero Michael. He chuckled and remarked that this was something like a chance to clear his name, tarnished 200 years ago. In fact, he thinks they want to destroy their country's military might. The butler, perplexed, said, "What nonsense. Has the Empire learned nothing in 200 years? What kind of name clearing can they possibly be talking about? Everything will only repeat itself." Thomas admitted he was right, but that was hardly surprising. The current Minister of War, Kurt Legiston, and the Monarch of Milga intended to launch the expedition. As a retired Minister of War, he couldn't challenge such a decision. The butler was indignant. What was he saying? Why was that? The young man finished his sentence. Had they made such a stupid decision? In all likelihood, some bigwig from the Empire promised to allow them to expand their territory if the expedition was successful. The butler chuckled thoughtfully. The young man continued. However, there was another reason that prompted Legiston to launch the military expedition. A general of the Amito Empire, a man named Mawit, he found a safe tunnel that crosses the ridge on the border. The butler asked him in surprise, "A tunnel?" Thomas replied that because of that, they couldn't abandon the expedition, citing the ridge's danger. The butler remarked, "I see. That's how it works. But if all this is truly true, then wouldn't they be able to complete the expedition without significant damage?" The former minister replied, "No, they can't say that. Quite the opposite, actually. The fact that circumstances worked out so well is a problem in itself. This expedition isn't that simple." At the time, the protagonist was in Talashime in the ruins of the Adventurers Guild. He remarked, "Excellent, the job change is complete." He emerged and exclaimed, "Here he is, a master of the undead. With it, he can strengthen Bork's, Skeleton, and the others." Miranda asked him what job he'd chosen this time. When he answered, she exclaimed, "That's really cool. What does he plan to do next?" He told her he needed to clean up the Dragon Golem's remains, and orichalcum was valuable and could be used for many things. Miranda noticed, "That's how. Well, good luck to him. It would be nice if he found a replacement for her eyes soon." Sometime later, beneath Talashime Castle, the protagonist showed her what they needed to deal with, saying they'd first crush it and move it out using telekinesis. As he began crushing it, he realized it wouldn't be done in a day. Suddenly, Leftia landed on his head, catching his attention. He asked her what had happened. A hand pointed in one direction, and the protagonist asked it if there was anything among the rubble. At that moment, he saw an ice wall with human corpses immured in it. His amazement knew no bounds. He noticed that these weren't giants. Could these really be Michael's comrades? Had they fought a dragon golem here and died? He touched the wall with his hand and said, "This is undoubtedly cursed ice from the Ice Age." Was this a grave? Even so, the adventurer's wounds were simply horrific. All 5 were simply torn to pieces. Not even undead could be made from these corpses. After all, they needed to be buried somewhere. MC thought for a second and clarified, although no, it couldn't fail. He thanked Leftia for her helping hand and added that he would use them and create excellent undead. Sometime later, an informant from his opponent, Flyer, flew to Thomas and informed him that 2 years ago, a Dhampir had taken a group of ghouls and crossed the ridge. The vampire, eager to learn more, contacted him again. He told him to tell him that this task would be entrusted to another. He, Thomas Palpapek, would be better off keeping a low profile. Thomas, perplexed, asked him what this meant. Flyer replied that this was all he could tell him, and that was all, and soared into the night sky. The former minister wondered if this was advice or an order. Perhaps Mawit was somehow connected to the vampires. If not, then he wouldn't have, so luckily discovered a tunnel whose existence had been forgotten for 10,000 years. The vampires' goal was to eliminate the Dhampir. To do this, they intended to use their country's army. Then it seemed that this expedition was doomed to failure. Until the Dhampir was killed, everything would go smoothly. The vampires simply couldn't tolerate a human presence in the south of the continent. A tunnel collapse could easily wipe out an entire army. Mawit likely expects a reward from the vampires, a large sum of money, or even becoming a vampire and gaining immortality. The butler interrupted his thoughts and asked if something was wrong. He replied that everything was fine. In any case, their army would suffer significant damage on this expedition. They would be using the adventurer Riley there. The butler asked him in surprise, "Riley, who is the Green Wind Spear?" Thomas said, "Exactly. He wanted this guy to work under Legiston." The butler asked doubtfully, "Is he sure of that?" Riley was a B-rank adventurer, and it would be troublesome to replace Heinz, the Sword of Pale Flame. The former minister replied, "It doesn't matter. He truly possessed extraordinary abilities compared comparable to Heinz. Besides, with his character, he would end up badly dragging others into this. He's hard to get, but he's disappointed him, so this is a great chance. Thomas continued. However, if they send him away without an invitation letter, will they lose the Minister of War's favor? And if he gives him the letter, then when he fails, it will tarnish his name. Thomas thought for a while again. Finally, he told the butler to whisper to Legiston that he was the reincarnation of the hero Michael, and, as luck would have it, they both use a spear. He asked the butler, "That's a great option, right? And don't forget to request his promotion to rank A from the Adventurers Guild. He doesn't think Riley alone can do much in this war. If an A-rank adventurer participates, they can reduce the conscription a bit." The butler remarked, "Good. So will it suit him if he becomes a hero?" Meanwhile, the protagonist, examining the loot, noticed the first material, a female mage. All that remained of her was her body below the chin. The second material was a female warrior, her head intact, but her entire body torn to pieces. The third material was an orc, one of Michael's comrades, whom he had tamed. Its torso was pierced by numerous large, penetrating wounds, with only its head and limbs remaining intact. The bodies of Michael's comrades would serve as the base, and the missing parts would be sourced from monsters and dinosaurs. While creating his creation, the protagonist verbalized each action. He added that additional materials would include a tricorn horn, a hydra's liver and kidney, a long dragon's lung, and a winged dragon's wing. Also included were the poisonous spines and glands of graveyard bees, a poisonous wyvern and hydra, and the poisonous glands of shark-eating sea anemones. Finally, he spoke. And so the new undead Rapiesage was created. Salia said, "They congratulate him. He hadn't created any undead since them, except for dinosaurs and insects." Rita exclaimed delightedly, so happy she had little ones. MC spoke solemnly. "And so, he introduces them to his creation, Rapiesage. He invited his creation to come out to everyone." The updated wyvern amazed everyone with its appearance. Rita exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, she's so muscular." Salia touched the undead and added, "And she's very curvy." Sam remarked with a grin. Gubamon would be envious. Even though these victims didn't leave their names in history, they were still the hero's comrades who fell into the protagonist's hands. Wendell replied, "It's nice to even imagine what his face would be like." However, he hadn't seen it yet. Gubamon's face. Eleanor exclaimed in admiration, "How wonderful. He didn't just slap together a few corpses. He made the chimera functional. He can already do as much as Gubamon and Tenacia, and he just said it." Suddenly, Eleanor turned irritably to the wyvern, shouting at it not to eat their master. Meanwhile, Rapiesage sank her teeth into the protagonist's head. The protagonist said they shouldn't worry. Everything was fine. She just wanted to play around. He was asked in bewilderment, "Is he sure about this?" Blood was already streaming down Wendell's face. He finally answered them. It was a bit painful for the biting game, but so far so good. Noken approached his master, opened his mouth, and let out a disgruntled roar. The protagonist asked him to stop. Several days passed. Memajiga told MC to let him look. There was a strange tree growing here. The protagonist took a closer look at the fruit and told her it was a kobold fruit. He'd heard they only grew where kobolds lived, but there weren't any of that race in this city, so could it have grown because of Anubis alone? The wolf looked at the fruit with interest and remarked, "Is this a kobold fruit?" He'd never seen one before. Memajiga said, "Are they really edible?" They were so green. MC agreed with his comrades. He said, "Then they'll add some magic." Activating his energy, he directed it at the tree, and it grew right before his eyes. Braga exclaimed in surprise. It had grown so huge, his delight knew no bounds. Memagadiga said with a smile, "Oh Braga." He leaped onto the tree and, laughing joyfully, exclaimed, "This is so cool. It's full of fruit." The protagonist noted in surprise that Braga had become like a ninja. The creature asked him in bewilderment, "What kind of ninja?" At that moment, Memagadiga exclaimed, "It looks like a new tree is growing. Let them see, there wasn't one before." The protagonist thoughtfully remarked, "If all goes well, something wonderful will emerge." The wolf and Memadiga looked at him in confusion. What was he talking about? 2 days later, a whole garden had grown in the place of a single tree. Noaz exclaimed in delight, "How wonderful!" For his people, Wendell had transformed the desolate lands into a lush forest. A child of Providence, he had truly come to Talishime, just as the goddess Vita had bequeathed. What a miracle! What divine power! The protagonist said in bewilderment. To be honest, he was surprised himself. Zadiris replied that it was normal for Noaz to react so violently, but how did he do it? MC said that, along with Memajiga and the others, they planted numerous seeds, acorns, and nuts. After using homemade fertilizer, he invested a large amount of mana into the soil. Keisha asked him in surprise, "So in just 2 days he created such a forest from empty land? How much mana did he use?" He replied that he had done it yesterday during his treatment, so it must have been around 300 million. The girl couldn't believe her ears. She asked him in amazement, 300 million? Then she added sheepishly that she had recently been training magic, but hers had been 3 million times less. Zadiris gave her an encouraging wink and told her not to lose heart. No renowned mage could give out more than 100 million. Their master wasn't someone to compare themselves to. Bastia, equally surprised, asked what these flowers were for. The elder replied, "They're the flowers of defeat. I think Vandalu mentioned oil could be extracted from this tree." The protagonist replied matter-of-factly, "You can make seafood, battered vegetables, and even mayonnaise." Suddenly, Rita gasped in surprise and, turning to the protagonist, asked him if that tree had just moved. MC replied, "Those kinds of trees can't move. Rita looked at him in bewilderment and exclaimed in amazement, but she couldn't have been mistaken. She suddenly pointed at the tree and shouted, "There it is, let him see for himself." Wendeley looked in the direction Rita was pointing and was surprised to see that it was indeed moving. Rita exclaimed, "She told you so." Vigaro wondered, puzzled. Was there an ant hiding in this? He could quickly dismantle one for lumber. He dealt a powerful blow to the tree and split it. Suddenly something happened that shocked everyone. Vigaro stared in disbelief at what he saw. Katia exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on? The entire forest fled? Could those really be all Ents?" The trees blinked in fear and gaped in surprise. After a while, Riley successfully dispatched the monster with practically a single blow, cutting it in half. Masara remarked, as expected of Riley. The adventurer, finishing off the monster, replied to his allies, "This is nothing compared to what is known as ruins from the Age of the Gods." He looked at the group of new arrivals and asked them, "Do the vampire gentlemen think so too?" Riley placed his foot on the monster's head and declared that he couldn't even stretch his legs against these little bugs. Masara ran up to him and exclaimed admiringly that no one could stand against the A-rank adventurer, Green Spear of Wind. He definitely wouldn't lose. The boy grinned and replied that he thought even the heroes of history didn't accomplish such feats every day. Besides, even though it was a simple job, it was still a request from Count Movit. Dweezil, with a sly smile, said he was their future hero. The girl delightedly declared that she was falling in love again. Riley, smiling, remarked that he had made a wise decision to leave Count Thomas. Masara noted that thanks to this, military officer Legston introduced them to Count Movit. He was destined to break free from his status as Count Thomas's weapon. He could definitely become an S-rank adventurer. The vampires watching this began to mutter among themselves that their act of being heroes was laughable, considering they were just a bunch of recruited criminals. A vampire girl named Melina asked, "Isn't that better? Let them continue to think that way. It will be easier to control them." Riley turned around and asked, "Did they say something?" She replied with a smile that nothing of the sort, just that they were happy to work with them. The guy chuckled and said, "He told you they had nothing to worry about. Let them leave everything to him." He thought, how different from his old self. This time, he'll definitely be a hero. A little earlier, Riley arrived at the guild. Heinz was standing at the counter, signing a form. Riley, looking at this, asked, "Can you pronounce that word Heinz? His handwriting isn't very good." Heinz turned around in surprise and asked who he was. The boy introduced himself with a smile and asked if he was a rookie. He was literally just a kid. Did he really think he could become an adventurer with that look? Heinz replied with a smile that he didn't know, but he dreamed of becoming one since he was a kid. No, his real dream was to be called a hero, like the ones legends tell. Riley, hearing this, burst out laughing. Heinz became embarrassed and apologized, pointing out that he'd said something so embarrassing. The boy agreed with a smile and added that even he felt embarrassed. Riley pulled out his form and said he liked it and wanted to start a group. Heinz, seeing this, exclaimed that it was a registration form, so he is a rookie too. The adventurer apologized with a smile and reflected that he had the same dream as him. The reason he became an adventurer wasn't just to make money, but to realize his dream of becoming a hero. Seeing Heinz talk about this, he suddenly began to think seriously about his dream. They gradually gained new comrades: their tank, the dwarf Delisa, their strategist, the ranger archer Edgar, and their spiritist, the elf Martina. They began calling themselves the Five Colorful Swords. At first, even goblins were a challenge for them, but like in heroic tales, they improved their skills. After a year, they could stand shoulder to shoulder with veterans, and by the third, they cleared the most difficult dungeon. Heinz achieved B rank, and the sword he found gave him a second name, the Blue Flame Sword. Sometime later, Riley was sitting at the bar with a disgruntled expression. Martina saw him and, coming closer, said it was strange to see him drinking, and without a girlfriend. He replied that it was strange to see her alone too. Usually, she was always with Heinz. The girl, embarrassed, replied that it wasn't like that. He should be practicing swordsmanship, right? Riley chuckled and remarked that he was working hard even at a time like this. This guy, the Sword of Blue Flame, was working hard for her. Confused, she asked him why he was speaking sarcastically. Had they really had another fight? He replied that it was different. Martina smiled and suggested that maybe he was irritated by everyone praising him. Everywhere you went, you could hear Assistant Heinz, Riley. He was the main character, and Riley was just an assistant. The guy angrily exclaimed that there were things you shouldn't say. The girl remarked that he was truly stupid. He knew better than anyone that Heinz was at a loss on his own. Let him remember that he was quite carefree. Riley, recalling various moments, remarked that those were terrible times. Martina asked what he thought would have happened without him. The guy hesitantly suggested that things wouldn't have been so great. His ally remarked, no matter what they said, he needed him. Heinz himself had said that Riley was his best friend. After that, she turned around and told him that drinking with him wasn't very pleasant, so she'd better go. After these words, the girl left with a smile. Riley wondered, perplexed. Was she trying to cheer him up? She was treating him like a child. History had chosen him as a hero, and he would help it fulfill its role. He went down to the next room and, seeing Heinz, asked what had happened. The young man replied with a serious expression that a request had come from the Count. They needed to capture a witch who had fallen under the spell of vampires and given birth to a Dhampir. A short time later, the allies set out on another mission. During this mission, Heinz quickly rushed toward the target, stabbed her with his sword and grabbed her body. Riley asked, "Did he catch her? No vampires in sight, so were they done?" Upon returning from the mission, he reflected that the task had been unusual but easy, but the problems came later. When they handed the captive over to the customer and received their fee for it, Darcia was tied to the pillory, and no one was allowed near her. Heinz, seeing this spectacle, wanted to intervene, but was not allowed anywhere near her. From that moment on, Heinz began to behave strangely. He began to introspect a lot, although his comrades told him it was comparable to killing her themselves, but he refused. One day, Delisa, seeing the boy's distraught state, asked him if he was okay. Riley replied that this was nothing new to him, that he would get out of this. He began to think that perhaps this was a lie. Sometime later, Count Thomas said that today was the Alda festival. They would like to hear how they caught that evil witch. Heinz replied that he was truly sorry, but he had to decline. Upon learning this, Riley exclaimed angrily, he turned down an invitation from the Count. He should stop spouting nonsense. He has the highest influence over the guild. This was their chance to become famous. He might feel bad about this incident, but they didn't care. Martina called out to him nervously and tried to calm him down. Heinz dejectedly said that he couldn't accept the fact that she was a witch. To kill a girl who so fiercely protected her child in such a terrible way. You can't laugh at this so carelessly. Is this country Alda even right? Riley wondered, perplexed. What he was saying. It's okay to have ideals, dreams, a sense of justice, but why should he suffer for them? True, he's talented. Minstrels will compose songs about him, but not with him. He tries his best, but he'll remain just his assistant. He doesn't want to be remembered as Heinz's assistant. His story begins right now. He spoke with Thomas and went down to the prison to see the captive. Riley looked her in the eyes, smirked, and conspiratorially shook Milena's hand. After a while, Riley, clearing the dungeon with his team, noted with a smile that this was territory unexplored by humans. A beautiful wind. How should he describe it in his autobiography? Milena said, "Let him, the main thing is, not mention them." She took a special device and began to examine it. Dweezil, seeing this, asked with interest what it was. The girl explained that it was a magical object that detects vampires. With this, they would find the traitor. Another vampire noted that there was no reaction to Serpent's blood. Had he really died? And what about Eleanor? She replied that he should wait. She was still looking for the object. After some time, the girl exclaimed, "The object was found in the northeast, somewhere near Talishime." Dweezil happily exclaimed that this was cool. So the Dhampir and Ghouls would be there too? Riley thought with a smile, it was right that they decided to cooperate with the vampires. With their information, they would achieve their goal faster than anyone else. He asked, "Well, that's great, isn't it?" He is the reincarnation of the divine spear of ice, Michael. The green spear of wind, Riley. Would their elders by any chance be angry for collaborating with him? The girl replied with a smile, not to worry about it. They have the same goal, right? He agreed and, arming himself, joyfully exclaimed that as a descendant of the hero of the past, Michael, and the hero of this generation, he would return what they had lost. Everything is going according to plan. The goddess of fortune is smiling on them. The vampire mockingly said that he doesn't even realize that he is bait for the Dhampir, and yet he shouts at the top of his lungs. Milena replied with a smile that this is good. It will be better for them if he is noisy. Besides, if he really becomes a hero, they'll need to use it properly. The protagonist was currently cooking with Darcia. She, seeing Leftia mixing the ingredients, asked in surprise, "Is this the same hand mixer?" He replied that there was a hand, and it stirred, but that wasn't quite it. The woman asked, "What is it doing?" The protagonist replied that he was making mayonnaise. They had obtained oil from the seeds of dead flowers that had turned into immortal trents, so he decided to give it a try. She asked, "Are immortal trents monsters in the forest he created?" He replied that even though the mayonnaise would contain a lot of death attribute mana, it would be edible. Leftia volunteered to help and was doing quite well. Darcia happily noted that she was a great cook when she was alive. At that moment, Eleanor entered the room and asked why he called her. MC, seeing her, wondered. He remembers that she was a little surprised with the food. She, looking at what was happening, asked if he was preparing a new poison and wanted to try it on vampires. She would be happy to do it. He replied that no, it was a new dish. Eleanor happily inquired if he called her to help him cook. The protagonist calmly answered her, "Please, let her not cook anything." The girl frustratedly thought that he shouldn't have refused so quickly. So what should she do? Her heart was pounding when he was cold towards her. She remorsefully said that she apologized for calling his food poison, and she would accept any punishment, just whatever he wanted. MC indicated that she should be silent for a second. Darcia asked what happened. He replied that it seemed like the vampire doll from the Milg Shield state had arrived. Let them listen to him while they tried his mayonnaise. After a while, Borks exclaimed that it was delicious. What is this? He thought he was making some kind of poison, but it's delicious. The protagonist asked in confusion why they had gotten it all wrong. It was somehow impolite. Borks asked in bewilderment that he really was working on something like that, wasn't he? He wanted to create a virus. The protagonist agreed and added that he was preparing for the upcoming battle with vampires. Borks asked if he had even seen his face. It looked more like something like that than like cooking. MC told him that if anyone else said he had such a sickly face, he would stop cooking. Borks exclaimed in surprise that it was just a joke. Let him not say that. Talia also tried the mayonnaise and said that it tasted strange. What dish do they use that in? Suddenly, Repassage pounced on her and started licking her face. face. The girl exclaimed in wild shock. What is she doing? Rita excitedly shouted that she was at it again. MC replied that it was normal. She just wanted to lick the mayonnaise off her cheek. Talia screamed in fear, asking him not to explain so calmly. Zadiris took the plate of mayonnaise and told the girl she was making so much noise. Here, they could eat her portion together. Rupi Asaj instantly grabbed the plate and began licking the mayonnaise. She screamed furiously, saying they should eat it together. The protagonist noted that indeed, if one doesn't have one's own soul, one's intellect becomes that of a wild animal. He'd invested as many souls in her as he had in the skeleton. So what's wrong? Rita said that more importantly, Zadiris had gotten so angry about the mayonnaise that she had also become wild. He brought her the plate of mayonnaise and said he'd give them both seconds, so they shouldn't fight. So they better get down to the topic of their conversation. The army of the Milg Shield State was already approaching. Bork said they just needed to kill them all, right? But isn't there some mayonnaise left? The protagonist replied that he was just trying it out, so it was all gone. The undead angrily shouted for him to make more. Zadiris asked what ingredients he needed. MC replied that he would make it later, so let them hear him out. According to reports from the patrolling undead, a group of adventurers and vampires destroyed the stone in the tunnel. They are using the Empire and Kingdom of the Shield, invading Talishime like they did 200 years ago. Darcia excitedly asked how they knew he was here. He replied that they were most likely using a magical artifact to locate Eleanor. The girl herself said that the artifact allows you to find a target using her blood. How many times have they taken her blood and yet she was careless? The protagonist said that it would be better if they headed here straight away. But now, adventurers and vampires are guarding the entrance to the tunnel and are not going anywhere. They're moving. Zadiris asked him when he thought they'd arrive. He told her he didn't think they'd made a concrete decision yet. First, they publicly announced the start of the expedition. They also held a ceremony and a colorful celebration to boost the morale of both countries. Thus, they celebrated in advance the future victory of Mao Wheat, a general of the Amido Empire. Afterwards, they left the empire. In the shield state of Milg, they gathered soldiers and horsemen and held another ceremony. Vigaro wondered if people were in such a hurry to die. For something that doesn't live 100 years, they're way too slow. Zadiris said they'd better come sooner. Talia remarked that humans are crazy about rituals. MC said they're building a fortification to keep monsters out of the tunnel. No matter how much they hurry, he doesn't think they'll attack before winter. Borks, adding ingredients to a bowl, said they'll come in the spring. It doesn't snow here in winter, but it's freezing cold. Vandalu told him he was right. A human army can't move in winter, unlike a vampire army. By the way, he adds oil too early. Borks asked, what's wrong? How tedious. Vigaro wondered what they'd do with the adventurers and vampires guarding the tunnel. Maybe they should get rid of them? The protagonist replied that it was tempting, but they'd leave them be. If they took them out now, they'd only tighten their guard. Darcia noticed he'd said he was tempted. Did he really know who their opponent was? The protagonist agreed, telling her it was Riley, the Green Wind Spear. He was a member of the 5 Colored Swords. That day, their group had captured his mother. That same night, she was burned at the stake. He'd used the money from selling his mother to the church to buy alcohol, calling it a funeral service. He wouldn't act recklessly, wouldn't go out and kill him alone or anything, so she shouldn't worry. He'd like to take revenge himself if possible, but if they happen to encounter him on the battlefield, they should be cautious. He was an A-rank adventurer after all. Apparently, he'd proclaimed himself the reincarnation of Michael, since Michael also used a spear. Borks, with a wry smile, exclaimed that it sounded amusing. He'll make him regret ever using that name. Darcia said she and her son thanked everyone, but please let them take care of themselves. The undead replied that he was fighting to protect his country, so it was only natural. Besides, the boy had always looked after them, and they wanted to be useful too. Zadiris added that that was exactly it. She sheepishly asked him if his mayonnaise was ready yet, by any chance. The protagonist replied that it seemed so. Talia remarked that they were having a very distracted meeting. After a while, he exclaimed that everything was ready. The mayonnaise was perfect. All that was left was to pour it on something delicious, and they were ready to eat. After the meal, Borks happily said that he could eat as much as he wanted. And by the way, it turns out that a war will start soon. Right? The protagonist replied that it seemed that way. The undead asked, and when that happens, he'll need something, right? The MC replied that he will. Talia and Datar had already made enough weapons, food supplies were no problem, and as for water, a canal runs through the cities. So that was also no problem. Anything else left? Borks exclaimed that they needed a general to wage war. Vandalu, perplexed, asked, was he talking about that again? Talia said she thought he should accept it. Zadiris approached him and said he was already like the local king. So who would develop strategy when the war came? The protagonist answered that Borks, Vigaro, or Zadiris were the local commanders. But who would be in charge? Would it really be him? Rita replied that it was indeed so. The boy had finally said it, hadn't he? Vigaro added that, besides, he really thought Talashime had another leader whom everyone would obey. The protagonist remarked that this had happened before. Zadiris mentioned that when she asked him to become the Ghoul King, he gladly accepted the responsibility. He replied that, in fact, he hadn't wanted it that time. The girl added, don't let him misunderstand them. They didn't want to put all the responsibility on him. Vigaro said that even if they lost the war, no one would blame him. They simply wanted to fight with him at their head. Borks happily declared that it was indeed so. Besides, he wouldn't lose one bit. The protagonist resigned himself and declared that he would become king. A couple of days later, he and all the townspeople gathered in one place. MC, seeing them all, asked if he couldn't just say he was king and leave. Noaz replied that this ritual might seem useless, but it existed so that everyone would understand the new order. Rita declared that it was indeed so. Besides, they had prepared for a long time, so he shouldn't back out. The protagonist replied that he didn't deny it, but he was nervous in front of such a crowd. Celia told him not to speak so pathetically. He was about to become king. Noaz announced that they were beginning the coronation ceremony for the new king of Talishime, Lord Vandalu. But before that, today he wanted to put something on display for all the inhabitants of their country to see. At that moment, something sealed was brought into the hall. Noaz, removing the cloth, exclaimed, "Let them see." It was created in honor of the child of prophecy, their new king, Lord Vandalu. Behind the cloth stood a beautiful stone statue. All the inhabitants cried out in bewilderment. What was this? Had the child really been turned to stone? No. The child was standing right there, a stone statue. Noaz added that the master craftsman had poured pride into this creation. They still couldn't finish it as required, and it took them 2 years. But the fact that the work was completed today was nothing less than the design of the goddess Vita. The residents began shouting in delight that it was a superb statue, as if it were alive. They thought it might move any minute. Rita moved the protagonist up to the statue and told him to stand next to it. He, perplexed, said that from just looking at it, it didn't really look like it. Noaz angrily poked the craftsman and told them to redo it. MC replied that everything was fine, and that they shouldn't take it away. He said with a smile that they would thank their goddess Vita and their ancestor, Talos, for the opportunity to celebrate this day. The former kingdom's first blood princess, Rabaya, and the second blood princess, Zandia, who couldn't be with them, were also delighted. After that, the people began choosing the remaining positions. Borks, perplexed, asked why he had to be the head of the military. Wasn't he a simple adventurer? Zadiris asked if she was the court mage. Sam excitedly exclaimed that he was a mere charioteer. He was afraid that being the head of all officials was too much for him. The protagonist said that since he had decided this, they could only accept it as is. Let them follow the example of Palvin and Leftia. Noaz said that from this moment on, a new period of their history begins. Let Lord Vandalu swear as the first Eclipse King of Talishime and assume power. Bilda asked in surprise, didn't Talishime have sun kings? Bostia replied that now the city is more active at night than during the day, and the inhabitants are mostly ghouls or undead. King of the Dark Night left a bad impression, and in honor of the solar eclipse, they chose an eclipse king. MC knelt and reflected that before this world, no one had relied on him. He had nothing to boast about, but that didn't mean he didn't want to be noticed. On Zamel, his uncle's family had been unfairly angry with him, and he lived in constant fear. He hadn't even noticed how he'd stopped craving any attention. He'd become preoccupied with avoiding attention. Whatever he said, they'd shout at him for being wrong. So it was better not to voice his opinion at all. Because of this, the habit of silence became ingrained in his character, and at school, he was never able to make friends. In the second world, Origin, the scientists didn't want him, but his death attribute. They took away his freedom and treated him like a puppet. Here, however, things were different. The inhabitants told him that even if they lost the war, no one would blame him. They simply wanted to fight with him at their side. MC, having accepted the crown, said with a smile that he, Vandalu, swears to serve Talishime. All the villagers cheered and began to proclaim his new status as king. Darcia burst into tears and said that he was so small but had become so magnificent. Talia, watching this, said with a smile that this was the beginning of their story. Vandalu became the reigning king, and she, his queen. The protagonist replied that nothing of the sort had begun. Noaz pointed to the buffet and shouted that it was time for them all to sample the delicious food their king was preparing. The villagers, having tasted the food, began to shout that it was delicious. Their king was the best. At this point, Golden remembered his student's words. He was against participating in this expedition. Rather than stir up a lair of monsters, it was better to fight to defend the city. The priest began to think he was right. Perhaps he had been too fixated on that damn pier. Suddenly, the god Alda appeared, telling him he must find and destroy Athene, the demon king. Golden asked, perplexed, was he entrusting him with this? To cross the border mountains and destroy that damn pier. Sometime later, a troop of troubadours and ordinary citizens marched down the city's main street. Leading the procession was General Langel Movit of the Amido Army, commander-in-chief. Next to him, proudly mounted on his horse, was Second Commander Marshal Cesare Legston, the second son of a military officer, Jarl Cecil Legston. Behind them, waving greetings to the residents, was a former member of the Five Colored Swords, the reincarnation of the hero of the Green Wind Spear, Sir Riley, and the renowned vampire hunter, High Priest Golden. Burno, observing the procession, said, "Some rather impressive figures have gathered, aren't they?" The officer agreed, thinking the Viscount was entirely correct. 600 elite soldiers would participate in this campaign, risking their lives in a war without any benefit to the shield state of Milg. He had sent an A-rank adventurer, so he had reduced the number of soldiers by a third. All was going well until the king protested. It would be shameful for a military nation to rely on adventurers. Other countries will think their warriors are weak. Let them gather elite soldiers and send them. That's why they're here now. The country's secret weapon. ready to respond to an invasion or monster attack. But right now, so many of them are here in vain. Burno remarked that the expedition was excellent, but he wished as many soldiers as possible would return alive. The Jarl had said it was true. They were the strength their nation needed. He thought that the death of any one of them would be a huge loss for their country. It couldn't compare to correcting the nation's past mistakes, nor to the head of a Dhampir. It would be ideal if they returned before the vampires destroyed the tunnel. But for now, he could only pray. Burno mused. If possible, the presence of Schneider's thunder during the expedition would relax everyone. The military officer asked him in confusion, "Is this an S-rank adventurer?" The Viscount confirmed, "Yes, the man who defeated the general of the evil gods and his army." He added that they say even the Oracle of Alda came to Lambda to protect him. He's also famous for his voice. The Jarl admitted it was sad. They say heroes are driven by lust. He noted irritably that he didn't care whether the gods loved them or not. Idiots who were fooling around with girls at a time like this should just die. Meanwhile, the protagonists, Zadiris, and Talia were playing a board game. The elder, looking at the pieces, remarked that they looked simple, but there was something about them. Talia smiled and said that they were very fun once you get the hang of it. The players began making their moves. Zadiris made her move and asked her comrades, "What about this?" The protagonist was surprised, but made a move back. Zadiris said in surprise, "Parallel thinking, a skill that allows him to think about two things at once, another high-ranking skill." Vandalu said, "Yes, that's true. Using this mindset and simultaneous casting, he can cast 6 spells at once." Talia exclaimed, "So that's why he plays shogi. Is he practicing this skill by playing against them?" The elder laughed and remarked, "Impressive, but it looks like it won't be enough for him to win." With these words, she made the decisive move and said, "Checkmate." The protagonist said regretfully, "He lost." The elder chuckled. "What's wrong? He looks so depressed." He answered her, "That's not true. He's already finished with everything." He confirmed its effectiveness on the captured centaurs and goblins. Zadiris answered him, "That's good. Then why is he sad? But don't let him say he's so sad because of this loss." The protagonist said, "Actually, he's sad about something else." The girls stared at him in bewilderment. He told them something happened yesterday. Rapiosaj and Pawina came out to him. He told the girls she couldn't. She made a sad face. The protagonist answered her, "But still, no, don't let her make that face." Pawina burst into tears and waving her weapon irritably, exclaimed that she wanted to go to war with him too. Let him take her with him. The MC tried to reason with her. She wanted to go? This wasn't a game. She knew that. It was dangerous there. Children should stay home. The girl exclaimed indignantly. She wasn't a child. He objected. She was only 2 years old. She resentfully argued that he himself was only 5 years old, and he was also shorter than her. Wendell replied that it wasn't about age or height. Had she learned anything yet? Pawina said sarcastically, holding her weapon. No, actually she was learning to wield a club. The protagonist asked her, "Is it still level 1? The girl pointed an offended finger at the wyvern and asked him, offended, why was she coming with him then? She was level 1 too. The protagonist replied that she was fine. Even if she got hurt, he'd just replace her parts. But that wouldn't work with her. The girl stamped her foot, told him he was stupid. She didn't want to listen to him anymore, and ran back. The wyvern followed her. MC paused for a moment, then continued. And from that moment on, Pawina avoided him. Zadiris muttered, "It's just a squabble between sister and brother." Wendelyu asked her in surprise, "He and the girl are brother and sister?" The elder said with warmth in her voice that maybe he was trying to be her parent, but from their side, they were like brother and sister. Pawina herself thought of him as an older brother. She asked him if the girl knew about his reincarnations. The protagonist told her, puzzled, that he'd mentioned it at the coronation, so she probably knew, but she didn't seem to understand what it meant. Talia remarked that it was no wonder she was angry at being treated like a child, since her brother was treated completely differently. Wendell said in surprise, "But it's still dangerous for her there, right? Or was he wrong?" Talia told him he was right, of course. But sometimes being right isn't the best decision. He needed to understand a woman's heart. The protagonist repeated after her, perplexed. A woman's heart? Zadiris turned to Talia and told her she was only confusing him. In short, the problem was how he was presenting it. Why didn't he talk to her differently instead of simply refusing without explanation? Even she, an elder, tended to treat him like a child. MC thought for a moment and then said, he understood. Even though she was avoiding him now, what could he do to get a second chance? Zadiris looked at him in surprise and told him he needed to make peace with her first. Had he never had to do that? He looked at her sheepishly and muttered, he'd never fought with anyone before. At that moment, Darcia said, "That's right, he had no family and no friends either." The protagonist agreed, that's right. In previous lives, he'd lived with his uncle's sons, his cousins, but he couldn't say anything back. The more he argued, the more pressure they put on him. Fighting was unthinkable for him. Sure, many despised him, but he'd never gotten close to them. All 3 girls looked at him with compassion. It was too sad. Finally, Darcia said, "Okay, she's sure Pawina wants to make peace with you quickly." The protagonist asked her hopefully, "Is that true?" She answered, "Of course. So he should hurry up and get to her." The protagonist paused and said, "He almost forgot. I hope they forgive him, but he already had plans for today." He apologized again and told them not to follow him. When he left, Zadiris asked in surprise, "What's wrong with him?" Talia answered, "He's no stranger to popularity." Darcia said sadly. He told them not to follow him. She hoped he wouldn't do anything bad without telling them. The elder told her reassuringly, "Don't worry, he'd never do such a thing." Sometime later, near the Sun Monument, the protagonist gathered all the combat vampires and gave them a training session. From the outside, it might have seemed obscene, but this was Eleanor's training to overcome her weakness as a vampire. It was part of her training to gain resistance to light, and it had nothing to do with obscenity. He'd heard that the sun was like a grill for vampires, so despite her rapid regeneration, he was surprised Eleanor could withstand all this. Bastia had told him, and anyway, their mana transfer and massage were kind of superficial. Bilda had said, he really prefers young women, unlike them, and not them with children. Katia had pointed out that this was nonsense. She didn't have children, and she wanted some too. The protagonist readily responded to her request, and increased the sunlight so much that it seemed she was about to burn. Katia was indignant. She told him it was too much. She'd also told him her mana was below 200. The protagonist wondered if this monument was built in honor of the sun giant Talus and the goddess Vita. Was it normal to do such a thing in such a place? Watching the girls training, he noted, well, the sun is stronger here than anywhere else. Perhaps there's no other choice. The girls practically felt the sun penetrating them. Sometime after training, they rested and recovered. Eleanor remarked, despite its name, the City of the Sun, it's dark here, except for this place. Besides, with the mountains all around, twilight falls quickly. Bilda noticed. Right, she'd thought about it too. Why was it called that? The protagonist answered, he'd only read about it in books, but giant mercury mirrors had stood on the Talishime mountains for a long time. Apparently, they were used to reflect light onto the city. The land was very fertile. That's why they called it the City of the Sun. Bilda muttered, that must have been so cool. So the mirrors are gone? The protagonist answered, Noise told him the army of the shield state of Milg destroyed them 200 years ago. Apparently, the mercury mirrors are inventions that came here from another world. Katia said, I see. Since the sun is vampire's main enemy, Eleanor must be glad they're gone. The girl agreed. That's right, the sun is deadly for them, so she decided to develop resistance to the sun. MC muttered thoughtfully, vampire, light, mercury mirrors. At that moment, Bilda exclaimed, Pawina. The protagonist turned to the girl, but she ran away, which Bilda noticed. She continued, perplexed. I wonder what happened? Normally, the girl would have jumped on the protagonist the moment she saw him. Katya suggested that maybe she saw what he was doing to them and thought he was mocking them. MC remarked, that would be problematic. He needs to make peace with her. Bastia asked him in surprise, make up? They had a fight. That was so unusual. The protagonist replied, yes, that's true, but he's thinking about how to get it all back. Bastia remarked, is this just a childish squabble? He shouldn't think of it that way. Katia countered, no, that's bad. He's too dispassionate for someone who's had a fight, Bastia thought. It doesn't look that way anymore. Katia continued, he needs to smile. She showed him how to do it. He imitated her smile and asked her, is that right? Bastia exclaimed in horror, no. That's not it. He looks like he's mocking people. The protagonist didn't understand, so how was he supposed to do it? Katya snapped. Enough, the girl will cry. Eleanor laughed. She can't look at him so calmly, but let him keep doing it. Bastia irritably pulled her back. Shut up already. At that moment, Darcy appeared and exclaimed, looking at the protagonist, she found him. The woman continued. Pawina ran away. Did he see that? Didn't he want to make peace with her? The protagonist began to justify himself to her. Well, that's why he was training now, with that smile. Darcy said, his mother thinks he's done wasting his time on this. She walked up to him, knelt down in front of him, and asked him, is he afraid to apologize? But that's normal, isn't it? Let him speak sincerely, and the girl will definitely understand him. Let him just be who he is. MC thought for a moment, then answered his mother. He understood her. Vandalu set off with decisive steps to find Pawin. Katia remarked admiringly, the protagonist's mother. She's the best at this. Bastia agreed with her. That's true. They all should learn from her. Meanwhile, the protagonist found the girl outside the settlement fence. She was sitting with her back to him, and her entire posture spoke of suffering. He called out to her, and she jumped up and was about to run away, but the protagonist asked her not to. The girl stopped, but didn't turn to face him. MC approached her and said, please forgive me for yesterday. He hadn't thought about her feelings at all. Pawin turned with a smile and said, then does that mean she's coming with him? He answered her bluntly, no, he still won't let her go to war. The girl exclaimed again, offended. That's always how he does it. He treats her like a child. He thinks she's weak. The protagonist answered her sheepishly, that's not true. Pawina stopped short and looked at him in bewilderment. He continued, he doesn't think she's weak. On the contrary, she's strong. In brute force, most people simply can't compare to her. But he treats her like a child. But he thinks of her like a sister, because it's his job as a brother to train her so that she can easily kill dozens of soldiers. The girl listened to him in amazement. MC continued, she'll have to wait a little longer to go with him, but when she grows up, or reaches level 5, they'll fight side by side. In the meantime, he wants to give her a gift. The protagonist took out a new weapon and gave it to her. Pawina exclaimed with delight, a new iron mace. Was it really hers now? Vandalu noticed, of course too late, but it was his gift to her for her second birthday. The girl hugged him tightly and thanked him, saying, just when she thought the stone mace was getting too light for her, he gave her an iron one. Darcia approached them and looked at them with a smile. Pawina grabbed both maces and began swinging them, practicing. Meanwhile, the detachment led by Mauvit approached the location they needed. Golden asked Riley, is this it? The boy answered, yes it is. If he wants to return, let him do so. He's an old man after all. Golden indignantly replied, don't underestimate him. They pitched a tent, and Cesare began to look at the map of the area. He said, after that, they will head for the tunnel. The terrain matches the data from 200 years ago. However, they were now taking a different route than the war party had taken 200 years ago, heading for Talishime. It was expected that as they moved deeper, they would be exposed to danger. He was about to add his concerns, but Malvit interrupted him, saying that they would be in trouble if he hadn't obtained reliable information. Cesare replied that there were monsters approaching the tunnel, almost third tier. Frankly, the ridge was even more terrifying than the stories he'd heard. Riley boastfully remarked that he'd hunted many such creatures, and were they already scared and wanting to run away with their tails between their legs? Golden turned to the green wind spear and told him not to interrupt the military meeting with his stupid jokes. Malvit, addressing Golden, said that he shouldn't pay attention to this guy. He was an important part of their expedition force. In fact, it was thanks to his party that they had managed to hold the fortress for so long. With this attitude, he'll take an active part in the fighting in Talishime. Riley replied, the general can rely on him. He can strike down anyone with his spear. Cesare and everyone else looked at him carefully. Golden said, since this is the end of their conversation, he asks permission to leave. He needs to prepare the army for the campaign. Cesare replied, then he'll go check on the soldiers. Please forgive him. Everyone watched them leave silently. Riley turned to Malvit and asked him, what now? When will they finish with these two idiots? The general replied, he's afraid this senile priest won't be the problem. After all, after he resigns for health reasons, Cesare will assume the position of commander-in-chief. And if he dies before then, there will be no one to lead the expedition. Riley exclaimed dramatically, oh, what a disaster for him. An adventurer, isn't it? Era, removing the Iron Knight's helmet, said, no, their world is a difficult place, and the human world can be difficult at times too. So, they understand their circumstances. The general replied, glad that she understood them. Would she help them deal with this troublesome vampire? The girl remarked, of course she would. That's why Lady Tenesia had sent her to them. She's part of her closest subordinates, the Five Fingers, so they don't have to worry about the vampire. Malvit thought with a smile, this Ira is a level 10 vampire, one that even this vampire hunter Golden can't defeat, and they have at least 30 level 7 vampires. No one can surpass their army in strength. As enemies, they're fearsome, but as allies, there's no one more reliable. At that moment, Riley exclaimed smugly, there's no need for that, because he'll finish off the Dampier they're all so obsessed with. Ira giggled and told him she'd expect it from a hero like him. The general doubted it, but would everything be alright? Since this was an expeditionary battle, it would take place during the day. The girl said that if they hid their skins, there would be no problem. Besides, Talishime, a city surrounded by mountains, and the Zakhart legacy, the Mercury Mirrors, were destroyed 200 years ago. 7 days later, the protagonist climbed the observation wall and surveyed the surroundings. He exclaimed in amazement, they've arrived. Having called a meeting, the protagonist announced this in front of everyone. Vigaro exclaimed, they finally arrived? That's good, he'd been waiting for them for a long time. Bastia asked MC, how many are there? Wendell told her, probably over 5,000. Well, that's what they expected. Darcia asked him if there were vampires among them. He said they weren't visible, but they were likely hidden among the common soldiers. He turned to Zadiris and told her that they were therefore marching according to plan today. The elder assured him with a smile that he could rely on her. The protagonist thoughtfully noted something else. He was simply reminding them, but they should refrain from eating the defeated soldiers. The undead exclaimed, they understood him. In exchange for them, after the battle, they'll eat a lot of mayonnaise. Vigaro laughed and remarked, dinosaurs fried in miso are much tastier than human flesh. Zadiris exclaimed, she wants to play shogi. The protagonist, writing something down, said, okay, mayonnaise, dinosaurs with miso, and shogi. Since he's spending a fair amount on the victory celebration, he asks them to let them survive. The comrade exclaimed with laughter, is he telling the undead not to die? They understood him, their Eclipse King. The protagonist asked Katia if any problems had arisen during the migration of the villagers. The girl said no problem. Since they understood everything went well. She added that Pawina had diffused the situation. She stood before the people and told them she would protect them. Sam spoke up, turning to the protagonist. He wasn't opposed to the complete extermination of the enemy, but what if the soldiers suddenly decided to surrender? The protagonist chuckled and said, there are too few of them to take them prisoner. In a country with a population of less than 2,000, it's impossible to control even a few hundred unwilling soldiers, so they'll have to be killed. Noaz noted, however, that with his skill at charming death, he could easily summon them to his side. Wendell said, using that skill is tantamount to torturing them to death. If they're not brought to a mental state similar to death while they're alive, there will be no result. Rather than do that, it's better to kill them. It will be more merciful. Noaz answered, I understand. Sam said, even though he heard the information, it will be faster for the protagonist if the enemies are dead. MC said, well, if the other reincarnated know this, then he'll be in trouble again. They'll understand if he explains it to them, right? They'd better not think about that for now. Meanwhile, their enemies stood near the city of Talishime. The general exclaimed, let them see those fortress walls. They look like they're about to collapse. They have nothing to fear. Cesare told him to wait. Those walls? They look taller than the reports said. Movit wondered, What was he talking about? Perhaps the soldiers of the time simply took those notes by eye. It's not surprising that there's a slight measurement error. Besides, no matter how tall they are, such ruins won't be a problem, Cesare said, and not only that, it's strange that the two enormous holes punched in the wall 200 years ago by the hero Michael are nowhere to be seen. Golden suggested that he, the Dampier, must have done it. Cesare turned indignantly to the high priest. The man continued, ordering his subordinates to repair the walls. The commander asked in confusion, but surely it was the monsters who did this? He'd heard of them dwelling in these ruins, but rebuilding the walls was something else entirely. Golden replied that it was a reasonable point. The vampires were led by a Dampier with human-level intelligence. Besides, if you think about it, even if these castle walls had been in this condition 200 years ago, they would have collapsed by now. The commander admitted he was right about that. The high priest continued, perhaps these walls were a fake, created to mock them. Apparently, Wendell had taken refuge in Talishime, having prepared some kind of plan. The general muttered that Golden was most likely right. He thought with irritation that the old man was very perceptive. If left unsupervised, he would discover their plan as well. It really did need to be removed quickly. Riley, puzzled, asked his allies what they were going to do. Even if they were in poor condition, they were still walls. Golden answered him, of course, they would attack with a military detachment, just as in a normal war. He announced to everyone, first, to have the heavily armed infantry fortify the outer wall. They should pay attention to the archers and wizards, and then breach the castle gates with a battering ram. Ordinary monsters would attack them there, but the Dampier is cunning. They could, hiding in the ruins, unleash an urban war. Cesare asked Mavet what he would do. The general replied that they should heed the high priest's advice. He ordered the soldiers to prepare the battering ram and organize the vanguard. The soldiers immediately formed up on command. Golden looked at the mountains and thought, the day is fading, and monsters see well at night. If possible, he would like to fight before nightfall. At that moment, one of the knights exclaimed that he saw someone on the fortress wall. Now he would enlarge the image using projection magic. The general exclaimed in surprise, could it really be the Dampier himself? Shazar shouted, he really was in Talishime. Golden said, this is Ald's instruction. Let all troops follow him. One of the knights turned to the high priest and asked him, isn't the enemy on the fortress wall? Riley exclaimed, exactly. Let them leave him. At that moment, Ira wondered why the Dampier had come out alone. Had he really decided to act as bait, while Eleanor and the ghouls had fled? The knight who had used projection magic remarked in surprise, that can't be right. He was holding an ice age in his hands? The second knight gasped in amazement. What is he talking about? The Imperial treasure, an ice age? Riley exclaimed. The hero's spear? It must be his. Let them not touch it with their dirty hands. The protagonist had broken the weapon. His opponents couldn't believe their eyes. The protagonist, grinning, threw away the broken spear. The enemy was outraged to the core. That damned Dampier. How dare he? Their country's treasure, the ice age. He just went and broke it. Moreover, he insulted them, dishonored the honor of knights. They must finish him off as soon as possible. Riley cried out, idiot. That artifact should have belonged to him. He would finish it off with his own hands. Cesare tried to stop his warriors. He asked them to be silent and listen to him. That Dampier couldn't break a magical spear made of orichalcum. He was bluffing to throw them into confusion. The general supported him. Yes, that was it. Let them all calm down and not break ranks. Riley rudely told him to shut his mouth. He added, they were being made to look like fools, and he was asking them to remain silent? He couldn't do that. He would deal with this idiot himself. The knights supported the young man. He was right. Their country's honor was already at stake. They could no longer listen to the commander-in-chief's orders. Golden shouted. The divine prophecy had indeed spoken of this Dampier. He addressed the warriors as pious followers of Ald and asked them to gather their strength. This was a holy war. The knights were about to charge. The general tried to stop them, shouting at them to obey his orders. This was a clear breach of discipline. But it was no use. The knights advanced. Cesare cursed and ordered the Black Bull Riders to advance behind the breakthrough detachment. He ordered the light cavalry to wait for now. The general exclaimed in bewilderment. What was he saying? Was he in his right mind? The officer replied that they would no longer be able to calm the warriors, and to maintain coordination between the detachments, he had given this order. Mavet exclaimed, who is he? This is not within his authority. Aira, watching the scene unfold, spoke up. Half of them had turned into an unruly mob, and only one spear had been broken. Her ally asked her, are they on their own now? She replied, the advantage in numbers isn't lost yet. They'll continue with their plan. Meanwhile, the protagonist, looking at the enraged knights approaching, noted, they're coming. Everything went well. He activated his physical enhancement and, taking off, left the wall. The opponents went wild. The Dampier flew away, but they wouldn't let him escape. Talia met the protagonist, greeted her master, and asked him what the enemy was doing now. MC answered her, and it was even better than he'd imagined. It was undoubtedly all thanks to his smile training. The girl asked him in surprise. Training? Tatara said with a grin. Well, apparently his Ice Age replica was too good. The protagonist remarked that it had indeed helped, but perhaps they should leave? He's here, and he can handle it himself. The blacksmith answered him indignantly. He said no. Stop suggesting that. They've already made up their minds. Talia said it exactly like that. Tatara continued. Besides, they can't hide. The girl echoed him verbally. When will their carefully crafted children be in all their glory? The protagonist said sadly. He didn't think their advance would reach here, but if they sense anything amiss, they should leave this place. Do they understand? The blacksmith answered him. They understood. But, more importantly, is the defense of the third wall ready? The protagonist, observing the enemy's actions, said it would begin soon. The knights took up a huge battering ram and began to batter the wall. After a couple of blows, they exclaimed in surprise. What is this? Are the walls starting to crumble? But the ram shouldn't have sprung yet. Golden exclaimed, it's a trap. How weak. You can't stop them like that. He gave the order for the knights to advance without flinching. Let them cross the ruins and attack. When the soldiers followed his orders and moved on, he followed them. Passing through the ruins, he said in surprise, what is this? A second wall. Cesare looked at the route and asked in confusion, where is this written? The general called him an idiot and shouted, that's why he ordered the troops to retreat. Cesare stuttered, understanding him, and ordered his soldiers to retreat. Suddenly, the ruins of the first wall began to transform into enormous creatures. Cesare was amazed. They were golems. The remains of the fortress walls were becoming golems. How many were there? MC, observing this, said, so they're starting to attack little by little. The golems stepped forward and began attacking the enemy. The high priest angrily struck one of the golems and shouted at the knights, don't step back. Were they afraid of some lifeless golems? The soldiers exclaimed, they're coming for Golden. They are ready to move forward. Ready for anything. When the enemy approached the second wall, Talia gave the command to open fire on the enemy. The knights were surprised by this attack and caught completely off guard. They barely managed to protect themselves from the arrows with their shields, but many fell victim before they could react. The leading knight saw something large flying towards them, and astonished, pulled back his shield, trying to get a better look. At that very moment, a large round projectile struck him. A hail of such projectiles rained down on the enemy, destroying and wounding them. Cesare exclaimed in bewilderment, what is this? What kind of catapult is needed for such enormous projectiles? What are they even fighting? He turned to the general and asked him what this was. What had the Empire hidden from them? Movit stuttered, telling him he knew nothing. The officer angrily asked him if he would remain silent even in such a situation. At that moment, Talia was supporting her archers, telling Andrew to keep it up. She told Ryle to aim straight at the target. She advised Michael to aim better. And another one, on the contrary, moved too slowly. Datara laughed loudly and urged the warriors to fire all their weapons. Talia echoed his sentiment. The enemy was still alive. They needed to press on. The general wanted to order the troops to retreat, but Ira interrupted him, telling him she thought it best to continue the attack. Her allies told Mawit that a mercenary like him shouldn't even open his mouth. He's a coward who didn't take to the battlefield. Does he want to use them as human shields? Ira motioned for them to be silent, but the general said, no, let them talk. But what should they do? The girl noted that in such a panic, an organized offensive was impossible. They needed to get to the walls, and the closer they got, the more useless their catapults would be. Right now, their enemies were thousands of stone dolls. By overcoming them, they'd be one step closer to victory. Malvit wondered if he'd look like an unreliable ally if he said anything against it. He made up his mind and ordered his troops to continue the advance. Caesar exclaimed in bewilderment. What was he doing? Even if it worked, who knew what else they might have up their sleeves? The general ordered him to stop talking like that. He was in charge of strategy here. He turned to Ira and told her that this concerned them too. The girl replied that she understood everything, and that's how it would be. At least she would fulfill her end of the bargain. Riley attacked the approaching projectile with his spear and, activating a gale force wind strike, destroyed it. He grinned and looked at the protagonist. The protagonist was surprised to recognize him, an A-rank adventurer. He'd managed to destroy golems disguised as projectiles. However, he likely didn't even realize it. Masara, meanwhile, scolded the fallen knight. Why was he sprawled there? Get up immediately. The warrior quickly rose to his feet, obeying her command. Ira's ally chuckled, and it seemed like even humans could be useful. The girl replied that, of course, Tenesia had thought of everything. She told them not to engage until they breached the wall. The knights, meanwhile, were fending off the projectile attack as best they could. Suddenly, almost everyone began gasping for breath and falling to their knees. The general, surprised, noted, what's that with them? Caesar, sweating, wondered if it could be poison. Everyone was affected, and Riley, covering his mouth with his hand, exclaimed in bewilderment. What did he use? The high priest was also choking and coughing. Eventually, everyone lost consciousness except Ira and her warriors. The protagonist said, so he found the vampires. How convenient that they were all together. Talia, surprised, wanted to guess what exactly he'd used, but the protagonist said it for her. It's a poisonous bullet. The water in the barrels contained a special virus, susceptible to those unaffected by the charm death skill. Symptoms appeared immediately. Headache, nausea, stomach and joint pain, dizziness, fever. Talia looked at him in fear. He reassured her there was no need to worry. The bullet had no effect on ghouls, undead, pavan, or vampires. Tatara spoke up. Now he understood. So they definitely couldn't hide from them. But if they didn't help the sick, would they die? MC answered him no. The virus was highly contagious, but not fatal. Moreover, they would recover on their own within half a day. The blacksmith spoke sadly. Is that so? And he'd hoped they'd be destroyed. The protagonist said everything had been thought out. He wanted to ensure there were no civilian casualties if they retreated to the city. Talia pointed out that they weren't their target. They needed to avoid unnecessary casualties. Gul'dan gathered all the wounded into a pile, took up the cross, and called upon the holy light to cleanse the wounds that were eating away at their bodies. He activated the healing spell and directed the energy at the injured. Then he exclaimed, "This isn't poison, it's a common virus. Why are they all sprawled out like that? Let them all get up quickly and get to work. They need to heal everyone." Riley, coughing and choking, asked Masar to heal him. The girl, also choking, replied that she wanted to do it, but her throat was constricted. Gul'dan asked them to wait. He'd do it himself now, but at that moment, he coughed, clutched his throat, and fell to his knees. He couldn't understand what was happening. He'd been cured. The protagonist, watching his enemies, said, "The virus mutates rapidly. Once cured, they'll immediately become infected again. The only option is to cure everyone at once." Ira cursed and threw off her helmet. She ordered her warriors to follow her. They would come closer and finish off this dampier. One of her warriors exclaimed, "Are you sure? She's showing herself to people in her true form." The girl answered him with irritation, "But who cares? They've already been exposed. Who would believe they were people with abnormal resistance?" She urged her warriors to deal with the dampier at all costs. Their priority now was completing the mission. The girl looked sternly at them and asked them, "Are they traitors too?" The warriors told her that wasn't true. It wasn't true. She urged them to follow her then. The vampires rushed toward the wall. Ira, looking at the protagonist, shouted at him that he had surprised her. But still, he, a half-breed, would remain as blood on her sword. At that very moment, something brightly glowed on the nearby mountain, and all her warriors began to dissolve into thin air. She, disintegrating, exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is that?" The protagonist spoke up. It seems Zadiris had made it after all. He proudly declared, "A mercury mirror, or rather a solar cannon. The first shot hit the target. He confirms its effectiveness. Well done, Elder." Zadiris rejoiced. A perfect hit. Right on cue. All thanks to the golem's transformation. Now they possess such a unique weapon. The Elder turned to her allies and told them not to stand still, but to prepare a second charge. Get her girls ready. She summoned a blaze of light. Her team repeated the spell, and they attacked the enemy with a second blast. Finishing off the vampires, the Elder exclaimed, "These rays are brighter than the summer sun. They definitely won't survive this." Ira, dodging the stream of bright light, muttered in amazement, "Mercury mirrors? Why is Zakart's destroyed legacy working again?" Suddenly she saw one of her knights jump down. She shouted at him, "Don't do this. If he descends, he will die." The high priest leaped, finishing off the vampire, and shouted to his warriors to be more careful. "Reinforcements have arrived. They should beware of aerial attacks." One of Ira's subordinates cursed and muttered, "Vampire hunter, the last thing they need now." The girl answered him, "If he doesn't want to be next, then don't dare touch the ground." She told the survivors not to band together. Their target was a dampier. They had to move forward. Shedding shade from the bright light, she saw that some had still not managed to escape their doom. She herself was in dire straits, holding on with all her might. Suddenly, Eleanor appeared before her and asked with a smile, "How are you? Isn't it a wonderful day for sunbathing?" Rapiasaj and Noken stood behind Eleanor. Ira exclaimed in surprise, "Eleanor, how is she?" At that moment, Vigaro's comrades asked him, "Are they moving?" Apparently, there was noise above ground. Perhaps it was time to help them? The leader of the undead pride answered, "Not yet. They would wait for the signal from Vandalu." At that moment, a skeleton appeared and clicked its jaw. Vigaro exclaimed, "Here it is, the signal for them. Let them grab their weapons and move. It's their turn." Meanwhile, the knights were trying to recover from the virus, wondering where all the healers were. Suddenly, the ground opened up right in front of them, and Vigaro and his army emerged from beneath it. He screamed in fear, "What is this?" They emerged from underground. The undead army rushed to attack the enemy. The knight, clearing his throat, ordered his soldiers to prepare for the attack. Let them advance. Vigaro and his warriors easily began to deal with the enemy. The lead knight exclaimed indignantly and contemptuously, how vile and inhumane it was for them to kill people weakened by illness. How dare they do such a thing? Vigaro appeared before him and growled right in his face. Inhumane? Had he completely lost his sight? How did he even resemble a human being? The other knights, having destroyed the golems, were catching their breath from exhaustion, still coughing from the virus. At that moment, one of the knights exclaimed, "What? A fallen golem!" From a piece of stone next to him, a stone giant regenerated and instantly destroyed the enemy. Cesare cursed in irritation. First this incurable virus, now the endlessly spawning golems, the ghouls and undead that appeared out of nowhere. What on earth was going on here? At that moment, Vigaro stood before his remaining opponents. He let out such a heartbreaking roar that the knights, in fear, shouted at him to stay away. Vigaro delivered a crushing blow, and his allies also joined the fray. The lead knight ran up to him, activated his spiral strike, and attacked Vigaro. But before he could rejoice, his sword snapped like a dry twig. The enemy looked in bewilderment, first at his weapon, then at Vigaro. The undead laughed and said, "It won't work. He's armored with orichalcum." Having dealt the enemy a fatal blow, Vigaro spoke, but his blow to the armor was not bad. He shouted to his allies, "Don't retreat. We must cut down the invaders and kill them." The skeleton, who had been participating in the battle, crushing his opponents, exclaimed, "It's just as the master planned. They're dying like flies." Noaz, slashing at his enemies, exclaimed admiringly, "The Milg warriors who defeated them 200 years ago are now falling like broken dolls." He added, "His back is already tired. Why are they so short?" The bone man grinned and asked him if perhaps he should become a skeleton. Then he could replace his old bones with those of his enemies. The enemy's attention was drawn to a carriage approaching out of nowhere, driven by Sam. The Ice Age symbol gleamed brightly in his hands. The lead knight shouted to his comrades not to approach the carriage. Have a squad of mages prepare to attack. The mages activated fire projectiles and launched them at Sam. The undead swung his ice spear and deactivated the enemy's attack. The lead knight exclaimed in bewilderment, "That can't be right. It's an ice spear." Sam, smashing his enemies, exclaimed, "The young master's gift is so refreshing, I'll have to thank him." Another knight suddenly spoke up, thinking he was going crazy. His partner asked him, "What's wrong?" The man answered, and suddenly, beauties in lingerie appeared before his eyes. His partner responded in amazement, "Don't worry, he can see them too." Before the knight stood Talia, in a rank 5 magical stocking armor, and Rita, in a rank 5 magical bikini armor. As the women joined the battle, the lead knight shouted to the messenger to relay the order. 2 naked furies appeared at the front. "They are very strong, and they need reinforcements." Rita asked him in bewilderment. Naked? He didn't think they were crazy. Celia noticed with surprise that Katya and Bilde were dressed almost identically. Katya answered, not so revealingly. The knight screamed, "They're monsters too. Let them die." He leaped at Rita and pierced her with his weapon. Jumping back, the enemy was surprised to see her standing there, as if nothing had happened. Rita exhaled and said, "She was afraid." The opponents were perplexed, wondering how this was possible. She explained to them that a simple arrow wouldn't do anything to her spiritual body. One of the knights exclaimed, "What a girl, and in such a lewd outfit too." Rita turned to her sister and complained that she was being insulted again. Celia remarked, "But the young master had said it looked cute." Rita exclaimed, "Then they're simply unworthy of seeing them." At that moment, the knights saw that instead of the girls, only their outfits remained. They cried out in bewilderment. What, their bodies had disappeared? The head knight told them to calm down. They'd simply become transparent. They were still there. He ordered his subordinates to aim at the so-called armor and not get too close. Rita cried out, "Enough already." She reached out and grabbed one of the opponent's weapons. The knight screamed in horror at how long her arm was. At that moment, various body parts of the sisters appeared in the air. Celia, seeing the astonished faces of their enemies, laughed and said, "And they thought they were just transparent people. How naive of them." The knights couldn't understand what was going on. Who even were they? Celia and Rita materialized again, exclaiming that they were maids, and rushed to attack the opponents. Meanwhile, Nokin, a troop of 8th rank skeletons, along with his squad of poisonous bees, attacked the vampires. They cursed irritably. Was some undead creature trying to kill them, noble vampires? Nokin opened his mouth wide and let out a blood-curdling roar. One of the vampires cried out, "No, they won't give up so easily." He unleashed a slashing attack against Nokin, a chaotic massacre, and a flurry of hundreds of blows, but the undead, unharmed, remained standing, roaring viciously. The vampire looked at him in bewilderment. Nokin lunged at him, but at that moment Rapiosage appeared, impaling the vampire and lifting him into the air. Holding him suspended, she kicked him, decapitating him. She laughed maliciously as she crushed his limb. Ira and Eleanor clashed near the wall. They crossed their weapons in a blow. Ira remarked that an orichalcum sword was truly difficult to fight against, but she was far from her skill level. She pulled her sword back, hitting Eleanor's arm, and thought she'd caught her opponent. At that moment, the protagonist's ally heard his voice, announcing that her opponent would strike her in the head from the right. Eleanor wondered in surprise, was that his voice? He was right. Ira attacked her opponent from the right side of her head, but the girl blocked her blow. Ira was very surprised by this. The protagonist, watching their duel, said, "Now," and shouted to Zadiris to activate her weapon. The elder immediately pointed the mercury mirror at Ira. She panicked, wanting to get out of the light as quickly as possible, but she realized her body had become heavy and she couldn't move. She looked at Eleanor and thought, her time magic, it was sunlight. When did she have time? The girl grabbed Ira by the hair and pulled her towards her. She called her an idiot and asked, "Why?" Eleanor smiled and clarified. She wanted to know why the sun didn't burn her. "It's all thanks to Mr. Wendell." Ira smirked and said, it was her defeat. She could kill her, but they would all die anyway. Tenesia wouldn't leave them alone. She laughed maliciously after these words. Eleanor said calmly, "How scary, but she could help them, couldn't she?" Ira asked her, perplexed. "What?" The girl cut off her head. Blood flowed from her neck, which the protagonist began to drink. Eleanor asked him how he liked it. He answered her, "The blood of a noble vampire, and truly excellent to his taste." Ira, or rather her head, exclaimed, "Do they think she'll tell them everything? She would never do that." Suddenly she smiled and, like a faithful dog, said she would gladly obey them. Let them ask her whatever they wanted. In gratitude for killing her, she would do whatever they commanded. Eleanor looked at her in surprise. The protagonist noticed how quickly she had given in. He wiped the blood from his mouth, declared it was his turn, and leaped forward. Sometime later, at the Allied headquarters in Milg, the general was accused of siding with the enemy. Malvit, in his defense, exclaimed, "That's not true. The vampires had infiltrated their ranks and swapped places with the mercenaries before he even realized it. He knew nothing." Cesare indignantly shouted at him, "Don't lie. His goal was to destroy them. That's why he gave the order to retreat." The chief knight grabbed Cesare by the shoulder and told him to keep his place. He thinks of going against their general? He's nothing but a petty puppet commander of his own country. Cesare's comrade told the knight to shut up, or have they all betrayed them by allying with the vampires? The general cursed silently, irritably wondering what those stupid vampires had done. He'd lose his position with this move. Cesare exclaimed in irritation. He didn't care who the general was now. He'd given the order to send the soldiers from the main camp to the rear and withdraw the rest from the front. Malvite asked in bewilderment, what was he talking about? If they did that, there would be no more soldiers to protect them. The commander remarked with disdain. He was still saying such things. The general shouted menacingly, telling him to shut up. Not one of his soldiers would move. The chief knight, looking at his magic tablet, said, "Please, let everyone wait." The last vampire had just been defeated. Malvit grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to show it to him. Convinced that it was indeed so, the general exclaimed, "They've done it. That vampire is dead. What is that light?" The knight answered, "It's a miracle from Alda." Malvit couldn't believe it. He blurted out, "This can't be." He thought, Aira was a 10th rank vampire. How could she die? It was impossible. He simply couldn't believe it. The general ordered his soldiers to retreat. It was over. Let them secure his path. Cesare cried out, "Where is he going?" The general, noticing that his warriors hadn't even moved, angrily exclaimed, "Are they standing rooted to the spot?" He told everyone to retreat. Let them quickly defend him. Cesare turned to him with contempt and loudly declared that he was no longer a general. Malvit is sentenced to death for desertion. He ordered the archers to prepare and prevent his escape. At these words, he coughed violently, blood spurting from his mouth. His comrade called out to him in alarm. At that moment, everyone saw the enormous warrior Zuran in ninja attire. Malvit, taken aback and overcome by weakness, even collapsed. A weakened knight swayed over Zuran's shoulder. He said, "It seems this is the main camp." He ordered his squad. No one must remain alive by morning. This is the king's order. Let them make sure the general and the noblemen can still be recognized. Malvit, coughing, wondered how the enemy had gotten so close to the camp. What was their reconnaissance doing there? Cesare, covering his mouth with his hand, remarked, "So they're using weakened soldiers as a source of infection. This is the end for them all." And yet he screamed and wanted to draw his weapon, but he didn't have time, as at that moment he received a hard blow from Juran. Then he said to his comrades, "Okay, this is their ninja squad's first mission. If they achieve anything here, the master will reward them." Braga and Medigo looked at the fallen general. Braga said, "Achievement. It's definitely him." Mediga asked him, "What will they get?" Malvit, crying, told them, "He wants honey. He loves tempura." Those were his last words. Bastia took aim at one of the knights, Richard. Trying to save himself, he told her he would soon be a father. The girl asked him, "So he hasn't raised a child yet?" Richard said, "Hopefully, that's true. He begs her to let him return home." Bastia said, "Then he won't defeat her," and dealt him a fatal blow with her weapon. Another knight approached her. He shouted at her that she was a monster. How could she kill his friend? Bastia leaped up, wrapped her legs around his neck, and twisted his head with her hands. The others cursed in horror and exclaimed, "She's strong." She turned to them and asked them, didn't they know? They were quite strong. On another part of the battlefield, Riley was fending off poisonous bees. He took out a bottle of potion, drank the contents, and cursed. He had almost no potion left. Masara turned to him, asking him to give them some medicine, even just a little. Riley looked at them and thought, they're useless now. He told them that if they wanted to survive, they should follow him, but they should be prepared to give their lives for him. As soon as they were reunited with the high priest, he would heal them all. Borks, appearing nearby, laughed and said, "In their dreams." Riley turned in surprise at the sound of his voice, and then narrowly dodged the blow the undead wanted to deal him. He asked him in amazement, "Who the hell is he?" Borks exclaimed. He dodged it. That was to be expected from an A rank. Riley suddenly realized this brute was on a whole other level than the undead they'd encountered so far. He yelled at him not to try to trick him. He'd weakened that attack on purpose. Why would someone like him serve a bratty Dampier? Borks answered him, because he'd asked him to. He added, "Besides, he, Riley, is called Michael's Reincarnation, right? Then let him test him to see if he's worthy of such a title." Riley activated his summons and shouted to his warriors to come and stand before him. The magical collars on his minions' necks glowed brightly, and the warriors stood before him as one, shielding him. One of the warriors asked him what he was thinking, using a scout as his shield. Masara's voice weakened, and she, in fact, is the rear guard. Riley yelled at them to shut up. They were his slaves, his playthings. They had to sacrifice themselves for him. Masara, unable to believe her ears, exclaimed in surprise. "He's joking? He said he'd make her his favorite when he became a noble. Was that a lie?" Borks, adjusting his sword on his shoulder, said, "Don't worry. When they're all dead, he'll hold a memorial service for them, drinking the sake he received as a reward for killing them." He laughed and finished off Riley's living shield with one blow. The adventurer, now uncovered, activated 100 piercing blows and aimed them at the undead. Borks calmly took his attack and asked him in surprise, "Is that all?" Riley launched a fireball, but the undead calmly dodged the blow. He spoke, now remembering the skill. It was a skill mastered by most magic spear and sword users to maximize the effectiveness of the item they wield. If he remembered correctly, it was called Magic Sword Limit Break. breakthrough, something like that, right? Activating the skill, the undead creature spoke. He hadn't used it in a long time, so he'd completely forgotten about it. Riley began cursing him. At that moment, an Ice Age attribute appeared in the air. Riley looked at him in surprise. Borks exclaimed, "What?" He really wasn't worth his time. The adventurer thought, "This is impossible. This isn't how it's supposed to end. He must surpass it and become a hero." Bork spoke. Of course. He used the skill Impulse and dealt Riley a crushing blow, leaving the adventurer breathless, blood pouring from his mouth. The undead creature continued. "By the way, this isn't over yet." The protagonist charged forward. Images of the general and his mother tied to a pole flashed through his mind, and a heavy sigh escaped his chest. At that moment, Leftia stroked his head. He told her he knew he must remain calm. Meanwhile, Vigaro was fighting Golden. The High Priest activated Steel Crush and aimed an attack at his opponent. Vigaro grabbed the area where the blow had fallen and exhaled sharply. His comrade called out to him in alarm. Golden spoke up, saying he was expending too much mana fighting while casting healing spells. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to fulfill his prophecy. The knight turned to the High Priest and told him, "Someone is approaching." The High Priest turned and saw the protagonist rapidly closing the distance between them. Both Golden and the protagonist spoke at the same time, and that was it. The High Priest screamed and activated a stray bullet with his staff, aiming an attack at MC. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow and responded with a death bullet. Eric and Kaufman shielded Golden and shouted to their comrades that they mustn't let him pass. Eric activated a stone wall, and Kaufman used a stone body. But it didn't save them from the protagonist's powerful blow. The warriors fell backwards. The High Priest called out to them anxiously, but the warriors remained silent. He wondered in amazement, could it really be that one blow had brought them down? The protagonist, accumulating fire in his hand, muttered, "What weaklings?" Vigaro called out to his master in warning. MC apologized and told him that he knew a leader shouldn't be on the front lines, but he wanted to deal with him himself. He wanted to be a little selfish. Vigaro exhaled and replied that he didn't mind. It was perfectly normal for children to be selfish. The protagonist rushed forward. The knights panicked. He was approaching. Everyone needed to brace themselves. Golden shouted at them, telling them not to take the hit. They needed to dodge. Even if he hit them, they would all die together. Vigaro's comrade spoke up. "Excellent. Now they can join the fight." Vigaro stopped him and told him to let Wendell handle this himself. This was his revenge for his mother. Golden shouted to his comrades to retreat. It was his turn. His subordinates wanted to object, but the High Priest turned to his master, Alda, asking him to bless his slave with his spirit to exterminate this Dampier. A powerful stream of light descended from the sky, illuminating Golden. Magical wings emerged from his back, and he soared upward. Vigaro squinted at his opponent, wondering what it was. One of Golden's comrades exclaimed, "This is a skill that only the chosen saint can use, the coming of an angel. By absorbing the spirit of a god into his body, he can become even stronger." It is the High Priest's trump card. A shining halo appeared above the High Priest's head, his wings growing to incredible proportions. The protagonist watched. Golden, his wings enveloped in a bright stream of light, looked impressive. He activated a steel body and a steel wall, and at the same moment, armor appeared on his body. His henchman exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing." He was able to cast such high-level spells without even casting. The warriors shouted to their master, "Keep up the good work." Golden summoned a blade of light and pointed it at the protagonist. Wendell activated an absorbing barrier. Golden exclaimed, "Let him go," and activated his golden staff. At that moment, MC's head flew off his body. The opponents rejoiced, while the protagonist's allies froze in horror. The protagonist summoned a bullet of death. Golden descended from the air and rushed toward the protagonist's body. Suddenly, the protagonist's head asked him, "How could this be?" Just don't tell him he thought he could kill him by cutting off his head. He replaced the limb, and Vandalu's spirit emerged. Golden frowned and said, "Demon." Vigaro laughed and said, "He transformed his head into a spirit and pretended to be decapitated. This always makes him nervous." The protagonist said, "Still, he's quite resilient. He didn't fall even when he integrated soul destruction into Death Bullet." Just recently, Borks had asked him, "What is soul destruction? Is it a skill that completely destroys the soul? Doesn't it only work on spirits?" Vandalu told him no. After several tests on living targets, he discovered that it has some effects. When damaged, this skill reduces the enemy's mana by an amount equal to the lost life force. Even if they are healed, they won't regain the lost mana, making it a useful skill. And now Golden exclaimed, he didn't know if he, a Dampier, had managed to reduce his mana, but as long as the angel's presence was active, his life force and mana were equal to that of an angel. His mana was currently at 100,000. He couldn't handle that. The protagonist asked him again, 100,000? And that's all he got from his god? It seemed his worries were for nothing. Golden stared at him in bewilderment and said, "What is he saying?" The MC spirit said, "More importantly, this is their chance to fight him one-on-one." Wendalu said, "Well, they will continue." The high priest exclaimed, "Don't make him laugh. How could he even call it that?" MC didn't understand what he was talking about at first. Then he asked, "Oh, you mean Leftia? So he's no better. He's borrowing the angel's powers himself." Gul'dan shouted indignantly. "How dare he equate the angelic power sent by God with vile undead? What impudence!" The protagonist remarked that he seemed unprepared for a conversation. Then, it was his turn. The MC's spirit settled above his head, and the protagonist extended numerous arms from his body. He summoned the Hecaton Share and attacked the High Priest. Gul'dan exclaimed, "He's using a ghoul's ability? Although, something like that wouldn't break his steel wall." The protagonist responded, "He wouldn't be so sure." The High Priest exclaimed in bewilderment. What was he saying? The MC activated 100 abilities and attacked the High Priest. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "What's going on? The successive use of so many skills. Even if he had enough mana for something like that, how could he mentally endure it?" At that moment, the spirit sprouted a large number of heads. Gul'dan exclaimed in horror, "Monster!" The protagonist watched with an evil grin as the High Priest struggled to cope with the onslaught. Gul'dan's henchmen shouted to his comrades, everyone to help their master. After these words, his head was severed, and Vagaro and his allies stood before the High Priest's comrades. He roared, "He will not allow anyone to stand in Wendell's way." Meanwhile, the High Priest, weakening, declared, "His angelic protection is ending." Hundreds of the protagonist's spirit heads attacked Gul'dan, and darkness fell upon him. He looked around in the darkness, wondering what this place was. Where was he? He had a mission entrusted to him by the god himself. Suddenly, he heard a voice say, "His servant is right." The High Priest turned, saw a glowing silhouette, and asked in surprise, "Is that him?" The protagonist, without revealing himself, answered with the god's voice, "He, Gul'dan, has failed in his duty, but if he so desires, he will give him another chance." The High Priest, recovering from his fear, exclaimed hopefully, "Is this true?" The protagonist answered, "Yes, of course, and if he lives up to his expectations, he will forgive his final sin." The High Priest exclaimed joyfully, he understood everything. He, as the representative of his will fight for him as long as his heart beats. He opened his eyes abruptly. Arjun shouted joyfully. The High Priest came to his senses. His second comrade shouted, "Hurry, bring the potion for him." How good it is that the High Priest is alive. But at that moment, Gul'dan dealt him a powerful blow to the face. His subordinate cried out in pain. "What is he doing?" The High Priest straightened up, clutching his weapon in his hands, and remarked, "What is he doing?" He was determined to kill everyone. His allies were confused about what had happened to their master. Gul'dan had completely destroyed several men and then swung at Arjun. The boy, perplexed, told him, "He's asking him to stop. It's him, his faithful servant." Gul'dan laughed maliciously and said, "Okay, then let him die. God's enemy Arjun." The High Priest dealt him a fatal blow, after which he laughed again and shouted to the sky, "His lord, is he watching him?" The protagonist, looking at the old man's back, answered with the voice of a god, "Yes, he sees everything." After a while, the sisters devoured the prepared food. Rita exclaimed with admiration, "It's so delicious. The dinosaur fries with mayo are simply amazing." Talia remarked she can't stop eating them either. The protagonist, after listening to his army, said, "So that's it, it's good that they liked it." Rita asked him, "The battle just ended, isn't he hungry?" Of course, creating the undead had taken a lot of effort. Wendell thanked her for her concern and added that he was fine. There was enough blood. Rita exclaimed again, "Meat dishes are incredibly delicious." Celia added with a smile, "And these spiritual bodies of theirs allow them to eat as much as they want without gaining any weight." Sam, almost in tears, turned to the protagonist and asked him what had happened. His daughters were completely different from their former selves. The protagonist explained that he had merged their souls with armor that had no connection to them. After that, each soul had changed form, distorting their original appearance and character. Sam said, "So that's it?" But he thought he had remained the same, and he thought the same would happen to his daughters. MC answered him, maintaining his form thanks to the powerful influence of malice. Inwardly, he thought Sam had changed more than he thought. Rita exclaimed, "It seems she'd done the right thing by constantly standing in front of the mirror. She always repeated that she was a beauty with a perfect figure. Who would have thought her mantras would work?" The girl turned to Talia and told her she'd never believe she didn't do the same. Her sister, embarrassed, began to deny it. Sam said dejectedly, "Now he understands, but they look so indecent." He begged for their souls to be bound to the armor. He burst into tears and began to apologize to his daughters for being so stupid. Talia, surprised, told him it was fine. She liked her body. Rita added that she was actually delighted with it. Sam, still crying, kept turning to his master. The protagonist answered him. He'd asked him several times, after all, if he was absolutely sure. Did he remember this? Borks was indignant. But what was with the displeasure? Now his daughters look like goddesses. Rita told him he was definitely insane. Sam turned to the undead indignantly, his eyes blazing with anger, just like his horses. The undead said, "Calm down. Stop aiming at him." Katia, having looked the protagonist over from head to toe, asked him if he liked such costumes. If he wants, she'll wear something like that too. The protagonist irritably replied, "For starters, please stop calling him names like Arrowlord and all that." He closed his eyes, and his memories returned to the previous battle. It had ended with Gul'dan, who had gained the power of a zombie priest, killing all the soldiers of the expeditionary army, and they hadn't lost a single life, only the wounded. What could he say? It was their absolute victory. He'd also leveled up and changed his class to Poison Master, and now he could emit toxins from his body. This couldn't help but delight him. After a while, MC and Eleanor came into the room where Ira was. She was sitting motionless in a chair, her gaze fixed on one spot. Eleanor, surprised, asked him why he'd made her undead. If she kept her soul, Bill Kane would surely decide to take advantage of it. Maybe he should destroy her completely. Like Serpent? The protagonist answered her. She was his father's enemy. That's the whole reason. He doesn't hate her. The girl spoke up. It all seemed clear to her. And yet, he's too magnanimous. MC countered. Not really. He's indifferent to her. No anger, no positive feelings, nothing. Besides, he now knew everything he needed to know. He turned to Eleanor, saying she could act as she saw fit. If she didn't want to, let her tell him, and he would destroy Ira. The vampire hiccuped with fear at these words. Eleanor smiled at him and answered, okay. She approached Ira, leaned toward her, and asked if she could count on her discretion, right? Ira, gritting her teeth, answered that she could. Sometime later, Wendell met Borks in the hallway. The undead asked him, he talked to this Riley, right? The protagonist said, that's right, he just finished the interrogation. Borks noted clearly, and how is it? Did he tell everything that was needed? The protagonist answered, of course. If you turn someone into the undead, getting answers out of them is easy. It's just his fawning smile that irritates him. He continued, though Riley had given him full information about the 5 colored blades, names, abilities, and appearance details. But Riley didn't even know about one of them. Borks wondered who it was. Wendell said her name was Martina, an elven sorceress. It seems she died in the dungeon. The undead man spoke in confusion. Oh well. The MC continued, challenging the kingdom of Olbame. Heinz was defeated in the dungeon that made Duke Zackart famous. The protagonist said sadly, well, now only one enemy of his mother remains. Orcs laughed and said, what a pity. After a while, MC said that if they had turned undead in the dungeon, things would get much more interesting. Great, he'd finished. Looking at his loot, he noticed that all the soldiers of the 5,000-strong expeditionary army had turned undead. Sam called him, and he replied, that's right, it's time for them to go. Meanwhile, in the mountain ranges, in the fortress before the tunnel, Rob, gazing thoughtfully out the window, asked his assistant if the expeditionary army had already reached Talishime. There had been no messages, and they hadn't lit a signal fire. The assistant told him to be quiet for a bit. They were just mercenaries, and if his words were overheard, they would be finished. Suddenly, Rob became wary and, pointing out the window, exclaimed, I think I see something glowing in the depths. The assistant asked him in surprise. Glowing? Surely those were the eyes of some monster. Rob countered. No, there are many of them. Looking closely, he saw that their army, for which he had been so worried, had turned into undead, and now they were all standing outside the gates. Rob sounded the alarm. Everyone, rise. The enemy was already here. It was the expeditionary army. They had turned into zombies, and they were back for them. The mercenary commander asked in surprise, their army? That can't be right, Rob replied. It's hard to believe, but their flag is there. The commander looked perplexed. How could that be? There were thousands of these idiots. Did he mean someone completely wiped out the elite army? Meanwhile, the undead chanted, they will take the fortress and destroy them. Rob turned to the commander, asking him to order a retreat. The captain was outraged. He had lost his mind. They couldn't lose. They had to fight them. Rob exclaimed angrily, if they fought them, they would surely die. Couldn't he hear them screaming? Low-level zombies couldn't even speak. They wouldn't stand a chance against an undead army where everyone was above rank 3. The commander looked out the window and cursed. He ordered everyone to leave the fortress. Let them spill the oil and set it on fire. They needed to buy themselves some time. The zombies seemed to have lost their minds. They began to break through the gates. Rob shouted to his comrades, they need to run faster. They'll be killed if they catch up. After running through the tunnel, the mercenaries burst into the street. Catching their breath, Rob ordered the mages to act. Have them seal the entrance to the tunnel. When the mages had done their job, the commander said, good. It seems they've managed to escape. Suddenly, the sound of the undead clearing the rubble from within could be heard. Rob exclaimed, this won't stop them. They'll clear the rubble very soon. The knights exclaimed, this can't be happening. The adventurer exclaimed, it's only a matter of time before they break through. He ordered one of the knights to take a horse and get to Viscount Berno as quickly as possible to inform him of what had happened. The knight rushed to carry out his orders. When he had completed his task, Berno exclaimed in bewilderment, what is he saying? The entire expeditionary army was completely destroyed? Their soldiers had become zombies and were attacking them? He immediately made a decision and informed his aides that, one way or another, the first thing they needed to do was evacuate the locals and escort them to the cities. Also, let them send soldiers and adventurers to the surrounding villages. He saw the residents evacuating in panic, buried his head in his hand, and pleaded for them to make it in time. Sometime later, the Viscount was informed that they had gathered all the forces they could find. Berno replied to the reporter, that's very good. When he stepped out onto the balcony, he saw the mercenaries gathered on the platform in front of the balcony, languishing in anticipation. Donalef, seeing the Viscount, exclaimed, where are the promised hordes of terrible monsters? They woke them in the middle of the night, and now it's dawn, and no one's attacking. The aide turned to the Viscount and said that discontent was growing among the adventurers. If the zombies don't show up, they could cause problems. Berno replied that he thought it would take less time. they needed to wait a little longer. One of the mercenaries grumbled, "How long are they going to hang around here?" Donalef sighed heavily and answered, "What else can I do?" At midday, the girl said, "The undead still haven't shown up." Donalef exclaimed indignantly, "Seriously, no zombies? They're fed up with everything. How much longer will they have to wait?" The assistant told the Viscount, and the discontent was growing. Berno turned to the one who brought him this news and angrily asked him, "Do zombies even exist? Didn't he say they were coming any minute?" The knight, pale with fear, answered, "Yes, that's true. The thing is, the undead don't need sleep or food. They simply escape them easily." Meanwhile, Donalef called for everyone to leave this place. "There are no zombies here." The Viscount ran out into the street and stopped the boy. He told him they were almost there. Donalef asked him incredulously, "Is he sure about that?" The Viscount said, "Of course. What made them think they wouldn't come?" At that moment, a cry came from the watchtower that the zombies were already here. There were 3,000 of them. Too many. The undead, hearing the watchman's words, burst into laughter. Riley said, "Let them rejoice. The great heroes have returned home." The general added he had brought them victory. "Let them open the gates." Golden laughed a raspy laugh and exclaimed, "Filthy people, he will destroy them all." Donalef asked in bewilderment, had the entire army really turned into zombies? The Viscount pleaded, "He begs them. Baltusburg must be defended at all costs." A fierce battle ensued between both sides. The zombies weren't as united and powerful as they had been in life, and their abilities were weakened, but the city's warriors were still struggling. Their morale was undermined by the thought of destroying the expedition's finest force. However, the city was defended, though not without casualties. The Viscount asked Deanne if they had managed to extract information from the defeated zombies. The girl told him that their souls had vanished almost immediately, not a single one remaining. Berno spoke in bewilderment. "That's simply insane. What could have happened there?" Whatever the case, the losses to the state of Milg are simply enormous. At this point, the protagonist spoke. "Everything is as planned." What really happened? The attack of the expeditionary zombie army had struck the fortress. Meanwhile, the protagonist followed the zombies through the tunnel. When the evacuation of the population began, MC stood with his army at the exit, ordering them to head straight for the city and go slowly. Let them take their time. While the mercenaries waited for the undead to attack, Wendell arrived with Sam at the settlers' village. At that moment, his zombie army attacked the city. The protagonist, walking through the deserted village, called out, "Is anyone here?" Only silence answered. He said, "It seems the people have already been evacuated." He turned to his allies and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. They can take whatever they want." Rita exclaimed, "She needs a spinning wheel." The skeleton suggested taking the livestock. Surely the villagers had dragged it along? Sam noted that the horses and cows most likely helped them haul away valuables. MC said, "What a pity." He was already thinking of organizing milk and dairy production. Sam turned to him and drew his attention to the field. The protagonist exclaimed, "There's excellent wheat here. He'll take it with him." He called upon an invisible force to awaken, and at that moment, golems appeared from the field. Sam asked him what the zombie army would do in the city if it headed there. Wendell told him that everyone would be destroyed. He didn't want that. Everything was arranged simply to buy time. They have two goals. The first is to obtain as many resources as possible. The second objective was to turn the army into undead to demoralize the villagers. Sam noted that if the elite troops turned into zombies and attacked the people, the prestige of both countries would be undermined, not to mention the economic damage. The protagonist declared that both the Shield Nation and the Empire would be so devastated that they wouldn't even consider invading Talishime again. After some time, the protagonist told the allies to hand over everything they'd acquired to Sam for safekeeping. It was time for them to return. Katia, pointing at the zombies, said, "By the way, will these go with them?" MC replied, "Exactly. If there were so many undead in the village, the villagers wouldn't even think of returning. Besides, he'd poisoned the fertile land and groundwater, just in case." The girl said in surprise, "That's harsh." The protagonist told her they'd taken their home, but he thought they'd done a good deed by doing so. 2 months later, at Thomas's estate, the butler told him that it seemed that Earl Legiston felt responsible for what had happened, and therefore he was leaving his post as military secretary. He could only add that the position would once again be his, Mr. Thomas's. The former Minister of War swore and declared that he had definitely planned all of this. The butler asked him in surprise, who was he referring to? Thomas said that the zombies had moved slowly, so there had been almost no casualties among the settlers. But the expeditionary army had been completely routed. The land and water had been poisoned. Hordes of undead remained in the villages. All of this could certainly not be attributed to chance. Tomas frowned and said ominously that he, the protagonist, wanted to get rid of him like Movit, but this time he would not succeed. He, Tomas Palpabek, would make him deeply regret it. Sometime later, Tenesia was raging with the news. She slammed the table angrily, breaking it. The girl exclaimed angrily, "How dare he do that? She'll never forgive him." Bilkane asked her to calm down. He added, "Why destroy everything here?" She thought the shockwave would reach Talishime. Tenesia glared at him and rudely told him to shut up. He was only making her more angry. Gubamon laughed disgustingly and told the vampire she didn't even want to listen to him. Bilkine spread his arms in defeat and muttered, "So what? Why did they gather today?" "Right, about the lost battle. How did that happen?" Tanesia answered him angrily. Obviously, they needed to figure out how to finish off this Dampier first. The girl grumbled. Not a moment's peace. Now the Empire knows they're involved. They've lost contact with their people. Gubamon said. Almost everyone was killed by the Emperor's confidants. And Schneider clapped thunder. Bilkine remarked. It's a shame they lost valuable resources. But that's nothing. They also lost Tunisius. The girl said she didn't care about the others. But that damn Dampier, how did he manage all this? The old man laughed and said, how sad. He wanted to get his hands on the hero's reincarnated corpse, but now it can't be restored. Nothing remains. Bilkine added, to sum it up, the losses are enormous, and there's a lack of information. They only know that he can control the undead. Gubamon countered, no, his ability isn't quite the same. He can raise several thousand undead with a single snap of his fingers. It would take them at least a year to pull off such a feat. The girl said, of course, he had the help of the weed cultists. A Dampier can't be that strong on his own. The old man chuckled thoughtfully. Tanesia continued, the biggest problem is that Ira and her group weren't there. He could have learned a lot from them. As if their other problems weren't enough, the Dampier was planning to settle in the south, which meant he wasn't planning on destroying the tunnel either. Gubamon said he'd take care of it. He'd have to put his experiments on hold. But how long could he go on? After a while, Bilkine thought as he walked, if there was a power that gave the Dampier the ability to raise so many undead, then he'd be useful if he could lure them over to his side. He chuckled, thinking, this is even getting interesting. Meanwhile, the zombies were in Talishime Castle. They were making noise, shouting, and talking. Noise told them they were in the audience chamber and they should remain silent. Zadiris asked the protagonist in surprise, are there really 100 warrior souls here? It didn't look like that at all. There seemed to be fewer. The protagonist answered her. 4 months had already passed. The personalities of ordinary souls are erased. This is normal. He turned to the undead and said, let them listen. For what they did in Baltusburg, he forgives them for attacking his city. The undead began chanting and praising the protagonist. MC turned to Cesare and told him that he was placing them under his command. The commander obediently said, as his master commands. Malvit looked at Cesare in bewilderment and exclaimed in surprise. Why was he now on his side? The commander remarked with a sly smile. Wow, the general himself. He highly appreciated his abilities and granted him this opportunity. The general exclaimed, what nonsense. Noise spoke up, also surprised. He didn't understand why they had to give the enemy the opportunity to lead their army. The protagonist replied that he had proven himself admirable, knew military affairs, was a good strategist, and knew how to defend fortresses. He also understood laws and trade. He added that Borks was strong, but when it came to tactics, paperwork, and the rest, he was incapable. Borks frowned at his master. Noaz exclaimed that he agreed with him. Cesare addressed the army and exclaimed, let them heed his call. His Majesty has granted them new bodies. Let them fight in the name of the Eclipse King. The undead began to celebrate the protagonist and Cesare. Riley's team asked in confusion, should they shout that too? The general angrily answered them, no, he did not recognize him as his general. MC asked him, does he mean to say he opposed his decision? Malvit immediately fell to his knees and replied, no, that's not true. He was just joking. Cesare bowed to the protagonist and apologized for his subordinate's insolence. The protagonist replied that he wasn't angry, but it would clearly be difficult for him. Cesare said he shouldn't worry about it. He would rein in the former general. Malvit looked at him with a pained expression. Vendelius said he was leaving this obstinate man to him, to Cesare. The commander smiled and thanked his benefactor for his trust. He approached Malvit and told him to stand up. From now on, he was an ordinary soldier. The general obediently rose and trudged after him. Zadiris noted that it seemed there would be no conflict. The protagonist said he knew it was necessary, but he hated this whole farce. Noise told him, but he had shown them who they should obey here. The protagonist said, that's just it. They didn't want any internal conflicts. He sighed and said, that's it. Let them call Golden and Riley. When they reached the protagonist, they knelt before him. Golden turned to the protagonist and asked if the master had called him. Riley said, let him command him. He will do anything. MC asked them to come closer and added that he would like to ask them for something. Golden and Riley readily complied. As they approached, Vandalu launched a magical electric shock at them and said, let them die. Golden and Riley looked at him in bewilderment and let out a cry of pain and incomprehension. Golden, frightened, asked, why? He admitted he'd made mistakes, but he'd only been following the teachings. Vandalu stabbed them with his sword and said he wouldn't forgive them for killing his mother. The knight said he couldn't disobey orders. The protagonist said he understood. Logically, they were innocent, but he tried to let it all go, but it was impossible. The mere thought of them living enraged him, and his hatred was boundless. He threw them off the cliff and, clenching his fist, declared that there were 5 left. Meanwhile, God stared at the screen and asked in surprise, is this a bug in the system? Something like this hadn't happened in 100,000 years. Someone erased 2 souls? This can't be left like this. Who do they have? Bormak Golden. Ald mentioned him and asked to be made the new god. It's lucky it was him. His soul had already been removed from the reincarnation system, so nothing was lost. And their second is Riley, who will have to be put in his place, otherwise there will be a lot of problems. They managed to sort it out completely without major consequences. But how did this happen? Could the Demon King have resurrected? There is no information in the records, so they will have to look manually. Suddenly, he was surprised and asked, did the protagonist turn them into undead? His curse still works. Where did such power come from? He is clearly weaker than he was on Origin. Does he have more mana? How is this possible? The curse doesn't hinder him. And why is this lambda system so complicated? And now he has learned to destroy souls, which means his power is definitely no weaker than the Demon King. Something needs to be done. After some thought, he thought, is there anything he can do? The lambda gods are unlikely to help him, and souls are disappearing. There is no chance. Creating a messenger will take a long time, and he himself has no intention of going down there. But he can't just destroy souls without a reason. There must be some limits. Otherwise, why did he destroy only 2? He should put the panic aside. He could definitely handle a few missing souls, and the reincarnated from Origin would take care of Wendell's murder. Meanwhile, at the bar, MC declared that, although it was a little late, it was time to drink to their victory. He raised his glasses with the patrons and then began serving food. He mentioned the main courses, giant bird eggs, and monster burgers made with Tyrannosaurus and orc meat. They shouldn't forget to try the dinosaur noodles, the broth of which was infused with Triceratops bones. Pawina and the others wished each other bon appetit. Orcs and Zadiris happily declared the ramen delicious, both the noodles and the broth. The main character said that this is the pride of their establishment. 3 years of hard work had paid off. The girl asked if it was harder to cook than poison. Suddenly she was asked not to mention poisons at the table. Darcia happily remarked, the burger is simply wonderful. The protagonist is smart. Katya asked, what is she doing? MC replied that his mother could taste food through it. Wendell was busy cooking, and Talia asked if she could help him with something. The protagonist said no need. She could assume he was training to control his spirit body. Eleanor asked if each of them was a separate entity. Wendell said he was one, but it seemed like there were many. Talia picked up the spirit and happily said she would take him alone. He complained that the ability didn't work over long distances, and then asked to be put back in his place. Riley asked, resurrection? She heard that if you make a contract with 4 evil deities, you'll learn a lot. The protagonist asked, where can you find them? She asked, how can he speak and eat at the same time? Darcia called out to him and asked if it wasn't too dangerous to make contracts with such gods. MC said thoughtfully, but we need to somehow fix Swede's resurrection device. If he were her follower, he might receive a revelation. Repairs for beginners in 5 minutes. Nuez asked about the goddess Vida. Of course he could ask, but didn't he already follow her teachings? Vida's teachings teach us to value life and love our neighbors, always finish our food and share it with those in need, and to wish us bon appetit. That's what he taught the children. Wendell asked, and really, how should we pray to her? Nuez said there was no single way to forget formalities and remember love and life. The protagonist thought, surprisingly simple goddess. She doesn't answer. It's not that simple. He noted that the goddess was wounded in the battle with Alda and will need time, but he is confident she will grant him her blessing. MC remarked, he is absolutely certain of it. Suddenly, a glow appeared in the air, from which Vida emerged. Meanwhile, Keisuke stood on a chair in front of the rope, recalling his conversation with the boss. He cried out excitedly, but that wasn't what they'd agreed on. He promised to sponsor him. Without his financial support, his business would go bankrupt. He'd inherited it from his father, and it was his only memory. The man said he didn't care. He wasn't the kind of person to do charity work. Keisuke approached the rope and apologized to his father. He couldn't save his business, which meant he had only one way out. Suddenly, Vida appeared behind him and said, poor soul, seeking a way out through death. Her name is Vida, the goddess of love and life. She will give him hope, so he must follow her. He put the rope on himself and said, an angel has already come for him. Everything will be all right now. He pushed the chair and began to choke. Vida grabbed him in fear and ordered him not to kill himself. Suddenly, the rope broke and they fell. Vida said discontentedly, a goddess has descended from the heavens to him and he still tried to die. Keisuke apologized, but if she wasn't here to show him the way to heaven, then why was she here? Vida came to her senses. She'd almost forgotten. Her world of Lambda was in grave danger. He asked, did she want to send him to another world and give him the power to defeat the Demon King? But why him? He was just an ordinary person. Vida smiled and asked, does he think people who are doing well would want to go to another world? He hadn't planned on living in this world anyway, Keisuke pointed out, but he wouldn't survive long in another world. She asked him not to worry. His appearance would change after the transfer. Lambda operated under completely different laws of the universe, so he would receive a new body. She would also grant him special powers. She could give him such strength that those superheroes from the movies would look weak in comparison, so he could choose power. He smiled and said he wanted the ability to create. Vida asked, displeased, did he really listen to her? How sweet. He wants to create. There's a war going on. He has to choose what will help him in battle. Keisuke said he doesn't know how to fight, when suddenly she placed a finger on his lips and exclaimed, that's why she's giving him a choice of power. He smiled awkwardly, but even so, it's unlikely to help him. He's just a simple guy. Vida thought, there's no choice. She doubts anyone else will agree. And if she doesn't bring anyone at all, the others will scold. After a while, Vita introduced him to Alda with an awkward smile. Somehow it happened. They can meet the hero Keisuke. His power is creation. Alda asked discontentedly, is she there too? She brought some weakling. She should take this seriously. What creation? She'd entrust the fate of their world to such a person. Vita said she understood, but he insisted, is she there too? Alda nodded at the people standing behind her. Rick Rent, Peria, and Boten. They had all also brought heroes with the power of creation. Haruka and Keisuke introduced themselves and shook hands. Shinji happily said he was an actor and couldn't even believe he'd become a real hero. Ryuko awkwardly introduced herself, and Vita exclaimed contentedly, that's great news. He's not the only one. Alda asked angrily, what other great news? They're at war. She looked at him resentfully and asked him not to shout as if she had better options. Alda exclaimed, of course they did. He gestured at the boys and said, these heroes have chosen combat abilities. Kinji happily showed off his biceps and said he was glad to work with them. Ryoko turned away from him and noted fearfully that she didn't like him. Hina said she worked at a pet store, so they shouldn't expect great things from her. Alda said enough, and he chose this one personally. Sohei asked him to call him Bellwood. He turned to Keisuke and, after a moment's thought, asked, doesn't Zakart sound better than Hiro Suzuki or Hiro Sakato? Did he agree? Vita smiled playfully, noting that he was the one coming up with the coolest ideas. How sweet. She hugged Keisuke from behind and happily declared that she liked Keisuke better. Wasn't that better? According to Vita's story, the Lambda gods and the 7 heroes began fighting the Demon King's army. She didn't leave Keisuke defenseless and granted him the ability to ignore damage from weapons he named before attacking. Bellwood could copy another person's ability once a day. The battles were fierce and some of their allies defected to the Demon King when Keisuke surprised them all for the first time. Hina asked if he wanted to accept the Demon King's servant into their ranks. Bellwood asked, displeased. What was he even talking about? Are they the embodiment of evil, or has he forgotten what the Demon King's army is doing to this world? Keisuke said that if their allies are defecting to the Demon King, then there could be potential allies among his ranks as well. Isn't that true? Alda said he was stupid. They were his lackeys and couldn't be trusted. It could be a trap. Keisuke said that if everyone was against it, he would go alone. Vita asked why he was so stubborn, and when he returned, she looked fearfully at the Demon King's lackey. Keisuke said he wanted to join them. Gufadgaran introduced himself. He was Keisuke's first apprentice. Vita, perplexed, asked, is this a joke? Even though he was a low-ranking lackey, the very fact that it was possible changed everything. The other heroes of creation decided to help him, and together, they managed to lure over 10 evil gods to their side. And when the Demon King got fed up, he came to them personally, and they fought with all their might, but they couldn't break through his defenses, so they had to retreat. Bellwood angrily slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, Ald's magic and Vita's magic weren't working on him, and the holy sword couldn't even reach him. How could they defeat this monster? Keisuke called out to him and said he had an idea. Vita said the Demon King was from another world, but he hadn't encountered the weapons they had. Perhaps he had a way to kill him. They could create the most powerful weapon on Earth, here in Lambda. Ryoko asked, is he talking about nuclear weapons? Bellwood asked with displeasure. Does he understand what he's saying? Does he want to make this beautiful world uninhabitable? Keisuke said he was only proposing to use it on the Demon King's territory. Bellwood remarked, isn't he getting it? An explosion of that power would affect the entire world. The Demon King is a joke compared to a nuclear holocaust. He didn't do well in school. There were people living in the Demon King's territory. What would he tell them then? They wouldn't be able to return home anymore. He replied that he didn't like that option either. But sacrifices had to be made for victory. If nothing was done, the Demon King would destroy all life anyway. They would simply dispose of the nuclear weapons after victory. He didn't like it so much that they could create weapons from the ground? Bellwood awkwardly asked, what nonsense. He simply didn't care about the fate of this world. He just wanted to test his capabilities. Keisuke asked if he really thought that about him. Vita interrupted their conversation and asked if he could really stop the Demon King with that weapon. His defenses hadn't been penetrated by magic or the hero's weapons. Keisuke said he'd thought about it. He most likely simultaneously erected a barrier against both physical and magical attacks. Therefore, they needed to penetrate one of the barriers. Then they could kill him. Alda noted that it was acceptable, but there was no weapon stronger than the magic of the Lambda gods. He said he was right, so they would target his physical barrier, use both the nuclear weapon and Bellwood's sword. Haruka asked, in other words, he was supposed to attack the Demon King after they dropped the bomb on him. Bellwood exclaimed in displeasure, thinking he'd die too. Keisuke wondered if he'd forgotten about his ability. He asked, copy, so what? He pointed out that he could copy his ability, calling out a weapon from the ground before the explosion, thereby gaining immunity. That way, he could wound the Demon King with the sword without being harmed. Vita smiled and said they had a chance. Alda refused, saying they needed to think of something else. This plan wasn't working. According to Vita, the war continued, and the allies couldn't find a common solution. Alda feared the Earth-based weapons because of the possible consequences and didn't believe their magic was enough to purify the earth and air. He thought they could manage without it. But Keisuke wasn't giving up. He teamed up with the other heroes and continued developing the weapon, trying to explain that there would be no catastrophe because they had magic. But Alda wouldn't listen. Suddenly, the Demon King appeared at the god's base and panic ensued. Alda asked angrily, Is the Demon King's army here? Have they found their base? An assistant said that almost their entire army had surrounded them, but a small detachment was heading for Keisuke's workshop. Vita tried to escape there, but Alda stopped her. He wasn't alone. The heroes would defeat the enemies and then help them. They must defend themselves here. She trusted him, but he was mistaken. The Demon King, having killed the heroes, exclaimed gloatingly, "Mighty heroes have fallen." According to her, the Demon King who attacked the base was a fake, and the real one disguised himself as a lower-level demon and attacked the workshop, where he destroyed the heroes' souls. Rodcourt said that these 4 souls were badly damaged, so he would try to merge them into one. And everything that happened next seemed like a nightmare to her. Bellwood raised the hero's sword to the sky and cried out, in the name of his fallen comrades, they will defeat the Demon King. He was victorious, but at a terrible cost. Bellwood and the 3 other heroes survived, but their entire army was destroyed. And of the gods, only Vita and Alda remained. The rest were in poor condition. The castle where the Demon King had once lived had been contaminated and become a haven for monsters. Vita placed her hands on Keisuke's face, and Alda asked if she had created the resurrection device. She sadly agreed. It wasn't him. He breathes, he moves, but he isn't him and he can't resurrect, and yet he calls himself the goddess of life. Alda said that time cannot be turned back, and some are beyond recovery. Bellwood said that they had lost many, but at least they survived. He extended his hand to her and asked her to help them for their shared future. Suddenly, Vita slapped his hand, and Alda said that they had won and must work together. She angrily ordered him to shut up. She didn't believe a word he was saying. They could have just listened to Keisuke and this wouldn't have happened. He did it on purpose. He wanted him dead. Vita ordered them to leave. She would go her own way, so let them correct their mistakes. As Vita explained, Lambda's population after the war hadn't exceeded 3,000, so she decided they needed to create a new race that could survive in their world. She combined human and demon DNA, creating a new system separate from Rodcourt, similar to the Demon King's reincarnation system. Vita approached Keisuke and asked, will he forgive her? Their children became the progenitors of the vampire race, but Alda decided she had sided with the demons and, gathering heroes, went to war against her. She fought but lost. How much time had passed? 10,000? 20,000? A million years? She doesn't know. Her body hasn't yet recovered, and she has almost no investigators left. Vita turned to Keisuke and apologized to him. She couldn't save him. Suddenly, she saw a soul in the air and asked in surprise, is this a prophecy? But she saw someone else's silhouette and asked with displeasure, is this the fate of souls? Why? What did Rodcourt do? He combined 4 souls into one? This is no longer Keisuke, but she still won't leave him. She must save this soul. Prepare everything for his return. Vita sent the prophecy to her followers, and finally, it came true. She reached for the soul and, approaching Keisuke, kissed him. She will give him her power. This will change his fate at least a little, and she knows he's been through a lot, but despite this, he must love this world. He must understand that beyond the dark streak, there is always a bright one. With time, everything will definitely get better. At least this time he must be happy. Wendell opened his eyes and saw Darcia standing before him. She remarked, he's such a calm boy. His mother loves him, so he should remember that there's nothing wrong with crying. Kratos closed the book and said, this is what the believers saw. This is all they have regarding this situation. Did the vampire child really orchestrate all this? Did he create a new tumor in this world? He even led an army of undead to storm the city. Fitun chuckled and asked for forgiveness. He simply thought how lenient he was being. The god asked with displeasure, lenient? Does he even see what he's doing at such a young age? He raised 6,000 undead and unleashed them on civilized people? Fitun agreed, but he didn't do anything else. He didn't use the plague when he attacked Ballsburg, did he? He could have easily destroyed the entire city. He's lenient because he decided not to go too far, which means there are glimmers of good in him. Kratos called out to him, speaking as if there could be good in Dampiers. Fitun asked him what he was talking about. He simply thought his actions weren't enough to make them worry. Kratos was about to speak, but Alda said Fitun was right. But it wasn't as simple as he thought. This Dampier could be the one who crushed part of Eupion's soul. The other gods, perplexed, asked, do you mean to say he destroyed the Blade of Ice? Impossible. Only the Demon King could do that? Alda shouted for everyone to be quiet and ordered them to call him a Dampier, or by his name. They must remember that their words affect this world. The god thought he was right. If they suddenly started calling him the reincarnation of the Demon King, it would only make him stronger. He called out to Ald and thanked him for the warning. How would they stop him then? Use divine prophecy? Alda replied that this could have unnecessary consequences, and those who suffered it must at least have the appropriate abilities. If killing a Dampier child were misunderstood, the prophecy could turn into the death of all children. Kratos, perplexed, said, as with the S-rank adventurer Schneider, they had said the words, this man is dangerous. But it turned out to be, this man is in danger, which only made him stronger. So what should they do? If nothing is done, it will end the same way as 100,000 years ago. They must get rid of him before he gets stronger. Alda saw Phaeton start to leave and asked where he was going. Phaeton said he wasn't feeling well, so he better go. After he left, the god grumbled, "What else could you expect from a hero who became a god?" He didn't know how he handled himself on the battlefield, but he didn't want to work in a team here. Alda asked him not to say that. New gods like himself were necessary for Lambda. Phaeton stopped midway and said that being human was much more fun and that he shouldn't have become a god. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Marshak asked if that was all. They had gotten rid of the traitors who were working with the vampires, but it was still unexpected. An assistant asked, "I wonder who this Dhampir Vandalu is." They don't know. They only know that he can raise the undead and command them. Marshak remarked how curious. He'd like to have someone like that by his side. The assistant said he didn't think he'd be able to capture him. He replied that he wasn't planning to catch him. He wanted him to be his subordinate. The assistant, perplexed, asked what he was talking about. He was the heir of the hero Bellwood. He couldn't unite with the creation of the weed. Marshak asked, "As the heir, is he saying there's nothing wrong with that, or is he still against it?" The aide said, "Of course he was against it. If the god Alda or their subjects learned of this, the entire country would be destroyed." Marshak said he was exaggerating. They'd simply say they'd received a prophecy and the gods had approved. He said, displeased, that it wouldn't work. Marshak smiled and replied, "Then they'll simply appoint a pope who will follow suit, and then their beloved citizens will understand." The aide, perplexed, said, "But if they use the undead in the army, it will cause many problems. They'll lose the soldiers' trust." Marshak added, he wasn't planning on sending the undead into the regular army. It would simply be nice to raise dead soldiers and send them to the kingdom of Orbaum. The aide replied, "But they were responsible for his mother's execution. He could hate them all." Marshak walked to the window and said, in that case, he wouldn't need him, and he had no time for those who couldn't forget their vengeance. The next time he crosses the border, they must not let him pass. The assistant forced out a remark that he would increase patrols. But regarding the Dhampir hunt, they learned that someone had requested assistance from Grom Schneider. Marshak said it was most likely Duke Marma, so they should ignore him. But if he did agree, they must stop him. Meanwhile, in the south of the Amid Empire, in Kalahad, Murden was dancing on stage, and Schneider asked what he thought of their dancer. "A beauty, isn't she? And what breasts she has." Scar chuckled in displeasure, and he asked what the strange reaction was. He understood. He liked flat breasts. Scar said they would forget about it. They wanted to discuss business. Schneider exhaled heavily and asked, he knows that no one likes a man who doesn't know how to have fun. So what did Duke Marma's envoys want from him? Scar said he'd explain everything now, south of east. Suddenly, a man at the bar shouted angrily. That's why he said that. It was his fault, wasn't it? The girl said he was right. It wasn't his fault. The man exclaimed, of course, it wasn't his fault. He was just talking nonsense. Scar cleared his throat and said he'd explain everything now. Suddenly, the customer shouted again that he was out of alcohol and ordered more. Suddenly, Lisana approached them and brought tea. Schneider thanked her pleasantly. She was very attentive. Scar called out to him angrily and he, hugging Lisana, asked if she also had a gorgeous body, but he shouldn't try to hit on her. Otherwise, he'd end up like him. Suddenly, he apologized. He'd forgotten that he liked small breasts. Scar called out to him. They'd come to him with a request from the Duke of Moraes. Maybe they shouldn't discuss this elsewhere? Schneider smiled contentedly and said his tavern was highly customer-oriented. If they couldn't handle it here, they could leave. Suddenly, a customer grabbed him by the collar and said he was fed up with his arrogance. He was a simple adventurer. Schneider grabbed his face and threw him sharply out the window. He asked contentedly, should I show them the exit too? Scar fell to his knees and bowing, begged for forgiveness. He should have controlled him. Schneider asked, so what's the matter? They wanted him to kill a Dhampir child named Wendell. Scar agreed. They'd lost 6,000 elite soldiers. They couldn't cope without him. He asked for a true hero worth 1,000 soldiers. Schneider refused, and he asked, perplexed, why? They'll pay him well. The Duke himself will pay him 100 million, and he would send him as many women as he wanted, even if it's a priestess. Schneider said the reward was fine, but his joints had been more sensitive to the cold lately. Everyone calls him a hero, but he's aging. It might not look like it, but he's already over 50. Do they realize? His flawless blonde hair is turning gray. Lisana noted that he'd said the same thing 10 years ago. He exclaimed, it started going gray 10 years ago. After Scar and his subjects left, Murden asked excitedly if he was sure he should have refused them. What would they tell the Duke? Schneider asked, what do they think? Zod said that, in addition to their request, he was interested in the prophecy of the Demon King's rebirth. Dalton asked if he was opposed to it. Could this Dhampir be the future Demon King? Schneider called out to Lisana and said her camouflage had slipped. She smiled and apologized, but she'd simply remembered the past and couldn't control herself. Dalton said he was glad he refused. Murden asked if he was absolutely certain. It was a prophecy the useless priest had supposedly received. Lisanna exclaimed sadly, but the worst-case scenario was that the Demon King would kill her this time. Dalton hiccuped and said he didn't want to go to the south of the continent. Lisanna said he drank too much and needed to control himself. Dalton grumbled that it was Zod's own fault for pouring him such delicious alcohol. He asked Lissa not to worry. He was pouring him mint-flavored water. Murden asked if he still planned to meet that Dampier, even though he refused them. Schneider replied that he'd like to, but he couldn't because the Emperor was watching him. That Emperor had realized he was Weed's follower. Lisanna asked disapprovingly, "Really? Then he might know." Schneider thought he hadn't figured out who she was yet. Lisanna said easily that she was already starting to worry, as no one knew yet that the evil god had allied with the hero. Murden ordered him to explain what he was talking about. Schneider said that Marshuk was a smart guy. He realized the prophecy said he was dangerous. Dalton asked in surprise, "But he still hasn't done anything?" He agreed, but if he got too close to the border, he might change his mind. They might think he'd allied with Weed's vampires and attack. Murden asked if they would simply ignore the Dampiers. Schneider said they would meet one day, but for now, they would follow Weed's teachings. Zeno called out to Kasim and said that he was a barbarian. He couldn't be defeated alone. The protagonist defeated the monster and said that if he wanted to fight the rest of the goblins, now was the time. Kasim and Fester dealt with the goblins, and Zeno shouted that one of them was escaping. Suddenly, Vandalu defeated him, and Kasim exclaimed joyfully, "That was amazing." He apologized for taking their loot. Kasim said there was nothing to apologize for. He was their savior. The protagonist apologized for not introducing himself yet, after which Kasim introduced himself in return and introduced Zeno and Fester. As he had already guessed, they were adventurers. Fester noted, and as he understood, they were newbies. He didn't need to know that. Kasim called out to him and asked, "How best to put it? Who is he?" Zeno said it was rude. He wouldn't understand. Fester apologized. Kasim just wanted to ask what he was. Kasim exclaimed with displeasure, "That sounds even ruder." The protagonist said he lived in the forest with his dark elf mother. His father was a vampire, but he didn't know where he was now. Kasim asked in horror, "A half-vampire? He's a Dampier?" MC agreed and exclaimed in surprise, "He's never seen anything like this before." Fester exclaimed, "He even has heterochromia." Zeno asked, "Does he have fangs?" Wendell wondered if Dampiers were exotic animals in the kingdom of Orbaum. By the way, shouldn't they be collecting goblin ears? They need to somehow prove they killed them. Kasim immediately began to deal with the goblin and asked him to take the barbarian for himself. The protagonist refused. He wasn't an adventurer and didn't need it. Then in gratitude, would they show him the way? Kasim asked if he understood that a rank 3 monster costs 300. He replied that he was trying to reach the city and then become an adventurer to fulfill the will of his dead mother. Kasim smiled and said that he had had a hard time. They would take him to their village. He wouldn't refuse to have dinner with them, would he? The protagonist thought about getting to the city for the sake of the others. Meanwhile, the assistant said they needed to develop the economy, and for that, they needed currency. MC asked if they could just use the same one as the Kingdom of Orbaum. He hadn't planned to build an independent state. He asked with displeasure. He wants to sell their homeland? He doesn't think they should become part of another kingdom, does he? And then he asked him to reconsider. Wendell thought, perplexed. First, he needed money from the Kingdom of Orbaum so he could have something to rely on. Orcus handed him a scroll and apologized. If he met his daughter, he should give her this letter. And if she was in trouble, could he give her this? Noaz asked if he could give this to Lady Levia if he met her. The protagonist, carrying huge bags, asked, "Is that enough, don't they think?" He needed to search for the former residents of Talishime who fled 200 years ago, but to gain the recognition of the Kingdom of Orbaum, he also needed a guild card. He met Darcia and said he wanted to go to the Kingdom of Orbaum to get his guild card. Darcia wiped away her tears and begged him not to leave or to take her with him. The others rushed to hug him, and he said that taking them all would only cause panic. Eleanor asked if she could at least go with him. She would hide nearby so no one would see her. Zadira sadly remarked that it was a little annoying, but anyone else would have stood out, and Eleanor was the best fit. Darcia asked him to return quickly. According to the protagonist, he had also heard that books related to evil gods could be found there, so there was a chance he could find a way to return his mother's body there. Kasim happily said that they had arrived at the village. This was their home, the 7th restored village. They sold everything here, and it was also an inn. Zeno noted that the nearest town with a guild was quite far away, so he could rest here. They entered, and the owner exclaimed in fear that there was something behind him. MC greeted him, and he screamed again, saying, "It even talks." Kasim laughed and told him to calm down. This wasn't some ghost. Fester agreed. He might be pale, but he was 100% alive. He could touch him. Could they see? Rena angrily ordered them to stop. It was obvious he didn't like it. She apologized for their stupid comments. He said it was fine, he was used to it. Kasim asked to be introduced. This was Wendell. He would tell her more later, but she had been a great help in the forest. Rena smiled and thanked him. Fester called out to her and told her about the prey. Kasim sighed happily. It seemed obvious. Fester was in love with Rin, and he was sure the feeling was mutual. Zeno had noticed, but he was so nervous he couldn't admit it. Wendell asked if they had soulmates. Kasim turned away from Zeno and said discontentedly, he asked in vain. Fester said they were finished and placed the coins on the table. Kasim said they'd split it 3 ways, 260 each. Zeno said that would last them for a while. He asked if that was a lot of money. She replied that, compared to a regular job, That's what they usually get for a month's work. Fester said they could only live on that money because Rin's father was letting them live there for free. The owner agreed. Maybe one of them was aiming for his daughter, but it was always useful to have adventurers around. He apologized for the way he'd greeted him. He could stay here for free as an apology. Fester awkwardly told his father he wasn't aiming for anything. Suddenly, the owner grabbed him and asked, does he mean she's not good enough for him? And why did he call him father? Rina ran up to them and asked him to stop. The protagonist said he was a boy, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Rina apologized to him, saying they'd have to wait a bit longer for dinner to cook. Kasim smiled awkwardly and apologized. He'd been so sure he was a girl. Rina remarked how pathetic it was, thinking she could sleep with him. He was still little, so no problem. Fester exclaimed with displeasure. Actually, there were problems. Rina asked in surprise. Why was he so angry? But she was amazed they'd managed to defeat the goblin barbarian. Everyone in the village was already talking about it. Fester said the protagonist had actually defeated them. Rina exclaimed in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. He'd said it was true. He'd taken his head off with just one blow. Rina said awkwardly. She had no reason not to believe it. But still, Fester exclaimed with displeasure. But she still didn't believe it. Zeno asked him to forget about it. They wouldn't have believed it right away either. The village chief came inside and asked, so this is the Dhampir who saved Kasim's group? The protagonist looked at Frodo and thought, it's a symbol of the Alda religion. The master asked if he was finished talking to Frodo. The elder agreed. They were done. Now he wanted to thank this child for saving Kasim and his comrades. It was very brave of him to lure the goblins away. Rina exclaimed joyfully, so he was the bait and gave them a chance to win. Fester, perplexed, asked, is that true? Where did this story even come from? Kasim exhaled heavily and said, yes, I am, because it was easier to believe. MC said he was glad he had been of service. The elder asked him to be careful. Adventurers often risk their lives. The master called out to him in fear and wanted to say something. Frodo asked, is meeting such a brave girl another of Alda's blessings? He had heard he was a Dhampir. Frodo laughed and said he knew Alda only punishes evil. Any representative of a race who follows the path of light should not fear holy punishment. And they told him he lived in the forest, so that means he wasn't baptized? Vandalu said he was baptized by his mother and a follower of Vita. Frodo said with a smile that he had a good mother. The protagonist thought, that's true, it seems they have a different religion here, but he feels a desire to kill, and the locals trust him. Maybe he's a good person, but his face is like a rat's. Suddenly, a man burst into the house and called out to Frodo, then asked him to come with him. He asked him to calm down and asked what happened. Meanwhile, in a tall building, criminals were holding a hostage. Suddenly, Kanata appeared out of nowhere and fired forward. The criminal, frightened, said he heard gunshots. Kanata grabbed one of the criminals and eliminated him. The girl opened her eyes and asked who he was. He asked if she was hurt. He was a Gungnir, one of hundreds, and he came to save her. His name is Kanata. In the past world, he died during a school trip, but God granted him abilities and sent him to another world. He was lucky and received a second life, until he met him. Hiroto was also reincarnated and received 8 abilities. He believed that they should use their powers to achieve eternal peace. So he created the 100 Heroes organization, and from then on, he worked for them every day, completing missions. Why did his whole life suddenly flash before his eyes? Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth and he asked, she's not the president's daughter, who is she? Mari reincarnated, and he looked at her in surprise, asking, why? They're comrades. Mari tearfully said that she could never call someone who killed her mother and then sold her organs a comrade. Kanata appeared in another world and Rodcourt asked, did he finally come? Kanata became angry and grabbed his head with his hands. Did she really kill him? He asked God for another chance. He didn't even live to be 30. That was too short a life. Rodcourt said that he had already decided to grant him a 3rd life. Kanata joyfully asked, does that mean Mari will be reincarnated one day too? He will be able to take revenge. Rodcourt noted that he had a favor to ask of him beforehand. He said it was unfair. He shouldn't push his problems onto him just because he was the first to die. Rodcourt said he wasn't the first, and Hiroto was, so he wanted him to kill him in his next life. Meanwhile, the man begged the Holy Father to come with him urgently. Ivan had fallen from the roof and was badly hurt. Frodo asked him to calm down and asked where Ivan was now. While they were talking, the protagonist closed the door behind him and headed to the place the man had spoken of. Before he died, was there anything he could do? Was that it? Ivan lay on the ground, surrounded by a boy and a woman. She asked him to hold on. Frodo would be here soon. The protagonist looked at Ivan and thought, the smell of death is strong. It's not just a broken bone. It's either internal organ damage or brain damage. Frodo might arrive in time, but could he help? He didn't want to stand out too much, but it looked like it wouldn't work. MC approached them and apologized. The woman, confused, asked who he was. He replied that he was the Dhampir Vandalu, the one rumored in their village. Could he take a look at him? That way, he could study him discreetly. He would use his tentacles to absorb any blood that had gotten into the wrong place, and then repair the damaged blood vessels. He had an aneurysm in a blood vessel near his heart. He could also heal his other ailments. The woman exclaimed with displeasure, wondering what if he made things worse. The boy looked at Ivan in surprise and exclaimed that his dad's color had returned. They hugged him, when suddenly, behind them, Frodo asked in surprise, what does that mean? They were just talking to him. The man asked in surprise, he was just dying, wasn't he? The boy pointed at the protagonist and said that this little guy had helped him. He'd quickly cured him. Wendell smiled. They told him everything. Now he couldn't stand out. Sometime later, they were having dinner in the Adventurers Guild. Qasim remarked with surprise that he could use magic too. Zeno had said that she thought he was a warrior. Frodo remarked that he was also surprised. Now he'd saved not only Qasim and his group's lives, but Ivan's as well. Different religions do not prevent one from doing good deeds. He has something to learn from him. The protagonist said that if he said so, he was only glad he decided to help. Rena said, "Wow, for his size, he eats a lot. This is already his third serving." MC apologized. He was just really hungry. Rena winked and smiled. "That's right, a man should eat a lot. Moreover, they still have a lot here so he can eat to his heart's content." The protagonist took the portion and thanked her. Suddenly, the boy touched him and exclaimed joyfully, he'd touched a dampier. Rena waved the ladle in disapproval and ordered them not to touch him. Qasim apologized for them. This was the first time anyone had seen a dampier here. Fester remarked that they rarely had visitors here. Qasim added that he'd said he was heading to the Adventurers Guild in the city. And what city was he going to? The protagonist said south of here. He'd heard there was a large city. Qasim asked in surprise, "A city? South of here? There's only a mine where they make money. And if he goes any further, the first city will be just beyond the border." Come to think of it, there was a city in that direction about 100 to 200 years ago, but how could he have known that? Zeno said their parents were vampires, and she'd heard they could live for 1,000 years. But unfortunately, nothing remains of that city. It was a city nicknamed the Land of Giants, and used to prosper thanks to the kingdom's trade. But Duke Hartner evacuated everyone from the city. MC wondered what happened to the first princess. He was curious, but it was better not to ask. Qasim said that Zeno was a good man. He and Fester couldn't tell him such a thing. Wendell asked him if they weren't from here. Qasim said they fled to the Duchy of Hartner, since the Duchy of Sauron, where they used to live, had been captured by the Amid Empire 5 years ago, and they were refugees. Fester said discontentedly that they seemed to behave normally in cities and large villages. But his older brother was trying to save his fiancée. Qasim stopped him. This was not for children. He understood why they were forced to flee. Duke Hartner's second son was positively disposed towards refugees. The protagonist said that they had been through a lot. Qasim smiled and remarked that it had been harder for them than it looked. Suddenly, the boy burst into the house and exclaimed that there was an epidemic in their village. So many people were sick. Qasim, perplexed, asked, "The sun was already setting. He wouldn't go to another village at night, would he?" Frodo replied that he was right. They would leave tomorrow morning, and he could rest in the meantime. The boy, frightened, said that they might not make it in time then. Frodo replied that he understood everything, but there had been more monsters lately. Traveling at night was very dangerous. They could die, and then no one would be able to help them. The protagonist asked him to tell them where to fly. After some time, the protagonist and the boy were flying to the village, and he said that the stars were clearly visible today. Qasim and the others watched them go. Sure everything would be okay? Zeno said that they had tied them tightly together. He shouldn't fall. Frodo asked the Almighty to forgive him for his helplessness. Meanwhile, Kanata asked, perplexed. He had several abilities. He was their leader, and he was dead. What did he mean by killing him? Rodcourt said he'd explain everything now. The undead they buried in that research center. Kanata replied that he didn't know he was a reincarnated human like himself. Rodcourt agreed, saying he hated them all and would kill them, so he wanted him to prevent it. Kanata asked, displeased, should he kill this monster alone? Maybe they should wait until the others were dead and then go after him together? Rodcourt said he was weaker than he had been in origin. He could defeat him on his own. He'd better keep quiet about destroying his soul. Kanata pointed out that he liked it anyway. He just wanted him to fix his problems, right? Rodcourt added that if he were left alive, he would be in danger too. He asked, well, how should he say it? He could just fall at his feet, cry, and beg for his life. I'm sure he'd agree. Rodcourt asked if he understood what he wanted. He would listen to him. Kanata remarked, what a god he was, getting down to business. After he killed Vandalu, he wanted to be reborn again. He wanted to be born a rich and very handsome man. Rodcourt asked if he wanted a fourth life, but to do so, he would have to die in Lambda. Kanata said he didn't mind dying. He'd finish his business there and then end his life. He had no interest in Lambda. Rodcourt agreed. Was that his promise? Was there anything else? Kanata asked for abilities and equipment with which he could easily kill the protagonist. He said he couldn't guarantee it, but he would do his best. Kanata asked what he could give him. Rodcourt said that first, he would be reborn in that world as an adult and would inherit his existing abilities. In addition, he would grant him resistance to all forms of magic and poison. However, since the element of death is still poorly understood, resistance to this element is limited to level 5. But in exchange, he could grant him the ability to detect those wielding the element of death. Kanata asked, perplexed, but that wasn't all? What about equipment? He wouldn't send him unarmed, would he? Rodcourt replied that everyone is born naked, and reincarnating him as an adult would be difficult, so he could consider himself inferior in that regard. Kanata asked with displeasure, seriously, he wouldn't even give him a sniper rifle? He replied that bringing items from other worlds was forbidden, but as for clothing, he'd figure something out. Now, about using skills. After reincarnation, he must register with the guild and take a job to level up. Kanata asked with displeasure, didn't he say he'd give him skills? Rodcourt replied that he'd still have to abide by Lambda's rules. He asked, as if in a game, couldn't there be some way to avoid these stupid rules? He would play by them and asked for reincarnation to proceed quickly. Rodcourt used his skill and said he'd send it to Lambda. Meanwhile, MC asked, "Have you cut up the meat?" Now they need to add it to the broth they'd prepared earlier and close the lid to let it steep. Now they have a ready-made dish, so they can enjoy gobu gobu. The old man took the meat and after chewing it, said in surprise, "It's not bad at all." He'd even say it's delicious. Suddenly, everyone reached for a piece of meat, and after trying it, were amazed by the taste. It was delicious, several times better than the herbal soup they'd recently made. Suddenly, Kasim and the others entered the house, finally catching up. "What's he doing here?" the protagonist asked. "Why are they here?" Kasim said they came for him and left just as the sun was beginning to rise. They hadn't found him in that village and everyone was worried about him. The protagonist thanked them for worrying about him. Fester smiled and said it seemed there was no need to worry. Kasim awkwardly asked who he was. He was quite the remarkable man. He'd been at the forefront of a village where people were infected with an unknown disease and then cured them all with a single spell. Fester added that he'd also been able to heal even the most terrible burn scars in Settlement 6. He'd never heard of anyone being able to do that. Zeno noted that Settlement 4 was experiencing a serious water shortage, so he dug a well in a flash and shown it to the locals. Kasim happily asked what kind of miracle he'd performed here. He replied that it wasn't a miracle, it had been a bad year, so he taught them how to cook goblin meat. The man exclaimed joyfully, "A true miracle. Now they won't die of hunger." Fester remarked that at one point he thought they were hot on the heels of a saint. Frodo replied, "Exactly. How could he perform so many miracles?" MC said he still wanted to be a simple adventurer, so he wouldn't answer that question. Suddenly, Frodo shouted, asking him to tell him he'd keep his secret. Kasim stopped him and said that for an adventurer to reveal their skills and secrets would mean losing income. It was simply unseemly. Fester agreed. If he didn't want to talk, then there was no need to force him. Frodo asked him for forgiveness, and he replied that there was no need to apologize. He understood his interest. Frodo sadly remarked, but if he had such immense power, he could easily take a government position, not an adventurer. Wendell added that he was still too young for that. He wanted to become an adventurer, to expand his knowledge. He said awkwardly. Somehow he hadn't thought about it. Zeno noticed he was clearly thinking about the future more than Fester. He asked, perplexed, why had she suddenly attacked him? After a while, the protagonist fell face down on the bed when Eleanor suddenly knocked on the window. He opened it and asked what happened. Eleanor replied that everything was fine, but he had originally planned to register in the guild. Hadn't he? Why had he suddenly started helping the locals? He replied, well, he could help, so he did. Eleanor said disapprovingly that if he stood out too much, the enemies would notice him. She thought it was better not to do anything unnecessary. The protagonist said she was right about that, but he highly doubted the enemy had sent spies somewhere in these remote villages, and he didn't plan to stay here long, so everything was fine. There's a saying, good comes back with good. If you do good deeds, only good things will happen to you. She might think he's doing this to be happy. Eleanor exhaled heavily and said she was only alive now thanks to his kindness, so she wouldn't say anything to him. MC noted that in fact, that wasn't the only reason. Something else had piqued his interest. Meanwhile, the cook announced that dinner was ready and asked Beth if she could call Wendell. Beth agreed and left the dining room. Suddenly, she noticed a dog barking at someone standing around the corner. She followed it and looked fearfully at the huge monster, then screamed. Meanwhile, Eleanor was sitting on the windowsill and asked if the epidemic in the village was due to poison. The protagonist said that if he could cure their illness by cleansing them of the poison, then it was definitely not a disease. And the locals said nothing strange had happened. Only a merchant had arrived. Eleanor remarked, so he poisoned them. He replied that he thought so too, but the villagers didn't suspect anyone. The second village had a crop failure due to poison in the soil and fields. The repellent the knights brought them could be to blame. Eleanor asked why the knights were poisoning the fields. The protagonist replied that he had no idea, but there were plenty of oddities in this village, although he could just be paranoid. She awkwardly remarked that if it really was a conspiracy, he'd better not get involved. He stopped her and said they had guests, then went to open the door. Opening it, he asked the village chief what was going on. He looked frightened. The chief said they were in trouble. 3 orcs had climbed through the fence and attacked the village. Kasim and his squad were already on their way, but it was still unsafe. MC quickly jumped out the window and flew to the scene. Just as the orc was about to attack the girl, a dog suddenly grabbed the monster's hand. The orc grabbed Chap, but Kasim lunged and pushed the orc away with his shield, causing Chap to fall from his hands. Fester told Beth that everything was fine and he was alive. Zeno praised Kasim, asking when he'd learned that skill. He said he'd just shouted out the name. Zeno asked angrily, so, he didn't learn anything? Suddenly, 2 more orcs appeared in front of him, and Kasim asked the others to help the locals escape. He could handle them himself. Zeno asked, what's he talking about? Together they couldn't even kill 1 orc, and here he was going it alone. Kasim grumpily said that he knew, but if they stayed, who would help the locals? Fester agreed and began to lead Beth away. Zeno ordered him not to dare die, after which they left. Kasim looked at the monster and rushing forward shouted that he wouldn't be taken so easily. Suddenly, the orc grabbed him by the arm and lifted him into the air, throwing him hard against the wall. The monster approached him and swinging a bat, tried to attack Kasim, when something struck the orc on the head. He was surprised when he noticed Vandalu, who apologized for the delay he'd deal with the second one now. The protagonist used a heavy blow and attacked the orc, then sank to the ground, asking if he was okay. Kasim, frightened, stopped him, and he asked if he was afraid of him. Kasim noted with displeasure that he was also injured. The protagonist said that this happens when he uses skills barehanded. He'll heal himself. It can't be helped. His body is so fragile. Kasim asked, what's he so happy about then? Doesn't it hurt at all? The third orc is already in the village. He asked them to forget about him and save the villagers. MC said he'd already gotten rid of him on the way. Kasim happily thanked him. As thanks to him, no one was hurt. Vandalu said that without him, all three would have broken into the village. Kasim suggested they go back and have dinner together. He was hungry. The protagonist asked if they would cook meat. Frodo watched them leave and sked disapprovingly. Fester asked Kasim how many times they could say the same thing. Zeno responded with disapproval, so happy, but he could have died. Kasim exclaimed they hadn't seen how cool that was. He killed 2 orcs with his bare hands. When they get back, would he show them a few moves? Fester happily agreed. The protagonist really could teach him a lot. He didn't want to lose anymore. MC responded awkwardly, saying he wasn't even an adventurer. Fester smiled and said that he didn't need to be an adventurer to do that. He'd just be their sparring partner. The protagonist agreed, since that's what they wanted. Kasim called out to Frodo and asked if something was wrong. He replied that everything was fine and thanked them for seeing him off. Fester asked in surprise, wouldn't he go with them to the 7th village? Frodo answered awkwardly, saying he'd already been so late, so it was time to return to the city. Zeno remarked that so much had happened, he must be tired. Fester asked them to forgive them, as they'd expended so much of their energy. Frodo said he'd only once again seen the wonders the protagonist was capable of. He had much to learn from him, and he hoped they would meet again. After some time, Frodo came to tell Karkin everything that had happened. He asked if a Dhampir child had single-handedly thwarted their plans. Frodo agreed. They'd wanted the villagers to leave, but because of him, everything had gone wrong. Karkin remarked that it was amazing that one child had done all this. Frodo said he wouldn't have believed it either if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He'd gotten rid of the orcs in just an instant. Karkin asked with displeasure, are Dhampir children that powerful? The Belton project shouldn't succeed. The knight asked, but what should they do with the Dhampir? He'd easily killed 3 orcs. Karkin stopped them. Wasn't he just passing by? Frodo agreed, heading to the city to become an adventurer, and was stopping in the village for a bit. He said it was no big deal. They'd just wait for him to leave. The subordinate asked, will this really work? Karkin laughed and said there was no need to worry. Did they think he'd leave security? The Dhampir would teach at the adventurer school for at least another year, and within that year, they'd thwart the Belton project. Frodo said they were prepared to do anything, even using force if necessary. Karkin asked him to continue pretending to be a priest. It would be useful. Meanwhile, the villagers saw the protagonist off. Fester said it wasn't far to the city, but he still had to be careful. The master cheerfully asked him to drop in on them sometimes. Kasim smiled and said they'd grown a little stronger after the training. Zeno smiled, noticing, but they had never won. The protagonist said they had taught him a lot too. Their faith in their comrades and their courage had set an example for him. Kasim awkwardly said he was about to blush. Fester called out to Wendell and said he could do it. He asked, perplexed, what's that? After a while, they walked away from the village, and he said they were good friends. Eleanor agreed. But would they be okay? He hadn't interrogated the orcs' souls. They clearly hadn't appeared in the village out of nowhere. The protagonist agreed. He hadn't been able to figure out who the culprit was, but it was definitely a setup. He had placed golems with the weed symbol throughout the village, so if anything happened, they would definitely know. Eleanor asked in surprise, when did he even have time? Then she was calm. The protagonist remarked on how kind she was and how concerned she was for the villagers. Eleanor exclaimed with displeasure. No way, he said. If anything happened to the villagers, he'd be sad. MC looked at her and thought, he didn't say anything like that. He wanted to try something. While he, Kasim, and the others were walking, he thought it would be easier to fly, but he was too small to carry everyone. So he came up with an idea. He just needed to become a giant bird. A few seconds later, Wendell transformed into a bird and asked Eleanor how she found flying. She replied that it worked the same way as growing heads. Meanwhile, in the library, the protagonist picked up a book from the shelf when suddenly a monster emerged from it, saying that another fool had opened it. After a long time, a new soul, he would become its puppet. The monster tried to get his soul, but it didn't work. What is this? No matter how deep it went, it couldn't reach his soul. It's as if it were made up of several things at once. Impossible. A person with such a soul can't exist. Suddenly, a tongue emerged from the soul and grabbed the monster. The protagonist looked at the book and said his tongue had grown longer. If this happens to everyone who opens this book, it should be banned. Why is it in the Mages Guild library anyway? There's no information on how to resurrect Mom, and there are only unreadable symbols. The evil god of the demonic book, Buberdura, is captured in MC. He's acquired the skill of mind erosion. There's nothing to be done. He'll try to search the city for information. The next day, in the city of Nierk, Vandalu approached the shop and asked for an apple. Tanya said, It'll cost him 1 bomb. He handed her a coin, and she examined it, then sighed heavily and declared it was a fake. Where did the child even get silver coins? Who is he? A refugee or an orphan? The protagonist wondered why the locals don't like refugees. She replied with displeasure that it was obvious. A lot of refugees had come to the city, taking their jobs and working for pennies. And how were they supposed to make a living? They wandered around pretending to be hapless victims, and he wanted to elicit sympathy from her. With his own eyes, she could see right through him. If he didn't stop staring, she'd call the guards. After he left, she turned to the coin and smiled slyly. The protagonist walked down the street and asked why people were like that, and why they discriminated against others like them. It was so simple. They were just from different countries. The spirit said that the United Kingdom of Orbaum was a country created by several small states. For anyone from another country, or even another city, they were strangers. MC noted that it seemed they had no future. The spirit happily said that if that woman had angered him, he could curse her, but in exchange, he would grant him magical power. Wendell refused, saying it would be better if he told him where the Adventurers Guild was. After a while, he approached the building and asked if this was the Nierk Adventurers Guild. I wonder if they'd find a place for him? The man asked mockingly. He wants to become an adventurer? A little one like him will never be an adventurer. He should go home to his mother. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from the guild's windows, and everyone who had mocked him was taught a lesson. 5 minutes passed, and he entered the guild, where adventurers were everywhere. The protagonist approached the reception desk and called out to a girl. He would like to become an adventurer. She smiled awkwardly and asked him to fill out this form. The protagonist thought, it's good that no one is making fun of him. His name, race, and age. Anyway, when they give him a guild card, everything will be revealed, so there's no point in lying. The girl asked, do you need any advice? He filled out the document, handed it to her, and she said she'd check everything. The girl looked at the document and awkwardly called out to him, it says here that he's a Dampier and 7 years old. Maybe he made a mistake somewhere? MC removed the bandage and said everything was correct. The girl apologized, but they couldn't register him. He asked in surprise why, because he was under 10. He asked to take the exam. He wouldn't disappoint them. The man explained that, according to an agreement between Prince Belton and the guildmaster, Duke Hartner, beings with the blood of monsters or other races are not allowed to take the exam until they're 10 years old. Of course, this rule also applies to Dampiers, and he's very sorry. MC thought that even if he protested, he couldn't change anything, so he had no choice but to return home. Suddenly, Heinz appeared behind him and asked them to wait a second. He'd never heard of such a rule before and asked for more details. He'd recognized that voice anywhere. The other adventurers looked at him happily and said, can he really have come to see them? An A-rank adventurer? It was definitely him, the blue flame sword Heinz. He asked if he'd like to discuss this rule and if he could meet with the guildmaster. The man said the guildmaster wasn't there right now. Heinz, displeased, said he didn't want anything from him, but simply wanted to write a letter of recommendation. He exclaimed in fear, but even if he wrote it, it wouldn't change the fact that he wasn't here. Heinz asked angrily, can't they really make a decision? The man replied that such a decision couldn't be made by just one person. He exclaimed, he understands perfectly well that these changes were made to secure the church's support. He understands perfectly well that these changes bring nothing but personal gain. Or are they trying to tell you that a child with monster blood could lose control at any moment? Do they really believe that? The other adventurers, displeased, began asking to register him, since the guild's doors are open to everyone. At this rate, will they even start turning away beastmen? The man resigned himself and agreed, but all he could do was speak in his support. Heinz happily thanked him. That was enough. He said that in that case, he would go and look for the leader. Suddenly, the protagonist overheard the other adventurers talking. It was true what they said. This Heinz is a follower of Ald. Several years ago, he witnessed the tragedy of a Dampier child and his mother. Maybe that's why he returned here? So that's why he decided to help this Dampier? A-rank adventurers are good people. The protagonist looked at Heinz and he smiled at him. He wondered if he would really accept his help. Had he changed and atoned for his sins because he saved so many? Would he forgive him and forget all about it? As if he could do that. How could anyone say that a man who did evil once wouldn't do it again? He had no choice but to kill him, and now was the perfect opportunity. Of course, he can't just attack him in front of everyone, poison him, or infect him with a deadly disease. He has to think about the best way to kill him. That won't do, right? That won't do either. There has to be some way he has at least the slightest chance. No matter what he tries, he'll kill him. How is that possible? Is he immortal? He's like the divine ice spear Michael. He's actually an adventurer with S-rank abilities, and he's not the only problem. Edgar remarked smugly, but he thought he wasn't interested in political games. And now he's going to complain to the Duke? Delisa said Heinz had been holding on to this idea until he split with Riley. And now there's nothing to be done. Jennifer said with displeasure, but she was only here to clean up Zakart. Diana asked her not to say that. She thinks he did the right thing. MC looked at them and thought they weren't as strong as Heinz, and with their support, dealing with him would be even harder. As long as they were nearby, he couldn't defeat him. His mother's enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Celine ran up behind Jennifer and joyfully said, everything's fine, Brother Heinz will help him, just like he helped her. He suddenly pushed her aside and ran away. Heinz approached her and asked if she was okay, and what was wrong with him. He glanced at the document and saw a line with a name, horrified. At that moment, the protagonist, tears in his eyes, ran down the city street and a few minutes later found himself in the forest near Nirk. The guy called out to Tanya and asked, "Is that him?" She ordered him to grab him. He had silver coins and maybe he still had some. Tanya said contentedly that honest fruit sellers had a hard time in their time. The boy placed his hand on his shoulder, and suddenly the protagonist unleashed a curse, causing him to begin killing his own mother. After a while, Eleanor called out to the protagonist, and he opened his eyes. She hugged him and said, "It's good he's safe." He said he was okay, unharmed. He said he had almost no mana left. "What happened?" Eleanor exclaimed. She wanted to know from him. He told her to wait and went to register with the Adventurers Guild. And after some time he ran out of there, and she somehow found him. What happened there? Orcs said, "Who would have known something like this happened in the guild? The main thing is that he's safe." What does he think? Should he wait for registration? The protagonist refused, wouldn't even try. He didn't need Heinz's help. He left Talishime to gather information, but found nothing, so he would continue searching. Orcs asked if he would return to the city. He replied that he didn't want to cross paths with Heinz. He had probably already figured out who he really was. He didn't want to listen to his pleas for forgiveness, and the Dampier girl would definitely be with him. To her, he was a hero for saving her, but he would be a villain who couldn't forgive him. He was a pathetic coward, even though he was currently trying to make amends, so he wouldn't forgive him. Borks smiled and exclaimed, "These are excellent words. Those who offended the Overlord are their enemies, so they will deal with them." Eleanor said that for his sake, they are ready to fight anyone. MC said they won't fight, and Borks asked with displeasure, "Why not? They must deal with them." Wendell said that they can't defeat Heinz now. They could try, but even if they won, they would suffer heavy losses. He would take revenge, but not at such a price. He was truly glad they were willing to go to such lengths for him, but he apologized for needlessly upsetting them. They would definitely take revenge when the time came. He would let them know. Borks agreed, but he had something to tell him. They owed him a great debt, and even if he didn't like it, they would give their lives for him, so he could use them as he wished. The protagonist smiled and thanked everyone. Eleanor asked if he and Heinz had decided whether he would continue gathering information. He agreed. He thought the search should begin in Ninland, the capital of the Hartner Duchy. She asked, were they heading there? Had that stone always been there? It looked like a dungeon, and it gave off an unpleasant atmosphere, as if it were alive. The protagonist thought, before he lost consciousness, he'd gained the ability to construct dungeons. That's probably how the stone came to be. He said the city was close, so adventurers would quickly discover the place and leave everything as is. They left, when suddenly the souls of their dungeons emerged, and Tanya said they needed to kill Heinz. Meanwhile, Kanata respawned in the world, then ran naked, asking what he should do. Suddenly, he saw a skeleton wearing clothes. He happily asked, "Is he kidding? Was there no other option?" The fabric was disgusting, definitely not cotton. He hoped he wouldn't catch any illnesses. Suddenly, Rodcourt said that this message would play automatically when he reached Lambda. He could get clothes from a corpse nearby, and there he'd also find equipment and money for the first time. Kanata clutched his head and said, "That God's voice, apparently a voice message." Rodcourt said he needed to think about it to see his stats. A system window appeared in front of him and asked, "Is this really a game? Archery, horseback riding." He'd never done anything like that in his life. Rodcourt said there were no more weapon skills on Lambda. Kanata asked, how can he find it? It was all the same old, just think about it principle. A radar appeared in front of him. How far away was it? And there were no cars or helicopters in this world. Couldn't he have revived him closer? Rodcourt asked him to go to the nearest town and register with the Adventurers Guild to obtain a class and skills. Kanata ordered him to be quiet. He hadn't come here to play games. He would complete his quest and leave. He walked out onto the road when he suddenly heard a fight nearby. Father called out to Hannah, but she told him to run. The criminal holding her mockingly exclaimed, "If you don't want her life to end, you should put your weapon away." Kanata walked closer and asked, "What kind of cliché is this?" The criminal asked angrily, "Who the hell is he?" He asked, "Training in combat systems. He will kill them, and the merchant he saves will tell him how to get to the city." The criminal asked, "What the hell is he talking about?" and then ordered his assistant to kill him. They ran forward and he said contentedly, "The girl and the bandit's belongings are a great incineration." Kanata incinerated the enemies, but Hannah remained unharmed. He said his ability was Gungnir. The objects he named can pass through magic and matter. He named him and the bandit's belongings, so the fire didn't touch him or the belongings. Father hugged Hannah and Kanata said contentedly, "He speaks just like a manga character." He asked the boy to ignore him. He wouldn't understand anyway. The father happily thanked him for saving his daughter. He asked where the city was. The father replied that the closest one was Tia City, just ahead along the road. Kanata asked in surprise, "Just straight ahead without any forks?" Father said there were some, but if he stayed on the main road, he'd figure it out quickly. Was he lost? Hannah happily approached him and asked if he'd like to ride to town with them. That way they could thank him. Kanata smiled and said no need. Their horse would be enough. Suddenly he plunged a knife into her chest and exclaimed joyfully, "This game isn't just about killing enemies." He laughed and remarked, "It's very realistic." The knight held his sword in front of him and asked with displeasure, "Why did he do that?" Kanata asked contentedly. "Why?" Kenna was the name of the girl who abandoned him in another life. The mere mention of her name infuriated him. You could say she simply met the wrong person. The knight charged and ordered him to die. Kanata dodged the attack and plunged the weapon into his body. He laughed madly, exclaiming, "What a power! Now that's what he calls skill. How amazing, how cool he is. And it's so much fun to kill with your bare hands." Her father, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that he wouldn't go unpunished. Why did he do that? Kanata smiled and asked him not to be angry and not to try to awaken his conscience. He hadn't done anything wrong. Then he incinerated him and Hana with his skill. It was a game. Everything was possible here. He had never ridden a horse before. He should try his ability. Where was he going? He climbed into the carriage and asked in surprise, so high and at such a tremendous speed. How was he even doing that? This game seemed pretty fun, so be it. He would chase after him for a bit. Meanwhile, Heinz and his subordinates were dealing with the monsters from the dungeon. Edgar asked if the zombies had gathered into one huge one. Jennifer said it was hard to fight against such a monster. Heinz swung his sword and deftly cut through the enormous monster. Heinz looked at the zombies, wondering why there was such intense hatred. Did it have something to do with that boy? Meanwhile, Kanata said he seemed to have overreacted. This god was really annoying, and he had to go to the Adventurers Guild because of him. But he hadn't managed to register. Because he was selling stolen goods, the soldiers had spotted him and started asking a lot of questions. But he got tired of listening to their conversation and burned them. It was a shame that the girl had gotten caught too. However, fighting in the Adventurers Guild hadn't been the best idea. In a place where everyone knew how to use weapons, he had barely managed to deal with the Gungnir. Because he had used too many categories, such as weapons or people, he had expended too much mana. Using Gungnir, he could pass through walls, so he simply fled. It was a shame he had to abandon the cart, but there were plenty of merchants everywhere. If guards were like theirs everywhere, he could steal as much as he wanted. Kanata looked at the girl and asked, was she even listening to him? Were they all dead? He cut their tendons to slow their twitching, but completely forgot about the bleeding. It was still a long way to the city, and he was left without entertainment. He noted with boredom that, as he'd expected, this game was boring, so he needed to quickly deal with the protagonist and get out of here. Rodcourt, watching him, thought that he didn't even know that he was so crazy. However, he couldn't let Vandalu roam freely, so this time he'd turn a blind eye to these deaths. These events were unlikely to affect peacekeeping, but it was bad that he was planning to attack the protagonist without preparation. Did he hate the people from Lambda that much? Even if he wanted to warn him, he was unlikely to understand the revelation sent to him, so he could only watch. Meanwhile, Eleanor and MC flew to the city. They would soon arrive inland. In this state, he would stand out too much, so they would continue on foot. Sometime later, they arrived in Nineland, the capital of the Hartner Duchy. The protagonist went to see a fortune teller, and she smiled and said he surprised her. She thought that a monster would come to her, but here is such a tiny thing. He asked if she knew he'd come. The fortune teller said a medium wouldn't notice someone walking around with ghosts. It's good, she's closing. MC noted that the spirit said she knew a lot about the past. She replied that she charges less for such ancient stories. As he could see, she's been around for quite a while. Wendell asked if she knew what happened to Princess Levia of Talishime about 200 years ago. The fortune teller asked, to Princess Talishime? Is he somehow connected to the land of giants? She thinks it's best not to ask. The spirits behind him have two frightening faces. She'll tell it like it is, even if she lies. The ghosts will understand. In short, the princess was executed by Duke Hartner. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, but the kingdom of Orbaum fought for Talashime. Since ancient times, the kingdom of Orbaum had been an ally of the land of giants, and even defended Talashime when the country of Milg attacked. The fortune teller said that only the duke's family knows the truth, and the official statement was that the princess died of illness. She learned this from the spirits, and since no one asked, she remained silent. The protagonist said the kingdom needed Talashime's resources and wealth, and the people were collateral damage. She replied that it hadn't always been like this. When trade with Talashime first began, most of the believers in the Hartner Duchy worshipped Vita, so business was good. However, the next duke sided with Ald. Although Hartner believed it was best to avoid conflict, he actually detested giants. Around this time, the invasion occurred. The giants asked the duke for help, but he waited until Talashime fell before sending in troops. The protagonist noted, meaning he simply left them to die. The fortune teller agreed, and he pretended to accept the princess and other refugees. Then he accused them of imaginary crimes and executed them, taking all the jewels for himself. The protagonist said, though the duke didn't want to make it public, didn't anyone suspect anything? A city that traded with Talashime, didn't its inhabitants suspect anything? The fortune teller said that the Hartner Duchy had ensured that people would forever forget about the land of giants. There were rumors that refugees were being helped, but ordinary people didn't care. No one would check. After a while, the villagers forgot about it. Other people's sorrows are quickly forgotten. MC asked where Princess Levia was buried. She said here, in a secret underground cemetery, but she didn't know where it was. They had done everything to ensure no one knew about the duchy's dark past. He asked if anyone else knew. The fortune teller said that she needs to think about it. Besides the ducal family, perhaps someone like the Adventurers Guild master. But she wanted to warn him not to approach Kinap, the head of the Mages Guild. If he told, he would be in danger. Wendell said he was ready for it, so she could tell him. The fortune teller exhaled heavily. Kainap was a vampire supporter, and it was best not to try to find out anything about him. There was no telling how this might turn out, although her words probably wouldn't stop him. The spirits were crying because he was furious. He left the fortune teller and thanked her for the information. Would that amount be acceptable? She said money wasn't important. Now the truth was out. He might seem strange, but he's not bad. And she was saying this out of kindness. These were empty words. She understands that with her job. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Kanap estate, Eleanor asked what he did to Kanap. He replied that he tried out a new skill, psychic interference on him. But apparently he overdid it, and now he doesn't look so good. But he got the information he needed from him. He did disgusting things to obtain Tenesius's forbidden knowledge. He's a terrible person, so his conscience certainly won't bother him, and he saved time too. Eleanor said that thanks to the magic-absorbing barrier, the estate was easy to seize. He replied that even though he was the guild leader, without magic, he was just an ordinary old man. They broke down the wall and entered. The protagonist said they were there. The underground cemetery was located beneath the Duke's castle. Eleanor noted that it was quick. The protagonist said there was a barrier ahead. She replied that legend had it that the hero Ninerode had sealed a fragment of the Demon King here. If this was the barrier, it wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, he broke the barrier and said it was easier than he thought. A strong barrier. It took 300 million mana. Eleanor picked up a flask and said she had more. A coffin wrapped in a whip? She wondered. She'd heard Ninerode used a whip, so did that mean the coffin contained a fragment of the Demon King? Eleanor noticed MC begin to unseal the coffin, and asked fearfully if he was being too reckless. He replied that if his premonition didn't react, then everything was fine. Suddenly, Wendell absorbed the blood pouring from the coffin, and Eleanor, perplexed, asked him to spit it out immediately. Then, spirits surrounded them, and Livia appeared. Meanwhile, Kanata was walking through the dungeon. He was definitely here somewhere. It was a creepy place, and without his abilities, he wouldn't have ended up here. He hid around the corner and peeked out to see the protagonist. He wondered what was going on here? These were spirits. Was it really possible to see them so clearly? He couldn't hear anything, but they didn't seem hostile. That god hadn't lied. He really was on good terms with all the undead. It was a good thing he poured holy water on himself before entering. It was pretty cramped here. It wouldn't be easy to kill him, but if he missed this chance, he might never see another one like him, so he'd end it here and now. Eleanor called out to the protagonist, and he said that if she could see them too, then these spirits had taken form and were now ghosts. She asked, but why were there so many of them? Wendell noted that they had opened the coffin. After he drank the blood, a strange voice had been heard in his head, but it wasn't there now. The spirits asked, who is he? He wasn't from the ducal family. The protagonist said he'd forgotten to introduce himself. He was the current king of Talishime. Eleanor remarked that he bowed his head too low for a king. The spirits began to grumble, displeased. A child king? Was this some kind of joke? Livia ordered everyone to be silent, a feeling both eerie and reassuring. He definitely wasn't the one who sealed them. So he was Vandalu? She asked him to tell her everything. After he told her everything, she said those who remained in Talashime fought to the end. Livia thanked him for helping Borks and protecting their homeland. Despite being a princess, she couldn't protect anyone. The spirit asked angrily, what is she saying? She's innocent. After all, they were betrayed. It's all Duke Hartner's fault. The protagonist asked her to tell him what happened when she fled Talashime. Livia said that 200 years ago, she left the city with a dozen bodyguards and refugees, and the Hartner Duchy took them in. They held a grand banquet, but all the food was poisoned, and they trusted them, considering them allies, unaware of their true intentions. Resistance was pointless, and the guards captured them. The bodyguards were killed on the spot, and she was accused of plotting against the Duke. To prevent them from returning to the goddess's bosom, they were buried under a barrier, and the knights who killed them told her what happened next. They were silenced and imprisoned along with them. Those people did everything possible to ensure no one learned of the betrayal. MC wondered if everyone involved had been killed. Perhaps the fortune teller had heard about it from the spirits who had managed to escape before being imprisoned here. Livia asked to hear her out. Perhaps some of the refugees were still alive. He asked if she was sure of that. Livia said that after their deaths, they were sentenced to hard labor and sent to work in the mines. Quite a while had passed, but she believed those who were still children then must still be alive. Wendell said they would definitely save everyone, and thanked her for trusting him. She wanted to speak with the inhabitants of Talishime through this transmitter. Livia smiled and said no. She remembered everyone he spoke of, so she trusted him. Besides, she would be sad to leave this world if she heard familiar voices. The throne of Talishime was his. Now they could return to the bosom of the goddess. The spirits began to rise, but the protagonist called out to them and said he needed their help to rescue those people from the mine. Could they please descend? Livia awkwardly said there was little she could do. Eleanor asked them not to worry. The main thing was to show them they were on their side. Livia sadly noted that she had failed to save them once, and nothing held her back in this world anymore. Her son would handle everything just fine. Eleanor exclaimed with displeasure. She wasn't his mother. Livia asked what she was implying. The protagonist had said that those who betrayed her and kept her locked away for 200 years, who exploited her people, didn't she feel angry and hate them for it? She had said, but isn't revenge? He suddenly interrupted her and said, A perfectly logical decision. To be angry, to hate, and to despise is perfectly normal. If she had forgotten what had been done to them, they had gone mad. When they realized the food was poisoned, when their bodyguards were killed before her eyes, and she was burned, accused of conspiracy. What had she felt then? Let the flames of hatred and anger flare up again. Levia recalled being accused and burned, after which a cloak appeared on her body. She said she remembered that anger and hatred. They can't leave, and they need revenge. The souls resolutely agreed with her. Everyone responsible would choke on their own blood. Eleanor asked in surprise. His level has increased, but how? It seemed the protagonist had become even more powerful. Kanata thought, he can't see anything. Let him come out already. Suddenly MC noticed him, but pretended nothing had happened. Levia joyfully offered to save everyone quickly. She practically glowed. Wendell thanked her, but before that, he needed to sort out something. Katana thought fearfully, did he notice him? He came around the corner and asked to be heard. He was wrong, he asked, appeared out of nowhere and begged for forgiveness. Kanata introduced himself. They had attended the same school on Earth. On Origin, he was one of those who killed him. The protagonist agreed. That had happened. He fell to his knees and bowed, asking for forgiveness. They hadn't known he had been reincarnated. He understands that he hates him, and if he can't forgive him, he might just kill him. The protagonist said he accepted the apology for killing him on Origin. It was Rodcourt's fault, not his. But they were unlikely to become friends, so he shouldn't bother him. He had so much to do. Kanata smiled and thanked him, and he wouldn't bother the others either. He pulled out his crossbow and aimed at MC, when suddenly his body became paralyzed. Wendell asked if they were done talking. Was that his unique skill, passing through any obstacle? Could he do the same to others? He'd hidden the crossbow in the floor and predicted his actions. He'd used the skill on the bolt to make it pass right through the protective barrier, right? Kanata thought in confusion, dodging. Even though he'd been aiming at a blind spot? And how did he know about his skill? How much did he already know? He'd said he didn't shoot him of his own free will. Eleanor remarked how funny it was that even now he was looking for excuses, so he should just die. Kanata said it was all that useless god Rodcourt. He'd cursed him. He pulled out a knife and threw it at her. But Eleanor parried the attack and asked angrily, again, won't he learn? Kanata threw another knife, but suddenly Eleanor's hand flew off. She turned and called out to the protagonist, telling him to be careful. Kanata lunged at Eleanor, but MC grabbed his hand and opened his claws. She kicked him aside, and he thought, no one warned him about this. The magic item was supposed to explode and blind them, and in that time he would have killed them all. Excellent plan, but what to do next? Surprise attacks don't work. The god said he can't do anything except use death magic. Then why is he faster than him? He trained so much on Origin and it wouldn't help him? Could he really have gotten stronger in this world? Eleanor apologized for making a mistake. Wendell asked her to forget about it, to heal her arm now. She asked him not to worry. She would recover soon on her own. She was a higher vampire after all. Kanata thought, seriously? And he only had one bomb. He asked her to leave it with him. He wanted to conduct an experiment to see how strong other reincarnated vampires were. Kanata smirked and said he underestimated him, but he was also interested in what he was capable of. His plan was to not dodge the first attack, either. The protagonist said he sensed danger, and besides, he already knew it was coming. Kanata was surprised to see Hana. He said it was the girl he killed. She had been watching his every move, and he had seen everything he had done. Were these faces familiar to him too? As soon as they reached the city, they immediately found him and told him everything. His name and his abilities. He immediately realized he was one of the reincarnated. He was acting like a maniac. What was he even doing? He didn't have to answer. He couldn't understand him anyway, and he had no intention of forgiving him. Kanata laughed and exclaimed, he doesn't need his forgiveness. He knew his abilities. So what? He thought he had the strength to defeat him? Kanata used magic and flames engulfed the protagonist. He thought contentedly about disabling all his protective magic. He should burn in its scorching flames. MC asked, does this really kill him? And now he must be prepared, because death awaits him. Kanata, perplexed, asked, what nonsense? He was unharmed, but he had disabled his magic. Wendell said others protected him. He could consider it an embrace from the fire ghost. Eleanor said he wasn't worthy of being his enemy. The protagonist noticed that he had sprayed an instant action poison, but it hadn't worked, so Rodcourt hadn't cursed him. Did he give him resistance to poisons? He summoned the spirits to him and, having made a pact with them, said that's how it should be. The spirits flew toward Kanata and asked him to rely on them. He asked with displeasure, where are they going? Kanata fell underground, and Eleanor asked in surprise, hidden underground? The protagonist ordered him to wake up, when suddenly the floor began to crack and a mountain of earth appeared. Kanata wondered if he was being lifted up. He said, earth, why? The protagonist shot him with a death bullet, when suddenly Kanata was struck by flames and asked why the Gungnir wasn't working. MC said everything worked, it just wasn't flames, but spirits. Fire ghosts, spirits in the walls, ceiling, and floor. He created all of this. He was trapped. He wouldn't be able to get through this and would immediately return back. Kanata was frightened by the spirit and, running away, pulled out a potion. He was the idiot, giving him hints. Wendell asked, was he trying to retreat and heal his wounds? Wasn't that his last trump card? His equipment was weak too. Kanata pulled out a knife and angrily ordered him to shut up. Was he deliberately angering him? When he got closer, he threw the knife at him, and the protagonist, pulling out a long tongue, said that was his last trump card after all. Kanata fearfully asked him to stop, and the protagonist said they would sum it up. He was weaker in magic, closer in combat skills, but without proper training, he had no chance. His entire plan was based solely on catching him off guard, but the first attack revealed all his secrets. He was underestimating him, and considering he was no longer trying to escape with his skill, he was out of mana. He could have killed him with his tongue, but he would have been much better off slowly burning in the flames. Suddenly, Kanata laughed, asking, he thinks he's defeated him? It's just one death, just the first. He was reborn too. Had he forgotten? He can die as many times as he wants, and God is on his side. No matter how many times he kills him, he'll come back again. Kanata ordered him not to get cocky just because he figured out how his Gungnir works. His comrades have even more terrifying skills, and they'll come for him. He and all his girls must be ready. MC used a sharp tongue and pierced his chest, saying that he pierced his soul, meaning this is the end, and after this death, he won't be reborn again. Kanata looked at him with a frightened look. He asked, so he didn't know about soul destruction? Kanata grabbed his head and asked regretfully, why did he do this to him? He doesn't want it to end like this. He wants to live another life. Wendell said it wouldn't work. They weren't in a game. After Kanata died, the protagonist said he wasn't going to fight all the reincarnated. Maybe they wouldn't even want to fight him. Eleanor pointed this out, but he was a rude man. He asked her not to take him seriously. He wouldn't have believed his words at all, but since he'd been reincarnated as an adult, Eleanor said there was no point in trying to earn the respect of the locals and achieve a high position in society. They would side with the worthy. If the people had to choose between a person they didn't know and someone who had become a worthy part of the community, they were already the rulers of Talishime. Wasn't that enough for him? What great ambitions did he have? Livia exclaimed joyfully. She'll become his right-hand woman. What will he say? The protagonist said she misunderstood. He wasn't planning to take over the world or anything. He thought, she seems so calm, yet so hot-tempered. Are all giants like that? Besides, rumors about the seal being lifted couldn't be allowed to spread. They'd pin all the blame on him. What were they thinking? Princess Livia's stolen treasures should be in the treasury. They'll take everything and leave. Eleanor asked if he drank some strange liquid when he opened the coffin. Is he okay? The protagonist replied that he didn't want to waste food. The blood the hero sealed 100,000 years ago certainly wasn't food. Eleanor asked if that was the blood of the Demon King? So that's what it was. He should spit out that nasty stuff. He asked, how did she imagine that? Livia chuckled and remarked on how hard a mother's life was. Eleanor exclaimed in displeasure, she wasn't his mother. Livia said, then she's a grandmother? Eleanor said, one more word and they'll fight. The protagonist said she was a vampire, but she was his comrade and they weren't related by blood. He'd tell her the rest along the way. Meanwhile, at Duke Hartner's castle, he started coughing, and Aisha asked in alarm, when will he get better? Hartner said with displeasure, it hurts. What is she doing? He asked her to stop hitting him and give him a massage, after which he kicked her out, and Amelia asked in confusion, did the Duke yell at her? He was bedridden now, waking up only for a couple of hours, and rarely even then. Aisha said she knew. He'd opened his eyes when she was there, and she was so happy. Amelia said, displeased, that he couldn't be disturbed now. She asked in surprise, why not? She was sad to see his children unable to divide the inheritance of a still-living duke. Amelia noted that this was common among aristocratic families. Lord Belton was the youngest son, but he was born to the Duke's legal wife. But Lord Lucas, the eldest son, was born to a concubine, so they didn't interact very well. Aisha exclaimed, so that's how it is. They were born to different wives. Suddenly, Amelia hit her on the head with her fan and ordered her to be quiet. True, but that wasn't the only reason for their conflict. Lord Belton believes that the most important thing is defense against the Empire, meaning it's crucial to develop domestic policy. Aisha exclaimed joyfully, a cold strategist with a charming smile. Amelia noted, while Lord Lukov insists on starting a war, believing that they need to reclaim lost territories and advance further, deeper into the Empire. Aisha wrote down, a proud and lonely knight, a warrior in whose eyes the sorrow of the entire world can be seen. A conflict between two opposites, but soon they will find common ground. Amelia awkwardly asked what she was writing there. Belton is powerful and influential, but the duchy's territories are located right on the border with the Empire, so right now the majority supports Lucas. But their opinion is irrelevant. The Duke will have the final say. Aisha asked what he thinks. Amelia replied, the thing is, every time he regains consciousness, he changes his mind. Many believe he's already lost his mind, and now people are divided into factions or remain neutral, but this only leads to chaos. Aisha exhaled heavily and noticed she could practically feel the tension in the air. Suddenly, a maid called out to them angrily and asked them to stop talking. They still had a lot of work to do. Amelia exclaimed with displeasure. She was being scolded because of her. Aisha smiled, noticing that the head maid reminded her of a bear. She was so loud, big, and scary. Only she didn't know what a bear's roar sounded like. Amelia said with displeasure, she's the loudest one here. If anyone heard them, they'd yell at her again. Aisha smiled and said, there's no one here. Suddenly, Ikus approached from behind her and ordered them to stop talking. They'd gotten so lazy. Emilia looked at her with displeasure and exclaimed, "She told you so." She asked, "Who was it?" Emilia replied that it was Baron Icus, who served under Belton, but the strangest thing was that he was a subordinate of the Minister of Finance, who supported Lucas while supporting Belton. It seems he wants to earn a promotion if Belton becomes Duke. Meanwhile, Icus entered Belton's office and said something was happening in the Mages Guild. Belton smiled and asked if it was his brother's doing. Icus replied that this time it didn't look like Lucas had done it. However, there was still something he wouldn't be happy about, but he'd prefer to clarify it before telling him. Belton apologized for putting so much on him, but he was coping. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the floor under Icus's feet, and he fell through. Confused, Belton approached the hole and called out to Icus, when Aisha suddenly came up behind him and thrust her hands out in front of him, pushing him. Belton asked angrily, "Is she trying to kill him?" Aisha had texted her parents, asking how they were doing. The Duke's estate had recently tilted, caused by the collapse of the catacombs. Why did the dungeons, which had stood for 100,000 years, suddenly collapse? It's all because of a man named Kanata. He broke the seal holding the Demon King. She doesn't know why he did this, but now there's even more work to do. The Duke is increasingly saying stupid things. The doctors say he won't recover, but that's not all. The head of the Mages Guild and his confidants suddenly confessed to their crimes and provided evidence of their ties to vampires. According to Kinap, a voice in his head told him to do so. What a wonderful man. When the floor collapsed, Icus fell from a great height, and while he was recovering, it was discovered that he, too, was connected to vampires. Belton was immediately questioned. After all, his closest allies had betrayed humanity, and she herself was confused. And someone stole the treasure, but that's not important. She apologized for writing so much, but she still had the most interesting things to do. Aisha woke up and, going out into the hallway, looked out the window at what a beautiful moon there was today. Suddenly, she noticed something strange in the sky and screamed in fear. The maids ran out of their rooms, frightened, asking what she was screaming about. Aisha, tears in her eyes, said, "There's a bird with a child's head." Emilia said with displeasure, "There she was again. She said it, but it's true." No one believed her, but she wasn't offended. They needn't worry. Meanwhile, Alda asked Kratos who it was. He replied that his name was Kanata, a criminal who often killed and robbed. He had killed a merchant, his daughter, and their bodyguards and stolen the goods. Alda remarked how sad it was, but such things often happened on Lambda. Was it really him? Kratos agreed, but something was odd. He had a unique skill, previously unknown in this world. And before the murders of the merchants, there were no records of him. The gods can see the world through the eyes of their followers, but none of them had even heard of this man. No one knew where he lived or what he did. Alda thoughtfully said, "It's hard to believe, but if the god of Chronicles himself says so, there can be no doubt." Kratos noted that Fitun had said he knew something after all. Alda asked, surprised, "Is that true?" Fitun agreed. It was hard for him to talk about it, but this man was one of those to whom he granted her divine protection. Alda asked, surprised, "But then, why didn't he have any records?" He replied that Kanata had been abandoned in the forest immediately after his rebirth and raised by monsters. He had been so touched by his fate that he had bestowed a blessing. Alda asked, "So his unique ability was his doing? Why hadn't he told him about it?" Fitun had asked for forgiveness. He thought he wouldn't approve. After all, a god shouldn't support just one person. Alda had said so, but he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He was forgiven. From now on, he should use his head and not do things like that without his permission. Fitun thanked him, then he would go. Alda stopped him and asked, "Kanata is a very unusual name. Did he come to them from another world?" Fitun said he thought it was a coincidence, a simple name. Alda agreed and apologized for holding him up. He called out to Kratos and asked if there were any records of those born in the forest abandoned. Kratos agreed. About 30 years ago, there was such a record, and the name was not given, but the age, gender, and location all matched. Alda wondered, maybe he was overthinking it. Meanwhile, Fitun burst out laughing. He had succeeded. He really had succeeded. It was funny. He believed that a child who ended up in the forest could survive. Who would be next? The reincarnated one's target is the Dhampir Vandalu. Finally, after 50,000 years, a worthy opponent has appeared. It would be boring if Alda's men finished him off. He was waiting impatiently, and he would not lose to him. Meanwhile, they were walking through the forest, and the crows took to the sky. Suddenly, something fell on his head, and Eleanor asked if something was wrong. He replied that everything was fine. A few days before the protagonist left Nyland, the inn in Nierka, Jennifer exclaimed heavily how tired she was. Diana asked her to behave civilly. Delisa exclaimed, "There was a whole horde of zombies. They kept coming and coming. They were cutting up stinking corpses all day." Jennifer noted that no one here cared how she behaved. Without them, this town wouldn't exist. Diana asked, "What if Celine starts repeating her?" Celine replied, "She knows better than to repeat her." Diana patted her head and praised her. Jennifer asked discontentedly, "Are they conspiring against her?" Delisa added, "Those monsters came for Heinz. If the locals had found out, they would have been scolded immediately. It's good they won." Diana remarked, "Adventurers hunt all sorts of monsters. It's no wonder they hate them so much." Jennifer asked if there was some truth to that, but what had Heinz done to them? Heinz left the table, upset and apologized. He was very tired. They could discuss this later. Jennifer awkwardly asked if she had said something wrong again. Celine angrily replied that she was stupid. He is a good person and will never do anything bad. Meanwhile, Edgar and Diana came to him, and he asked if they needed something. Edgar said they just came. Had he forgotten about the zombie horde? He had finished his report and collected his reward. He needed to gather his strength. He was their leader and shouldn't forget such important things. Diana said something was bothering him. Heinz smiled and invited her in. He'd never seen so many monsters before. Could that Dampier boy be connected to this? Edgar asked. Was that guy who ran out of the guild as fast as he could? Diana asked. What did he do? Heinz replied that he probably knew him, Wendell, and that he was 7 years old. About 7 years ago, they captured a woman named Darcia. Then the church executed her for giving birth to a child from a vampire. Diana asked in surprise, he thinks this is her son. Edgar exclaimed in displeasure. Even so, it was hard to believe. It could all just be a coincidence. He was simply exaggerating because he couldn't forgive himself for what happened back then. Diana said he was right. Besides, how could a boy be connected to a crowd of monsters? Heinz asked fearfully. But that reaction, why did he run away then? Edgar noted that sometimes unsolicited help was worse than a stab in the back. Maybe he just didn't need his help. Heinz smiled and said that might be true. He was just worrying for nothing. A child couldn't control so many monsters. Edgar asked, even if he was that woman's son, what now? Give his life for forgiveness? The dead can't be brought back, nor can the past. If he wants to atone for the sins of the past, he must help those in trouble. He must remember that he is their hero and that he still has many to save. He left them alone. Diana awkwardly said that she would go too, when Heinz suddenly asked, upset, what kind of hero was he? Celine, he couldn't tell her what he'd done. He was a pathetic coward, helping her only because he wanted to atone for his sins. What kind of hero was he? Diana hugged him and asked him not to say that. He was no coward. He might do it for himself too, but he still helps people around him. And for Celine, he will always be a hero. Everything will be fine. She is ready to take the weight of his sins upon herself. Meanwhile, Borks angrily ordered them to make way. They must take revenge on the duchy. The protagonist asked him to calm down. Heinz would be there to protect these lands, and they couldn't defeat him. Borks said they killed the princess and his comrades, and they want him to be calm. Levia said they were pleased that they felt it, but they shouldn't let their rage get the better of them. Borks asked with displeasure, were they really supporting him? The protagonist said that people would soon learn the truth anyway, and he would take care of it. But for now, nothing else was needed. The most important thing now was to save those enslaved in the mine, which was why he had called them here. Borks said they should head to the mine then. He needed to chop someone up quickly. MC refused, saying they would stay here for now. They would go first. They didn't know the state of the slaves now. A crowd with weapons would only frighten them. But if the princess came to them, they would be at peace. Suddenly, Saria, Rita, and Leftia hugged him. They had missed him so much. Eleanor grumpily ordered them to take their hands off him. Rita asked discontentedly what was wrong with her. Wanting the young master all to herself? They were servants, and they hadn't seen him for 3 whole days. They were already feeling bad without him. Eleanor pointed out that in that case, they could enjoy themselves, as long as he didn't get too tired. Wendell asked, is it bad without him? What nonsense? The man said, Bosdia, Zadiris, Pawina, Darcia, and all the ghouls will eagerly await his return. Levia awkwardly asked, does he already have a partner? Leftia exclaimed in surprise. The princess wants to date their master, she awkwardly said. She can't even hold hands with him. Later, when she gets used to it. Sam noted that if you think about it, princesses often marry new kings. That was often the case in the past. Eleanor agreed, essentially a marriage of convenience. Borks joyfully asked him to marry her. He hadn't expected anyone to make Levia so embarrassed. He asked, where did his rage go? Borks exclaimed, it's all thanks to love. Rita noticed the hand searching for something in the protagonist's hair and asked in surprise, what is it doing? The hand pulled out a huge centipede and he said, well, it wasn't just an illusion that something fell on his head. Rita exclaimed, how horrible. Right in his hair. How is he feeling? There's even a wound left. The protagonist said, no big deal. He probably liked it. That's why he wanted to live inside him. He'll call him Pete. The hand suddenly leaped at Levi, and she asked, why is it jumping like that? He said it looked like she wanted to tell her something. Levia asked, is that her sister's hand? Her warmth was familiar. Eleanor whispered, can zombie hands really be warm? Borks asked, so that's Vandia's hand? Levia said, I'm not sure, but her heart tells her it's her. She missed her so much. She promised to protect her. The souls exclaimed joyfully, the rebirth of a new princess. They should rejoice. Levia asked MC to take care of them. Wendell smiled. His life would be long, so he promised he wouldn't abandon them. Levia joyfully thanked him. He could be sure they wouldn't betray him even in death. After all, they were already dead. Sometime later, in the Hartner Duchy at the slave mine, the knight sighed heavily and said how boring it was. He was hoping they'd bring in some beautiful woman. Will agreed with him. With all the noise from the monsters, new slaves wouldn't be arriving here anytime soon. Usually, only the best were sent. The knight asked if he was even listening to him. He didn't remember the guy. They'd check him now. Will asked where he was going. After the knight approached the protagonist, he turned back. Will asked why he was so quick. Had he overdone it with the guy? Was he dead? He must at least hide the body. Otherwise, the Duke will find out and they will be in trouble. Knight said everything is fine. he needn't worry. He noticed he was acting strange. Will said everything is fine. He was always like this. The knight said it was obvious from his behavior that something was wrong. Will suggested he go see the priest and, going up to the other knights, said they were changing the guard. The knight asked what was wrong with them. Usually you can't shut them up, but here they were silent. Will said everything was fine. They were just tired. Levia and the protagonist approached the slaves, and Gopher exclaimed joyfully, "Could it really be Princess Levia?" But they didn't believe it. The boy really helped them. What happiness. They were very grateful to him. Levia said she was glad to be alive, and Borks would be happy too. Gopher asked, "Is father now undead?" "Even in death, he is full of strength. All the knights have become dolls. Did he use death magic?" MC agreed. He was quite good at maiming people. Gopher was horrified and asked, "Did she offend him?" Levia said his majesty was shy, especially with those immune to the death charm. Gopher remarked, "So sweet, but intimidating." Suddenly, the collar split in half, and she noted with surprise that it was incredible. He'd broken all the magic collars in one fell swoop. Wendell said it only took 1,000 mana to remove one, and he had 300,000. They wanted to save everyone today, so they needed their help. Gopher asked, confused, "Today?" They needed to rest and prepare. They wouldn't have time. The protagonist said they would, because tomorrow morning the mine would be theirs. After a while, the knights cried out, "They're under attack, to arms." The undead horde was approaching. They mustn't let them break through, Borks exclaimed. They asked for it, pathetic people. At least they should entertain him. After they dealt with the knights, he said, it wasn't even enough for a warm-up. The protagonist said, if he'd gotten going, there would have been nothing left of the mine. Borks said, he actually knows how to control himself. Why did he have to destroy the mine? Gopher asked, will he never change? He turned away abruptly, and she said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Then he turned away and apologized for failing to keep his promise. She asked, surprised, what was he even talking about? Borks said, when she left Talishime, he promised to return for her after he dealt with the attackers, but he lost, and she had to wait for him for 200 years. Gopher asked, why is he apologizing? Everyone knew they did everything they could. She was told he even protected the goddess's legacy. Bork said he tried, but it didn't work. Everyone died. Only Zandia's hand remained. Michael's spear had destroyed his legacy. Even after so many years, he couldn't atone for his sin. Gopher slapped him on the back with all her might and exclaimed in displeasure. They finally met, and here he was whining. They had Lady Leftia, so everything would be fine. The protagonist said she was right. Bork smiled and asked why he was upset. Gopher asked him to come to his senses. She couldn't introduce her children to a crybaby grandfather. Borks asked, perplexed, children? He became a grandfather? Gopher agreed, but she couldn't tell who their father was. 3 sons, but one didn't survive. MC said there was no one here and remarked that they would hope he ended up in Ville's arms, and not with that incompetent god. Levia asked everyone to listen carefully. They were returning to Talishime, a land of undead and monsters ruled by Vandalu. Much had changed over the years, and they were giving everyone a choice. Join them or go their separate ways. The protagonist explained that Talishime had many enemies, the Hartner Duchy, the purebred vampires, the Amido Empire, the Shield State of Milg, and that the number of enemies was growing with each passing day. He doesn't deliberately fight everyone, they're just defending themselves. If they have any questions, he'll listen. He's not omnipotent, but he'll do his best. If they're not intimidated by their conditions, they can go with them. Gopher asked, what's there to think about? They're going with them. After all, she is sincerely grateful for saving them, and without him, she would never have met her father. And considering how easily they captured the mine, they have enough strength to defend themselves. The man remarked, a land of undead monsters sounds scary, but Borks hasn't changed. He thinks the others haven't either. The man said that even if they refuse, they have nowhere to go. Levia thanked them, and they said they should thank her. They were ready to go home. The man suddenly apologized for disturbing their idyll, but would anyone ask them? Sam noted that the criminal slaves had nothing to do with Talishime. The protagonist said they had a choice, go with them or refuse. The man said they would go, but they should at least give them some food and weapons to get them started. He said they could only say goodbye to their lives. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the man's body, after which Rita dealt with the others. The criminals asked angrily, why did she kill him? They told them about the right to choose. The MC agreed, but they had theirs, and so did he. He wasn't going to give weapons and freedom to bandits and scoundrels. Criminals who harmed others would die here. The man exclaimed in confusion. He wanted to go with them. Wendell refused him. He wants him to bring a murderer or something worse into his city? He has no right to live. Who was next? The guy, with tears in his eyes, begged them not to kill him. He would continue to live as a slave. The protagonist paused and asked. It seemed the spirits held no grudge against him. Why was he here? The boy said he'd been thieving and had stolen something valuable. It turned out to be some kind of aristocratic treasure, and crimes against aristocrats are considered doubly serious. The protagonist said he'd be working at Talishime and should strive hard. If he stole again, he'd be punished. The boy bowed low, exclaiming, this is a great honor for him. Gopher remarked, as if she'd known he wasn't quite normal after all. Eleanor brought a crowd of people and said they were residents of the first settlement. He thought, so they too were victims of the Hartner Duchy's policies. The man fell to his knees and said they could remain his slaves, but he must be merciful to them. MC asked them to raise their heads. He didn't need slaves, and they weren't criminals, so they were free. After he removed their collars, Eleanor suddenly called out to him, cautiously saying that they weren't enemies or criminals, but it was dangerous to free them like that. He should at least use the death charm. The protagonist asked her not to worry so much. He wasn't going to restrict the freedom of ordinary people. Eleanor asked, what if they turned against him? The protagonist replied that it was certainly possible, but without trust, you can't build a relationship. He asked her to come closer and open her mouth, sticking out her tongue. Eleanor opened her mouth, and Gopher asked, what is this? Borks replied, a poison ring. She used to fight for the vampires on the enemy side, but then defected. They didn't trust her, so they put this ring on her. If she betrayed them, the ring would break and release the poison. A simple thing, but deadly. He'd completely forgotten about that. MC said it was no longer necessary. After all, she hadn't betrayed him. Eleanor joyfully embraced him and exclaimed, oh, she'll always be by his side. Rita and Saria exclaimed in displeasure. She'd beaten them to it. It's unfair, young master. And them too. You can't appropriate him. Leviah said, actually, she's his fiancée. Wendell ordered them to calm down. He hadn't dealt with the criminals yet. He approached the next one, and Luciliano said, it's been a long time since they've seen each other. He didn't think they'd meet like this. It looks like this is the end. He asked, who is he? Luciliano awkwardly turned away. It looks like he was mistaken. The protagonist said he called him by name. He replied that he imagined it. He just said his name. Eleanor ordered him to speak or lose his head. Luciliano said that he was a former adventurer. 5 years ago, he created an undead from a girl's body to infiltrate an orc settlement. The protagonist said that's where he went. Luciliano turned away in fear and thought he shouldn't have opened his mouth at all.